'Cause we can live twice if we live it up. Let's sip from golden cups. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max, but live with no regrets. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Hey, oh, 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 yeah, oh, oh, yeah. Give it up like this. We can live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max. Live with no regrets. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool. You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool. Got me like you're so cool, cool. Got me like you're so cool, cool. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I'd walk through fire to get to you. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I tell myself to get to you. Go straight through hell to get to you. Break all my bones to get to you. And give all I own to get to you. Yeah. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, ooh yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I'd walk through fire, I tell myself, get to you. Go straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop.
ist gedankenleer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Riegel hab, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, hörst du laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Ooh, yeah. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, yeah. Oh. And everybody in the
ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Welcome everybody back for day number 2, and you're getting to look at those beautiful sights out there on the streets of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. We are here in your home, wherever you are in the world, getting a chance to watch the lovely Dota that we've got for today. Lyrical Fear joining you yet again. Fear, we had ourselves a nice day number 1 where we got to follow Azure Ray a ton, and we're going to get to take another look at him here on this stream a little bit more. But how are you doing, first of all? You excited for another day of Dota?
Of course, I've been waiting all day since we finished our broadcast to get back on and do some more Dota casting here, so absolutely. And of course, as you mentioned, some more familiar faces we're going to see today. And that's always exciting to be able to follow the story of a team.
No, definitely. And a team that, as we've talked about throughout the time that we followed them and then all the rest of them, there's all these roster changes that are going on. How are these teams starting to look? It's an intriguing time to be watching Dota just in general, because as we've seen, you get these storylines of like Secret coming through closed qualifiers, making a run, then getting here. They had so much sort of tenuous success previously, and now finally we're getting a chance to see him on LAN. Did get to take that Gaming Gladiators game the other day. Is there anything real quickly before we get into it that you really want to watch, teams that you're really excited to keep an eye on?
Well, that's the thing. Like, for the most part, I want to keep an eye on the teams that didn't make roster changes, like your BetBoom team, your Gaming Gladiators, your Liquids, like these type of teams. I guess Liquid does have a stand-in, but these are the teams that are going to be like the measurement, right? Like what to live up to. And honestly, teams like BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators, they're already losing games to these teams that you consider newer, that reformed for just the new Dota year, right? So that's always interesting to see. It's like, how much are these teams getting better, or how much of a break would we say BetBoom team and Gaming Gladiators took, right? But either way, it's good to see that these teams are fighting and they're looking strong.
Well, and you talked about a little bit the placements. Let's take a look at those standings now across both of these groups, because there was that action that got played. Some of it, this of course, Group A was the one that we got to follow. We got to watch that Blacklist Rivalry versus Azure Ray game that happened just yesterday. They're now sitting top of it. It's BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators that are tied at 1 game apiece. So stuff to watch for. A lot of volatility can still happen throughout both of these groups, most likely. Are you surprised at all by these results?
Yeah, for sure. I think most people would assume that Gaming Gladiators and BetBoom team would be on the top of the groups here. And then you have 2 teams that made massive roster changes, and Blacklist Rivalry and Azure Ray, but they're the ones coming out swinging here. Firstly, there was only day 1 though, so we can't get too far ahead of ourselves here. But it's nice to see that there is a bit of a shakeup in the top teams from the last Dota calendar year is not like dominating the teams that just reformed, right? So there's still a lot of fight and a lot of practice that these teams have been going through.
Well, and you talked about, the Group A. We saw it right there. It was a lot of 1-1 series, which is why you can't really take that much out of it. In this group, however, it was actually all 2-0s. Every single series that happened, it was just a full-on beatdown. So Tundra and Team Falcons leading the charge right now. Falcons definitely a team with a lot of expectations, taking down Liquid and LGD. It's a good way to start a group stage. And then G2IG keeping up the middle of the pack there with Liquid.
Yeah, this group is a bit interesting for me because LGD has been a team that's been known for to be super stable, always on top, but them starting 0-4 is a big surprise for me. And I gotta say, Tundra Esports topping the group here. This is the former TSM that I guess they were undying for like a week or something during the transition for the new sponsor. But yeah, former TSM here being picked up by Tundra. This is a team that has had some success. They got into the finals of one of the majors last year, and that was, or maybe the year before, actually, not last year. Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, and all those. But they've had some success as a squad here and there. But for them to come out swinging this hard, I mean, it happens. Like when you get like a new sponsor, sometimes like it reinvigorates you to like play better Dota, and it gives you a bit more motivation. We'll see how much this new sponsor buff will go for Tundra here, but right now they're looking good.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just need some new scenery. Speaking of new scenery, there's a lot of things to watch across the day today over on the mainstream. You can take a look at it right there. Blacklist are going to have 2 games back-to-back facing off against Gaming Gladiators and then Secret. And then it's double G2IG facing off against Liquid and Falcons. Excited to watch those ones too. That's a team that had one of the freaking hypest intro videos for a team I've ever seen. Of course, over here, you're going to be taking a look at the Azure Ray shenanigans, Bet Boom, and Wawitas. Sagazas is how I pronouncing that correctly. So don't worry, everybody, we're handling it. And then the LGD Tundra, Nine Pandas versus LGD. So more and more of the doubling it up. And then, of course, that last stream over there for Storm, we're going to be keeping our eyes on that one also. I guess in terms of these matchups, the ones that you want to watch for are going to be, can Blacklist and Azure Ray keep up this momentum, right?
Oh, for this group, yeah, definitely. Like so far, like they've looked really good in the games they played. Even when they played each other, they looked quite good as well. So momentum is going to be a key factor. And of course, I mean, you can't count out all the other teams, even that Boon team versus Secret, like these type of matches. I don't want to get too far out of myself and saying these are the top teams of the group right now. Sure, after day one, they proved that they are looking pretty good here, but after there's been a big patch and it's day one on LAN, a lot of teams are going to look at the tape and be like, okay, we can make major adjustments here and there. And some teams might come back like from the dead, right? That didn't have a great, like some LGD or something. They might just come back and be like, hey, we were doing things really wrong. We'll make some adjustments and all of a sudden we'll be a good team. This is only the group stage, a lot to figure out and a lot to practice. And day 2 is really going to be like, who did their homework after day number 1 here? We'll have to find out.
And I'm just going to say this. I feel like I'm the fear whisperer here in a way, because underneath this veneer of you saying nice things, I think I'm hearing you say Blacklist and Azure Ray were not all that. Like they were not infallible. There were a couple of moments for both those teams where it looked a little rough.
Well, I would say it's consistency, right? That's going to be the key thing, because like they looked really good Azure Ray versus Team Secret, right? Like pretty much dominant, and yeah, they threw here and there as well. So they're definitely not looking like this team that's just going to crush you in 20 minutes and end the game, but they're just looking damn good, right? And that's all you really need to be for the most part, and just kind of clean it up. And that's a good spot to be in, especially when you made a lot of roster changes. Will the other teams be able to match that, like we see in this group, right? Bet Boom team, Gaming Gladiators, they both drew both their series, right? So they're also not looking like Titans either. So at this point, as long as you just play solid Dota and you just kind of clean up the mistakes here and there, that can get you out of the group stage with the first place potentially.
Totally. Well, let's see. We get to look at the first couple of teams that we're going to have today. And first up is going to be the team that we saw 2 games of yesterday, 2 more games of today, and that's going to be the Azure Ray lineup. That's right. This dynamic duo, Lul staying on from the previous one. You've got Xingqiu, XXS, XM, and Tianming. You know what's funny to me? Like the way that Tianming's name sounds, I feel like he should be sort of like a slight build, like kind of a smaller guy. That dude is jacked. He looks like a monster. Like honestly, the dude, he's a cool looking guy.
Oh, for sure. He's a really talented position 5 player too. He's one of the older players that was playing at the international. I think he was the oldest support. And the thing is, you haven't heard a lot about him until recent years. This guy's been grinding. He's actually been playing Dota competitively since like 2014. So he has a lot of experience. When TI 12 was his first TI appearance, right? So he's been a grinder. He's finally getting the spotlight that I feel like all players, if you play that long, you deserve, right? And how far is he going to be able to go with it during these moments where I feel like this is this peak? I think he's around 27, 28 years old right now, and he's peaking. Right. That's totally fine. Like everyone peaks at different points, and he's a damn good player.
still haven't peaked yet. Fear, that's
Yeah,
you.
sure. That's me.
That's
My
you.
time will come. Just you wait.
All right. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at it. Azure Ray, a team that I'm really excited to sort of keep my eyes on here. Can they shore up some of those inconsistencies? We talked about Tian Ming. Xing Q was our MVP from yesterday on his Zeus performance. The one that was a little bit sketchy was an earlier Zeus that we saw from them, which was XM, which is something that kind of I'm a little bit curious about if they're going to have Zeus as a flex pick now. That would be crazy. I think that's kind of what happened in that last series, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can definitely flex the hero if you have a player that can play it on support. I think support Zeus, from what I've seen, isn't really popular. That's the first one that I really saw there, and he really shined on it. But Zenq is just like one of those players that can just make anything work.
Well, this is the other squad. It's Wawitas Sagazes and a very accomplished roster with a bunch of people that have been perennial favorites within the region. South America. Tell me a little bit about these guys. You probably pub against them a decent amount, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. There's a lot of players here that have been on many different South American stacks here, but Lemire, he's been one of the staple carry players from the region that hasn't got a lot of spotlight that he probably deserves, because you've always had players like Hector, Parker's been in the conversation as well, and Pacaz, right? So oftentimes South America only gets 2 slots, so sometimes he'll peek in here and there, but every time he does make it to LAN, he impresses. And of course, Dark Mago, he has been one of the premier mid laners for Beast Coast for a long time, is where I remember him the most, right? And he was able to pull out, he had a smaller hero pool, but a very, very good hero pool. And of course, Panda, the legendary captain there for South America, rounding that squad out. So there's a lot of names. I could go on to that roster and talk about them for a while, because there's a lot of talent and a lot of history on that squad.
Well, and you saw that little quote down there at the bottom too, Panda mentioning that, we just picked Dark Mago Kunkka and let him go and do whatever he wanted. And that's basically what happened in their series. That was their match that they won. So at the end of a long and arduous day, the last match in Group A, Wawitas were able to pick up their first win facing off against BetBoom, and that's what pulls BetBoom sort of into the more middle of the pack. But getting those, wins against these clutch and important teams, it's something you kind of got to keep your eye on, because this is, I think South American teams in like a best of 2 format are always going to be ones that create some upset scenarios, because when they're cooking, when they're hitting their heroes, when they're getting their right combos, they're as good as any other team in the region, and they make these upsets happen when people are underestimating them.
Yeah, I mean, you said it pretty well here. I think Dark Mago is the player that really look out after, because his hero pool has always been quite limited. Like, he's really good on Ember, bad hero this patch. He's really good at Bat Rider, not really the favorite mid of this patch. He's really good on Kunkka. Okay, that's a good one. That's a great hero this patch. And the last hero I know that he's really good on is Tiny. That's also a hero that's not so great this patch, right? So he's have to overcome some obstacles and hero pools in this tournament. And of course, the one hero that I do know he's good at, they won with, right? So how often are they going to get the heroes that he can play really well that are also good in the meta? Or can they make some of his flavor kind of work? They've already tried picking the Bat and the Ember. It just didn't work. And I'm not surprised either. These heroes are just kind of terrible right now, especially Ember in that mid lane, but they're still sticking to his guns. Or maybe we have to find a unique approach to find a way to make these heroes work. We'll have to see. Otherwise, they might struggle.
Yeah, well, and we don't want to sort of tilt the scales too much. Obviously, we're far away, but we do have our own predictions for what this game is going to look like, and they are very similar for today. We're both taking Azure in this game. I will say as a caveat, I think that if Dark Mago gets his heroes, if he gets some comfort, I think that they can take a game, definitely. And I think that there's a decent, you like you said, you wonder if you're a team like Azure that's shown some confidence, shown when they get ahead sometimes, they'll like overextend and play a little bit crazy. Are they going to give it to them? Will they play with that like little bit of, ego in them? Or are they going to just decide to take it right out? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see in that regard. But I definitely chose Azure because they are more stable, right? They showed yesterday that they look good. Like when they're ahead, they're ahead. Sure, they might throw here and there, but I think they just have what it takes, and it's going to be an uphill battle for them to, Wawitas, to go ahead and just try and beat a team that is so stable when there's a lot of volatility. But that's the great thing about SA Dota, that volatility can be their strength, but it can also be their weakness at the same time. And that is something that is going to be, I'm keeping an eye on for sure. They definitely have what it takes if they get the right hero pool to make it happen, but it's not going to be an easy match, I think, for them.
All right, we'll have that match for all you fine folks out there in just a couple of minutes. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have the draft for game number 1. ESL KL going on right now.
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. And you ain't got time to be wasting.
Just like that, everybody. And just like that, everybody, we are back again. Getting ready to hop into this game number 1. The lobby is made. The players are in their seats. We're ready to get underway here in just a moment. Fear, we talked already a little bit about Dark Mago and his hero pool and what things to watch for. On Azure's side, do you think that there's anything really important for them to keep their eyes on? Is there anything that you feel like they need to get done? Or are they kind of comfortable just having a standard draft?
I've been really impressed with Azure when they play a lineup in which they have XXS playing kind of that melee initiator, whether it's the Slardar, Primal Beast, Centaur, these type of heroes. And then you give Jin Q a heavy damage dealer, whether it's the Grimstroke or his Rubik or the Zeus. These heroes looked really good on him. Of course, getting a Phoenix on Tomning as well could be really good. As Pugnos, like having these like big team fighters on the supports looked really good for them. And then you allow in that situation to have XM be able to play whatever he wants. We did see the Zeus play from him earlier. He played a Pango, some Puck, these type of heroes, and even the Razor. Like this team just needs to be able to have a lot of team fight and outscale you and give Low a good hero to like control the tempo. I think Low is always going to be your game winner for this team. So give him the heroes that can win the game and pick a lot of support and a well-rounded lineup with lots of team fight to just support that.
I think that feels like a pretty solid recipe for success. We have also seen pretty consistently Lul making these rotations around the map on the early side. He's been coming on out. By the way, look at Lul real quickly. Actually, he doesn't look like it right now. There was a period of time where he dyed his hair and he looked exactly like Gunnar. It was super weird. You'll have to take my word for it, but like they have a very similar face shape. He looked so much like Gunnar. I'm gonna make like a tweet about this later because it blew my mind when I saw it. Anyways, we're into a draft now. I've gotten that one off my chest. And Kunkka Chen taken out of the pool for Azure Ray. I don't think that they're going to be banning a ton of his other heroes early on, I would imagine, probably, right?
Well, the rest of his hero pool, like, isn't necessarily worth banning, right? Because not to say like he has a tiny hero pool or anything, but it is definitely smaller than a lot of the other mid laners at this tournament, and that is something that they're going to try to minimize. And as I mentioned before, like the Batrider, Embers, and Tinies, these are going to be more like niche picks later on down in the draft that don't have like a ton of flex potential. So we probably won't see too many of those bans here. I mean, banning the Chen, he's like the premier 5 right now of the patch. Getting the Kunkka out there as well can be flexed into the mid lane. Of course, we know that we love to play that on Dark Mago, so go ahead and get that one out. And then this last ban is just going to protect their first pick. I talked about before some of the strengths of first pick. You get ban into pick, and we all know Silencer, very good versus Phoenix, so they go ahead and just remove that Silencer immediately and take that Phoenix. Probably going to put on Tianming, as he has played it every single time so far, and it's looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think that this is still one of those heroes because there hasn't really been that big change to the way that strength translates into HP, and everybody feels like they have like 3,000 HP. Phoenix just feels like it's such a good pick in that context. And guess what? You know, we're going to have afterwards the Ancient Apparition. We saw the stats for Azure Ray, or rather with Phoenix just in general across the tournament. Looks like they haven't lost yet with an AA pick. Interesting.
Yeah, this during the qualifier, they really did well with this AA. They didn't pick it at the beginning, but then again, their game against BetBoom team, right? They picked AA. They got their AA, and they're like, oh, okay, this hero's pretty good. Maybe this is a last patch type of hero, but we're still winning with it, so why change it if it's good? So their one win so far this tournament did have an AA in it, so that's always a good sign. And what they paired with it was the Wraith King. Wraith King is definitely a hero that can work well with it. They also had the Grimstroke later on with this type of draft. We'll see if you did your homework here on Azure, as they definitely did, banning out that Grimstroke, not giving that combination. And there goes the Wraith King as well. So definitely we're prepared for this one. So Alitos is definitely going to have to show us something new with this AA, which I'm pretty sure they have something cooking.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch through their games because, again, there's like, I don't know how many games going on simultaneously all at the same time. But there is still a ton of combinations that you can pair together with this. Faceless Void always comes to mind. Any type of big AoE control spells are great to pair together with it. I will say that the combos in lane now, you would know this better than I because you play carry. The stuns are too short to let Cold Feet proc nowadays, right? Because they've all been nerfed.
Pretty much. Wraith King is pretty good because it adds a slow on top of it. So okay, for the most part, like you're not playing A the same way you used to, where you're just getting Cold Feet and you're going all in on them. A lot of A's will actually just get the W and the E and just harass with that. And you play the lane much differently back in you would in the past. Sure, later on having the combination with the Cold Feet can be useful, but I think more than anything, A just likes having stuns, not really for the Cold Feet, but more for the Ice Blast. So you can hit your ultimate at some point in the game.
That makes sense. Fair enough. Well, after that next round of bans here, it is going to be the Naga taken out of that pool and the Tiny.
Oh, there it is.
Is it Mago?
It could be. Does it have to be? No, not necessarily. But you have to keep that in your mind that this could be a mid-Tiny because we know he loves to play it. I already mentioned like the 4 heroes that I think he's just god tier on, and it's like not even close, right? Like he's like probably one of the best in the world on those 4 heroes, and he's so good on them. But that's what happens when you are a specialist, right? You're going to be super good on them, and the heroes you don't play, you're not going to be as good as some of the other players that are like more well-rounded. So it's really good with AA in some ways. It's also anti-synergy as well, because if you ever toss someone that has Cold Feet on them, it actually puts them, considers the leash to be broken, so it'll break the Cold Feet. So you gotta you gotta be careful for that combination.
Oh no.
So that's always a little bit of a rough one. And then Azure, they're gonna go ahead and pick up the Weaver. I said yesterday, like, why our team's not picking this Weaver a bit more? He's strong in lane, he scales like a beast. Maybe I'm a little biased because I enjoyed the hero, but it is definitely a really good hero at the moment. And it, as I did say that, they lost, Blacklist did last time with it. However, I still think it's a good hero. It's a hero that's really good versus AA. he has no tools to deal with Weaver whatsoever. This little bug's gonna skitter up on you and pretty much just two-shot you when he gets this Desolator. Not particularly the best versus Tiny though. Tiny is actually one of those heroes that is kind of nice versus the Weaver because you just have so much armor and you have that threat of bursting him really quickly, and that's what Weaver hates the most. So a little bit of an interesting pick here, but if we look at some of the carry pool available, I guess this Weaver is a flex. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Weaver potentially be played by Jin Q because if I know Low, he will like to pick his hero when they are first pick on that 18th slot, which means he'll see 4 heroes first before picking.
Well, and I think one of the things that's interesting to watch about here too, right, is that you see that Tiny come out, you're talking about the matchup against the Weaver, and I'm assuming you're thinking about that in the context of it being a core. In a support, it's probably really good, I would imagine, to run the Weaver against the Tiny, right? Like in the laning stage, you throw bugs, he's just going to get eaten alive. But I'm wondering if they're anticipating that for and maybe not thinking about the mid switch as much, because every other Tiny that's been played in this tournament so far has been in the support role, and all of them have lost. It's 0-4 so far at the event. And now you're seeing Luna 1-4. There's a lot of losses on that Wawita's side.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of options here. I think playing Weaver on carry is totally fine, but if there's a better option, we saw him play Lifestealer earlier. Not a bad game for it too. Going against the Tiny, going against the Centaur as well. Versus Luna, it's whatever. Yeah. And it is going to be the support Weaver. They're going to go for the Spectre. This is a hero that has been a historically good counter to the Luna. It's not as good as it used to be in a lot of ways, because like before you had the global haunt, right, where it hit all heroes, and you just kind of like use that as the Eclipse comes out and it'll eat up a lot of those beams. But now Luna has like the glaives, she has the shard for the glaives as well, which has damage reduction. There's a lot more defenses here. And the only concern I do have with the Spectre pick is it's not going to shut down the Centaur in the laning stage. Centaur should have a very free laning stage. Luna, same thing, should have a free laning stage. So honestly, Wawita's draft here, it's looking pretty solid overall for me to get done what they need to get done. And that's pretty much just get Luna farmed and then go together as a team. They have lots of stuns for the AA. It's a well-balanced draft. On the other side, as well for Azure, it's also pretty well-balanced here, and both teams are going to be looking to pick a mid laner, and Wawita's is just going to take out some of the heroes that Azure has previously played in the Zeus and the Puck, and now he's going to have to blind pick something that is decent for the game.
Well, and I'm seeing not a, like you talk about, definitely well-rounded in terms of the damage and, sort of ability to get on top of people from Azure, team fight and all that. They don't have a ton of like low-cost control is one thing I'm noticing. Yeah. Could Wawita's try and like abuse that somehow with some sort of very annoying escapable pick?
It depends on what Azure picks here. When you're that last pick, you definitely want to punish as much as possible, and they have the option to do so. They just need to determine where this Tiny is going, right? Tiny could be their mid still. They could just take the last position 4 here. So we'll have to see with that one. But I think for Azure, you need to... I thought they might go the Lina, but my concern is exactly what you said. Like, they don't have a lot of lockdown with this lineup. And typically, when you play with a Phoenix, and what I've seen from a lot of Azure drafts is they have a lot of stuns, which allows your carry to feel pretty strong, allows your mid laner to do what he wants. But this game, their support duo is going to be Phoenix Weaver, and then they got a Brewmaster, which also doesn't have a ton of control. So a bit of the greedier pick here, but I think when you are first pick, if you pick a Lina like this, it kind of secures the ability of like, you can't get that GG last pick, right, on second pick, because nobody crushes Lina in lane. It just doesn't exist. This hero cannot be beaten in lane. So they're kind of being like, yeah, we're going to take a small hit on our overall lane composition because we value the laning stage so much that if we lose our lanes in this game and our mid can't be active, then this game is going to be too hard. So laning stage is going to be super important for Azure here, that this Lina has to do some work. The Spectre has to survive, and I think for Azure, it's all about survival. Just like allowing this game timer to keep ticking to get to the point where they can get some items. And they're going to put Necro as their last pick here. And
interesting.
Support Centaur.
What?
It's going to be support Centaur.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. That is not what I was anticipating. All right, talk to me about it. What did they see that made them want to both pick Mago on the Tiny and take Necro as the last pick?
I mean, Knight is their position 4 player, and Oscar is
Oh.
their off laner. So
Wait, you're right. Wait a minute. What the hell?
yeah. Honestly, I can't say I know much about the pos for Necro.
What the hell?
I truly do not. Maybe they're gonna do a small swap, and Knight is just some god tier like Necro player, and Oscar is just a great Centaur player, and they're gonna roll swap here potentially. If not, we got to keep an eye on what the support Necro is all about. We'll know in due time what's going on here.
I'm
But
gonna
Necro is
look up some
super
stuff.
good for Spectre in the lane if you are a core. But everything about Necro to me fundamentally screams he has to be a core. You need to get last hits to get the region. As a support, I'm not gonna maybe my mind is gonna be blown here, but for me it just doesn't make any sense to run this hero as a position 4, just based on the toolkit what he has. But either way, it's pretty cool. We're on land here. They're not trolling at all. They're not playing for fun. Whatever they're doing here, they think is good and it can win the game because they need the wins here, right? Like they have to start getting some wins on the board, and they're for real here, and we're gonna have to see what type of secret strategy this is gonna be.
I'm going to do a little bit of research real quickly because I want to see how much Oscar has played Necrophos, and if it could be that thing that you're talking about of wanting to swap him instead into position 3, or what the situation is, because it's definitely a change up, but there was a lot of talking too. If you saw, like, right as that last pick decision was coming out, there was a back and forth being had amongst the drafting crew and trying to figure out what they wanted to do, and it seemed like they wanted to try and change something. So who knows, maybe this is the change up that they need.
All right, we'll have to see, or maybe there was a misclick involved as well. You never truly know. These things kind of happen, but it would make a lot more sense for me if Necro did play against a Spectre as a core, right? Because this matchup is really terrible for Spectre. You'll never be able to go on him, which I don't think you can do anyway. So I'm actually in a situation where I just kind of want to sit back and just see what happens, because whatever. Let's just talk about the other lanes for now. Like the AA Luna lane, this is a lane that has been fairly popular as well. And it's a lot of harassment. Like, of course, the Lucent Beam won't trigger a cold feet, but as I mentioned before, it's not really about that anymore. AA is one of those heroes right now where he's just really strong through just the Ice Vortex and the Chilling Touch more than anything, just kind of like spamming it out. So they're probably going to go for that route, get farmed up, and AA's really big strengths are just going to come through his ultimate and just kind of surviving the laning stage.
All right, well, everybody, I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of things that are somewhat questionable right now. We do see all the players that are currently on their heroes, but in the game, because we have a pause right now, Oscar has disconnected. We're waiting for him to get back in and trying to see what it is that was going on. Also, I did some research. Knight has never played Necrophos in a competitive game.
Perfect.
And Oscar has been recently playing it. So I do kind of wonder if there was a misclick or something like that happened. I'm just going to speculate wildly, and I hope that's okay with you.
That was a misclick?
Yeah.
I mean, that was my first thought as well. Like, could this been a misclick? I mean, I'm going to pull up the Necrophos real quick in Dota and just do a quick theory crafting of, like, what strengths does this hero have as support? So you have, like, your Heart Stopper. But the thing about Heart Stopper is, like, it gives you regen and mana regen per kill, and that works on creep kills, right? So that's what makes it really strong in the laning stage, as you continuously are getting health. So, yeah.
Oh, all right. They're talking. So that is one of the admins, I believe, talking about things, and it seems like there's maybe some discussion about what needs to happen. People do not look that pleased. We'll see, though.
We might see a really fast game if they... I mean, the good news is, actually, with the laning stage, though, whether Necro is support or whether it's a core, you should still win the lane. I don't think Centaur Necro is actually a weak lane whatsoever. The question really comes down to, you honestly want to pick the best heroes for the game, not just kind of make them work, right? Given the circumstance, but rules are rules. Like, you gotta that's just a mistake. If you pick the wrong hero, that's on you. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, and
it's a competitive game.
And in these matches, you can't swap heroes, if I'm not mistaken, right? That is part of the rules.
You can't anymore, because before people would like swap over and over again to get perfect lanes and lane juking, and it was kind of like clown ESL. So like once you pick your hero, it's locked in and it gets revealed to the enemy. Now they get to see who's playing what, and that's that.
All right, well, let's get into this game. If they can overcome this, they can overcome anything. As they head out across the map. I mean, the main person that's going to be struggling in this, it feels like, is going to be Knight, right? Like playing this hero in a position 4 role could be tough. You said you were going to do some theory crafting. You know, he's got a heal, right? Like, it's pretty hype.
Right. I mean, like I did the theory crafting and decided this hero has a very what is the words I want to use for this? It doesn't seem like it's good. Let's put it that way. As a support, like you're just not using the Heartstopper Aura. I wonder if he's just gonna. I mean, you can still get it. Maybe they should do like a split, right? They should both be like 3.5s here and just kind of give the Necro a little bit of farm. Centaur plays a bit more greedy, just gets an early dagger and kind of just plays like that Mars role, just buy dagger, run around, give Knight some more farm. Because overall, it's a fairly decent Necro game. It's not like God tier Necro game. You are playing versus Phoenix, Brewmaster, who can dispel your Ghost Shroud, and of course Lina, who has lots of magical burst damage. Good luck, Knight. I'm hoping to see good things from you, though.
Fair enough. And who knows? Maybe it'll be the new iteration. We said we want to see new meta coming out. Maybe there's a chance that they've found something very cool and interesting to run out here.
I mean, the good news is, like I said, the lane should be fine regardless. Like, Spectre plus Phoenix is not a good lane. These heroes are really good late game, right? They're really good with levels, but as a laning duo, pretty weak. And Centaur and Necro together, no matter who's getting last hits, doesn't really matter. They've got a lot of nuke damage, they got a lot of heal, and they got a lot of harass. So the laning should not be a problem.
You know, the other thing, too, is that if you were ever going to have any type of concern, like, everybody kind of gets farmed nowadays anyways, right? Like, we're playing in a meta where 4s often get Midas, and this is still, regardless of whatever else may have happened, they are going to have a situation where the hero that they picked is still in the game. So what they wanted out of Necro, most likely having this Reaper Scythe at some point, it's going to be there to find a burst on either the Brewmaster or the Phoenix. These heroes that like need to get that ultimate off. It's going to be a lot harder to do that with Reaper in the game.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely going to be some uses here that they can make work. And the real question is going to be, with this Tiny, can you find these kills across the map? And I definitely think it's actually possible. It is definitely possible. We'll have to see, though, for sure. As bottom lane, they're running Shin Q here on this Weaver. We did mention pretty interesting combination. We did see the Cinder Brew being applied to 2 heroes, and Weaver's just triggering it by running through them with Sakuchi here. And so that has a nice little synergy there.
It's pretty solid. I think one of the questions is going to be, what does XingQ decide to do with this farm? This is always a player that wants to get some pretty solid farming on. That's just the way that XingQ tends to play Dota as a position 4. He's a little bit more greedy sometimes. And if that's happening, is he going to go for a damage route? Is he going to try and go like Natos? Maybe he goes for a Aghanim Scepter. Sounds pretty good against the Necrophos.
Yeah, it could work. I'd prefer to see him just play more like a core, though, than a support role. Like, getting some supported items would be fine, but overall, I really think all heroes should play to the strength of their hero, and I think the strength of Weaver and what he does as a hero is he does damage. Like, he reduces your armor, he has, like, this double attack ability, which, based on your right-click, as we can see, Wraithband is already queued up for the Weaver. Like, if you just try to build like a 4-staff on Weaver or something, like, you're gonna feel later on in the game that you're not scaling, and scaling is just super important this patch, and I think you should do whatever you can to be able to continuously scale.
Well, speaking of starting off right and scaling into the later stages, holy moly, is mid going good for Dark Mago. He is 18-7 versus 13-1, and already just putting the pressure onto XM in the mid lane. That's what you want to see.
He is really well known in the South American community, or just in general worldwide at this point, for his Tiny. This is not a hero that is popular, right, in the meta right now, but this man can make it work in almost any situation. The real question, yet again, will come down to, it's not necessarily Tiny in the laning stage, like what can you do after the laning stage, as Tiny is a hero that may suffer a little bit from scaling if you don't get some critical ganks on the map. It kind of has like the Mars problem, right? You're not getting kills all over the map, and all of a sudden, this hero isn't farming as much as the other heroes will on the map, as the Weaver will go down just for the first blood there.
Yeah, shared between a couple. Lumiere is living through this after, the Lucid Beam and bodying back XXS. They get the double. All right, look at this. Wawita is off to a really good start.
Yeah, for sure. And the laning stage should be in their favor. The only lane that I thought might go poorly for them is the mid lane. And Dark Mago's like, nah, I got this lane. Who cares? They're playing versus Lina. And it comes down to like XM here, like, maybe it was a mistake to go the stun build instead of like just spamming Dragon Slave, because that has been buffed so much to the point where that adds that additional damage over time. If you do spam it, you're going to get really low, but he decided to go for the play where he's going to get his stun and try to just outplay you. The only issue is if you do go this build and you don't outplay them, you kind of just draw your lanes, and that's kind of what's happening here.
Well, also got denied out that second water rune too. They are going to stay up close and get onto Lumiere, find the kill down bottom. So the combination of the Brew and Zinc, that's what they needed.
Yeah, they definitely needed that one after not only giving first blood up, but second blood as well in this lane here. But the moment you get that return kill, and the hero was he level 4 on Luna? Yeah, Luna was even level 4, giving a lots more EXP, and they're going to go in for more. Maybe it's a bit of harass, so.
Not doing that much there yet.
Yeah, Lumiere had a healing salve on Courier coming to him, so he died right before he got his healing salve. That's got to hurt. A little bit greedy.
Trying to get into the Mask of Madness as quickly as possible. 2 points up in that Lucent Beam. And of course, that's also going to help out in these other lanes too, with that global effect now at the 5-minute mark. Onto Lumiere yet again, in trouble, and the back-to-back deaths. That is quite bad. Oh, that is not what they wanted to see.
It's definitely rough, and it goes back to the AA, right? Like, this hero, when you pick him, he's not gonna really win you lanes. What he's really good at is doing damage and scaling, kind of like a Phoenix. So you got to play a bit more passive and respect the fact that if you get in trouble, your AA, he has no tools to save you, right? So he just goes down really fast there, and we might have Knight going down as well on his Necrophos. Without a doubt, he will go down as well, and Lumiere has to make his walk back. So that laning stage was so good for Lolitas here, but now all of a sudden you're giving a kill to Lina. You're getting a back-to-back death on the Luna after getting that first blood, kind of like shifting the momentum back into Azure Ray's corner here.
Yeah, there's going to need to be some eye on what needs to happen going forward. It is at least going to be a bottle refill for Mago. In the mid lane, he's also able to stack up at the same time. And to watch for 7-minute marks coming around Wisdom Runes, but Lumiere again getting chased and does not have a way out of this. Is just dead. That this can't happen anymore. Oh no, are they going to steal the Wisdom Rune? Knight is moving over. Tianming is there. The dive is ready. Goes in just a little bit too late, and well, that's going to set up for a gank move, and Dark Mago picks it up.
Yeah, it was a good attempt to like half seconds off on that dive, and then it comes down to at that point ping, but luckily for them that they're on land, so ping doesn't really matter. But yeah, Lumiere just walks mid, but that's not even where he wants to be. Like, he's laning versus a level 7 Lina with 4 points in Dragon Slave.
Whoa, but wait, Mago, they come back in.
Can.
Did he get a bottle refill off of that? No, he didn't.
This is very, very bad for Tiny, too, because Tiny is forced right now to run on the map. And if Azure Ray reads this correctly, that they will just chill right now. The enemy mid laner has to get a kill right now. Otherwise, he is giving up so much to his game just to kind of compensate for Mir having no lane whatsoever. And XSS in this entire scenario, he's free farming. He queued up a mine. He's like, I got a free lane now.
That in the mid lane too. They make the move back in. Dark Mago tries to get the kill. It's not gonna happen. Tian Ming lives through
Lena's
it, and now
coming
they'll
in.
lift up. They're making the full move back in. In trouble. LSA is out. Dark Mago tries to survive. Laguna Blade isn't going to quite have enough to chase him down yet as XXS moves back in. By the Cinder Brew, and now the Stampede. Wait, Mago's
got
rolling
combo.
forward? Oh, that was scary.
I think, wow. That was very, very greedy by XSS. He decided to, instead of all-inning the Tiny and killing him when the Lina TP'd in, he used all his spells to try and kill the Necro. They didn't have the same target. And
Right.
because they didn't target the same hero, nobody died. In fact, Phoenix ended up dying because of it. I'm pretty sure they could have killed the Tiny there if they all used all their spells, including the Brewmaster spells, to kill him there. But Knight, just being there in general, just kind of baited the Brewmaster onto him, saving the Tiny, and getting them a Phoenix kill. So that went way better than it probably should have for Alvitas.
That is definitely what they need to have happen is, I mean, even still, it's still Mago running around not really able to find these kills that he's looking for. And right now he's underneath a ward as it is the Luna just sort of farming, trying to catch up in the jungle. This has been a little bit rough for them these last couple of minutes. And Mago chased underneath tower. There's the Spectre. It's the Haunt in. Now the heal. It's going to be enough to let them dive underneath this tower and kill off the Tinies. Well, he does dodge away for a second. Wait a minute. Is he going to be able to buy his way out of there? And it doesn't quite look like it. And Knight also chased underneath the tower. They brought 4. They finish him off.
Tian Ming with a great gate plate there, really using Spectre as well to get these kills. A little bit of an interesting skill build I don't see very often from Low right now, just maxing his dispersion, going into Blade Mill. This is going to be a little worse for ganking on the map, but he probably feels like he needed to do this to survive the lane a bit more against the Centaur and Necro spamming him. And it also will increase his farming speed too throughout the game here, as he's going to be able to just hit these neutrals, get that dispersion damage with the Blade Mill up. I kind of like it when carry players know when to be greedy, and I think this is a perfectly good time to do it.
I guess that's probably even better against Centaur than it would be normally too. If he's spamming double edge on him, it probably brings Oscar fairly low. Makes him feel slightly uncomfortable in the lane.
I don't mind it at all. The only downside it does have is you don't have that level 4 dagger right now to gank with the Shadow Step, but it seemed like it didn't even matter, right? They still killed Dark Mago at the end of the day with it, so that's what I mean by greed. You just got to know where to go.
On Panda, and with that Ice Blast out, it's going to be more than enough to get Lumiere back into this game with that kill. Now up top, Oscar, Stampede, going to be used to try and get out of here, and with no control, Azure, do they have enough to kill him off? I don't think so. They're bringing in numbers. Xingqiu shows up. Not going to happen.
I'm curious
Wait a
to see
minute. Oh, they move in.
Okay.
Half Reaper sight. They got him. Lul goes down and able to set up for another kill. Panda, he's probably not going to be so lucky as XM and Xingqiu make the move over to take down that AA. But a very scrappy back and forth game coming out right here.
That was a really good kill as well. And Necro, he got the Reaper Scythe permanent region as well, so that helps out. Still keeping my eye on, like, what is Knight going to build in this particular game to help his team?
Ooh,
We'll have
I
to
saw
see.
Oscar farming on that ward up on the high ground, and now going to try and chase him down a bit. Will they be able to have enough for the kill underneath tower, and with stick charges, he will be fine. But that should set up to maybe steal a couple of these Ancients if Azure want to fully commit to it.
Yeah, I think they should just nuke it again on the Lina. Weaver, honestly, Weaver can just take care of it now. Why not? He's got the medallion. He's got Sakuchi. He'll just go ahead and mop up at least one of these. We'll see who gets the dragon, but at this point, it doesn't even matter. The damage has been done. You stole a big stack there. You chased them off. You got the tier 1 tower. In return, the only really exchange you had is Luna was farming, which is quite impressive by Lumiere to already have kind of salvage this game. He's top of the net worth again, but you do have to keep in mind it did come at the cost of kind of reducing Tiny's game after having a good laning stage. He's just been forced to run around the map and make things happen and stop hitting creeps.
God, they are doing a really good job over here in the triangle. I'm keeping my eye on the Azure Ray lineup as Lumiere is farming. They got another D ward in on the high ground and then placed another ward back behind next to Oscar and Knight there on the low ground. So they're doing a good job of keeping vision in these areas that are supposed to be safe farm. As that happens, though, I believe that Tian Ming smoked up right by vision. That ward is over on the low ground in the river. That might have been spotted.
We'll have to see if they can deward it, but if they don't, that is definitely some really good vision to have on the map here.
Cool. Playing with Tian Ming, but there's nobody there. I mean, who do you need to bring to fights to get kills for Azure Ray?
Well, I think they just need to survive, right? And
Okay.
you just need Spectre to get more levels. And speaking of going in, there's a Centaur with a Blink Dagger and a Tiny. They want to battle.
Oh, catches both of them. There it is. The avalanche, the toss. Perfect combination. Luo is low and dead. XXS will pop the ulti. They're going to connect onto Oscar here. But, I mean, even if you get that kill, I think you're pretty happy after taking down the spec. And they get more, though. They've used a lot on the side of Wawita's. The lift up now onto Tiny.
Brew might be in trouble.
Showing up. Yeah, Brew is now getting away. Oh, did they die? And that's why he spawned back on the other side?
Yeah, they killed it, not realizing one of them was still alive.
Oh, man. And now Knight gets found. No Laguna Blade, but the right clicks are enough. And Tian Ming doing a massive amount of damage. Lumiere chased down by Lul and XXS. They've already killed the Tiny. And just like that, Wawitas, they stick around a bit too long and get punished.
Yeah, the choice there to try and go on Jin Q there costed them 4 heroes, as Panda's going to be the last one to bite the dust here. And yeah, they're tipping Jin Q masterfully baited there as the Tiny tried to go on him, and it just didn't work out. They didn't have the damage to kill him. They extended a bit too much. Spectre respawned from that previous engagement and then went right on top of the Luna there, and then the fight was just over. And I think maybe a bit of a mistake there, thinking that we're gonna have a replay here as well. I really want to see if they just killed the Ruse and allowed that last one to survive, and that would have been the difference maker as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That could have made all the difference in the world. A very, very frustrating series of events, and it was just coming down towards the end.
Yeah, Tiny used his combo on Weaver right there, and he just time-lapsed it off, and then all of a sudden, there it is. They just weren't ready for it. So Dark Mago extending there without the follow-up, and that's just the type of hero Weaver is, right? Like, either you burst him or he goes back to full HP.
Right.
And he went back to full HP, then all of a sudden you didn't have Tiny spells. And then the fight was just turned.
Mago will find Tian Ming again, does have egg at the ready. And something that we haven't talked about a ton, but there aren't really great egg hitters. Oh my god, that feels so bad. A Centaur have to stampede away from the Weaver position 4. I mean, granted, DD Solar Crest, but still, it hurts.
I think Knight doesn't know what to do with this hero right now. He's like, what do I build, guys? I guess I'll go Blade Mill. And this is like a build in which you do on core. Like, you can go Blade Mill Heart on Necro. It's fine, right? But normally, this build has a timing. And that timing is very scary. But the Blade Mill's not even online, right? It's not even that close. And we're at 17 minutes in the game just about. So, difficulties finding, a great smoke ring by Jin Q.
Oh, that was really nicely done. Breaks the smoke, gets out of trouble. Xingqiu continuing his streak of just really being the winner for Azure. He's going to have to toss away one. They're underneath a Sentry Ward, but it just doesn't matter. Azure, their heroes are so good at just disrupting what Wawitas wants to do.
As per usual, Xingqiu is just playing out of his mind here, and the massive amount of team fight that is on the side of Azure is going to be very difficult to deal with right now. Because we talked about the Tiny and why this hero isn't picked very often. You're seeing it right here in this game. Like, Xingqiu has more net worth than a mid Tiny right now. And of course, it's not necessarily only his fault. Okay, they're going to get low. That helps. But one of the big downfalls of playing these type of heroes is like you can fall behind, and you have to credit Q again on the laning stage for making them in a situation. All right, they're gonna find the Weaver, or who's finding who here?
He's out. Doesn't want to mess with
There's an Atos on the Weaver. It's not happening.
Oh, Lumiere. He's gone. Yeah, that one hurts. That is not what you want to see. And wait a minute. A chance to turn? Laguna Blade, or excuse me, not Laguna Blade. Reaper Scythe out and getting another stack.
Very good.
But comes at the cost of losing the Luna.
Well, yeah, that's not great, but it does feel like Q is... You kind of have to stop him, though, you know what I mean? It almost feels worth it in some weird way. This Weaver just can't get away with it. Keep playing in people's face and getting kills like this.
Right.
He has to feel like he's mortal, because if the position 4 is just running around murdering everyone, the game ain't going so hot, right? And let's be real, this game isn't going the way that you would want it to go if you're all Alitas. It's still playable, it's manageable, but so much weight is on Lumiere's shoulder here to carry the game. Because he has an offlane Centaur who went really early blink. You have a mid laner who goes really early blink. And, you know, yet again, we're going to see Darkma go, can he survive this?
They bring in the Necrophos? Oh, they're bringing more. This is not the way it's supposed to go. People are just dying bit by bit, and Oscar in further trouble. They try and heal him up, do get some separation, enough to keep their buddy alive. Knight, in the meantime, probably not going to be so lucky. As the Laguna Blade comes out from XM, they manage to take down 2. And again, what did they expend for that? Shadow Step, which is already about to be back up, and 50-second cooldown Laguna Blade.
It's definitely not looking good for Dark Mago here. As mentioned before, I think they need to get this BKB on Luna. And then when you have the BKB on Luna, I don't think you can wait anymore. I think you just got to go and start making this Luna active in the fights and hope you can win a couple fights into the Roshan. That would also be another decent thing to do. Or they're going to force the egg out in the mid lane. Not bad, not bad. It's something. But I think it's going to come to a point where you just have to play all around this Luna and make things happen. Whether that's Roshan objective or it's just smoke ganking and finding a core. It's going to have to happen because this Spectre, it's already been doing a lot of work here, right? But all of a sudden, you're going to have a Radiance now on it. And this is the big power spike for Spectre coming up.
Oh, yeah. Well, and it, you know, should be noted that as much as we are sort of talking down about the prospects for Wawitas, we've seen Azure get too far forward. Lina is a hero that is scary as hell to run into, but also is very killable if you can get on top of her. And they have some heroes to do that. And again, with this lineup on the side of Wawitas, if they can win a fight, Luna will shred towers. Now Q is forced to use the time lax. Panda trying to back away, is not going to be able to get out of there in time. Does have a pipe on Oscar, holding on to it for now. And it looks like they're going to get away from this one.
That was like an FU Laguna. This Centaur was like full HP. He's like, I'm just going to Laguna you in the face. I mean, it's back in like 40 seconds, so it's fine. But show them like they don't mind spinning some spells, right? They don't mind just showing you who's the boss right now for Azure Ray. As this lead, okay, who's the boss now? It's still Delina.
Is flying away. Well, that is the BKB timing. What are we going to see Wawitas do with it? BKB, pipe on Oscar. Tiny has Echo Saber, long ways away from getting his BKB done, but it feels like there could be something working here.
This is a style that a lot of South American teams enjoyed playing for a long time, and it's just like picking a mid laner who has a blink and gets kills, and picking an off laner who also blinks and gets kills, and playing that hyper aggressive style. However, this style has faded out over the year when you have other teams that just like would do the complete opposite and just have like a farming off laner, because it's just easier to play the game when you don't have to do stuff on the map. And essentially, what I'm saying is they have to do something right now. It's because the way they drafted and the way they pick these heroes, they're really good at getting kills. And that's where all their income's going to come from. It's from getting kills. They're not going to get much income through farming because the heroes aren't really good at it. So if the game gets slowed down, Azure has great heroes for farming. Brewmaster, of course, is going to run around and farm a lot. I mean, his build's a little interesting with Octarine Core not going for the Radiance because Spectre has, I imagine. But Spectre with Radiance farms really back, Lina farms fast. They can just shove these zones out over and over, and if they just avoid the ganks, they're just going to be much more farmed, as you can see. And Dark Mago is going to try and go in.
Tries to do it. Now the runaway separates for a moment. They find the Brewmaster, though, and will be able to kill him off. So making
The egg
a move
might die
and also
too.
hitting the egg. Yeah. So 2 great teamfight spells are down, and Mago got away scot-free.
This is like deja vu when we watched Azure Ray versus Team Secret, right? And where
know.
Azure Ray is just owning, then all of a sudden there's some misplaced egg, some hero's just out of position and dies, and the game kind of like flips on its head a little bit here. Good kills and exactly what they need to do. As mentioned, you have to get kills on the side of Walwitas here. Like, of course, Luna's going to get really farmed, and of course, Luna did participate in that as well. So we need more of that to be happening, and I think Roshan is going to be something Walwitas is really looking at to go onto that dire side, because I feel like going down there right now is you're not going to have time to kill it, right? So might as well just try to get to that dire side, ward it up as much as possible. They already have a great ward on that top lane there. And play around that Roshan area. You don't have to do the Rosh necessarily, but you need to take that land and make sure that the enemy team can't do it, and Dark Mago, unfortunately, will be going down on that one.
Now, he did manage to bottle a DD before he died, which is pretty nice for them if they can make something happen with that when he comes back. Panda's just going to be chased a little bit here. The Cinder Brew comes out, taking a lot of damage from XXS, but TP's away. That should get the AA away without too much issue. But yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I think that this Roche feels like it's imperative for Walwitas to have a good game. And then on the side of Azure, they too can take it. Weaver has a Death Zone now on Xingqiu on top of a Solar Crest.
And an Atos.
Right, and an Atos and the Shard. So this guy is really scary.
I mean, look at the net worth, right? You got Lemire, who is top of the net worth, and you have 4 players from Azure Ray. So it's kind of really telling the story of like how much Lemire has to do in these fights, because he's bearing all the team's net worth. Spells aren't going to do it alone anymore.
No, he needs free reign to get after it, and maybe finding these pickoffs
could be good.
is going to be one helpful way to start this. And they're already onto him. They drop everything to kill XM. But look, up top at the same time, Azure Ray, they're in the pit. They're going to try and take down Roche, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's good for Walwitas, though, to get that kill. I think Roche would have been almost impossible to contest because they weren't already ready for it. So I think they gave Roche to kill the enemy mid laner. Not a bad trade whatsoever. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't this Necrophos have a broadsword in his inventory? He went for Blade Mail. He sold it.
Yes.
And got a Force Staff. He's really showing that, like, I don't think this Necro was not planned. You know, like, he's kind of winging it as he goes. Like, what do I want? Blade Mail? He's like, this isn't going to do anything. I'm just going to sell this.
Well, Knight is in some trouble now. Yeah, he stopped going for the Blade Mail to pick up his Shard, and then has since switched over to the Force Staff. So a little bit of itemization woes, but he's getting there. You know, he's working on it bit by bit. And to be fair, having Reaper's Scythe at the ready, it's a really great team fight spell given what they want to do on this team. Finding that initial pick, if he can get there, it's really good.
I think you should buy a Blink Dagger as his next item and just like play around the Reaper, because every other one of his abilities in this game is like so insignificant. You know, we talked about Ghost Shroud. You press Ghost Shroud out, Laguna, you're dead. Or Brewmaster will just dispel it if he has his ultimate available. Phoenix doesn't care. There's a lot of heroes that just don't care about it. So you're not going to be that frontlining Necro, but he needs to follow up with the chain stun to also do his own type of stunning, and they just need to get the burst in there. And that could be the route to victory. And he does queue up the blink. All right, he's in agreement with me on that one. Besides, that is the way to go in this game. And I couldn't agree more.
Finding some value in spite of being on a little bit of an unorthodox hero. It's still a 6,000 gold lead, which at this point in the game is a lot. But if they can kind of not lose too much more around the map over the next couple of minutes, maybe there's a chance that Walwitas can keep this net worth lead sort of constant. Because they have like sort of gotten into the point where I feel like they can farm to some extent on their heroes a little bit, right? Like, you know, Necro has 5 stacks now of Reapers. He's getting good like mana regen and stuff. We'll have to see. What are your thoughts on that?
They're definitely going to scale, but only by winning team fights.
Okay, so they have to
Everything,
take fights.
yeah, it's not going to be through farming, because as much as you're scaling, the enemy team is also scaling, right? This Weaver we talked about has crazy scale. I'm not sure what we're doing with the Phoenix itemization wise. He does have an ultimate orb. This could be building into a Lincoln's to help protect against the Reapers. It could also potentially just be a sheep stick, which is also a good item, but he decides gem is going to be the choice after that ultimate orb, which I think is a sensible choice as well. You do have Aegis, get the map control. Make sure you can't get the initiation on you. So yeah, scaling is somewhat there, but it's going to be on both sides. It really is going to come down to team fights, and unfortunately the team fights are going to revolve around Lemire. Getting kills without Lemire are maybe going to be on potentially supports and Phoenix. That's our Phoenix and Lina are the only heroes I think they can kill right now.
Panda getting wrapped on. Found the Glimmer Cape, got him out of a lot of other bits of trouble, but won't be able to escape this time. Did kill off the wave at the very least, which is nice, slowing down this push that's going to come from Azure while they're trying to finish off this Blink Dagger and now have it done for night. So some more of this mobility and items to allow them to take the fights more effectively.
And they're going to need to find like a key target with this as well, because when you go on Centaur, when you go on Tiny, and when you're blinking on this Necrophos, you're all in at that point, right? It's sure, maybe Stampede can help you get back a little bit, but when you go in, you need to get a kill, because if you don't, you're probably going to lose a hero or two and the fight's going to be disaster. But if you can end up bursting, well, I think Lean is probably the best hero to burst here, but even if you get like a Phoenix or a Brewmaster, that still could set you up for having a better team fight.
Yeah. Or Zinc Q. I mean, this guy's doing a ton of damage in the fights. And not like impossibly tanky yet. Oh, wait a minute, they find one. XXS at the start. Do they have enough to blow him up in time? Not quite. He gets the split off. Oh, it hurts. And Lumiere is dead instantly. Yeah, that one is painful as they run these heroes down.
Oh, good dispel there.
Yeah, takes it away immediately. Nice Glimmer Cape, bro.
They found him. Okay.
Toss? Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Oh god. Alright, Lul gets the triple kill. Here, make it stop.
I mean, I can't make it stop, unfortunately. I get where Dark Mogo is coming from. He's like, yeah, well, this game's kind of effed. Maybe I can salvage it by getting a kill real quick. You know what I mean? It's a desperation play. And that's just the situation they're in right now. It's a desperate game. And they really needed to make that happen. They had the right idea. But unfortunately, the Brewmaster, they just didn't combo everything correctly, right? You need the Ice Blaster. I feel like Tian Ming did a lot of healing with that Phoenix in that particular fight. And
too far away on the AA. He couldn't get it there in time.
And that could have been the difference maker. And unfortunately, XXS is the tankiest hero by far on Azure Ray to try and go for. So didn't really work out playing against that pipe. He's got an Octarine core as well, giving him that extra 625 health. He's a very tanky Brewmaster. Didn't go for any greedy items whatsoever. Pipe, Octarine core. You're going to see he tries to go for the snatch there. And even through BKB with the change, it only gives you 50% magic resistance now. So even the Laguna being a game changer going through the BKB.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's painful. And
if you think about it, right? Like, BKB gives you 50% magic resist. Flame Cloak from Lina gives you 35% magic spell amp. So there you go. Easy counter.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is kind of crazy. I always forget that Flame Cloak also gives you magic resistance.
Yeah, it normally doesn't matter. It's generally when Lina gets jumped on, just dies. It doesn't feel like it does anything because she's not an inherently tanky hero.
Oh no! Oh god, get out of there, Panda! Oh, they're taking the Tormentor. Now they gotta run away. Get through the gate. They can't stop you
there. The Defender's Gate doesn't help for spells.
They're gonna even steal the Tormentor too. Wow.
And the rich get richer.
What a tough one, man. 20,000 gold lead now.
it's just gotten to the point where too many things just went wrong. You know what I mean? Straight from the drafting phase to bot lane to like forcing Dark My Go to be like this roamer. It's been a tough game. They had some valiant attempts to just claw their way back into the game in some regards, but everything about the situation right now, it's not going to get any easier unless they can use their buybacks to defend the high ground. But will Azure have the discipline to not put himself in a position where they just randomly are going high ground, getting some 10 versus 5 situation, right, with buybacks, and then throwing the game? They can be methodical here. They can just get double Tormentor. They can wait for Roshan, and they can play the map. And then at that point in the game, you might lose a hero here and there to these like 4 or 5 man smokes, as you see they're going to do right now. But it's not that big of a deal if it doesn't translate into an objective.
Particularly when you've got this Phoenix that's like about to eclipse the Centaur in net worth, right? There's so much work that needs to be done to try and play catch up that even if you win a fight, you're not gaining that net worth.
They might find the Brewmaster here.
I mean, we've seen this before, although AA is significantly closer this time on Panda. 6 Lotuses in the pool. Oh no, don't take them. They're going to know you're there. They're going to know you're there. Maybe it doesn't matter. All right.
He's just building for a cheese.
Ooh. Finds one. Oh god, they're out. They find him. Panda tries to get away.
Actually
They left
good.
the Lotus is on the ground. Can they blow up this Spectre in time? They do actually. They lose Panda, but you're happy with that one. XXS is going to be able to beat down Oscar. So 2 for 1, but that one was the spec. Can they get out? Knight blinks away. Well played indeed.
It's something, of course, like you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you still lose Roche.
Yeah.
You still lose 2 heroes. So all in all, like, it's not a net win, right? It's actually a loss. However, given the circumstance, it's one of the best things that probably could have happened in that situation, which is kind of sad to think about because you're a little too overconfident by the Spectre here. The Spectre thought he could kill A before he gets his spells off, but that was not the case. Dark Mago was there with the clutch stun to just get him stuck there. Oscar follows up, and of course the Reaper Scythe goes after there. So I don't think Luo expected to die whatsoever there. But it's just a net worth disadvantage. Your Spectre dies, and their team is like, haha, who cares? We don't really care if you're dead or not. We can still do Roche. We still have Weaver, our secondary carry, who also has a Swift Blink Deso now.
Yeah, and
absolute
the
monster.
And the Aegis, because they're like, yeah, why not? Oh, wait, but if they kill him, they kill. Will they kill him? Avalanche, everything drop down ZQ, no! Oh, it's only the Aegis.
Man,
and they
what's
get
he
him
doing?
again.
He can blink.
Oh, yeah, he gets out.
But why? You know what I mean? This is like classic Azure Ray. They're winning the game, but they don't want it to be easy.
Yeah.
They want to do the hard way as XSS runs up with a gym. It's the D word there.
The Spectre did disassemble Radiance, has a Butterfly now on top of a Relic, and likely building into that Nullifier next.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting.
He'll have that soon. I think they should be pretty patient with this and just wait for the Nullifier. It's coming soon. It could be a game changer as well, as this AA is going to continuously use this Glimmer Cape. And it looks like Low has made the call that he wants to focus fire this AA. I mean, it might not be a bad idea to do Necro as well. If you have Nullifier, you'll be able to just burst them right away.
Right.
And I think the Reaper Scythe is probably the highest impact spell that they have in the game right now. If they can get this Reaper on top of like a Silver Edge hit that's going to come from Lemire, and might be able to burst them again, potentially.
Use the illusions getting sent out. Do they have any smokes that they can use? They have one, but without knowing where people are at, it's a little bit tough. Yeah. XXS is playing down in this area, though. If they show for any period of time, they might go on him. He's there. He's underneath the ward. Avalanche throws the tree. Bringing
He
more
has
numbers.
a Aeon Disc in his backpack here, so he wants to bait.
They find him. Turn. Couple of hits. ZQ finds and blows up Panda. They got to run away. Got to get out. Got to get out. Lumiere, run. They drop it. They drop the ward. Now it's finding him. Lumiere, no!
He's dead.
He goes down.
He used
And now the
BKB as
left
well.
up. Dark Mago in trouble, going for the Reaper's sight. They connect, but it's not enough. The Glimmer Cape save was there. GG is called. That game number 1 is going to be going into the favor of Azure.
Yeah, I did expect Azure to be the slightly better team here, but I feel like I didn't get to see the power of Walvitas. Like, there was an obvious misclick here on this Necrophos, right? Was that confirmed?
We don't know.
We don't know for sure. Okay, it looks pretty obvious just by the itemization of the Necro. Normally, if you come in with a real oddball pick like that, you have like it all planned out in your head, right? You have some cool idea you want to try, you think that it's going to work, but it seemed like pure confusion here from Knight on like what he was going to do with this hero, and that's just unfortunate. But on the other side here, we do have Azure. They played an amazing game for the most part. It's XinQ yet again, one of the standout players for me so far of this tournament, for Azure at least. I know we've been watching a lot of Azure, but every single game we've seen him in has been absolutely impressive. No matter the hero, he's played a new hero every single game as well, showing his versatility is incredibly high. So shout out to him on that one. And of course, picking this big team fight initiators has been really good for them. So Azure taking this one pretty handedly, honestly. I feel like once they won the laning stage, the game was really difficult for the side of Walvitas to really come back from.
Right. And I mean, like you're talking about, there were obviously problems in the drafting a little bit for Walvitas. It did feel like they had some of the tools that they needed to make it work. But I'm really feeling like XinQ, you need to come with a plan to deal with this guy. And I don't know what that is, right? Because in thinking about how he's been able to win, it's consistently been getting farm, but it feels like they draft for that. So I don't know how you try and shut that down, because he's also just like making good plays. In this one, he was running around through that early time, breaking smokes in the key moments when Walvitas wanted to fight, and it felt like he could just do no wrong, basically. There were a couple of deaths, actually literally a couple. There were 2 deaths for him. 6, 2, and 14. Ended up dealing 18,000 damage, more than anybody on Radiant. The guy's just a monster.
Yeah, I think the only way you can really look at this and shutting him down is not allow that XSS XinQ lane to do so well. Most of the time, when supports do snowball and they start to take off in net worth, it's because they have a good laning stage, right? They get a couple kills on like the enemy carry, they kill the support a couple too many times. But if you lose your lane as support, sometimes it's very difficult to come back into the game without like griefing your team here. So maybe you have to focus on winning your safe lane when you're playing against Azure here to make sure XinQ doesn't become that hidden core throughout the game.
Yeah, I can get down with that. I think that trying to shore up but that's the thing that also feels a little bit strange, is that they did have some good lanes at the early time, and then like the 3 back-to-back deaths for Lumiere on the Luna after getting the double kill. Like, I don't know. That doesn't feel like it's a draft-oriented issue. That feels like it was, just a play thing and maybe a little bit of greed that set him back pretty far, because he was set up for so much success, I felt like.
Yeah, I think it just has to do with a lot of miscommunication, right? And this particular game, like both side lanes did really, honestly, they won all 3 lanes, right?
Yeah.
For a period of time. Then all of a sudden, they're like, nah, let's just power up real quick. And then all of a sudden, XSS and XinQ just murdered the Luna 3 times in a row, to the point where Luna had to TP mid, kick Dark Mago out of lane. He was winning. Now Dark Mago has to run around the map, and the only thing they really sacked here was Low. And Low did a really good job on maxing his dispersion, playing really passive, not feeding very much as well, and just his other cores just like skyrocketed in the farm. And when I say cores, I even talking about XinQ as support here. You have a free lane on XSS, XinQ's running around getting kills, Xm's getting free farm. Low is just the only one slightly suffering, but he knows that he just has to not feed, and his team will get a huge advantage. And unfortunately, Dark Mago cannot get enough done on the map this tiny, rotating around the map.
Right. And I think that transition too that you're talking about, we did see a lot of movement between the lanes and some amount of Oscar being left one-on-one against Low. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like Centaur should be able to do Yeah, I know. That one hurt.
Clip, I mean, I wonder how they couldn't kill him. The Centaur just missed his stun, blinked on the wrong spot.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought it was the Ice Blast too, but yeah, that hurts.
But the Ice Blast would have hit if Centaur stunned.
Really? Oh no.
Centaur just blinked to like the low ground instead of on the hero. It's unfortunate. The game was already pretty. Yeah, it was like maybe the game wasn't even winnable at that point. But sorry, back to your point about Centaur versus Spectre.
Well, I'm just wondering if against Spectre, Centaur, once you get Vanguard, in my head I feel like Spectre shouldn't be able to sustain in that lane if he just like walks up and double edges you every time normally, right?
I mean, yeah, there's nothing Spectre can do in that lane other than just kind of get the lane back, be really good at pulling aggro. So you do want to stand in the lane, so when he does double edge you, it's going to push the lane over and over, which is going to get you under a tower, which is going to give you more armor, it's going to give you more regen as well. And that's why he also maxed Dispersion there. And he also picked up the trusty shovel too as his neutral item, so he continuously had the salves popping out, and he had more mana to spam the mangoes. There's all these little things that Low did on the Spectre that can go unappreciated because it's very hard to like see in game when you're just watching the stream. But he did a really good job managing that lane and making sure he still got as much as he could in a difficult situation.
Right, and that I think is worthy of praise, because when we look at this game, we're not thinking about Spectre popping off. It's the flashy 4, it's the the Lena blowing people up. But if you don't have that solid backbone of a carry, which Low has been throughout this entire tournament so far, you're gonna fall short, which is what we've seen sometimes from other teams. But he's putting together solid performances too. We are just gonna be the experts of Azure Ray when all of this is done.
I'm actually, I know this team like the back of my hand now.
Exactly.
Like going into TI, I didn't know much about them, and then I watched them a bit at TI. But now throughout this year, if they stick together, I know this team quite well already. It's only been 1.5 days, but I feel like I'm an expert.
It is funny how that happens if you just focus on one team for a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so given that what we've seen now with Wawitas as well, going into this game number 2, is there anything else that you want to see as prioritization? Do you think that you can just sort of shrug this game off and be like, hey, maybe there was these weird issues in the game? You could take a look again at our Acer Predator player versus player matchup scenario, and Zinq went out of his mind. Just get Knight on something he feels more comfortable on, maybe?
I think that's going to be the big thing for me. Of course, you can always nitpick a bit on Dark Mango's hero pool, but I don't think it's really fair to say this game because he did really well on this Tiny versus a matchup that he should not have done well on. And he also didn't really get to play the game because Lemire just had such a rough one that he kind of like kicked him out of the laning stage. But Knight, I want to see more from him. Like, he's a great player. I don't think he really wanted to play that Necro there. I think that may have been a misclick. So yeah, that's going to be like the elephant in the room here. Like, get Knight on a hero that he can shine on and just play the next game. Like, we misclicked. Other than that, things can go better. Of course, our safe lane, we're going to tighten up a little bit. We're not going to give away those freebie kills. Just go next.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's going to be interesting to watch. Of course, throughout all of this, for all you fine folks out there, be sure to follow the rest of the ESL KL, ESL1 KL on all the social media stuff which you want to keep your eyes on, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all the rest of it. We're going to be keeping track of all the social media stuff throughout the entire time. Real quickly before we head off to a break, also the other thing that I want to, I'm curious about from you is the individual like first pick, second pick scenario. We talked a lot about yesterday, Blacklist being definitely a second pick team. Do you think there's one that's more highly prioritized between these two?
I think it's shown right now that Azure is the specialist of Azure. They like first pick a lot. They really enjoy having this type of situation where Low gets to get the perfect pick for the game on that 18th slot here. For Wawitas, we didn't get to see that last pick shine, so it's hard to say. Like, it had so much potential, I think. If it was an off lane and they did support Centaur and they crush that lane, all of a sudden Necro can be a frontliner. It changes the dynamic of the game so much because I don't think they wanted double Blink Initiator. I think they wanted this Necro to frontline, have this Tiny be the Blink Initiator. It would have changed everything about how this lineup would have functioned here. So who's to know? I think this game was just a bit of an outlier here, and we just potentially look at the next one and see what they got going on.
All right. Well, we have a lot more action to come up in just a few as we get ready to head off into our second game. For now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more action here. ESL 1 KL Azure versus Wawita is coming up in just a few.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küss den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelte meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corvosier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
Welcome back. Ooh, those look delicious. I don't even know what that is, but the one thing that I know for sure, Malaysian food goes hard. Oh God, that is one. Although that's, you can stay away from it right here. You're not. Are you doing fan?
I've never had it and I've never smelt it, but I've only heard nothing but great things.
I used to work in a restaurant, and we never cooked with durian, but occasionally there would be like stuff that was durian infused or something like that, and I was always like, okay, keep my distance. Do you like Malaysian food though?
I haven't had a lot of Malaysian food, to be honest with you. I mean,
Really?
I've been there quite a few times, but I never did like the whole tour of like trying like all the dishes out. So I don't think I'm qualified to give an accurate assessment because I haven't given it a proper go. You know, like when I'd go there, I was mainly when I was a player. And
Right.
I just ordered McDonald's or something, right?
Oh my God, dude. What are you doing?
Well, there was a phase. Okay, there was a phase, all right? You know, we got to get the McDonald's in there. We didn't want to
You
leave
were-
the practice room, so
A young fella, that's fair. You need
Yeah.
the things that make you feel comfortable as you're playing. And the things that are going to keep this team comfortable with us is pulling together some solid positioning and picks. And look at this as we get ready to head into this draft for game number 2. They're already just getting underway and trying to figure out what they want to do. And it's the same thing.
yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
But
They're like,
the only difference is Walwitas is now on the dire side,
true.
which is supposed to be the worst side. But
That's
I can't say that for a fact. That's just statistically what TI was like, and that's also what the qualifier for KL was as well. I don't know why that one small patch, which changes heroes a little bit, would shift the balance of that, but perhaps it is true, as we did see Blacklist rivalry yesterday prove the haters wrong by winning a game off Azure as second pick and as Dire. And by the haters, I mean me,
right.
because I thought second pick Dire was the worst spot to be in. But we'll have to see. Maybe this is just the spot while we just need to be in, back against the wall. You know, the misclick happens. They're, what is it, 1-5 now, I believe. They just gotta make things happen.
1-4.
1-4 now. Okay, yes.
All right, this is
They're-
the switch up. So instead of the Tiny, they opt to take the Centaur at this point on Wawita. So still same heroes, but slightly different order. Heroes that would come up next for Azure would be the Weaver, Brewmaster. Are you a believer in the idea of winning team playing the same thing again, or do you like to see the small changes? Because you know, like, hey, they're going to come out with an answer to this thing that we did last time, so let's not give them the same draft, but like let them come at us with a different punch instead. You know what I'm saying there?
I do know what you're saying, and I used to be a firm believer of not showing the same thing multiple times when I feel like drafting had more impact on the game than it does nowadays. Now have been converted to the other side. If you just won with something and it's a core idea of like how you like to win games, just pick it again. Like if it's the best hero that fits within the parameter of what your team likes to do, just pick it. And I think that's what Dota has really become at this point. You come a team that picks a certain way, and you have several heroes that can serve the function that your draft needs, and you have a tier list of which hero does that best, right? And I think you should always like pick within that and always pick the best hero for that if you are a team that is winning. So they do make it a bit of a switch up here, and they end up picking the Willow instead of the Weaver, which I think is perfectly fine. I think Jin Q is at a point right now where he's decided he's going to do the all hero challenge,
Right.
and he doesn't want to pick the same hero twice, and he hasn't played Willow yet, so let's see what he can do with this one.
Well, I am going to anticipate that we will be seeing a Midas Aghanims at some point and maybe a Moon Shard. That being said, you're
Very
playing
bold,
now.
there, Cole. Very bold.
I mean, now you're playing though against a Spectre and a Centaur, and if my overthrow matches tell me anything, it's that Blade Mail is good against the Dark Willow Aghanim spam. And afterwards, these are going to pick up the Nature's Prophet. So, sort of similar to what we saw last game, they're missing a little bit of lockdown right now on their lineup. They don't have a ton of it to set up for the AA blasts. It's mainly going to be down to centaur combos.
Well, the last game they had a lot of stuns, right, with the Tiny and Centaur. Unfortunately, the lanes just kind of crumbled.
Right.
But they have more global this time around. I think Azure Ray had even less stuns in game number 1, right, with the
That's
Phoenix. Because like instead of, they had the same heroes, except for they had a Weaver instead of Dark Willow, and Dark Willow has infinitely more stuns than Weaver, as Weaver has 0 stuns, and Dark Willow has about 3, I would say. If you count Root is definitely a disable. And part of the reason why hero's so good. And we're going to see the appearance of Lone Druid. This hero is very much so, like, how do I describe Lone Druid? Like, it's hard to predict nowadays because the hero itself is just so good, but a lot of teams don't want to play it, whether they don't have a Lone Druid player or there's just a better pick in the pool right now. But in this particular game, it's very risky against AA because there's very few heroes that Lone Druid feels threatened and dying, right? But if you hit an Ice Blast on the real hero, and then you all in him, he can't use that Spirit Link to heal up, right? So that is a little bit scary in that regard, which makes me wonder, was it the best pick for the game? Not entirely sure, but it should be good in lane versus the Centaur. Maybe that's what they wanted to combat more than anything right here, just making sure Centaur doesn't have a free game here. And it does check boxes in which they need it as well. Lone Druid is a Roche hitter, he's a building hitter, he's a strong laner, they have the team fight to back him, so overall this is still just a very Azure Ray draft. And how the hell does Tianming keep getting Phoenix every single game?
I don't know, man. That's
like
crazy.
I just don't understand. Like, I feel like this hero is, like, at this point, a cornerstone for their success, and he just gets it every single game.
So the other bans that they took out instead of the Phoenix were Naga, Dazzle, Slardar, and Primal, which, fair, those are all very strong heroes, but nothing else in the game right now really has that same impact that you see from the Sun Ray just raining down death upon somebody once you get like to that maxed out level of it. And in the mid game, it's so scary.
Yeah, it's been putting a lot of work, and behind the whole idea of like how Azure Ray has been playing the game is where they take a ton of team fight. They play a bit slower, hit their timings, take these objectives, and then have a lot of team fight to supplement it. I feel like this Phoenix has been putting enough work to at least be considered on being banned. I feel like if they continue to win like this and they get into the playoffs, we're going to start seeing Azure play without the Phoenix, or the Phoenix getting taken away from them, because right now it's looking too damn strong. But not to say that they're going to win this game entirely, as the Shaker mid will come out here. More stun available for them. They kind of needed a hero that had some stuns and could make it happen on the map right now. And Kunkka is banned. Okay, Storm got banned too. But what's he gonna play?
10 seconds remaining.
What is that time? Bat Rider time?
Is it Bat time? Is Bat good against Ember?
I mean, Shaker? Yeah.
Or Shaker, yeah.
It should be fine. I don't see why it would be bad. But is Bat mid good?
That's a fair
that like, I don't know enough about some of these oddball like mid heroes, right? Because nobody plays them except for Dark Mago. And I unfortunately didn't get the chance to watch the game where he, at this tournament, did play the Bat Rider, but it did come out as a loss. So it can't be like that impressive to the point where it's like winning games. But they're in a situation where they do need to pick a hero that can punish a Shaker, because this is a very well-rounded lineup, and that is the hero that definitely can punish the Shaker.
Don't do it, Knight! All right, we're good.
The Dark Mago picked that so fast. It's like, Knight, hands off the keyboard. Hands off the keyboard. Pretend you're pure. Just stay away from your keyboard for a little bit.
He's smiling. He knows. Oscar's like, dude, I've had enough.
Not your last pick, Knight. Just hands off the keyboard till we all pick, at least for one game. You know what I mean?
That's so funny. All right, well they're gonna run the Necrophos again. In this game, what do you think about it? It's
in this game, I mean, it's a core, so it's infinitely better. So like it gets to use all the functions that make this hero good, and the fact that when you last hit, you get mana back, and when you get mana back, you can spam your Q over and over again, which kicks heroes out of lane. And XM should not have a good laning stage against this. Maybe the first couple levels might be fine, but the sustain, it just isn't there for Shaker. You have no way to sustain against the constant percentage-based damage. You're a strength hero, by the way, so you have high HP, so that's doing more damage than usual. And then, of course, you're getting spammed by the Death Pulse on top of that, and right clicks to boot. I think you're going to have to gank this Necro a couple times. Like, if you do walk up the high ground and play over-aggressive as Dark Mago, Shen Q and Tianming maybe should be ready with the TPs, or potentially one should walk over and the other have the TP ready, and you punish the hero in that regard. But other than that, much better draft here for what we does here is, I think, I don't know much about the Dark Mago Necrophos, but I feel like this is a very good pick for this game. Also good versus the Lone Druid, the percentage-based damage against the monstrous HP that this bear does have. And of course, we talked about, can you burst the real hero during an Ice Blast? With Necrophos, I think you definitely probably can.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was looking it up. It looks like this is going to be Dark Mago's 5th game in competitive play as Necrophos. So not a ton of games on it, but likewise, I'm sure it's something that he's been playing a decent amount in his pubs, at least to some extent. And of course, going into this game number 2, looking for a win. I feel like there definitely is some potential here. Also looking it up in the past couple days on Dota Pro Tracker, he does have a couple of games recently that he's been winning on it. So maybe something that he's trying to add to his repertoire. Yeah.
I mean, if you were playing pubs and you're winning with it, you know, it's ready.
Okay.
Simple as that for me. Like, good enough. If you got a couple of games on it in the past like 8 days, sure, it's pickable.
Well, cool stuff. A little tip from XXS right at the start onto.
I mean, he must have said something funny over comms, right? Something that we can't hear.
Well, even if we could hear it, I don't know if we would have been able to translate it too well. But
we'll translate.
There it is.
Oh, he misskilled. That's why they tipped him. He has aftershock level 1. He has aftershock level 1. That's why he got tipped. He's playing in a really bad matchup, and this just makes it worse.
No!
This spell is literally worthless without your first or second or third spell.
All right, we got to get some stats later about the first time the first time that you've ever seen Aftershock taken level 1 in a professional game. It might be the only time that's ever happened.
There's a lot of misclicks in this series, so I guess it's even, right?
Yeah, maybe he's like, you know what, I'll just give him one. You know, this is a much less egregious.
I mean, I think Dota players in general are just not, their brains don't work very well in the morning, right? Like, they don't like playing these morning matches, and stuff like this just kind of happens.
Well,
and it is early. I say quote unquote it's early, but it's almost noon, afternoon. But
yeah,
for gamers that's early. Anyway, he's level 2 now. Not the biggest deal in the world. That's a mid laner. You get level 2 much faster than you would as a side laner. So it was funny, but you know the joke's over now. He's level 2. He would have skilled that anyway.
Right? No, absolutely. Panda.
He's still 5-1 too, so like it's almost nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of changes to Necrophos over a long period of time, where he, got like his animations a little bit better, cast animations and things like that. I think that was a couple of patches ago, but his base damage still isn't that great as a ranged hero, and that's something that Shaker's probably going to be able to take advantage of, as you said, until the levels start to stack up a bit.
Yeah. Beautiful denies there from Dark Mago here. Already with that bracer online. He's going to just start playing more into the face as he can, but he also does need that. He needs to be able to spam him out, and XM, I think, is actually a really good job of harassing him here as well.
My friend.
You want to see, definitely, if they can. Well, and so far, Azure Ray looking particularly good down in this bottom lane, where they've been able to go 10-2 versus Oscar is just 6-1. Does have another wave that's coming into him right now at the very least, so maybe that's going to pick it back up once the wave gets cleared out a bit.
Yeah, There is a pool coming out at the same time though with the Phoenix. It'll help them out. So the lane won't get stuck there, which is definitely really good news if you are playing this lone druid here. Worst thing to happen is have your wave just sit there in front of the enemy tier 1 and your boss 5 is AFK or failing to deorder pool or something. That's when I get mad.
The laning stage last game was the type of thing that ended up really determining stuff, and particularly the Luna's lane. In this game, what do you think is going to be the most important thing for us to watch for? Is there any lane that has to go well for either team, or that might be a stomp out?
I think the mid lane is going to be pretty important to look at, just because can the Shaker just be able to sustain the lane? And I think more than anything, it's going to be support rotations around that 6-minute mark.
Okay.
Because, yeah, Lone Druid's going to win his lane just by default because he's playing Lone Druid. That's what the hero does. Outside of that, like, I don't expect the blue to punish this lane as hard as they did last time. And Jin-Q actually might be in a bit of trouble.
And the TP in, too, from Knight. They set up for it. Xingqiu falling low and going down. Knight. And just to pick up that first blood. Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting thing also. This global potential and having a Centaur that, well, you said is going to be, you know, not winning his lane because of the lone druid, maybe can survive here, at least for a while.
And he will do bottle refill for mid. So even though giving first blood away is not the greatest, that bottle refill is pretty critical for XM here. As he is laning versus a Necrophos, a very obnoxious laner. And oftentimes you just run out of regen, right? When you lane against a Necro, because he just whittles you down. Having that extra bottle allow him to get probably just an additional wave or two that he otherwise may have had to walk back to base for. These small things do add up quite a lot.
Making sure that he can still get something out of this. And maybe with that next rotation in from somebody else, he can try and make a play with level 6s that are going to come around. Does get glyphed on him there with that enchant totem round, so doesn't get the freebies that he wants. And scary stuff, particularly as Mago gets closer to 6.
Yeah, he might be able to stay for one more wave with the wand and the fairy fire, or he might just go back. He's going to play it a bit safe here. I guess if NP TP's in.
They're trying to set up, and they find Lumiere. Going to glyph this wave as they head up to the north.
Bramble's
Lumiere.
missed.
A lot of pressure was put on him in the last one. Does he have his way to get himself out? They get the sprout, the damage over time. Lumiere goes down. Success, though, getting hit a few more punches. Slow down with the blood grenade, but they don't have enough for him. Tianming turns onto Panda, won't be able to get the kill. So in the end, it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Azure Ray bringing enough to get that kill onto the spec.
Yeah, an absolute bloodbath. It's like several grenades were thrown in that. 4 grenades were thrown, by the way, blood grenades in that engagement.
Whoa. And he comes back and just gets a freebie. Lumiere takes down Xingqiu. What was he doing?
Did he use his Shadow Realm was on cooldown.
Oh.
Just probably securing a creep with the Shadow Realm, and then Knight realizing that there's an opening available there. And as we see this game compared to last game, Knight is playing a hero that he's platinum tier on and is meta as a support compared to the Necrophos, and we're already seeing a night and day, no pun intended there actually, difference between like the two performances.
Yeah, that's his getting a player hero comfort online critical in these big matches. There was a rotation over Phoenix taking away that shield rune from Mago, and that stops him from being able to make any play with the Reaper Scythe. XM is just now gotten level 6. Does not have a point in Fissure, but will be able to make an Echo Slam play if the opportunity arises.
This is why we often don't see like mid laners last picking. I mean, we are kind of seeing it a bit, but it kind of feels like last pick just it's been so underwhelming for the longest time now. It's like this is a bad matchup for Shaker, but I think oftentimes you want your mid to be counterpicked in the as opposed to the other lanes, because if you look at the Luna last game, if things go bad, they get really bad on the side lanes. But if you're a good mid laner, you can kind of like manage almost any matchup with the help of supports. And we're seeing that here. Like this Shaker, like, yeah, this is a bad lane matchup, but with support helping with his auto refills, he's managing to go even in this lane.
Right. That's really important. And now, too, when other lanes start to go better, it means that any type of help that could come over from the side of Wawitas is not going to come out there, and instead they're going to have to head up to the top side. Lumiere heading over this direction, wants to get close enough for some save, but actually he's left alone. They will go in for the Reaper Scythe kill onto Xingqiu, but the bruise split is enough for XXS to take down Lumiere again.
The Sprout. Nice
he
try.
bites his way through.
Yeah, he would have to block the path off entirely if they wanted to go for that. Even then, probably still wouldn't have got the kill. Little do you think.
Invis XM.
Yeah, he has Trad. Tread's available, level 7. Max totem here. Invisibility. This could be an opportunity if he pushes the lane out to potentially get a kill somewhere on the side lanes. I think Centaur for sure, given his HP and itemization, could die.
They're thinking about it, wanting to go on to Mago. Echo slam down. 1, 2. Is it going to be enough though? Trying to kill him off. Doc Mago is going to die. Stampede came too late.
I mean, I feel like the Sprout kind of did not help him very much. The Necro couldn't get out of the Sprout as he didn't buy a Quelling Blade, right? And they used the Stampede, but he was blocked by his own Sprout there. A little bit of unfortunate situation, because I think with the Stampede, he was good.
One is not what they want to see in the least bit. And all lanes right now being won by the Radiant.
Well, it's a reverse of last game, and the team that won all the lanes from game number 1 lost the game, so...
That's true. That's a good point.
That's good news.
Well, we'll see how it goes. It is a little bit of a different lineup this time for Azure. And having this lone druid, I feel like, is going to create some pretty significant problems now. But we'll see.
I mean, last time we saw Low play this lone druid was very impressive. I feel like he has a good understanding for this hero. There's some players I see play certain heroes, and I'm just like, I'm not so sure about that one, Chief, until I see it once in action. But in lone druids, as you mentioned yourself, not something a lot of people do play.
Right.
So, Alsker on the bot lane here. It's like root into potentially one more root and goes down. Beating Gen Q, another kill here. Then again, them.
Chance. They move in. Reaper Scythe comes out in time, and it will be enough for the finish. Mago getting a lot of regen from that kill and decides, I'm going to walk back in even closer. Move forward onto Tianming. They get the bruise split off. That should be enough to bring down the Mago Necrophos most likely.
He's pretty fast.
He back up again soon? Yeah, I guess those boots of travel, but yeah, they turn back in with the Phoenix.
Oh!
Never mind, Stampede keeping him alive just barely. And he's going to end out for the bruise split. He's gone. Unbelievable.
Movement speed is your friend. Honestly, the Windlace saved his life. Their boots of travel, Windlace. And, you know, of course, Stampede too. Like, that was a given. But all those little things, juking around the trees. He didn't even have a point in Bush Shroud. Even if he wanted to like use that to get some HP, and you do have this spell available, of course, by the brew, but that wasn't even available. He just walks that one off. So pretty big win there for Wawita.
This time too spent is giving Lumiere some good farming potential. Already has the urn done, so opting for that route and queuing up the blade mail next. We talked about the global potential. That feels like it could be something pretty relevant once Oscar gets this Blink Dagger online, whether it's Knight throwing out the Wrath of Nature, you've got the Ice Blast, or that Shadow Step. People are going to have to be careful on these side lanes of getting ganked.
Almost definitely. I think this level 6 on AA that was just achieved now opens up a condition where you can potentially gank this Lone Druid.
Right.
Like, if you get Shadow Step and an Ice Blast on low, he only has 1,000 HP. He has not opted to get a point in his ultimate quite yet, but he does have Diffusal Blade ready. If you get all those spells on him, he will die like in an instant.
Right.
This hero needs to rely on like the 65% lifesteal, which is obviously like pretty absurd to survive. He needs his ultimate, which he was saving a point. He just decided to get it right now, but it's probably won't be enough if you can burst him quick enough, because the transformation time is pretty relevant here. It's like 2 seconds. It's a long time to stay alive against like a lot of spells. Dark Mago, he's holding the bear.
Okay, that works. That works, and he gets the regen from it. All right, big plays.
Wait, you get a stack. I didn't know that.
Now.
Okay. I mean, the thing is, like, Spear doesn't work on it, but Reaper Scythe works on it.
This is what I'm saying. This is why Spear should work on it. It's so dumb.
It really should. By Spear, we're talking about Mars's Spear. That was happening in yesterday's game, where Lone Druid was bullying.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Speaking of
Oscar.
bullying. Yeah, he is in some
One more
trouble
rune,
now.
he's dead. Yeah, he's dead.
There it is. They got him. Just punched and pummeled and brought down. Well, they managed to take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, even though they get the bear kill. And now the big gank moving forward, finding themselves Knight. That's an easy kill. Dark Mago's the next one up, needs to be wary. He doesn't have an easy way out of this one either. And in fact, with nobody nearby, he is going to get chased and brought down by this gank squad. Blink Dagger on XM means no way out.
Phase of your journey is at an end.
The game is going to start to look a little more scary now with this Blink Dagger on XM. Sure, it was a cute little play. They killed the bear at the Reaper Scythe. But at the end of the day, that was still just like a defensive play that saved his life.
Right.
And that's all it really came down to. Moving forward now, you're playing versus Brewmaster, who's going to completely remove Ghost Shroud. If you have 2 bears available from low, it's not going to work again. So when are you going to be able to use this Ice Blast and kill Lone Druid?
Right here,
I feel
I
like that is what you really need to do.
They're looking for that right now. He's going to show for a second, jump forward, stomp, Ice Blast, Shadow
There it
Step,
is.
gone.
That's what they needed.
You asked for it, they get it, and now having another round of Reaper Scythe, this is going to be more stacks for Dark Mago. So, you know, much needed, like you said.
Yep. As mentioned before, this Ice Blast destroys Lone Druid. Maybe in the past, you get your true form off, you heal, right? But against AA, you're not getting that bonus heal, and on top of it, you're not getting any lifesteal. It's a rough one. You got to like be true formed. You got to be in true form before the Ice Blast is healed. One of the more annoying matchups, I would say, for your boy Lone Druid.
And I will say that the way that Wowitas has been playing this, I'm not sensing that same sense of like urgency that they had in the last game. Do you think that that's a mistake, or do you think that's okay? Them kind of like chilling a little bit, not trying to make like as fast of moves, taking a couple of them and instead focusing on farming more. Is that okay in this type of a game?
It's definitely a lot better in this game than the previous game. I don't think it's okay to just like be completely AFK. I think you want to make this Lone Druid feel like he can't go anywhere on the map because AA is going to kill him. Right. And if you manage to kill Lone Druid a couple times, this hero will fall off really quickly. So I don't want them to be completely AFK because Oscar has Blink Dagger Rush. If you look at the Centaur, anyway, there's going to be a Smoking Contempt here. Oscar needs to make some kills happen. Otherwise, he's going to be like the Tiny of last game.
They do have Deathseeker done on Necro, so a way to dodge some of these fights. But XM, Smoke is going to break. Echo Slam only onto Oscar. They decide to turn, throw out the Ice Blast onto XM. Control is there, bringing him low, but they back out, and still it's enough to get the kill. X-Egg is down. The Bruce Split is going to wear out, and they're actually stuck in that Sprout. Bruce Split running low, but it looks like they're not going to chase. I'm looking also, whenever I'm doing this, like in casting, I'm trying to read like the player names sometimes as like an indication of the team. And it's like Beast Coast, EG, Thunder, Corey. It's like they're just from all over.
Yeah, no, this is an attempt from South American teams, just like a lot of reshuffling, right? To try and make the new superstar team. It's definitely not a subtle change. This is like a completely brand new roster.
Yeah, it's funny to look because every one of them is a different team. Mad Kings too for Oscar.
Oh, Knight.
Chance. Yeah, he's gone.
Later.
Up top though, they're looking for Lul. They move in with Oscar, find him, and Reaper Scythe dead.
Big
Huge kills.
Yep, big kill. These kills that they're getting on low are absolutely massive. And I do want to give a quick shout out as well to Knight, not just for that death right there, because that'd be pretty BM, but I was talking like the sprout that caught the pandas, right? It allowed them to just not be able to chase forward, and your pandas can't get out of the sprout. They don't have a quelling blade, and you cannot give them a quelling blade. So they're just kind of stuck there. So if Knight continuously does that, that's going to be super annoying.
Very frustrating to try and play against. As Lumiere takes out a 3-stack of Ancients here and has the relic completed, getting closer to that Radiance timing. Not bad at all, considering there's the Urn and the Blade Mail on top of it. We'll have to see how quickly they're able to make moves once that's online, but this is definitely a lineup that starts to scale quite well into the late game. And I mean, from your point of view, you've had a ton of matches on Lone Druid. Does this become better later on? The Ice Blast and the Necrophos? Like, can he itemize to deal with this? Or is there a solution for Lone Druid?
No, not really.
Yeah.
None that I know of. Like, you might have to go for like some Aeon Disc or something, but that's like a band-aid fix to the ultimate problem. Like, you oftentimes on this hero cannot build defensive items, because the moment you build defensive items, you no longer have offensive items.
Right.
And if you don't have any offensive items, you're not killing anyone. And at that point, I mean, basically for Lone Druid, offensive items are his defense, right? Because the more damage your bear does, the more you heal. So there's no way of getting around the Ice Blast. It's just going to be your team has to save you with Glimmers, Force Staffs, these type of things. But his itemization won't really change, but his teammates might have to change. But I don't know if that is particularly going to happen, as we do have a Midas picked up for Shin Q. Obviously, he wants to scale. He doesn't care about his team so much, and Phoenix also has a Midas queued up.
Lumiere caught and drop everything to take down that Spectre. Another core kill.
But then again, it might just be one of those games where Low is just kind of like the distraction, right? He just eats all the ultimates. If you use Spectre Haunt, if you use Necro Ulti, and you go ahead and use Ice Blast as well just to kill one hero, that's 3 big ultimates. And if you are scaling really heavily on your Brewmaster, Phoenix, Willow, all these other heroes, maybe him just dying in the fights and tanking all the abilities will be good enough.
That's fair. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, that Midas, 3 of them online in this game. That's that's Dota, baby. We're doing it. And we've seen XM make some really clutch catches over the last couple of minutes. He's 4-2-2. He's almost completed the BKB also, which is sort of that nice little blockade against all the burst that's coming out from the side of Wawithas.
That's going to be a big one. I think once he gets that BKB, he can pretty much do whatever he wants in these team fights, right? And it's really just going to come down to Low. He needs to be pre-true formed, and I think he just can't go first. I think he just has to come in a little bit later.
Right.
Maybe he'll consider at some point picking up Magnum Scepter on his bear. That way, as far as I can see, that might actually be your best approach in this game. That way you never have to show your hero.
Okay.
And your bear can just like move freely in the fights.
It'll be interesting to see if that's the option he goes for. For now, at least, the other thing that we're seeing is the AFK Farm Fest. We've got AA, it's Panda, opting to pick up a Midas here in just a few minutes. You've got 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter for Knight on the Nature's Prophet. Which isn't an Aghanim Scepter, but does sort of feel like it gives some really good fighting potential. And this hero just farms so much anyways, it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, interesting enough, he went Atos over Ags as his first item, right?
Yeah.
Which his Ags is pretty much like an AoE Atos, but I suppose it does have a bit of a longer cooldown. He's going to have a lot of roots when he finishes the Ags with Atos, so at that point in the game, it's going to be Root City, but it's going to be Gank City right now as AR is on the prowl.
Scanning. Panda.
Oh, there's a counter slope too.
Yeah, they're in an interesting position. They have a ward on Panda, and they're showing Lul in the lane. So this might be a move to try and catch him. Mago will pick up the shield rune, and they'll see the Necrophos courier heading over also. So now they have an idea of where some of these heroes are at least. And it looks like they're just going to end up dispersing.
To the Roche pit. So here's the funny thing. If they Ice Blast the Roche pit, and low is like half HP from getting hit by Roche, right?
Yeah.
And NP ults at the same time, and Spectre haunts. He could actually unironically die.
Yeah, particularly with Radiance online.
It
But
looks like they have no idea.
yeah, they don't realize what's going on, or they don't want to go and contest it, which is fine too. So Roche, it's going to be claimed. Azure Ray get a nice little boost into their strength at this point, while their supports on the side of Boitas are just trying to farm up.
Now it's time to go with Lone Druid. This is one of the defense mechanisms we talked about. Is there anything that can save him? I guess Aegis, something I didn't talk about.
Right.
This item definitely will save you from this burst. And it comes down to, you can actually do a lot of damage with this Aegis. You can do tons of structural damage and just game damage in general if you use this correctly, because this uniquely puts Low in a position where he otherwise wouldn't be able to be in, and that's play on the front line.
Right.
And only Aegis is going to allow him to do this. So if they play their cards right, they could use this Aegis to do a lot on the map here.
One thing that is going to be worth watching is like how much, I mean, the structural damage versus team fight potential of Azure Ray. Because while they do have obviously Dark Willow, they have Phoenix that do a massive amount of damage out of their supports. Core wise, it's sort of a weird one, right? Like you've got this Earthshaker, which has
Well,
a
I see
cap.
Knight too.
Oh,
You right? Oh,
TP's out.
I don't know if he had vision there, but yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's close. This is one of those couple of minutes here where if they get a quick kill, it's going to be buildings down. But XM gets brought down instead. Yeah, that's pretty rough. They find Lul too. Gets the lift up onto the bear. It does have a harpoon ready, but I think this guy's going down. So they take down that bear, and the bear does not have an Aegis. Just kill the bear a couple times. Let Lul have the Aegis. Who cares?
I was wondering if he was going to Reaper the bear just for another stack, you know, region.
Yeah, right.
I don't even know if it's that bad. It's just like these infinite stacks, because he's already going for the build, right? Where you get the Aghanim Scepter
Right.
and the heart, and you just want mass region. Maybe it's something he thinks about in the future here. But the more I look at this game, the more scared I am for Azure Ray if they don't do something really big with this Aegis. Because this Necro is pretty large, and Spectre almost has a Manta with the Radiant.
Ooh.
Now, Necro maybe took a little bit too soon here.
Deathseeker back up in 3. He can try and get away from there for a second. No, not going to happen. Dark Mago just too far out.
Yeah, that's
punished.
a big death, yeah. You're going to lose your tier 2 off of that one there. And you got to be careful of this glyph, because you won't have a glyph for the high ground if you use it on the slow ground here.
Yeah, I think they just let this one go probably. There's also a catapult too. Man, the timing of this is actually perfect.
They're going.
They could kill the bear if they wanted to. That might be the best bet, actually, as weird as that is, because he's not going to have a resummon, but
27 seconds. It's coming up soonish.
yeah, that's true. And then it just doesn't feel worth it at that point. Reapers is going to be back up again, too. That is going to be a tier 3 tower. Very, very low. Jumps forward, finds the bear for a moment, gets some damage onto it, and that tier 3 tower still surviving just barely.
Nice pun there. Just barely.
Oh, yeah. Okay. God. Holy moly.
Holy moly. I mean, good damage nonetheless, but I think that'll be the end of the Aegis, right? So now that
Yeah.
the Aegis is down, you can have potentials here to go out on the map, especially when you do have this Manta completed here. And if you can find Low at that point and kill him, you won't have to worry about the push anymore, right? So I think
Right.
there's a lot of eyes on Low here and his positioning in this game.
Panda. It's found. XM there. Yule Scepter to lift up and trying to walk away. Hit a bramble. Feels bad. Feels bad. But wait a minute. Knight, he went in too. Okay. BKB now for the turnaround. They're running in one by one and gets caught with a root. Oh, that is not the way the
Is he gonna
post
find him
edge
the
is right.
Cyclone?
It's
They got
supposed
the
to go,
Necro.
and they get him. He does have a Yule Scepter when he comes down. Also, Deathseeker at the ready. The Void
He's gone.
pulls him back in.
They're gone.
Oh, man. Deathseeker not afraid. Wait, they go in now with the Spectre, too? Yo. What is happening? Spectre is now also caught, fully surrounded. What an utter and complete collapse.
Yeah, I said Low had to be careful this game to not get caught, but unfortunately, all the happening now. We put off guard here. That thing, they're gonna lose potentially a couple sets of barracks there. We'll have to see if they can hold with these heroes alone, as on the outside, Knight potentially might die to Zinq.
Oh, no.
He's gone.
All right, Zinq
And so is
gets
your
back
melee.
kill. They're also, chasing down on the other side as Zinq finishes them off. They're getting a full set of racks. Gonna stomp forward, bringing in the Necrophos. They want to find and get a kill.
He'll get the bear.
Reaper it. Oh,
nope.
no!
Not happening.
The nullifier already used. What was that? Oh, it was just the dispel naturally.
Yeah, Savage Roar takes off fuels from your
God.
bear.
Oof.
Very annoying. I mean, he had to Reaper it right away instead of Yules if he wanted to kill it. I think they still would have got it, but I don't think he wanted to use Reaper. That's why he Yuled it, hoping another set of stuns would come out.
And I just think again about this all started from Panda getting picked off in the mid lane. Just let your Ancient Apparition die. It hurts.
Yeah. It's the save your buddy syndrome. We talk about it all the time, and it's a very thin line. It's sometimes if you can make it work, it's fine. But if you mess it up just a little bit and your default is always let people die, that doesn't usually make people happy, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's an art to know when to let people die as a team as opposed to saving them. I don't think it's that bad to have an ultimatum, be it's fine. As a default, I think you should let people die that are out of position. But sometimes it's hard to make that call. And
Right.
it was hard in that position for Oitas to make that call. Unfortunately, that led into an absolute team wipe as players trickled in.
Double damage.
It's just
Yeah.
not.
And I mean, you look back before that moment, it was, starting to trend Azure Ray's way, but now it's just turned into a stomp. 14,000 gold lead. Granted, they have great heroes to take a fight and to get that one pick off, but it feels like they need more than one kill.
They need Oscar right now with this blink initiation. Oh, and it misses.
Yeah, it's
And they lose
happen.
Panda too.
He's just gone. It happens too quick. Oh man.
These are the moments that where Oscar has to be smoked and has to find the Lone Druid and burst him. If they can do that, there is a chance to win the fights. However, it's easier said than done, obviously, at this point in the game, because when this next Roshan does come online, which we're looking at 10 seconds from now, on the Radiant side that is completely secured with your AA dead, it's not going to be easy. Let's put it that way. I think they're going to have to make some big plays here. You're going to have to find a smoke. Does anyone have a smoke on them whatsoever? They do not. Do they have any in their shop?
Oh, they go check right now too. Tianming sees that Roche is up, and that's probably going to signal for everybody to come on in. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any smoke move as of yet.
They're going to have to definitely, at this point of the game, just make that big play. Shoot an Ice Blast in there. Hopefully, Centaur can find a way in a smoke to get there. And then you just use your globals, right? At that point in the game. Just go for it. Because if this Lone Druid picked up this Aegis here, your only other chance is to defend high ground with buybacks. Because you know for a fact, they're going high ground. You've got no tier 3 in your base. They're going to go straight for your barracks here. And you're going to have to make some type of play to make the fort. Otherwise, you're just losing another set of barracks.
Yeah, they don't have the Ice Blast thrown out. They don't have the vision down, and it is going to be Azure Ray ready to walk down this lane with Lul having the Aegis in hand. And now a lot of questions.
Yeah, Ags was just picked up on Necro, so here's a good thing about the item, right? It gives him a lot more damage.
Right.
Here's the bad thing. He has no buyback now for this push. So
Okay.
if he dies, this is really all in. The only buybacks that are going to be available for this one is going to just be Spectre and NP. Nobody else has buyback. It's kind of an all-in play here by the Necro to not have buyback for this one, but maybe the Ags is justifiable with the bonus damage you are going to get from it. You're going to get 55% additional based on your region, so that is quite relevant.
Right. Also, just now getting level 20 on both him and the Spectre.
Like, Lowe's
But-
alone here.
Yeah, that's
What?
true.
He's actually just alone.
He does not appear to care all that much at all.
Disperse around the bear. Another dispel, by the way.
God, so strong. Yeah,
I mean, Brewmaster is not. What's going on here? Lowe is just
they
like
don't care.
Lowe is just taking the barracks solo.
Yeah, he's taking now the Tormentor too. Apparently is not concerned.
Oh, AC
And-
just completed for XXS. I think they really wanted it.
Yeah.
Now he's TPing to mid lane, and the creep instantly gets deleted. So Lowe has now, not Lowe, XXS has to walk there.
They're still going to
What
sit
is-
comfortably here.
What's even happening right now? I'm so confused.
They're not concerned. He is in true form, 3,300 HP. But finally, XXS is going to catch up. And now with AC and Radiance, he's in position. Who can Oscar find? God, nobody is easy to kill. There's not a hero.
They can
to
kill
go
Brew.
on.
They can kill Brew. They definitely can kill Brew.
Go for him. Nope. Nope.
Void stance. Yeah,
Void
just
stance
kidding.
too good. And there it is. The jump in comes from everybody. That is dead Luminaire. The egg is down. They destroy Panda. Reaper Sight
Okay.
is not going to do nearly enough.
It's like, all right, I
Keep
gave
him
it.
alive. And GG is called a 2-0 Azure coming into day 2. Looking quite good.
I mean, they came in at day 1 looking pretty good too here. Maybe Azure is just good.
There's a chance.
Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, they're definitely good. They're beating like top teams across the world. So a lot of people may have questioned, were the roster changes to Azure good? Were they a pure downgrade? We don't know the answers to that one yet, because obviously they got 4th place at TI, which is an amazing place to be. But even though they had 3 of what I would consider some of their superstars leave the team, they're looking damn good still, like a top contender.
Absolutely. I think that this is a team that has versatility. It has a solid like backbone of a carry that feels like he consistently shows up and just puts on a really solid performance. And overall, the team is just really getting things done. Wawita's a tough day for them so far. They still have more games that they need to play out and try and figure out what they need to do. Is there any standout thing for you that you'd really want to see them focus on to try and improve the play up here a little bit?
I feel like in all the games I've seen of them, they're kind of getting stuck in a trap where one of their cores has to be sacrificial. When I don't feel like that's necessarily true. Like Centaur this game rushed Blink Dagger, right? No Vanguard, nothing. Just kind of played the role to just run around the map and just try and get kills. Last game,
Right.
Dark Mago did the same thing. And what you'll notice, like all the teams that are succeeding, like look at XSS. He's not running around the map looking for kills. He's building a Midas. He's just building Octarine Core. He's building luxury items, honestly. He's just farming with it. And I think the mid
Right.
laner, it's a similar situation. You got the XM playing Linas and heroes like this. They're just hitting creeps and farming. I think Wawita's playstyle, though, is just really all in. And it's like
Yes.
very difficult to pull off. And it's hard to just sit there and be like, change your whole identity. But if you want to take something away from this, you might have to make some changes.
Right. I mean, that's a fair point, right? Like, I think you're right that it's hard to say that that's what needs to happen, but it's also impossible to look at these games and not feel like they're always on a timer. Even in that match with Spectre, right? With Spectre in hand and, this AA, these heroes that scale into the late game. It didn't quite come all the way together there. An impressive performance from Azure. I'm curious how it's going to go going forward here in the next couple of series that they have, because we do have another one that's going to be coming up, which we'll preview and talk about more in just a little bit. And that is going to be the match versus Bet Boom, which is another team that loves to farm. So I'm really interested to see how that one works out. But we don't need to spoil the talk about that one too much yet, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, definitely don't have to quite yet. There's a lot to say about those two teams, but these ones in particular, what more can we say about Azure Ray? You know, like we've been talking about them for a couple of days straight here. I just want to see a team ban Phoenix against them. I think that's the one thing I want to see. At this point, I have to be like devil's advocate of like trying to find ways to beat Azure Ray, because they're just winning way too much right now. And a lot of them are off the back of this Phoenix. You know, a lot of them are back off of Jin Q getting a lot of farm, Low just being completely stable in all these games as well. Of course, nothing against XM and XSS. They're having good games. They're generally just the stunners for the team, getting things done. And they're doing a great job as well. And that's why they're doing so well. There's just been a little bit of volatility between those two players, I want to say, more than the other three.
No, definitely. And like you talked about, you want to see something from these other teams trying to deal with Azure that gives them an answer for the Tianming Phoenix. And I think the biggest answer for the Tianming Phoenix is just ban it. Get it the hell out of here, man. It's been around too much. 13,000 damage done throughout the course of that game, a whole heck of a lot of healing. And the other thing that I think can never be overstated enough is having a support that just like does not lose a lane around like that 7 to 10 minute mark. A lot of times we've been seeing this Phoenix keep towers alive when it feels like they shouldn't be able to otherwise. And this was that big fight that blew everything wide open, the 1-by-1 death that just came out. And again, that's XXS setting up for and ensuring these kills with the Brewmaster.
Yep, he definitely did a really good job this game. And we looked at the Necro, and oftentimes you'll see the Brewmaster picked against the Necro for all the reasons you just saw. Like you can dispel the cloak, you can also just throw him in the air, kind of ignore him a little bit. And you don't have to worry too much about the Reaper scythe as well, because you do have multiple units that cannot be Reapered, unlike the Bear. So that definitely isn't the easiest game for Dark Mago here. You want to say for XM in particular, he did better in the laning stage than he probably should have, which definitely gave his team a bit more of an edge.
Yeah, I like to see it. And we'll see if we can see more of that solid performance. The winning moment, of course, at the end of the game. Zinky's guys, you see my Dark Willow? I had so much farm. I love it. I got a Midas. That's awesome. That was me translating there, which was great.
Yeah, I'm sure he said that. Wow, guys, I got a Midas. You see that?
Yeah, but a solid performance. I think now the big thing that I also want to watch for is kind of how these other games have been going around the rest of the group stage that's been happening. It feels like Azure Ray is a team that's been building momentum. I'm going to check real quickly off to the side to see if there's been any updates in the other games that are going on. They're the only team so far to have finished. Gaming Gladiators take down Blacklist. Spoiler alert, all you fine folks out there. But that is something that just happened, which does mean that now Azure Ray is sitting top of the groups. So
Secret took a game off Bet Boom as well.
Oh, snap. Oh, this is big then. So that's really bad for Wawitas, because that means that they're like almost surely drop to the bottom. But it could mean that there's a bit of a trade-off between Bet Boom and Secret for who's going to be that second team at the bottom. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's some more games to be played, but two teams do have to go home from each group, right? So, and if you look at, realistically, Wawitas is probably a team that you may have expected to go home, because look at the other teams in the bracket. You got Azure Ray, which we weren't sure about, but now we're sure it's good. Blacklist, Bet Boom, Game Secret, some big names there for sure.
Right, absolutely. Okay, well, good stuff overall and all around. We talked about the need for an identity change for Wawitas. It does feel like it's something similar to what we've been seeing in the patch in general. Are there any heroes that kind of make that really simple in terms of either, like, is there one player that you feel like needs to change identity more than the others?
I think it's not necessarily a player, or it could be a player. It's like between their position 2 and their position 3 for the most part. Like, both of them kind of fall into a trap in which where they feel like they have to be the sacrificial core that has to run around the map and make things happen. Looks like Oscar is often going to be doing that. And just by Dark Mago's hero pool, if you kind of look at what he does play, he also enjoys doing that. And maybe that's part of his discomfort with Necrophos, right? I feel like in some games, a more seasoned Necrophos playing versus Shaker who has Aftershock at level 1 might have done better in the laning stage than just going even, right? And that's probably just because he doesn't play the hero a whole lot. It's very difficult, and time is very short, and unfortunately time might be up for them to make that change, even if they do manage to win some games here, just because like no one's losing as much as them, unfortunately, in the bracket already, and there's some drastic changes that need to be made to be able to compete at this international level. I know in their own region, everyone's kind of playing similar to how they're playing, right? It's just a SA Dota playstyle. They're just the best of the rest, right, at that playstyle. Will you be able to bring up a new identity like EG in the past, Beast Coast, or teams that always came up with something new to the table and were able to compete on the international stage? Well, will we have something similar to that this year? Like, will we get another one of these South American teams that can really impress? We'll have to see. But right now, it's definitely some kinks and some things that need to be tightened up here.
All right, we'll see in just a second. For now, we're going to take a look at what the schedule for the rest of the day looks like. Still a lot more stuff to be played on this stream in particular. And as we mentioned, it is going to be Azure Ray versus BetBoom coming up in just a few. And then later on today, it's going to be that double match of the LGD versus Tundra, and then Nine Pandas rather, of course, at the end of that one. Again, I'm really excited to see what happens with this Azure Ray BetBoom game. It sounds like the BetBoom secret match is still going on, so there might still be a little bit of a break while we wait for them to come out of that. There's still some extra time before that happens. But a real quick breakdown of what you like out of BetBoom, what you're anticipating seeing from that series, before we can spoil a little bit.
I mean, BetBoom has always been the type of team that is super good in the laning stage. I think all the teams regard them as one of the highest MMR. I mean, they're regarded as like the highest skill team as far as like, and it's backed by their MMRs. They're the highest MMR team in the game, right? Individually. And they win their laning stage almost all the time. They're super strong. Where they tend to fall off is generally when emotions get to them, right? They can get a little bit tilted in that mid late game, and that's where they really fall off. But if BetBoom is a team that wins the lanes and they don't make mistakes, they're the best team in the world. But when they make mistakes, sometimes they amplify their mistakes by a lot just off of being tilted, really. And so like the idea for them is like try to force some mistakes, be annoying against them, and sometimes they will just like make the mistakes for you.
Right. Well, we'll see if those mistakes do end up happening or not as we get ready to head off to a quick break here. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our next series, BetBoom facing off against Azure. We'll see you on the other side.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
cheat, but I'm never coming to my knees. Tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down, but I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up.
Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? And does it make you wrong or right? Judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the 지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자
I can't feel
I'm not a king. I'm the king. Just wait a minute. I got one last ticket. Do you wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the big. Say I wanna just believe me. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. No, I'm not a king. I'm the king.
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, no, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. No, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, la 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 la.
Unfortunately, for those of us addicted to ranked, drafting is important in pubs. It just looks a little different than in competitive. First, there is the banning phase, where all players vote for a single hero to be banned, with each vote having a 50% chance of succeeding. This phase can be abused for free MMR, because some OP heroes only have one OP hard counter. For example, you can ban Spirit Breaker, then pick Nature's Prophet if the Spirit Breaker ban succeeds. After that, 2 players from each team pick. Generally, this phase is reserved for A. OP heroes, B. supports, and C. griefers. Let's talk about OP heroes. In a Dota patch, there are usually a few 60% win rate heroes. You have to pick these. Any double-picked hero gets banned, which can happen up to 2 times. If all the busted heroes are banned or picked, then the first phase is for the supports. There are a few solid methods that you can employ here to have a good pick. 1. Pick a specialty hero that you can perform on while hard countered. 2. Pick a jack-of-all-trades hero that will be useful no matter what. 3. Pick a lane dominator and end the game before counters even matter. Round 2 has 2 hero picks and is reserved for the offlaner and whoever between your mid or carry has the smaller ego. Here, look at the 2 enemy supports and find some weakness that they both share. For example, if they're Oracle plus Phoenix, then they have no stuns and they're both squishy. So it's a perfect Storm game because he abuses both of those things. Round 3 has 1 hero pick and is for your win condition hero that can be absolutely uncountered in the game. Do they have no AoE? Pick Phantom Lancer. Do they have no stuns? Pick Weaver or Slark. If you can't apply any of these rules, then pick your hero earlier and give your team the counter pick.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here taking a look at a couple of the beautiful shots of lovely Kuala Lumpur. Day 2. It is indeed a very tight set across these groups as they're all playing for their spot, trying to make it on through. And of course, shout out to our lovely fella out there, Jenkins himself, giving us the info about how to draft properly. Which is something that all these teams here, I'm sure, could use a little bit of help with as well. But he's talking more about all pick. Of course, if you want to fill out if you want to go and fill out the quiz that's going to be online, you can win a $200 Steam gift card. Just head on over to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, where you can find out more about all that. Again, $200. No, not $200. 200 euro. It's even better.
Even better.
Gift card. Unbelievable fear. But we've got a great game that's coming up now. It's going to be Azure, our beloved, after watching 5 games in a row of them facing off against BetBoom. Talk to me a little bit. Are you excited for this match? Do you think it's going to be a closer contention than we saw from Wawitas in the last series?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely should be, right? Because BetBoom team is a team that's been regarded as one of the best teams in the world. They weren't able to pick up any land victories over the last year. However, they've always been in the discussion for being top 3, right? They just have a lot of star-studded, the roster star-studded, a lot of superstars on this line. Very high MMR team. And so far, they've drawn, I believe, every single game that they've played in this tournament. So they're not in their best shape ever. And one of the issues that I see BetBoom have, typically speaking, is when they're not dominating, sometimes they get in their own heads. They might tilt a little bit, might play worse than, let's say, when they're winning all the time. Then they can look unstoppable. But either way, I think just the team itself has been around for long enough that it definitely is more of a contender than Wawitas to go against this match against Azure.
Right. We talked about Wawitas being a team that can take a game off of any other team in this league. BetBoom is a team that I expect to take a game off of everybody at some point. Whether or not that happens in the course of a series is kind of up in the air a little bit. I also expect them to get 2-0'd by a team that they don't respect. Like that's also
Sure.
something that is probably going to happen at some point. They did just go 1-1 in a series against Secret. So after the first series that we saw of Secret, where Azure 2-0'd them, they're only 2-0 thus far, with the exception of Awita's. They have been able to take games off gaming and now off of BetBoom. What do you think about Secret and then them going this far?
I mean, Secret has always had this little bit of magic to them, right? And sometimes when they play a team that you often regard as potentially worse than them or on their level, they will play at their level. But I think that's just a Puppy thing at this point. I think Puppy respects everyone a lot as like a captain and as a player, and he powers up the more powerful his opponent is. So no matter what team Secret plays against, I feel like they make it an even show. Like they can play a team that's like maybe in Division 2 or something, and it can look like a close game, but then they show up to the next tournament, just invite only or something, and they come play against one of the best teams in the world, they'll also make that look even, right? They just have like this certain magic where no matter who they play against, they will level up to their level, whether it's downgrading their own level or upgrading it. They're just like a ditto, I guess, in that regard. They're just going to mimic whatever they see, and that's a very special trait to have. And it's really what Secret needs to work on is like being able to beat those teams that they shouldn't lose to, pretty much, right? Because they can beat the teams that are the best of the best, but sometimes they lose to teams that perhaps they shouldn't lose to.
Absolutely. And that's kind of the thing that you talked about a lot the last couple of days, which is just consistency in general. And as we talked about, there is a consistency coming out from us, and that's that we've gotten to watch a ton of Azure games. So we're going to talk about them for a little bit as we get ready to go into this series. Again, as we mentioned, BetBoom did have this longer period of time where they needed to take a break after that game. We should be getting into this one in just a few, but Azure are ready to go online here in just a few moments. But standout performers to anybody that's just coming in and tuning in for the first time, what is the player to watch amongst these five that you want to see?
I'll give you two. I think Shen Q is number one. For sure. He's been beast moding on position 4 throughout this tournament, and Low is going to be number 2. I think both of them in their own regards. Like Low has just been incredibly consistent throughout this tournament here, and Q is just rising above expectations, becoming MVP as a boss 4, transitioning. He's not really buying many of like the 4-staff Glimmer capes, right? He's more of like, I'm gonna get the Midas, or when he played Weaver, I'm gonna get a Desolator, I'm gonna carry the game. But that is totally fine if you can actually do it, and he has been doing just that. So those are the two players for me to really keep an eye on for Azure.
People that will make a massive amount of impact in it. We did see a lot, and I mean, it's kind of ironic because when we were talking about these teams, Tian Ming is somebody that we're not really mentioning as like a super important person, but simultaneously, his hero that he's been playing literally every single game, Phoenix, that they've been first phase picking for him, has been there, and thing that we've kind of identified as maybe something to take out of the pool. We'll see if BetBoom decide to ban that Phoenix, but he has been playing and winning with it over and over and over again.
And I think it's time to remove it. That's just been a core strategy from them. It's just getting that Phoenix.
All right. Well, here we have also BetBoom team. A very star-studded roster and a collection of players that can be a little bit out there, can be a little bit tilty at times. They looked pretty, you said, relieved when you were watching them at the end of the last series that we were just keeping our eyes on. Talk to me a little bit about what to expect from these guys and the people to watch.
I think whenever you get into a lobby with BetBoom, the number one thing that you're afraid of is getting crushed in the laning stage. Because as you mentioned, this team is the highest MMR team of all professional Dota. All these players are incredibly high MMR players, and that generally translates to laning stage very well. The one thing that they do oftentimes kind of lack at might be discipline. Sometimes they'll be in a position where they might get caught out and die, and that'll bleed onto the map to another player having some issues and dying on the map, and that can start what we often use as the word as a tilt. And this is a team that oftentimes can tilt quite easily, and this has been their biggest issue to overcome, because oftentimes they just crush the laning stage. They look so good. They're in everyone's like top 3 predictions to win, and then all of a sudden they get last place. And you're like, what the hell happened?
Well, I will say they looked absolutely beautiful in those little shots that they had beforehand. The sort of purple, pink, tealish lighting that's become very trendy and that I had in my room for a little while too. Looked very good on them. So shout out to that. I kind of, it's such an interesting thing because I cast so many of their games at TI, and the thing that I feel like you haven't touched on as much is how many of them will sometimes go to like 50, 60, 70. Like they do like to just push the game later and later, and I can never tell with these teams. It reminds me, the sort of obvious example is of Virtus Pro, right? It's a very similar idea of the old Virtus Pro roster, and they had the same issues in a lot of ways, which was when it came to the biggest games, there would sometimes be these chokes. When it came to maintaining consistency, occasionally, like they would seem like they're kind of tilted out of their minds. And I don't know. I feel like it's a mental thing that for some reason continues to plague these like Eastern European powerhouses.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. And it's hard to know exactly if that's the issue. Just knowing the players and having lots of sample size of people saying certain players on that team can be very tilty in pubs and stuff, it's very likely. But I know I've done a lot of interviews with Toronto Tokyo, for example, and I've asked him a similar question on different occasions, and he always answers it in the same way. And that question generally is like, what is the one issue with BetBoom team? Like, how come you guys are always the favorites, but always come up a little bit short? And his answer is just is always very much so. We're trying our best to be the unbeatable team. But like he says, he doesn't want to lose any games whatsoever, and they're getting closer and closer to their objective. And he's looking to be the type of team like some anime protagonist that just never loses, like ever, right? Like that's the vibes he gives.
Okay.
And it's like really cool to hear that much confidence coming from one person. So like he never mentions that they're tilting or something. They say they just have some issues, they're working on it, and then soon they're going to be unbeatable.
Soon they're going to be unbeatable. Well, soon we're going to have to see the game, and we'll see if they indeed are unbeatable, or if Azure Ray are going to come in as the villains, the anime villains, and take them down. But up next, it's going to be game number 1, Azure Ray versus BetBoom. See you in a few. just like that, we are back again. All you fine folks out there, the lobby is up. The games are getting ready to go underway. BetBoom team trying to figure out, what do we need to pick? What is going to be our answer? Do we decide to ban the Phoenix? Only time will tell as they're getting ready to hop into these drafts. Look at that, those PJs. Always love to see it. Were you a PJ rocker going down to official games?
No, I was not. I actually didn't get into PJs until COVID. That's when I bought that's when I bought my first pair, and then since then I just have a collection.
Oh yeah. Man,
But
I
yeah.
love pajamas.
But I was very notorious for wearing shorts.
Okay, that's fair.
Close enough,
That's-
right?
That's like, you know,
It's even
that's-
better.
It's the working man's pajamas, you know?
They were just like basketball shorts.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm actually wearing a pair right now.
Perfect. I'm wearing
yeah.
PJs right now, so
Oh god, I should have. Well, in my shed, it's like a little bit of a walk through some wet grass, so I need to I don't want to get the bottoms of them all.
gotcha.
I need to have a PJ pair rack that I can hang up. We're into the draft now, everybody.
Are you
and look
cold
at
in there
that.
or what?
It's fine. We have a heater. It's good to go.
Okay.
But they do decide to ban out the Phoenix. So we were talking about this a lot. BetBoom team coming with a plan. That does leave open the Slardar, though. And this hero has been a freaking menace.
And Phoenix is also good versus that hero, so now there's no Phoenix to deal with it. But we do know Toronto Tokyo. He loves his big, manly position 5s that run at you. His Undying, most notably, from TI, and of course his Treant Protector, very fearsome as well. This gives you an answer to the Slaughter in a different way too. You are very strong in the laning stage as a Treant Protector with that heal, and of course the Living Armor will offset the Corrosive Haze just a little bit.
It's pretty nice. It's a nice way to try and keep those single target cores that are gone on, or honestly support. I mean, let's be real. If the other position, if the other support is getting gone on, Living Armor is not going to come out quick enough to save them. But for cores, at least, you're going to be able to make some of that mitigating factor. Obviously, you need to watch out for if nullifiers come out eventually. Plus, tons of really great team fight from BetBoom team. A lot of heroes still to come out next. They're banning out a couple of these carries, the Lone Druid. Is there any other combo besides the Phoenix that you really like out of the support position to pair with Treant a bunch?
With Treant, I don't think there's... I mean, Grimstroke's great.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a combo, right? Like the Treant Phoenix meme, it's okay. It definitely at some point in the game, there's going to be a billion dispels in the game. You have Manta Staff, you got Disperser, you got Satanic, you also have BKB. There's I think I'd mentioned pretty much everyone there, but you can dispel this route very easily later on in the game. But I think more than anything, you just want to get a hero that's just good in Dota as a position 4, and I think Grimstroke is one of the better heroes for that. And of course you can use it with Treant. You can sit in the trees there, and then all of a sudden you ink swell him, especially when he has that shard, and then you can just get a lot of surprise damage and helps with ganks quite a bit.
You know, I just realized, I think Tian Ming looks a little bit like Zayats. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember what he looks like.
Okay.
So, no.
All right, sorry. My brain just made it the. You think he's gonna play techies because they look similar? Dude, they do look really similar. It's the head shape. All right. Anyways, we're back into it. It's gonna be the Centaur. I feel like my brain is going a million miles an hour, so you're gonna have to reel me back in here, Fear.
All right, let's reel you back in with a good old Centaur pick. So this is interesting. Centaur almost exclusively has been an offlaner. Slardar, he's had some fun in the sun in the mid lane. He also plays as an offlaner. I've also seen support Centaur, so this is kind of wide open for Azure. A little bit surprised they went down this path specifically to do this. It makes me wonder a bit on what their game plan is overall. I would like to see, I personally haven't seen the mid Slardar too much. I know it's been pretty popular in the pubs, and Slardar in general just is a tear in matchmaking right now, either in any position really, but mainly in the offlane. But mid works sometimes if it's a good game for it. You can play it in the carry, and that's why he's rising to prominence. Pretty much all early picks have to be like so OP that they just can't lose a lane, or they're a flex pick. Slardar definitely fits that profile where he's a flex pick. But generally speaking, if you're flexing him between the off lane and the mid, you wouldn't pick your off laner right away. You would probably pick your carry a bit in that situation, or you'd pick a support just to hide it a little bit more, as Betboom team immediately are going to go into the Terrorblade. This has been a hero that has been historically good for Slardar for a very long time. You have naturally incredibly high armor, so that does help a lot against the Corrosive Haze. Of course, you buy Manta as well, and Butterfly is another item that Slardar doesn't really like to go through.
Yeah, it's quite annoying to play against for sure for Azure, and we're gonna have to see what the the response is. Do they want to promote that Centaur up to position 3 at this point? Is it just going to be in that position 5 that at least I'm kind of agreeing with you, I'm somewhat anticipating? But the other question now is for Azure, do you just take Morphling? That's what I always think of when I see the Terrorblade there. It's available. Is it still a strong enough answer to Terrorblade that it's worth taking this early?
No, I don't think so. But I was going to mention maybe the Jinku Zeus could be good in this situation. But then it could be a mid as well. So like the Morphling used to be a lot better when like E-Blade was a thing. You just burst them through that. Ever since all the changes that happened, the Aghanim Scepter is also not nearly as good as it used to be against anything. Right. It's just got nerfed to the ground. So in a straight 1v1 matchup, Terrorblade is a natural Scotty buyer, and honestly, I don't even think he really wins the man fight against a Terrorblade anymore. So the matchup is just way worse than it used to be. But it's still playable. You still have some nuke damage and you can bring him down. But it's definitely not one of those matches where Terrorblade feels like he just can't play the game. And that would be PL versus Terrorblade. That is the one matchup where I think TB just can't play the game. And I think that's why they picked up a early Magnus as well, just to kind of like get some AoE control in there and kind of help out with that situation if they were to go that route.
Okay. Well, I like the Zeus like you're talking about. The Mag also presents some interesting options. Betboom have insane team fight right now. And Azure Rays definitely is a little bit more funky. They have 2 likely Blink builders coming out soon. They take away the Spectre, which...
The Void ban was really good, I think.
Yeah,
that would have been really difficult for him to deal with. And Spectre Zeus is pretty good in general, and I think it's another hero that can get on top of the Terrorblade. It's not a hard counter by any means, but it does give them that global presence as well, and they are definitely not afraid of the PL, it looks like.
Do you think this is a carry that we're looking for last year? There's no chance it's Slardar carry.
Oh, there's a chance. It's just not... I just don't know what would be... Maybe if they can secure Darkseer. If they can secure Darkseer, I'd be okay with Slardar carry.
Okay.
That's the one offlaner I think that can also deal with the Terrorblade.
I mean, we've seen at various points playing Darkseer in other positions too, just because of how good that wall can be. If they wanted to run something funky and do some crazy stuff, let me tell you about the Darkseer mid-fear. It's pretty hype.
All right. Is that all I get? It's just hype?
So you go Echo Saber. Disassemble to finish your Ags. Quarter staff and good Oblivion staff gets you the mana regen.
I mean, the thing is, all that stuff can work. It's just how do you get there in the laning stage when you're playing versus a player that, isn't like 5k, 4k MMR, right? That doesn't know how to punish you. Right. And that's like why in the lower the brackets you get, more things tend to work, right? Because people don't know how to punish it. At this level, the Darkseer, it probably is amazing, but it probably just can't get there versus a top, 10 player in the world laning against you.
Right, and even this Terrorblade matchup that's normally thought of as good, I feel like with the Treant, it becomes really tough to do it. Like, I don't even think that it's a safe pick here, necessarily. So we're looking for the PL, you're thinking?
Oh, if you want to carry, PL's fine. Outside of that, Drow Ranger could be quite nice here. Morta, if that's in the pool. Nope, that one's banned. Yeah, those are probably my top ones. And the Darkseer, potentially, in the offlane.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you're just trying to pick... My Slark could be okay, too. Weaver. And Weaver. All right, so this one... And Weaver's never bad. To me, this is like a safety pick. Like
Okay.
it's just safe. Maybe they're afraid the mag was going to go mid in the situation, and if any of those other options I presented you might just get destroyed in the laning stage by a last pick by that boom team here. So Weaver is a hero that just doesn't lose. And I mean, Legion's available, Axe is available. You're playing versus Pure. I'm sure the camera's on him and he's talking. That
Right.
might mean something. But he loves these type of heroes like Legion, like Axe. That's when I think of Pure, I actually think of those two heroes specifically.
But you
And
don't think
it's
he's
quite
going to
a
do
good game.
mag?
I know he definitely probably can play it, but they're having a debate. Does Mag go mid, or do we pick a hero that's better versus Weaver?
Okay.
And Mag isn't particularly good versus Weaver in the laning stage, so he could choose something better if he really wanted to.
Okay.
Ooh! Oh, that hero's in the game still? Okay.
What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, well, there you go. That hero's also pretty good,
Oh,
but that is not a hero.
it's the mid.
Yeah, it is, and I think they had the dual flex there, right? With the was it even a dual flex? I think they committed to it right away the moment they picked Zeus, because I've never seen a Centaur Slardar lane in my life.
Right. That's a good point.
And I don't think I'm willing to see it quite yet here. So GPK is pretty. He's confident that Kunkka can do what it needs to do versus a Slardar in the middle lane of all heroes. I don't think you might want to be more of a ranged hero like that Lina type of style, but he's gonna go up into it. And I think this is a matchup where, on paper, I've actually never seen this match, but on paper, Slardar should do pretty well in. Of course, you might have to deal with a little bit of the Tidebringer cleave, but there's gonna be a lot of brawling in that mid lane. I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on it.
That's the man, the myth, the legend right there. XM, we'll see what he decides to, or how he decides to play this. I'm going to look real quickly to see if he's been playing that much of the Slardar out of the mid lane. Doesn't look like it, actually. Have not seen any games with them. Of course, there are other places that you would see this in scrims, most likely, trying it out. So for anybody that hasn't seen Slardar being played mid, can you talk to people a little bit about what makes this hero good in this position? Why are we starting to see a couple of instances of Slardar mid?
Sure. I mean, the biggest thing is like all the other strength melee heroes got nerfed pretty hard, and he was like kind of on that edge of being good. But why is it good in the mid lane? It mainly just has to do with like some of your spells that people don't understand. They give passive bonuses if you're in water, and your Slithering Crush will always put you in water. But in the mid lane, there's natural water there. There's the river, and so you definitely get bonus HP regen, bonus river armor as well, just by being it with Guardian Sprint. And if you level up your bash, you just get bonus damage, just flat damage bonus, 8, 16, 24, 32 on top of your attack.
And that's all time. That's not for the bash.
No, it's just a passive, right? If you're in the water, you just get that bonus damage. So that gives you a lot more damage to CS with and harass with, and you get a lot more HP to just survive, HP and armor. So basically, if you're in water, you get HP regen, bonus armor, and bonus damage. That's a lot, right?
Yeah, it's pretty hype. I'm excited to see how it works. The other thing, of course, is that I mean, there's a lot of games that have been happening over and over and over again. People might be a little bit confused about the Zeus position 4. We watched a game of this just the other day where Xingqiu came in and completely dominated. He was playing against, it was a Weaver and a TA, I think, or something. It was some like super heavy physical damage heroes, and he went Guardian Greaves and basically like came in, won a couple of clutch team fights for his team, and Azure get 4 bounty runes to start. Double blood grenade, turning Nightfall, trying to get this first blood, but the crutch.
Do they? Look at them all die.
Too. They will get at least one. Toronto Tokyo gets that kill, but Nightfall now needing to back away. Is he going to be able to get? I mean, he's kind of just in a bad situation no matter what. Oh my God, Slardar's coming after him.
He's going to TP now, for sure.
Right.
Now Zeus has no mana whatsoever. Xingqiu, I thought he might just go back to base, but no, he's going to bring out some mangoes and deal with it. So that's 4 bounty runes. First Blood did go the way to Toronto Tokyo of all players, which isn't the greatest, and they traded the kill. So good start already for Azure.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, not having a ton of mana for Xingqiu up top is going to be a little bit tough. But I'm curious, like you were talking about, to see how this mid matchup goes. XM likely going to just be trying to put the hurt on whenever possible, and try and deal with GPK out of the mid lane.
I'm keeping a very close eye on this lane, and it's super interesting to me.
Yeah.
It's going to get bashed in the face over and over again. I mean, whatever you do, get a bash charge as well. You have two choices. It's not always best to just hit heroes with it, because your bash damage does bonus damage on creeps too. It's just one of those mechanics, kind of like why Chaos Knight was so popular. His crit did bonus damage to creeps as well. So once you get a bash charge available, you guarantee a CS that cannot be denied.
Does it work on denies as well, or no?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
I mean, you can't bash your own creeps, so
That's you should be able to. Like a failure in design, I'm going to be honest. Well, we've been keeping our eyes on the mid. Up top here, Nightfall is somewhat low going up against XXS, as Toronto Tokyo is trading blows with Xingqiu 2. Did manage to get that camp blocked out by the Treant. But still, it's scary times going forward, right? Like, a lot of burst damage can come from the Zeus eventually.
it definitely will. He just needs the farm, and we all know Xingqiu has gotten it.
Oh, gets the finish. Does die after.
Not a bad result, really, here, especially if you can hold the wave here on front of the tower. This is going to benefit the Weaver over the Magnus, because Mag is probably going to lose an entire wave here. They're both going to TP at the same time, but the wave here is closer for the Weaver. And as you see, Pure uses the skewer to just get a little bit closer. He doesn't want to miss up on that experience.
Yeah, and trying to do what he can to spam out the wave a bit, but not easy at all. And up top, Nightfall in more trouble. Success Xingqiu right on top of him, has a leap forward, a couple more punches. Xingqiu taking the tower, but they get the kill.
And these are kills you do not want to give Xingqiu. This man is a monster with farm, and he might just go deny himself, potentially. He decided to walk around the long way. But yeah, back to the middle lane. This is the lane to watch out for. And so far, it's been pretty dead even. But I think at some point, it's hard to say. They're both cleave type heroes, right? Slardr's taking a lot of damage from the cleave of Kunkka. At the same time, Kunkka's taking a lot of damage from the bash of Slardar.
Yeah, neither feels.
I like this matchup.
Great.
This is fun.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. And then, of course, the other thing that's kind of interesting is Kunkka not having that bottle. XM does have one, and with Sprint, he can get pretty quick over in front of to both sides of the water runes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Gonna get bashed in the face, stunned. Oh, that's not fair. This matchup has been skewed. There's a tree armor in the mist now.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
What level is that tree armor?
Up top though, XXS. They're gonna pop the Metamorphosis and try and punch him, force him back. Does have the ring coming out, I think, in a little bit. Oh no, that was the full one. So not opting to go for the Ring of Regen. Centaur picking up a Wraith Band instead.
So even with the help of the tree armor, it's pretty clear here that this matchup is still good for Slardar. And that's a little worrisome if you are Bet Boom team, because you picked this Kunkka knowing pretty well that this Slardar was going into the mid lane. And now it just looks like at this point in the game, we're maxing stun with Slithering Crush because he did go the bottle build, that GPK can't lane anymore. He's just opting to go stack the big camp and farm that over even deal with XM in the laning stage. And that's not really a good sign for your counter pick matchup.
Well, and the big thing too is that means that now you have also the Weaver having a really good time down bottom, because they got to see the entire lane basically, and then go with what they wanted to go with. I don't know. I'm like you said, a little bit concerned about this one for Bet Boom. Are they going to be able to come out of this laning stage on okay footing?
I mean, the good news is that even if the Kunkka has a hard time laning, this hero can jungle really quickly. So it's not like he's gonna get nothing out of it. He's not forced to make rotations and make things happen on the map. He's still going to get his farm regardless. It's just he's not slowing down XM at all, and that's gonna like be the big issue here.
XM spots the regen rune, picks it up as they brought 2 supports mid and were not able to take away the rune.
Yep. Not quite. And top lane here, they're gonna just be running around here. And I think right now even the Centaur is having a better game than he probably should have laning versus a very strong matchup.
Yeah. A little concerned for Betboom. We'll see though. Obviously nothing to completely write home about yet. But XM is bullying Kunkka back in that mid a little bit at least. Xingqiu already has the Sage's Mask in hand and queuing up the Phylactery along with the Arcane Boots. Lightly going to stop off partway for that while Save heads on over to pick up the Wisdom Rune, and Xingqiu will as well.
Good choice. I'm very curious to see what Xingqiu is going to do for itemization. Last time he did do the mech, but at least I feel like it had a purpose. And I feel like in this game, you can probably get away with something a bit more greedy in the sense of like your own damage output, right? Even if he does want to go for like the Aghanim Scepter or something like that to help get to that Terrorblade and burst him, that might not be a bad choice.
Oh, down bottom, Pure getting really low. They're glyphing the wave too to try and force these guys back. They will retreat a little bit. Lil playing this one safe while still keeping that pressure on and making Pure feel very uncomfortable.
And I talked about it before in the post game. The biggest strength of Betboom team has been their laning stage, but in this particular game, they're losing 3 lanes.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see from this squad coming in at this early go. But now up top, they go on to Nightfall, find him here, and another kill.
And mid lane as well, the boat.
Oh, trying to make something happen. XM seeing if he can live. Not going to happen, though.
Really good by Save there to cancel that Ink Swell immediately. One of the quality of, not even quality of life things for Grimstroke, but this is what made Grimstroke be a hero that was unpickable for the longest time to being a top tier support. The fact that the Ink Swell lasts so much longer, of course, the shard with the spell, but in that situation, Slardar would have ran away in the river super fast if he didn't cancel the Ink Swell to get that even just small stun.
Right. Oh, this is a nice move over. Okay, making things happen with Treant Grim. Supports needing to salvage the lane. So Betboom making some solid plays here. Xingqiu does have 3 points up in the Arc Lightning, so he's probably happy XXS died, honestly. He's gonna soak up this farm for himself.
You hate to say it, but you know, maybe I have a core mentality, but when I play 4 and my offlaner dies, I'm secretly very happy if I get a farm.
Exactly.
It's like, it's fine, don't worry about it, Mario. My bad.
Yeah.
Smiling.
I mean, what's he gonna do to help anyways? He's a freaking Zeus, you know?
Yeah, not much. Heavenly Jump can only do so much.
Oh. Is this the build Slardar going for Yules? Is that just a Kunkka thing?
Let me go check the build real quick. But I'm pretty sure nobody has done this before.
It's kind of crazy. I like it against Kunkka, though. It kind of makes sense, right? If he's going to X you, you have a way to try and survive through it. Because otherwise, this happens. And an easy boat connection with the Silent Xingqiu. Not enough mana to try and punish this fully.
The only person I've seen do the Yules in pubs has been your boy Mid One, and he lost.
Oh, no. All right, interesting.
I mean, Cox did it as well from Southeast Asia.
Okay.
Maybe he's learning from Mid One and other Southeast Asian teams.
Okay. I mean, it is obviously really good against X. You kind of have to go with like the fake out thing. GPK can maybe fake the Torn, and then you know how that whole song and dance goes.
Indeed. I know it very well, as I do enjoy my Kunkka. Most of it has to do with the Kunkka's timing, though.
Yeah.
More so than the other. But at any rate, you can definitely check. Like, the only thing as a Kunkka you can do about it is you X him, and then you run into Fog. Because the
Right.
moment you do that, he can't actually see if you use the mana for the torrent. He can't see your animations. And then you just kind of have to like, force the Yules, and then you come out of the fog as the Kunkka and then follow up on it. So that is the main song and dance you're talking about as the Kunkka, the how to deal with it.
Soldier's fortune.
It'll be something to watch for. For now, at least, Slardar is smoked and heads down to the bottom side of the map. There hasn't been any big rotations at all. People just sort of comfortable where they're sitting and farming. Pure, the bottom of the cores at the moment by a little bit of a margin, not a huge one. Well, GPK is going to come on in and try and clean up a couple of these stacks with the mag.
Oh, GPK is going to get really farmed. And this isn't even based off of like I go back to their strategy as a whole, actually. And maybe, okay, hold up.
Toronto
They're just going to
Tokyo.
get a tree. That's it. All right, not that big. No need to hold up for that. That's a classic tree just trying to defend the tower. Gets mega ganks, and that's all there is to that one. But either way, like this Kunkka pick, maybe the idea was maybe you're not going to win versus the starter in the mid lane, but we're going to stack like crazy for you, and we have a mag, so at some point in this game, like your cleave damage is going to be insane. You're going to get really farmed, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Right. Yeah, he's the top net worth in the game. Not what you would anticipate after a bit of a rough laning stage. But like you said, not a huge problem for this very farm-oriented hero. There are also stacks that are being built by Azure. Zeus built up a couple of them, has a haster now as he heads over towards mid and is going to farm things up along with XM, getting to work there and wanting to get into all of their items. Zing Q as well as Save, the two fairly farmed heroes at this point in the game.
You know, if like you can have a Dota pro be like your spirit animal,
Okay.
Low would be mine.
Really?
Yeah, like I agree. He likes Weaver, he likes Lone Druid. Anyway, hold up. Right, Global, they're gonna disjoint the combination there.
Yeah, so they can't actually get it, and XXS shows up, although the silence onto 2 is going to be somewhat annoying. Inkswell also, and Pure comes in. They do pop the Stampede, but it's not going to be enough to get out of trouble. So 2 quick kills. Global used.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, back on my tangent. Low likes everything he does is something that I like to do. All the way to his item builds, skill builds.
Radiant's bottom tower has
I've been in a lot of the heroes he likes to play.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching him play, basically. That's all I'm saying. Because he has a
Gets
lot of
the
similarities.
fierce. Well, this is good for you to, do more of the caster cursing. It's, the inaugural thing for you.
Oh,
Or does
what do
he
you mean?
live?
What do you
mean? Low, the winner. Low's too strong. There's a
Got
reason
enough.
Fear loves you.
Yeah,
Oh, man. That
told
was
you.
sick.
Dire's middle tower is
So
under
you
attack.
like the no swarm build? Just all maxed out Geminate and Sakuchi.
If you're going to be greedy and farm a lot, yeah, like this is the farming build. And I like it when players know how to be greedy. And Low has shown that he knows how to not only be greedy, but also be the type of player that can get active when he needs to as well. And I respect that. And of course, like a lot of my bias as to why I like him is because he likes playing a lot of the heroes I like playing.
Right.
That a lot of the other players don't like playing. So there you go.
Makes sense.
He gets my approval of just style points.
Well, a very solid couple of days he's had so far on this land. Been impressive to watch. We'll see if he can carry his team towards victory in this one. And the other guy that we're just going to be keeping our eyes on this entire time is going to be Zing Q on the Zeus. They will find the tree up here by the bottom side of the map. Toronto Tokyo tries to TP away. Not going to happen. But Zing Q getting closer and closer to that phylactery after finishing off the arcades.
Yeah, he's got good farm on Jinku. He's the... We're not surprised to see this whatsoever, of course, but he's the most farm support in the game. And I believe he'll probably keep that trend as long as the game is either even or they're winning. Of course, if they're losing, he could probably still be high in net worth. But generally speaking, if you're losing the game, it's very natural to be lower net worth. But for now, he's going to continue to climb. The Blink first on Centaur has actually been pretty fruitful. We talked about this last series about sometimes when you go builds like these, where you're just rushing Blink, it puts you in a situation where you got to get shit done on the map, and he's been getting it done.
Well, let's see if they can make some more stuff happen here. GPK is the one that looks like they're eyeing up at the moment. XM is going to come and try and farm this. They get the X marks the spot, decides to back away. Treant is also showing up at this point. Smoke and the wrap around the other side. So this is a long held bait. And is GPK getting a little bit cavalier with his movements? He steps forward to jump out, and they get it immediately with the global follow-up there all over GPK, trying to take him down, and they get it.
Yeah, he didn't get the Blade Mill off on that either, so he might be pretty tanky with a double bracer, Blade Mill, Phase Boots, and the Reaver going into that hard. But with that amplified damage, I guess it doesn't seem to matter, and I get the damage from the Zeus. I had to drop everything for it, but well worth it, as that was the most farmed hero in the game by quite a bit. So a lot of gold going to the way of XXS actually getting it, and that's pretty big too, because we talked about how he's just running around and getting stuff done. If he's the one that gets the kills, he's being rewarded for making plays happen on the map. He's not only taking gold away from the enemy, he's putting it straight into his pocket. So really good plays, and XSS has been pretty impressive all around, I would say, this game on the Centaur.
Low is your spirit ammo. Zinc Q is mine, because I just saw him miss a stack of Ancients, but still sit there and help farm it. That's my type of gameplay right there. And Zinc Q, after Phylactery, is going to be going in for the Guardian Greaves. So yeah, helping out the team, building these big items. I guess the sort of elephant in the room for me, and a player that I don't think we've said his name that many times at all, is Nightfall. Terrorblade is farming. How concerned are you this game for an out-of-control Terrorblade?
That's an interesting question. I'm not super concerned about it if I'm a Jure, right?
Okay.
Like, you're a little bit concerned, of course. You're always going to be a little bit concerned about Terrorblade, but most of the games I see with Terrorblade in the late game, this hero hasn't even been carrying games when he gets farmed. Oh, Low, though.
Yeah, in trouble. He does not have an easy way out of their Stampede. The control. XXS 3 heroes caught with the stomp, but it wasn't enough to help. And now Zing Q gonna throw out some spells. They have the connection onto both of them, and the Torrent follow-up. Oh, it could not have gone worse right there.
It most certainly, I mean, it could have got worse, but not by
never
much.
Mind. It's, well, now it might be. Except, okay, he has an Invis-Run. That keeps him alive.
Yeah, that was a quick Yule, stopping the RP from coming out there, but the follow-up wasn't even super close, I would say, either. XM with the Yule is very difficult to kill right now, but I also will say his damage output is also not very impressive either. Like, he has very little attack speed, so he's not going to be doing much of the bashing. He's just really relying on spamming the Slithering Crush. I mean, those talents do get pretty absurd. Once you get to the Shard, you start getting some more points into the Slithering Crush and the Slithering Crush cooldown. This is when this hero gets really obnoxious, as well as being tanky. So I think it's more of a means to farm building the Duels. And we'll see here, like, how disaster ensues. Like, this time, there's not enough, right? You were almost there on XSS, but you weren't there quite. Gen Q, he goes in, he tries to help. But Toronto Tokyo doing a really good job scouting that back line there, getting that +1 kill. So turning one pick off, that should have been nice and clean, into a bonus +2. And that's going to help him a lot in the net worth department. But meanwhile, Weaver Slardar pretty good at doing Roshan.
Yeah, and I guess just the positioning around the map makes them feel confident going for this, but it is going to happen. And, you know, if there's, sure, Slardar not having a ton of damage, the one thing he definitely provides with that Corrosive Haze is a heck of a lot of minus armor. So him having that online and now having a Blink Dagger, he's ready to go. They've got Deso on this Weaver. These next couple of minutes are going to be really interesting to watch, particularly as Lul picks up his Shard.
Yeah, so you were talking about, like, the Terrorblade. Am I afraid of him, like, getting really farmed? Answer is always going to be slightly yes, but realistically no. Because you have a lot of weird things in Dota right now, and I'll hold on that thought real quick.
Jump. Stun. Thunder God's Wrath out. Pull back Weaver. Will it be enough to get the kill in time? Yes, that's Aegis down. XXS still has his blink ready to go. He wants to. He can try and jump in. Needs to wait for it. Lul living for the moment. Stun now. On to 2. Zeus is
he time-lapsed no HP.
And it is not going to be the way it needed.
No.
The Aegis timing. Oh, that really hurts.
He time lapsed back to before when he died on the Aegis, so he lost HP with that time lapse and just instantly died. And you see, Save gave him the tip because, like, yep, you messed up, buddy.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower has fallen.
All right, sad. I watch this time lapse when it gets there. It's a great RP. I mean, I was a little concerned because Toronto Tokyo pretty much whiffs the route here entirely and doesn't hit anything. And it's like, okay, they're gonna get him here. He's gonna probably die, but at the end, we didn't get the time in the clip, unfortunately. But he time lapsed at a very unfortunate time. Sometimes that stuff can happen as Pure will go down here. Unlucky. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. It's not something that you anticipate happening again, most likely. Although, who knows? It might happen. The plus side of it is that, you know, they're able to get a return kill onto Pure. And I think if there is one thing to be said about this lineup, like, Global, as long as it isn't used, Azure Raid can keep fighting. You know, there's not that many cooldowns that they need to play around with their lineup.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And to go back to my point real quick about like the Terrorblade again and scaling, Dota's gotten to the point where people understand these level 25 timings, and a lot of heroes are picked because they're OP at level 25. Like, I could realistically see a 6-slot Terrorblade just not be able to play the game versus a Slardar who's just got the Slithering Crush talent at level 25, right? Continuously spamming it with this Weaver who has this ridiculous talent of the double Germinate attack as well. Just like going off on and on again. And that's just Dota. Like, finding what's OP in the game right now. And Terrorblade has just been consistently a strong hero. He doesn't have any like really silly talents. Because like, let me check it. 7 seconds, right? 7 seconds Slithering Crush, and it gets reduced by 4 seconds with that talent. And then I see people also buy Octarine Core on top of it. You're just spamming that off cooldown, and it does an absurd amount of damage with the Shard and the level 20 talent.
Well, we'll see if they can come into it before that happens. Yule Scepter to lift up, which means they don't get the stun. Lul backs away. That's Global down. Now in a weird position. They do manage to find him with the X, try to pull him back in. Will it be enough? With Weaver dead, they're still dealing a good amount of damage, but not enough. XM also trying to escape. We'll have a blink back up in a moment. Gets into their base. Does not have a TP. It's just gotta run.
That's not your base, buddy.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Tree's going in. He might be able to get the root here. He does.
Gets some. Crush decides to turn to bash. Toronto Tokyo going in for the kill and manages to make it happen with save.
My man Toronto Tokyo there. He knew exactly what he was doing. I bet he didn't think he was gonna die even once there, right?
Oh yeah, definitely not. No fear for Toronto Tokyo.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, he was like, I'm going to do this, and if I die and you kill him, it's still worth it, right? And just if I live, even better. There's really no downside there. But if I die and he gets away, then he'd probably be sad.
Yes. As we take a look at another one of these, I thought he was going to get out and get away with this, but Lul stuck around a bit too long out of that Sakuchi. Took too long to get it back in, and then the X, he was just dead. It was a rough one.
Speaking of the X and being dead.
Pure finds a couple more onto this Zeus. No free reign. The tidal wave pulls them back in, and another 2 dead. BetBoom are absolutely slain now.
And we haven't seen a team make a Jure look this way in any of the games we've casted so far. BetBoom is literally making it seem like they're being outclassed here on the map. And so far, all the other teams that have played against Azure, it's been the opposite, right? It's mainly been Azure doing the schooling, but in this particular game, yeah, BetBoom was just like outplaying them all over the map.
It is really impressive. And I'm not sure if it's like positioning oriented. Maybe it's something with like Terrorblade pushing out the lanes and giving them a ton of extra vision. Whatever the case is, Azure, like, they keep on finding Xingqiu. He's dying in these fights. Grimstroke feels like it's been doing a lot with that Soulbind. It's been really impressive to see.
His save is really impressive on a lot of the ranged position force. It's like his specialty, and his Grimstroke is one that I haven't actually seen a lot of. Of course, you think of him, you obviously think of Skywrath and Techies a lot, but seems like his Grimstroke is also another one of his signatures as well, just based off how many Dota Plus levels he has on this hero.
Right.
And it's been looking really good. It's definitely been top tier.
We get the shard now. Hand it
Oh,
over.
this
to
is
Silencer.
disgusting. Like, GPK is disgustingly farmed.
Yeah, that's hard. That's Ags. Double bracers. He is so strong right now.
Yeah, throw a Treant armor on top of him. It's not an easy kill.
No, it is. It is quite tough, and this feels like it is time for Azure to do some split pushing, try and slow down the game as much as they can, because they know that they can't fight at this point. Yeah, very tough to deal with.
And you see Toronto Tokyo TPing top. Like they're gonna bait here. They're gonna see the Centaur over here. This is actually just amazing game sense right here by Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah. The root, they find him, dodges back, finds him immediately, and there's the skewer connection. XXS in trouble, no way out. But mid lane, are they going to try and... Nah, they can't get anything in return either. It's a freaking Kunkka. Are you going to kill GPK?
And you wanted to know the question of, like, are the Illusions giving... How is BetBoom doing this? They just have a better understanding of the game. And they're already back mid on Shin-Q. He has no way of getting out of this one either. So see you later, Shin-Q. Another one bites the dust here. And what they're doing that is so impressive here is they take this tier 2, and out of process of elimination, right? They're not defending it. Where are they at? They're probably on the opposite side of the map. And Toronto Tokyo instantly sets up on the opposite side of the map. So where do you go? If Toronto Tokyo is always there, and again, pure, why not? Add one more to his collection here, as another one's going to potentially go down.
That's huge. Yeah. Tries
They
to
messed
crush
up.
and get away. Okay, that at least saves them something. Are they going to try and go now onto pure? Okay, crush. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That is a whole lot of damage. He's dead. So they do get a counter kill.
There's a Rax missing mid, though.
Yeah, that's an issue. Now the Centaur stomp. Everybody back alive for Azure Ray. But with Grimstroke there having the Ink Swell to ensure the retreat, BetBoom, they're going to be fine getting out of there. So you think this has all been just like game understanding play from BetBoom that's been putting them into the lead here?
Yeah, 100%. They're just playing the map better. They're reading the map. Of course, their heroes are good at doing it, but that's, what's the point of that argument? Just in this particular game, they're just outplaying them on the map. They're outmaneuvering. Save in that last fight, unfortunately, didn't pop his Inkswell to chain stun the Slaughter there, which caused Pure to die instead of the Slaughter to die, which obviously is a little bit unfortunate, to say the least. But other than that, they've been playing pretty immaculately.
I think they know on BetBoom that this is happening because they saw the Wisdom Rune get taken away. Now they see that it's right there. They try and burst him right at the start. Does have Sunder available as well as that Inkswell, and he is just going to start ripping them to shreds. They pull in the Zeus, find that kill too, and have to run away. With the root coming out, they got 4 chances. BKB, they managed to find the pullback onto Weaver. Time-lapse getaway. Control, not going to find it. Backline finding save, but there isn't any follow-up. XM can't do it alone. This guy has a Yules.
Well, but I don't think Tian Ming is going to out this one.
No, he is mega
He's
dead.
taunting him or what?
I don't know. It looks like it. A little bit coming out from Nightfall, and they find it! Just randomly, he spotted him heading over that direction and drops the RP as soon as he came into range of that ward. Oh, they're so good.
They're getting outplayed super hard in this game. But it's gotten to the point where I don't think you have the tools to deal this anymore.
Yeah. GG is called. It had fallen completely off the rails. Probably the shortest match that we've seen so far. And BetBoom, even though they've been trading games, when they're at their best, it's so hard to compete.
I mean, you've been asking me about BetBoom for a while now, and that's what I've been saying every single time. This team is, when they're doing well, they're the best team in the world, in my eyes. Like, hands down, the best team in the world. But they have, like a lot of teams do, and this is not something you can overcome easily, it's inconsistency issues. And a lot of Bet Booms, and you can see it sometimes in Pure's face when things go wrong. Like him and Duracho are some of my favorite players to watch on camera. They have a lot of facial and hand gestures when things aren't going well, and you can tell like things can mentally bother them. And we all know GPK from his experiences as well. He gets tilted quite easily as well. If Bet Boom isn't tilting, this team is one of the best in the world, if not the best team in the world. That's the big caveat, though, if they're not tilting, and they showed some of their best Dota in this game.
Right. Well, it's a good thing to watch for, and Bet Boom making some really, really impressive showings. I mean, that's the thing that's sort of tough about it, right? Is then the question becomes, how do you try and throw them off their game? How do you make them feel uncomfortable? And for Azure, I mean, I guess here's a question for you. If you're the coach of a team and you're seeing this like difference, do you just try and like instill confidence in your team? Do you start talking about how to mess up their flow? What do you think the like way to approach that is as going into a game 2 and now?
Yeah, I mean, mentality wise, it's kind of hard to say. Like, I would say I wouldn't worry too much about this game because they got slapped really hard.
Okay.
I feel like the picks were the bigger issue here. I think the Slardar mid buying a Yules, not super inspiring, right? So like maybe it's fine, but like that, I feel like we didn't have a lot of impact there. And then we also picked a Centaur really early on with the Slardar, giving it no flex potential. I feel like they got pretty outpicked in this game in that regard. A lot of single target, a lot of overlap on what heroes wanted to do, where Bet Boom just had a much better, well-rounded type of lineup. So mentality wise, I think that sometimes it's best to just blame the draft and be like, we just had a bad draft, nothing really wrong that you guys particularly did here, and let's go into this next game and make a couple adjustments.
Fair enough. I'm trying to think a little bit about the matchups, and it does definitely feel like sort of that XM, in comparison to GPK, like it was kind of a big differentiating factor in terms of what they were able to do. And how they set things up. I'm looking sort of back through, some of the scoreboard stuff that went out there. 0, 4, and 5. This is your first pick overall hero that has looked so good for a very long time. And I kind of wonder if they were keeping this flex option open of the Centaur as a position 5 or something, and then that Terrorblade pick mixed it up or something. Maybe it feels like letting Terrorblade through kind of created this environment where maybe they didn't feel comfortable running it in the 3 anymore. What do you think?
It's hard to say, but if you're not comfortable with your first pick hero to play against anything, then you shouldn't first pick it. That's always been like my stance, right? Like your first pick hero should be, no matter what they pick, you should feel like you can play the game, no matter what role it's put on. And to me, it was a decision to put the Slardar mid and not flexing it. Well, it's like the game plan. It's like they didn't care. If we get Slardar, we're just going to throw it mid. We don't actually care about it whatsoever. And that might need to be reevaluated because they should have cared, I think, in this game, because the Centaur had an amazing game. The Slardar had a good laning stage, and maybe it was an itemization problem as well, but I think even itemization aside, the synergy between Centaur and Slardar are kind of weird. They're both the same type of hero, right? Like you blink in, you stun, cool, and then you kind of need some damage afterwards, and they just didn't have that damage this game. I think they maybe relied a little bit too much on Gen Q just being a core every single game, that maybe got a reality check against some of the better teams. Gen Q is actually a support player.
Right. No, and I think that like when you get out of the box and when you're a team that's sitting top of the group on Azure, much like in a game when you're ahead 10,000 net worth or something, you can feel like you can do no wrong. And suddenly you start willing to try things that you wouldn't otherwise opt to do. And they got put in their place a little. They got beat down a little bit. Bet Boom, in the meantime, building a bit of momentum after their first loss against Secret in game number 1. They come in this game number 2. It's Toronto being like, look at them, we won. It's so good.
We owned, yeah. I mean, they haven't won a series yet, so this is their chance to potentially win a series this Bet Boom. Azure Ray has not lost a series yet. They've drawn a series. They've 2-0'd some series. So maybe we'll get a bit of shakeup in this bracket if Bet Boom can manage to win this one. Otherwise, it'll be kind of just standard Azure Ray tying and Betboom tying.
I mean, yeah, that has been the way that it's gone in Group A. I'm going to double check real quickly to see if that trend has continued. I guess there were 2 2-0s last time. Blacklist lost 2 against Gaming Gladiators. Dude, this is crazy. Actually, because of all of those switch ups with everything that's been happening, we're now back in a situation where like the top teams in all of Group A for day one are losing all of their games. I guess not Azure Ray in the first series, but that's how it kind of goes sometimes. Man, impressive stuff for sure. Well, I guess the next thing to think about too, going into the game number 2, is going to be on top of this dynamic, do you decide to keep the bans the same? Do you decide to take away that train protector? Do you think would that be a decent place to start, or do you think that's not as big of an issue?
I think the only thing that went wrong in the draft for Azure Ray was the Centaur pick and the spot in which they picked it, right? I think if you're going to pick the Slardar, you're going to flex it. You really need to stick to that. Instead of picking Centaur there, you pick a support. And now you're going to see a bit more.
Let's take that time real quickly to highlight that Acer player versus player comparison. This feels like bullying at this point a little bit, but we're going to do it anyways. The net worth, the kills, the damage. It feels.
But that speaks volumes, right? Like to how this game went. Like one mid player is not really participating very much, and the other one is doing a lot. They're farming better. Sure, Kunko does naturally farm better than a Sartor, especially when you have stacks, especially when you have a Magnus. That's all true. But when you win your lane, like you can make up for that difference. The difference of Kunka's farming, he's not making plays on the map. So Sartor could be making plays on the map, killing the enemy carry, but that wasn't really happening either, as you can see from the stats. So just everything went a lot better for GPK in this particular game than XM. I also am not a believer right now of this dual Sartor. I saw it. I get some rationale behind it. Did not look impressive. He had a great lead built into a Yules, and what did the Yules do? Maybe save his life once from a mag trying to RP him, and that was pretty much it for me. And I want to see a bit more aggression from XM going into this next game.
Let's see if that does indeed happen as we head off to our break. We are going to get ready for game number 2. Can Azure Ray pull it out? Or Betboom going to win their first series of the tournament? We'll find out in just a few. Game 2 up next.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 밝게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 밝게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 뛰는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 흐려진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자
Am I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's it.
Welcome back again, all you lovely Dota fans from the world over. We are getting ready for our last game of Group A for day 2 of the first tournament after the 12th TI. I keep on doing those number things over and over again. I like doing it.
At some point, might just start like zoning you out, but yeah, I'm sure you're correct. I'm not following though.
I like it. No, I think it's going to be an interesting one to watch the sort of movement, because again, I've kind of been keeping my eye on the standings for a little while now and seeing like what's been happening, and like Blacklist are falling apart. They have apparently now also lost to Secret. Secret are having a run. They've won 2 games today and maybe are going to be on the verge of another one. Gaming Gladiators are coming in undefeated. So it feels like that first day nerves that were there maybe are getting worked out for a couple of teams, which is exciting. It's cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's first day nerves for sure and settling in, and then it's also the first day meta. Sometimes like you come in with an idea of how to play that day, and you don't have time to really talk about changing it that day. Well, you do that day, but at night, right? You don't have time to talk about during the matches. At nighttime, now you have some time to talk about it, and that's when you can like start to like get a clear picture of how to do things better. And generally, teams that are doing well, they don't talk very much, right? Because they're winning, right? The teams that are losing kind of look at the teams that are winning and try to get to even the playing field. It's pretty natural and happens a lot of the times where you'll see a team do well day 1, day 2, they'll struggle, and then teams that are struggling start doing better. It's always fun to watch, and it's always going to be that way.
I've really been enjoying watching the meta, and I'm already like getting that itch to start spamming pubs. Like, yeah, honestly, even after the group stage is done, I'm probably just gonna like go stream and try and catch Grubby in MMR. Freaking god, I can't believe he got 6K. Unbelievable.
Heroes are you gonna spam?
I want to do Darkseer because it's
wow,
just what I've been doing.
Surprise!
But I feel like I should learn another hero, so I might need to like learn Brew or something. I don't know. We'll
That's a
figure
fun
it out.
one. Yeah.
Is there one you'd recommend if somebody wanted to gain some MMR and spam it out? What's the offlaner to play?
The offlaner to spam to gain MMR. Oh, I mean, Kunkka's pretty great, I must say.
Really?
That hero is very strong, very annoying. And the hero has to be easy to play, or no? That's like the next question.
No. Of course not.
It doesn't have to be easy to play. It can be a hard hero.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
Okay, so right now, Slardar for sure is your hero to play.
Okay.
Slardar, Magnus, and I would say Lone Druid if you want to.
All right, no, we're not doing that. That's an impossible hero to play. Jeez. Okay,
well, replace Lone Druid with Kunkka or Primal Beast, or maybe Brew.
Maybe Brew. I asked for 1 hero and I got 7, so that's pretty nice.
Well, pick one of the 7.
All
I'm
right,
saying
pick
they all
one.
work.
Fair enough. We're getting into this draft for game number 2 now. Azure Ray trying to lick their wounds and pull themselves back up from their bootstraps, see if they can get things underway and deal with the pressure and the ferocity that's been coming out from BetBoom. These guys, came into this one and absolutely owned. Meanwhile, Azure Ray last series leveled or Aftershock level 1 on an Earthshaker and still won.
10 seconds.
Still won the
remaining.
lane, by the
Yeah.
way. Not even just the game versus a Necro. So
5 seconds.
a little
remaining.
bit of different type of game though. We'll have to see. After for me, BetBoom, they've taken bad losses this year, right? Some really bad losses. They know how to take a loss. But for me, this is Azure's first legitimate, like, wow, we got owned type of loss. Sure, they did lose a game to Blacklist, but it wasn't like a spanking, it wasn't like this. This is kind of like a soul searching kind of loss where, like, are we actually bad? Like, we just got owned super hard. Like, is there just a level difference here? And obviously there isn't. It was just like a bad game from them, but that can always be in your mind, and that's how teams can sometimes crumble.
Well, they take out the Grimstroke, feeling like that was one of the problems that they ran into. So that does leave open a lot of other things with Grimstroke and where to band out. The other heroes were Luna and notably Enchantress. So that could be another thing that they look towards on the side of BetBoom team to maybe come up with some answers here. But yeah, I get what you mean. And on the flip side of that, it's okay, how are Azure Ray going to respond to the loss? But also, how are BetBoom going to respond to the win? Are they going to get overconfident? Are they going to get a little bit cocky in the draft? It's going to happen. That's the first loss, by the way, at this tournament for Slardar in that last game.
I'm just looking really quick at BetBoom team here. Okay, so they have done both sides of the coin where they lost game 1, but then they'd win game 2, but they've also won game 1 and lost game 2. So there's no real pattern there.
Right.
I will say this Azure Ray team without the Phoenix has also looked like a different team, right?
Yes.
Maybe like if there's a Phoenix in these games, the Slardar looks a bit different, because I think XM has been pretty known for playing some of these greedier type of heroes in the mid lane, and he hasn't been that type of. He's not really the rock for the team. He's like the leaf in the wind for the team. He gets to do whatever he wants to do. Whereas if you don't have players like Lo, Jin Q, and Tian Ming being like that team fight type of oriented hero, they look like a different team. And I think Tian Ming is going to have to potentially either pass the role over to someone else to play more team fight, or he's going to have to find another hero that can do that type of role. But if they go again with this Slardar, pick some type of single target Centaur on top of it, and they don't have that big team fight AoE coming from the supports, it's going to look like a different game. Sure, you have the global silence, which is cool and everything, but it just wasn't enough. And BetBoom, this is the overconfidence that you might have been expecting. Last game, I suggested the Lina versus Slardar, and this is going to be a test for Azure Ray. You see the Lina now, so do you put the Slardar mid still?
Yeah, I think you don't. I think you either try and take a Terrorblade killer here to try and stop them from picking it, and then ensure that you can get your Slardar into a good matchup, or maybe they feel confident running Slardar into Terrorblade. I don't know, but I don't want to see Terrorblade versus Slardar versus Lina in the mid.
It's not the greatest, but I also look at the other side of you don't want certain things, and I agree, I don't want some things to happen, but what's the alternative, right? Like, what are we going to put versus the Lina? Because Lina generally wins versus all heroes in the mid lane, right? So that's the other debate you have to play, because it's easier for us as commentators, right? Like, oh, I don't like that matchup, you shouldn't do that. And sometimes we don't have an alternative, or these guys are forced to think of something right to do in this situation, and it's hard to say what's good versus Lina in the mid lane, because I'm not entirely sure. But that is a hero that's just good versus Lina in general. Every single spell that you steal from Lina as a Rubik is quite good, and this is a hero that Jin Q looks quite impressive on as well, so I don't mind this pick as well.
What do you think about an earlier Zeus pick again for Azure Ray, and just sort of say we're gonna split? I mean, again, maybe this is my misinformed understanding. I feel like Zeus can probably trade somewhat even against most mids, right? And at least get something out of that lane.
I think they're gonna put Tiny mid.
Really?
We saw it earlier today, right?
That's the only
Man.
time the Tiny's been played mid. It was Dark Mago, and it's now
Right.
0-5 on the hero.
But if I recall correctly, I think some players like Tiny versus Lina mid because you get that extra range with the tree grab. You're
Okay.
pretty tanky, and you can actually get a lot of denies on the Lina. And Dark Mago kind of showed like how to play that matchup as well. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that he inspired this matchup, but it was against XM, right? XM was the Lina,
Right.
and Dark Mago was the Tiny, and he's like, huh, maybe that matchup's not so bad. Maybe he knew ahead of time, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think in general we saw that matchup was played today. They picked it in the same situation, so they must think it's also okay. And it's also here that buys Blink Dagger, right? And can get on top of the Lina throughout the fights. Theoretically can work, but yeah, 0-5 isn't a great stat line, and there's that Terrorblade that you were very afraid of.
So I'll also say, I just looked it up. XM's last professional game on Tiny was over a year ago. So if they're playing Tiny mid, it's definitely because of Dark Mago.
Yeah, there you go. And I don't see, like, Rubik 5 does not sound like the hero that I want Tiangming to play based on how the success they've been having. And I don't want Jin Q to also play Tiny, right?
Yes.
So, like, if they do this as like a double support, for me, it's going to be incredibly weird. But there is always that option of potentially Tiny. I don't know. I guess it could be a Slardar offlane and they could pick something else for mid, but why?
Okay.
I don't know why they would do that. So there you have it. Slardar offlane for me, Tiny mid. Rubik's gonna lane with a Slardar. They'll be fine no matter what in the laning stage. And now you just got to pick your position 1 and your position 5 if you're Azure. On the other end of the coin here, I think now would be a good time to pick your last support here and just give your overall last pick to a purest offlaner.
So I guess the thing that I'm kind of
Oh,
worried
okay.
about is
They're gonna last
Dude.
pick a save hero, unless save is playing Lina,
Oh,
which is not very common. Like, you don't see Lina position 4 very much just because the way Fiery Soul works, but I know he loves the hero. Back when the hero used to be OP as a position 4, he spammed it like crazy.
yeah.
So
Okay.
he definitely is comfortable on casting the spells on the hero, but this is a hero that generally speaking isn't played a lot in position 4. So they really wanted that Kunkka there, or they're just giving save glorified last pick of the game here. I was like, yeah, we just think your last pick is going to be that beneficial, but that's unlikely. I think what's more likely here is they wanted this Kunkka now, and they didn't want 2 heroes to get banned from Pure and limit his hero pool, so he'd rather get counterpicked now.
Okay, so you think that it is going to be then the pure Kunkka, and you still think it's going to be Lina mid though?
It's 70% Lina mid in my eyes.
Okay, I'm just
Well,
thinking about this scenario now where like XM like, yeah, this Lina matchup is great. I've learned about it. I feel like I can try it out, and then he like runs to mid against Kunkka and has no armor and just feels horrible, which I feel like is a possibility. But would also be very sad, but maybe not good. Who knows?
Kunkka Tiny is what used to be played a lot in older metas. I'm not sure how it works right now, but I think it's pretty similar. I think that's a 50-50 as well. Like,
Okay.
you secure all your CS with Tidebringer, but you also secure all your CS with Tree Grab. So they're similar type of heroes. They wouldn't be the worst matchup, but if they were to do that situation, yeah, I mean, the Lina support, I just don't think Lina can be played on support right now. That's just
Yeah.
a big function of this hero is Fiery Souls. Before, back when you only needed to hit one target with a spell and you could maintain max Fiery Souls, it was a different story. But now you have to hit multiple units, which makes it much more difficult. Not impossible, but much more difficult here. And now we do see the Lifesteer come out. Bad matchup head-to-head against Terrorblade. However, you got Slardar Lifesteer, baby. This is a combination that Azure showed us day number 1 on how powerful this thing looks. And it still is powerful. You can probably even burst a Terrorblade if you get on top of him with that minus armor and Lifesteer chucking away at you here. So even though it's not a good one-on-one matchup versus the Terrorblade, if you get the jump on the Terrorblade, it might be good enough.
Right. And you also have potentially tiny life stealers. So the mixture of magical and physical damage. Granted, you wouldn't have the corrosive haze for that amp, but it still can definitely find some potential to burst. I think one of the things I'm worried about though is I'm seeing, if I remember correctly, that Lifestealer Slardar match before, they had somebody else mid. I don't remember who it was, but it felt like it was somebody that scaled better. I'm worried about the tiny. If this is a hero that's depending upon finding those kills, I feel like BetBoom be able to dodge them.
BetBoom doesn't think this tiny's going mid with their bans.
Yeah.
I think this is support tiny for sure.
10 seconds.
So we'll see who's right, me or BetBoom team.
5 seconds.
I mean,
remaining.
it could also be that they're not afraid of it.
No, there's only two choices here. It's either I'm right or BetBoom's wrong.
Okay, got it.
No, just kidding. I could be wrong too. We're gonna see who's right, me or BetBoom. And they're gonna pick the Magnus here, which I think that actually should put that to tiny support then. Okay. No, who's their pos 5? Rubik? And then, all right, so they might do it. So BetBoom's smarter than me on the meta. Surprise, surprise.
Seconds remaining.
I mean, it's interesting though too because the mag.
5 seconds.
I mean,
remaining.
I don't know. I felt like Tiny at least has an avenue to sort of deal with the Lina and lane. We've seen a method to make that happen.
Choose
They
your
take
Tide Hunter.
Yo,
Nice.
what is happening?
Support Lena. It's actually happening, I think.
Okay. So I'll say also, Zinq has had numerous times where he's either played Tiny support or had it a bunch of times on his team, obviously.
Yeah.
Back when he played on Serenity, he was the position 3 for that team. But I don't know. Do you like it?
I have no doubt that Jin Q Tiny's good, right?
Okay.
That's not my concern. My concern is
Tiny's bad.
well, that's one of them, yes, but more so, my concern is the structural integrity of Azure and what they've been doing to win games. It has not been this, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of this comes down to like the Phoenix being banned. Like them not having the Phoenix makes this team draft so much differently. And it's so weird to say, like, just one simple hero like that can just make a team just draft wise look completely different. And they showed in the last game without the Phoenix, they look like a different team. They're also going to play without a Phoenix this game. And to me, this is going to be the test for Azure. Like, is this a one-trick pony type of team? Do they have to have a Phoenix to be able to put together some drafts and strats that make it work? Or can they get it done with some new heroes? And last game, they did not get it done with the new heroes. This game, they got to make it happen. This is the first time we're seeing Jin-Q playing a melee position 4. And this is going to be laning with another melee in the Magnus. There's a lot of repositioning in this game with the telekinesis toss and skewer, which is very annoying for a lot of heroes, of course. But will they make it through the laning stage? Lina, even though it's not the greatest pos 4 as it used to be, it still has a lot of range. It's going to stun you. Tide Hunter is going to hit you really hard. Lowe's laning stage, I guarantee you, with a Rubik 5 is not going to be super good either. I'm a bit scared for the laning stage here. I'm not going to lie to you for Azure here. And they don't have that impressive of a team fight either. So
Yeah.
a lot to really think about here.
I mean, the team fight situation is definitely strange. I think that's the thing that has kind of been their bread and butter, and seeing them step away from that or be forced to step away with that with the Phoenix being banned, it's leaving me with a weird taste in my mouth. But we'll see what happens as we get into this game number 2. Oh, Ravages and Ghost Ships and Overgrowth be able to get them where they need to go, or is it going to be Rubik stealing all of those spells and turning them back against them? Could be a thing.
I wonder if you can play Lina now without getting Fiery Soul. Is the Madman going to do it? Now that the Dragon Slave does a DOT, can you actually just go like 2-1-0 in the laning stage, right? And actually apply a lot of pressure. I've got my notepad out. I enjoy Lina myself, so if this happens, if I ever play POS 4 Lina, which I don't know when I'll ever do that, my notepad's ready.
I mean, to be honest, in the laning stage, it does sound kind of sick,
30
right? You have like
seconds to battle.
4 LSAs before mangoes. You can use those to secure last hits or range creeps. You can, put in a little bit of counter pressure too at the same time. If you can get into arcane boots at a decent period, it seems kind of cool. You're just slow as hell.
I mean, I see the vision here. I
Yeah.
just want to see it played out.
All right, in the river, XM ready to run forward. Last time they got 4 bounty rooms. This time they will not. And in fact, it's going to be 2 apiece.
And we got the same matchup in the mid lane here, but this time you don't have them power for the Kunkka if things start going south here.
That's right. The whatchamacallit, oh wait. You're right. I was thinking about the tree armor, but they do have tree armor at least. Eventually.
Yeah, but they don't have the mag on their team to.
Right.
If Kunkka has a bad lane, he won't catch up nearly as fast with the stacks and them power.
Do you think that there's enough things that maybe he learned playing the matchup that it's going to go better for GPK, or is it just one of those that kind of sucks?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. Like, I think the matchup itself looked pretty good up until like level 3 or level 4, but I think at that point, even with tree armor, if it's still hard, it's probably a matchup that you just have to abandon around level 5.
Okay. Interesting.
But time will tell. Time will tell here. Round number 2 of this matchup, we'll know for sure after this one.
Right. Also seen up top, Tianming taking a lot of harassment from Save. He's already eaten 2 of the LSAs and then just getting a bunch of right clicks. There's a third with Gush already used. That's going to be first blood Save. Managed to take it down. That is really big, getting it onto your Lina. And now Lul also in trouble. Does not have any points in the rage. The stun comes out.
got a big
Anchor
stick,
smash,
though.
a couple more punches. He's going to live. Wow.
My man's got a big stick there, so he's gonna live. 7 charges on that one.
How many FSAs are left, dude?
I mean, it's only 100 mana. This hero seems to have 450 mana, so he's gonna pump those out like crazy. I still want to see at level 2 what he decides to skill.
Right.
As he is just gonna stop that camp from spawning there. Gonna sacrifice a bunch of HP, but it's fine. He's got a ton of tangos and a salve.
GPK. Oh, it's got to be frustrating. Just getting hit over and over again. We'll be able to secure the water rune, so not 2 of them going the other way. Well, down bottom, Nightfall going to play Terrorblade 2 games in a row, and just trying to put the hurt on the ZQ and XXS.
Man, this matchup doesn't look very difficult on the bot lane. You got tiny Magnus lane. I think your only plays are to toss and skewer people into your tower. But if you manage to hold your lane right where Nightfall has it, you feel like king of the game.
Right.
Because, like, even if they toss and skewer your back, it's not in tower range. And at that point, you just got some unthreatening melee heroes that are just sitting in front of you. And the CS kind of, like, dictates that story as well. As you only have 7 CS on XSS. And it looks like with the superior stun advantage, ZenQ will pick up that Lotus. A little bit of something, but moral of the story is here, they're not going to stop Nightfall from farming in this one. And that's always a concern when Terrorblade does get that free farm and accelerates very quickly into that jungling.
I have some
Top
bad
lane.
news for you, Fear. As
Yeah,
he
I see
did
it.
take
I don't
the
want to hear it.
The fiery soul. Unfortunate.
My
Feels
theory
bad.
craft.
No.
No, it's honestly fine. There's one more redeeming thing. As long as he gets Q at level 3. Because
Okay.
then when he'll be able to keep Fiery Soul stacks up. And I don't know, it was just a theory. I'm not criticizing him for doing this because this is the standard Lina build.
Right.
I was just wondering if he had some new tech that would have been cool to watch.
Yeah. Looks like he just thought it was going to be a good Lina game in general, which fair enough. And XM now chasing down GPK. He's going to force out a torrent and then go on over to pick up his next round of runes. X marks the spot. Still a couple seconds away is down bottom. A little bit of damage thrown out with the reflection, but nothing doing as of yet. Maybe they go for Toronto Tokyo there? No, not going to do it. Yeah, it feels really bad. Doesn't even have toss yet, so even if the tree's a little bit out of position, they can't punish.
Not yet, but he'll most definitely get tossed at level 3, I would imagine. I'm not sure if 2 points in Avalanche would really matter that much.
Right. Pull back 1. Has the
Okay.
Avalanche at the ready. Saving it for now. Don't have the damage though.
I mean, he's so close to level 3. Oh man.
I know.
If he was level 3 there, they would have got him, but one creep away.
That's
all it was.
Oh, it did. That broke his set. Oh, no, it didn't break his set. Never mind. Toronto Tokyo's still yelling. That's frustrating.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now he's got the point. Oh, Toronto Tokyo is broken here.
Chance? No.
Toss him back.
Is it going to be enough damage? Slowed down under tower. He decides to just go in for a kill. It's not going to happen, though. So they do manage to find another one.
That's like literally the only play they can do to get kills. Like,
Yeah.
it has to be some toss back skewer type of shenanigans. I mean, it's a fine kill to get, but at the end of the day, you still have to go back to base, right? As Magnus, and
Right.
Terrorblade's still free farming. So I don't think Toronto Tokyo is sad about that. Nightfall is definitely saying like, yeah, that's good. This is good. I like this. I get solo XP. Everything for me. I'm the Terrorblade.
XM might be caught here. X marks the spot. They find him with the
Oh,
Torrent
no.
LSA, and XM going to drop. So not only is the lane going better for GBK, but the support rotation this time sets up for kills.
Yeah, it definitely went slightly better for him in this game. Still definitely lost the lane, but I think that's just the nature of the matchup, pretty much confirmed at this point.
Yeah.
And then he's even going to pull the wave there and farm that out and get his farm. And at this point of the laning matchup, it doesn't matter anymore. In top lane, Pure,
Hold
most
back.
certainly going to go down.
Q takes that one.
And bot
for
lane,
himself.
we got Nightfall under the tower as well.
He trades over the aggro to his illusion. Nicely
Very
played
nice.
there. Make sure that he's able to get out of trouble. And that's always going to be something he's going to be able to do.
Yep.
XM
Radiant's
wanting to
courier
hunt,
has been killed.
and instead just has to run in and get the courier kill. This 7-minute mark coming in. XXS stops the tree from stealing one away. So it will be one wisdom rune apiece.
All right. I'm still trying to find some stacks happening for Bet Boom team, but it looks like they're not going to be happening this game. Save has been more focused on trying to give Tide a game, but unfortunately, even with the Lena support and all the good things that was happening, it hasn't really stopped low very much in this laning stage. He's still completely free farming, and I would say he is now at the point of the game where you can't mess with the slice stealer anymore, and it's going to be really difficult. He has the option to go for Infest if he wants to. He'll probably save the point, got some point in Rage. Tide can't really pressure him anymore. He's going to farm on this lifesteal for sure. And Starter, he's still farming as well. As Treant will just go down real quick. And
Farming
XM,
heroes.
you know, I got just a quick round of applause here. Not going for
Yeah.
Yules this game.
I like that.
I like that as well. Because I think he's going to have to do damage. He has a Magnus on his team, right?
Right.
Anyway, bottom lane.
Oh, a chance? Yeah, Nightfall. He goes down too. So they find one kill on the tree with the Slardar accelerating his game and then taking down the TP. This is definitely already feeling a lot stronger. I think they might camp Terrorblade if he's not careful. He's got to be really sure about where he TP's back in here.
Yeah, he definitely should wait a little bit. Sarter does have a DD. He does have Sunder skilled though, and there's no RP. So
Radiant
if he does
scanning.
come back to here,
Bro.
he just needs his team to react quickly.
Bro.
I don't think this is an easy
Bro,
kill.
he has a DD on Slardar. Look at this. Look at this.
I don't know. I don't think this is an easy kill.
Can they get him? Can they get him? The lift, it's not out. Oh, Spear, you were so right. Oh, God. XM, run away. Get out of there. It's not going to happen. Why didn't you listen to Fear? Azure Ray. Oh, that's got to hurt.
I think that's way too risky. He had a Fairy Fire. He had a pretty big stick on him as well. You don't really have RP available, and you don't have Chain Stomp. So it didn't seem like a situation. It's very low chance for that to actually work in my eyes.
Got to either bring more numbers or something else needs to happen at that point. But whatever the case ends up being, it was not enough. Zinq throws out an Avalanche to get away from that Kunkka X. Only a level 2 right now, but it's going to hit that level 3 mark that allows a lot of those kills from Fog.
And this has been so Save is now finally gonna start stacking, and it looks like Tianming will join him in that process, just slowing the game down just a little bit.
God, this is my favorite thing to do. I love
Stacking?
this. Yeah, it's so nice.
Okay. You know what most people that stack really enjoy? It's
What's
not
that?
necessarily the stacking itself. It's as a support, you often don't get to hear the sound of money, but when
Yeah.
you're the stacker, you get to hear the chings for the first time in your life, right?
Oh, it's so
Of
good.
like getting that gold from being a stacker.
It's so nice, man. It's just like a little dopamine hit.
You know what's even better? Playing carry and hearing it all the time.
That's fair. That's fair. Smoke up now. They're making another move down bottom towards Nightfall, who seems to recognize the danger that's coming this way. They see his courier, know he's behind. Now XM steps forward. GP, dude, they're bringing everybody. Get the hell out of here, Azure. They do force a lot of heroes. That X marks the spot a little ways away, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch up to XM quite in time. He's just out of range for the X. Another Guardian sprint. He should be able to escape. And yeah, you can throw in the Avalanche to make sure they get out. So that's pretty great. Forcing all 5 heroes down bottom and then getting out.
Oh, that's definitely really good. Yeah, Lifestar is super happy because there's no pressure being applied to him. He's going into the Radiance next, which, okay, I can see some uses for it this game. Of course, one downside is Reflection will give a Radiance of their own, but you can always... Okay, I think Pure? He's going to get canceled here.
Yeah, he doesn't have any way to get out of here. Wants to go through ZQ.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's gone.
That's a very sad way to die.
That was pretty hype. I mean, that's the thing, right? That they knew that somebody was going to come back through the gate because they TP'd 5 heroes.
Yeah. I mean, that is true. It was a very good read, but a very sad death.
Yes. Death via life stealer at level 9.
Just dying to Lifesteer in general is just pretty sad. All this hero does is right click you. He doesn't have anything else. He's like he's become the new Wraith King.
Right. Now, we are seeing GPK start to make the move up here. I think this is just to try and clear out the stacks. That's the only thing that you can't allow to happen, I feel like, at this point for BetBoom, is getting the stacks stolen.
Yeah, for sure. I think at that point you're not really in jeopardy of it either.
Yeah.
Because generally speaking, these heroes like Lifesteer doesn't push lanes out quickly, right? You just right click one at a time. Slardar is alright, Toronto Tokyo will die here. Slardar's a little bit better than usual at pushing lanes because you max the crush now over the bash. So that's something, but still not amazing. And Magnus, yeah, he can push lanes pretty quickly, but he has to do it with his body. And when he shows his body, that means he could die in doing so. It's not very safe. So this isn't a lineup where they're going to get in there.
He's also needed for the stacks, right? Like, that's the other thing.
Yeah, on the other side. I mean, at this point, Lifesteer can do him with Empower.
Right.
So that was a pretty cool play by Lifesteer. He's like, goes down there, secures the tower, gets the tree kill, gets an Empower for his troubles, will help him farm a little bit faster.
Want to see, but the movement up to try and catch him
Ravage.
here. Ravage, LSA, Meteor Hammer, Laguna Blade, done.
Beautiful.
That was what they wanted. Now the toss back underneath the tower. GPK, is he going to be in trouble? Stolen X marks the spot from Tianming, but they have the Meteor Hammer already there, and now the boat to turn it. You thought you were taking a fight. It's not going the way that you wanted it. Skewer all the way back and out, but GPK still there for the chase. Trying to
He's so
bring
tanky.
down XXS, and one last hit. Oh no, it's not quite there in time. He couldn't get it. The X marks the spot instead of a right click.
Yeah, unfortunate. And then he ends up getting chain stunned for it. Guess that boat buff running out there hurting him just a little bit. Now you just have to back up a little bit if you are Nightfall and the gang here. But I really liked Pure there. He was like sitting in the spot of the trees where he was just fogged, and once the Lena gave vision of Lifesteer, it's almost impossible to react to if you don't see the tide and you just randomly see some like tendrils come out of the ground, right? And then he just gets stunned by that, and they perfectly chain stun that there. A little unfortunate though that they did overextend a little bit and then gave away GPK for that. Otherwise, that could have been a really good thing for the team, but overall, it's just a trade of net worth.
Well, and you know, this is where the Rubik needs to have some of that value. If he doesn't have the X marks the spot right there, they probably don't get that kill. And of course, XXS being in position too. Will X Pure Now, they do have the telekinesis pullback with the skewer. With more friends coming in, they're setting up on Pure. So Pure in trouble, wants to get out. We'll crack in that one, but he's gone.
I mean, double Echo Saber just like slowing him.
Yeah.
Death by 1,000 cuts there, literally. They got the Echo Saber on the Magnus and the Slaughter, just chaining it on top of him. And those actually made the difference. Slows they provide to be able to bring him down there.
4,000 gold lead for Azure Ray. What a turnaround from game number 1.
Oh, for sure. It's looking pretty good for now. And I think the itemization change on XM is already paying off in spades here. Actually being able to do damage and kill heroes, right? Instead of just trying to survive.
Right. Yeah, and I think also the decision to steal the Magnus away, showing this hero still has tremendous value, not just for the team fight elements, but turning these other heroes that, you know, Slardar, for instance, that would traditionally be thought of more as just like the big, you know, team fight or jump blow up hero, into more of the farming guy.
It's go time, Lyrical. You see those 2 items on your right hand side?
Yep.
Those are big. Double Blink Dagger now online. They had no blinks before this, by the way. They just have Echo Sabers and Tiny walking in. Now they have a blink on both of their initiators. Well, they have 3 initiators, I guess. Slardar, he'll go for one eventually.
Right. Well, and there is still this like sort of slight window where maybe they could wait a little bit longer for Lul. He's trying to get into that Radiance, has the Relic done, but not quite the Talisman yet. So we'll see. But Azure Ray, they're going with the other 4, and Lul's not too far away, so they can take this fight if they want. It's still hard to fight into Ravage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
If they get the right initiation, I'm sure it's fine, but Pure's reading this.
Yeah, they're so ready.
Yeah,
Oh
you don't
my
want to
God,
do
they're
this now.
so ready.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Very
under
good that Azure Ray did not take that bait. That's a really good read, though, because I don't think they had a ward that spotted out that smoke. That was just, like I said, once again, game sense. Something that BetBoom is really good at. They have a lot of really talented players, very high MMR. They play a lot of Dota, and they can just feel these things just by how the map is being played.
Right. Well, it does mean that they're probably going to have bought enough time for Lul to get into that Radiance. Kind of an awkward spot now, I feel like, for both of these teams, because obviously Blink Dagger's done, you want to go and fight, but they do also have the mag that can, you know, keep them farming up with the Empower combinations. So it's not like it doesn't feel as bad as some of the other times that we've seen this.
Yep. Definitely going to be totally fine here, I think. For both these squads, they're pretty okay.
They're baiting this again. I mean, the positioning from BetBoom is just really good. And Azure Ray's like, nope, that doesn't look right. We're getting out of here.
I mean, both these teams are doing really good reads, right? Like,
yeah.
First, Azure Ray's making the play, BetBoom's reading it, and Azure Ray's reading that they're reading, and then decides to back out. Mind games. A lot of mind games.
Still could be a very contentious moment here. And yeah, I think that the important thing to keep in mind for this too is because of how close this group is in Group A, this is the type of match here that can sort of be the difference between, are these teams top of the group or are they middle of the group? And depending on what happens with Blacklist and Secret, or they maybe even out of the group. Like BetBoom obviously look amazing, but these 2-game series, they've been trading off a lot of them 1-1.
You definitely want to get some wins for sure.
Lift.
All right, tied mid.
Skewer pulls him back in. Has Ravage at the ready. RP used. LSA out, but still damage. It's enough. Lul gets the kill. Finally, Pure steps a bit too far forward, and Azure Ray jump on him. And now off to the side, they also get Toronto Tokyo killed. GBK trying to do what he can. They move in now with save. Trying to find that finish. The Laguna Blade is not going to be enough. Chasing, ring around the Rosie.
Jukes.
Oh, a stun and the kill. Save gets something out of nothing. Much needed deny. The little bitty one. Cobalt Foreman, 26 damage, and every bit of it was needed to kill Save.
Out of like the 100 scenarios that could have happened in that one moment, the best possible one happened for him.
That was crazy.
And I think out of 95 of those snares, he just dies straight up. But he gets a kill and then denies himself. That's absolutely insane.
I think this creep has
Look
one
at
of
this,
the
man.
It has one of the lowest damages in all of Dota too.
But he's amped damage, right? So if he's not amped,
That's a good point.
he wouldn't die.
Bam!
What a
was
monster.
sick. All right, that's one of those that revitalizes the team a little bit. Gets the guys that denied. Look at that.
I mean, it'd been better if they were winning the game, but still, that's all those little things that help them get into the right direction here.
Right. Well, like you said, winning the game currently 6,000 gold lead. Pure is trying to keep up, but for this Tidehunter, he's just a little bit behind. It's not a huge margin. The Meteor Hammer is going to allow him to keep farming up a decent amount. With that Blink Dagger, he's queuing up the Hex next. And that eventually could make a pretty big difference. Like, Hex to catch the Lycia before raid is going to be super hard.
Yeah, that's why he's hitting it, because, I mean, I've seen Low on many occasions react. He has fast fingers, right? I think he doesn't want to take the chance of just getting the Ravage off before the Rage. If you get a Hex, you guarantee you get the stun, and then you get the Ravage, and then your team can follow up on it. Because they don't have an instant stun on their team, right? Kunkka doesn't offer any instant stun. Lina also isn't an instant stun. They all have windups, and if you are fast enough or you have enough vision, you're not going to catch this Lifestealer. So getting a Hex in there is pretty crucial.
Right. Trying to get in towards Harpoon. The Terrorblade watch, we're keeping an eye on it. He's about 1,200 gold away from finishing off the Scotty, which is super annoying to deal with. And the Kunkka has finished the Aghanim Scepter now on top of Blade Mail. Azure Ray kind of sitting back comfortably for the moment, waiting to get their items. They've got double BKBs and double Blink Daggers on XM and XXS. If there was ever a time to take a fight, it feels like it's about now.
If you want to, but if you look at the gold graph, every couple minutes they're just like getting ahead by 1,000 gold. So,
I guess that's fair, yeah.
Like, you don't necessarily need to do anything right now if you're already winning, if you know what I mean.
Right.
But Roshan's always a good objective to go for. I think this is more the stable one. Instead of just randomly running into your opponents hoping to catch them, I think the play more times than not has been just do Roshan and then run at Tormentors. But I think BetBoom realized that Tormentors are pretty important, and if you don't take it now, you might never have it if you give Rosh away. So they're going to just claim it for themselves real quick. And give a shard to Lina, which is not a bad shard whatsoever. I think the shard from AR went on Gen Q, which for him is really just a farming tool, which, Gen Q, him getting farm is always great. So I suppose it's not bad either.
Right. No, it's good. And, potentially even, obviously, Mag's going to be giving Empower to a lot of people, but eventually Empower is amazing on Tiny. If he starts getting to, the really farm territories, thinking about an Aghanim Scepter or something later, that'd be mega hype.
Yeah. It's a time for Gen Q to queue up the Echo Saber as well to get 3 Echo Sabers on the team.
Why not?
I'm down.
Tier 1 tower in the mid lane gets taken down 5-11. GPK shows for a minute on the bottom wave, and all of Azure Rays start heading down just in case they can catch sight of him there.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is
yeah,
under
farming
attack.
more of the map at the moment and slowly accentuating that lead.
There's a line being drawn by Nightfall. One thing about Nightfall is, if you've ever seen him play with people streaming, is he talks a lot.
Yeah.
He is like a true carry, type of captain type of player. He'll tell his team exactly what to do, when to do it, and he'll talk a lot. It gives you a lot of the Eternal Envy type of vibes where your carry's just always talking a lot. Obviously, completely different type of personalities, but still that type of player that is not afraid to tell his team what to do at all points in the game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Seeing Q steps forward, blinks, tries to find somebody.
Got a Yules.
Keeps himself alive for the moment. Lul is nearby. They still have Blink
Oh, they
Ravage
use
at the
meta.
ready. XXS trying to bait this out. And yeah, using meta, that should be enough to try and slow down this fight from happening. Interesting.
I'm really enjoying the patience AR is showing. Actually, both these teams. This is just a high quality game of Dota.
Right.
Both teams know exactly what their limits are and what they should be doing. And even though there isn't much action, you can really appreciate that both these teams are taking this very seriously and being very disciplined. That's all we're seeing here. We're seeing tons of discipline because the team that pulls the trigger first in a lot of these situations is probably going to be the one that loses.
Yeah. You need to sort of poke and prod and find moments when something can go well. And oftentimes that's where vision can play the biggest role in a game. Success there, getting caught by an LSA as they come and take away that vision. So, you know, as your Ray, you force them into this area, they show up there, then you see them split, then you come in and take back over the side of the map. It's pretty good stuff overall.
Yep, for sure here. And they're just going to use this Lifesteal Aegis to take the objective. And you see now the position they're in right now. That's why there's a Tormentor. If the Tormentor was alive right now, AR would have just taken it for themselves.
Right.
And the gold lead would have been even further catapulted ahead.
XMC's pure. They have a haster in there. Amplify XXS. Ooh, buddy. Scary stuff, but they know meta's down, so they're feeling really strong now.
Yeah, they got another 40 seconds here. And no matter how many items you get on this TB, you're never going to 1v5 the game whenever there's a Magnus in the game. This hero, the reason why he's so frustrating to play against is just you can be put in a position where no amount of net worth can save you, right? If he gets like skewered back and then all of a sudden Slaughter's waiting there with Lifesteal, he could be 6 slotted for all I care in this exact moment. He will still die. So just waiting for TB to farm isn't necessarily going to be a win condition.
Right. They need to wait out this Aegis and try and not lose too much from it, and then maybe take a fight eventually at that point. But 50 seconds still left on it. They're going to start going high ground. The Hex is not there yet for the Tidehunter, though he is kind of close. Watching for a moment. And LSA goes out. The illusions are going to be slowed down. GPK X himself the Torrent to try and buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, he's got to be careful because Tiny has Yules, right?
Oh, yeah.
He X's himself and he gets Yuled out there. He could die. And they've got 17. Okay.
Oh,
They
toss
found
back.
him.
And the pullback with the skewer. GPK in trouble. Bash, the BKBs are out. And though the water park is going, this is going to be a dead Kunkka. Azure Ray find themselves the kill. And 50 seconds, no Kunkka GPK.
They do have Meta and Ravage, though.
Oh,
You
wait.
do.
They just got the Hex. Oh, Tiny. He's going to be all right. Where's the Tide? He's hiding. They don't want to show him yet.
They can kill low, for sure, I think. But there is an RP, so maybe that is a little scary. I think they can kill him.
They've got that Hex. I don't think that I don't think that Azure Ray know about this Hex yet. This is going to be their big play. They need to find the right moment. Rage is wearing off soon. Ravage is at the ready still. 15, he jumps forward.
Oh, it's
Hex
too
is
far.
there. That's not the play. That's not what you wanted. LSA, wait, BKB. Things getting a little bit squirrely, and now the control is there for ZQ, but they find one. It's on the Terrorblade. Did they have enough damage to bring him down? They want to know. Ravage used and Sunder for the save. They managed to get out, but look at the reflection. Oh, Nightfall is getting destroyed by himself. Holy moly. Tianming, the player, comes in and finds the finish. Give that man a tip. Stolen Reflection looks so good.
Yeah, especially when he's got an amp damage on the Terrorblade as well, just completely shredding through him. Who would have guessed the game changer on this one would be a reflection steal on Tianming's Rubik here? What a beast. Like, that's something you just can't calculate. Honestly, if you're like a carry player, you can't calculate for the reflection killing you. You're thinking about the RP. You're thinking about the infested lifesteal. You're thinking about the toss back, but you don't think about the reflection stolen on the Rubik killing you. And that's what gets you.
Right. Oh, man. Taking a look at this again. that harpoon play from XXS finding the right target, and then Sunder to try and save it, but oof, it hurts. It hurts. My God.
Reflection. There it is.
And I jump in with the fade bolt. God,
The
Xianming's
finishing
gotta
blow.
feel so good.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah, he played that one really well. Save going to be in trouble. I think he's more than in trouble. I think he's just fish food.
Well, Xianming is not giving up reflection for a while, I feel like. That's one of those you keep till the end.
I mean, you don't have a BKB on TV, so as long as Nightfall forces out his Manta style, there's no dispel for that. Because there's no Lotus Orbs on the field. I mean, Toronto Tokyo is incredibly poor. He just has a Blink Dagger and Brown Boots. The Lina, you're not going to build a Lotus on Lina. You're going to go for like those nuking, turning into core. Tide already made his choice. He's going to go straight for a Refresher after the Hex. I think that's also correct. So, yeah, Reflection is going to have a lot of value if he can keep it in these fights. And Reflection, Boat, and Ravage, I think, are the big skills. Honestly, Light Strike Array is pretty good, too. There's actually so many good things. Actually, just get an Ags on Rubik. You need more spells. It's an amazing Rubik game.
It really is. And he's got an Ogre Steel Totem on top of Blink now. The one thing that is kind of nice for Nightfall is that he's about to finish his Butterfly. So he does have like some mild protection to this with that evasion that obviously you can't do that much about. But I don't know, man. That still just feels like it's obviously more Agi that's going to be ripping him apart too when the hits do go through.
Yeah, I mean, Butterfly is a really weird item. It's either the best item or most worthless, but it's hold up.
X. Catch onto that tiny Avalanche Throne. And yeah, they're going to give him up for dead. A wise decision. Don't want to take the fight right there.
Well, that's meta, so they're going to instantly smoke because they know they need to do more with this. Roshan is available. So maybe you go straight to Roshan, but maybe the mind games are turning. They think they're going to go straight to Roshan, but instead...
Ooh, looking for more. Smoke about to break. They see save right away. Lul
He's
gets
so
the
fast.
rage off because of it. Because they saw him there. Yule Scepter lift up onto the mag, keeping him under control, but XM is there, and now they're on to Nightfall. Nightfall is in so much trouble. They get him caught with that RP. Wants to run him down, but he does get the Sunder off. He's sundering his own teammates. The anti-Duraccio Sunder as they jump out and find Nightfall. The lift is going to be there again. Pull on down, GPK. Get the kill. And another tip. Xianming is feeling himself.
Nah, he definitely is. Maybe that's some pub beef. I'm going to make up some drama. You know, they were fighting in pubs. You know, Nightfall. Tianming was supporting Nightfall, and Nightfall was just flaming the shit out of him, saying you're such a bad position 5, like learn to play. And now, all of a sudden, they get in a game and he's getting schooled, and he's getting the tips. It's a fictional story, by the way. That's not actually... I mean, it could be true, but I don't know if it's true.
I'm going to look it up right now. Actually, I can't because Tianming is not on Dota Pro Tracker, and Nightfall has like 8 Smurfs, so I'm never going to be able to find out. But a movement up towards high ground. The tier 3 tower is about to go down. They connect. Well, the Hex. I mean, this is only onto the Tiny. It's not feeling good enough. And in fact, they're going to throw back in the Tide Hunter. Got him caught for the moment. Moves in. Takes him out. Toronto Tokyo is dead too. Going to buy back immediately. But after such a dominant... Oh, wait a minute. Pure? And
no.
Save comboing together. They managed to find that kill. But now pulling Nightfall out of range. This has kind of all gone downhill now over the last few minutes. As Azure step a bit too far forward and get punished pretty hard.
They still did a lot of damage there, I'd say. The next item I want to see on the Lifestealer, no cap here, is going to be an Eaton Aghanim Scepter.
Okay.
And when he's just going to man up on the TB. And when he could either gets in trouble or his rage is out and BKB's out, he's going to just aggressively infest into the TB and disarm him and come back full HP. And saves dead.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty hype. I like the idea of it a lot, definitely. Reflection is there. They got a couple heroes in the area. got him caught, and Zinq is going to go down. They have an X marks the spot onto Rubik, who's trying to back out of here, but he too is in trouble. But Slardar moves in and has now picked off both of the supports. Can he keep going for more? He's thinking about it. Although with Gem on the ground, he is going to back away. Roche is up, though. Something to watch for.
Oh, most definitely. This is getting pretty wild right now. But I think all in all, they're going to have to go back to their base here, and Roshan most likely will just be claimed by the Dire side here.
Yeah, they're
with this Slardar has an Assault Cuirass right now, so I think this Roshan is not going to be alive for very long, as you see him just getting completely shredded through. No way you're defending that if you are Bedboom team.
And at the same time, this is Cheese, Aegis. XM picks up the Cheese for himself. They get a second Hex on Kunkka, and the other big item that's just gotten picked up is XXS's Refresher. So a lot of big team fight stuff. They're even buying a Vlad's on Tree. Just any little thing to try and help them stay alive. Again, BetBoom, like they've been trading so many series, they need to come away with a 2-0 if they want.
One of the huge changes of the new patch was Vladimir's offering gives 4 armor instead of 3, so
hey,
could be the difference maker.
I mean, some extra damage too, like it's a good aura. They need everything that they can possibly get at this point. Oh, but they got to be careful. They got to be careful. Jump in, find one. Hex is there, looking for anybody. Can they find him? BKB already popped for one. The control, he gets him with the RP and immediately on to Nightfall, but not going to be able to take him down quickly enough. They sunder back in the lifesteal and take him down one time. But save, he's in some trouble. He is going to die
Ravage.
with the Slardar combo, and yeah, that's the save. That's the turnaround. Tianming continuing to absolutely style on BetBoom. Game 1 went to BetBoom. Game 2, Azure comes away with the victory.
Tianming just like made me eat my words so hard this game. I told him, like, you need to play a hero that has more team fight. And I was like, I don't know, I'm not feeling the Rubik for you. Like, your Phoenix has been so good in so many occasions. And it's like, all right, I guess I'll steal Ravage. I'll steal all the important spells necessary to be that team fight presence in this game. And he was amazing. He had such a good Rubik game. I'm always questioning when position 5 players pick Rubik, because typically you don't get enough farm, and most POS 5 players don't have that killer mentality like POS 4 players do, just because it's not usually the nature of the role. But in this game in particular, he really showed up and put on a show for us.
He definitely did. And that's what we've been talking about, right? Like, at various points, I feel like we've highlighted so many other players for this roster of Azure. And Tianming has kind of been like left by the wayside because he's kind of just been playing Phoenix and sort of doing the Phoenix role. But you put this guy on another team fighter and he shows up. He starts absolutely owning. And he had obviously like really, really good spells to steal in this game. I think that's the first time that I've seen a reflection get used against Terrorblade before, like sort of consistently getting it off, and it was so good in that fight. He did a ton of damage.
Yeah, oftentimes when you see reflection stolen, it's always annoying and it's really good versus the Terrorblade, but this was a reflection being stolen with an amplified damage on top of the Terrorblade, right? So it looked even better than usual, and it looked like one of those situations where it's like, Terrorblade shouldn't be taking this much damage because he is naturally very high armor, but he made the Terrorblade feel like the other heroes feel that have no armor because he had the damage on and just chunked through him. And that was like, to me, like the game deciding fight in all intents and purposes. Like when he went down in that situation, a huge influx of gold did come in. All of a sudden these refresher orbs start coming out for the Magnus and the game started to become a bit more difficult. So yeah, that fight was really important, and that not often does the POS 5 have like a flashy big play that changes the game, but in this particular game, he did, and he made it work. And of course, Low, I can't say enough about this guy. He's consistently stable, right? He's always just so stable and so good. Jinkyu putting up great numbers yet again on his Tiny here, and XM think thank you for going the right build this game, right? Like, no more
Yeah.
Yule's shenanigan. Just get into all the items that you need. Like, what makes this hero so good, in my opinion, is the fact that, yeah, you get this harpoon, and all of a sudden you can't really be kited, and that early Echo Saber allows you to output so much damage and be a threat in the game.
Yes, and be a threat in the game so early. It's just, it feels like it happens at such a pivotal time when these games and sort of early leads are being decided. We're not going to bring up any graphics of it or anything, but just as a little heads up, spoiler alert to all you fine folks out there, and to you as well, Fear. This does mean that Wawitas Sagazes is not going to be moving on in this tournament. They're going to be dropping out of it in the bottom 2 for Group A. But it does mean that there's now this like contentious spot. Azure Ray are 6-2, if I'm not mistaken, when all is said and done. And Gaming Gladiators are also 6-2. So it's a battle now between Secret, Blacklist, and BetBoom, most likely to figure out who is going to be that other team that gets knocked down low. And Secret and Blacklist are still playing right now. So we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from this one. This death for Pure felt so freaking bad. But yeah, I think that for me at least, it was one of those windows where Tian Ming was the standout guy. I think that there were so many moments where he really had a really solid clutch things. Is there anybody else that you would like to highlight though?
Other than Tian Ming, I definitely would highlight Low in this game as well.
Okay.
I think just that one moment you saw there, I've seen this multiple times now from his lifesteal. His reaction speed is incredibly fast. Like, he got blinked on Tide. Tide used the Hex, but he used the Hex on the Rage, so it put the Hex on cooldown. And if he didn't get that Rage off in time in that moment, he could have died there. And then all of a sudden they could have lost Roche. It could change the game. So as per usual, like, I'm just really impressed with like all the small things that Low does correctly as a carry player. And at the end of the day, I think that's the role of being a carry. Like, being a volatile carry player, I think is not necessarily a good thing. I think if you're stable and you're always like getting your job done and making good decisions, that is a true mark of a good carry player for me, and that's what he's been doing on this team.
Yeah, he has been taking care of business. Not a part of a ton of kills in this one, just relative to what everybody else was doing, but making sure that he was staying farmed, building the right items. You say he's your spirit animal, which is always good to see. He gets the a little bit.
I
of
love Lifestealer too. Like, all the heroes he plays are heroes I like playing, so it's really cool to see like someone that like plays similar to you, but at this point like just does it better, right? Like, he's just playing really good Dota.
God, and I just tuned in real quickly to see what the freaking standings are. Oh my god. And I think I'm not sure what the final tally is going to be, but Secret just 2-0'd Blacklist. So now Secret and BetBoom are tied at 4-4, or it hasn't fully finished yet, but it's getting close to it. They have one more round of games tomorrow. Everybody does. And it's BetBoom versus Blacklist facing off against each other. So BetBoom, if Blacklist win 2-0, it's BetBoom that are out. And then likewise,
oh no.
I know. Well, that depends upon Secret getting a win over Wawitas, which I think now that they're eliminated, it seems pretty likely. But yeah, those two have to play against each other. And God, for a team that depends so much upon momentum and not tilting all the rest of it, how big of a loss do you think this game was? Do you think it's one where they're going to be able to recover quickly from it, or is it the type of loss that's like going to stick with you a little bit more?
I think you can definitely recover. You've already been like losing a lot, right? So it's not like something like crazy happened. I think they're just gonna be like, whenever you come out of a group stage and you're just like 50-50, it doesn't really feel bad, but it doesn't feel great either. And it's very rare when you go 50-50 all the way through and you get eliminated. Apparently that is a possible scenario, is what you're saying, but
well, no, they'd have to get 2-0'd on the last day.
Oh, they'd have to get 2-0'd, right? So as long as they keep up what they're doing, I'm sure they'll squeak by. And I think they're the type of team, as you mentioned before, like you expect them to take a game every single time. If they do get 2-0'd, that would be a bit of a surprise.
Absolutely. Well, we're taking a look now at the rest of the schedule for today here on this Ember stream. You've got LGD versus Tundra that's going to be up next in just a couple of minutes. And then LGD facing off against 9 Pandas, which should be pretty freaking hype. And we're going to have the dynamic duo of Gareth and Lacoste that are going to hop on and come say hi for all of us. So excited for that one and to see how it all goes. It should be a pretty freaking awesome game. Fear, are you ready? Are you feeling the hype for KL?
Of course I am, and I'm really a lot of interesting storylines here. And I think going on for the rest of the day here, the storyline for me is going to be: can LGD bounce back? They're sitting at 0-4 right now, and they need to put some wins up. And we normally don't see LGD, that's a big name, having this rough of a start early on in the tournament. So let's see if the boys can bring it back, or are we going to get into a new era where LGD isn't going to be one of those teams that is consistently owning at tournaments?
I mean, it's a big question, and we'll see what ends up happening. As we will go to our break, and when we come back, we'll have Gary and Lacoste to hop on in and take on that next series: LGD versus Tundra, NA versus China, or Europe versus China, depending upon who you want. Just a few.
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt: ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken, hör auf leisen Sohn, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
gonna stop. So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed the mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I walked through fire, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you. Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let Scream out.
I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still
Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Valencia. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
Lanes in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I top up from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslave. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslave. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you ain't stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again.
Welcome back, folks. Here we are, continuing day 2 of the group stage for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. We're leaving Lyrical and Fear, now joined by Gareth and Lacoste, getting into things as we have our third series of the day. Lacoste coming up, we've got a bit of an interesting one. Yeah, looking at the bottom of the table, LGD not looking too hot, going up against Tundra, eh?
Yeah, should we say Tundra? Should we say Team Undying? Should we say TSM? Because this team changed the name 3 times in the span of 1 week, and
it was like 2 days.
Yeah, it seems like it's a working formula for them because they are undefeated yet in this Group B. Same goes with Team Falcons, but very pleasantly surprised considering how TSM at current Thunder roster played at TI. They got eliminated by their North American brethren, but yeah, had some good results. North America did relatively well last TI, and LGD Gaming, even though they finished 3rd, seems like, if you're not first, you're last kind of mentality, where they wanted to swap the roster. I mean, there's a lot of pride in the Chinese scene. Yeah. One of the reasons why I like it so much, always been like huge fan of LGD. No matter what the roster is, if Zhao 8 is, directing the team, it's going to be pretty much the same squad. They're trying to play the same play style and everything, but now not looking too hot, sitting at 0-4 at the moment, and they gotta wake up today. They gotta wash their faces and get some dubs.
They've got a mountain to climb. I mean, you're right. With this, Xiao 8 plus Y duo, you expect from the director and the captain to really pull things out. But maybe it is that thing where Tundra, they're dipping, dodging, ducking, diving, and dipping again, changing their names so their opponents don't know what's coming.
They don't know who they're playing. They're like, oh man, we prepped.
How do we research this?
We prepped for TSM. Then they're like, okay, now we need to check what Undying has been doing recently, and they do the prep, and they're like, well, you know what? That's not us. It's like Scooby-Doo kind of a thing.
You pull the mask off. It was you all along. How dare you? But yeah, it's been an interesting one. We talk about Tundra and their name changes, but this is still that same kind of TSM roster, right? No big shuffles for them outside of the position 4, Immersion coming in, whereas LGD had some pretty big changes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we talk about LGD Gaming, they had some big names on the roster. It was always, Y, and then they tried to brought in some new players. At the start of the year, they were struggling finding the good offlane for them, and now they decided to swap NTS. Emo is in the squad after spending 5 years in IG, and you also have PYW joining from IG as well, getting rid of Planet. I think the squad looked really good, so a little surprised that they decided to swap things around. Still, Shiro looks like a beast. Shiro has insanely huge hero pool that he can play from. Y has been stable, and also New. I think we got to talk about this guy because New has been, I think, the shining star of the previous TI. I would say Laurel, Kiyotaka, New. If you check some of the stats that New had during the previous TI, he's in top 5 in bleed stats. He's in top 3 in the kills. He's also top 3 when it comes down to KDA. So this guy, he can play anything. This has always been the problem with LGD previous rosters when they were trying some different offlaners like Zhang Yu, Zeal. Things were not working out. They needed to have someone who can play whatever Xiao 8 picks.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to follow the plan, follow the script that Xiao 8 hands to you. Make sure it's all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted. Get everything going. And New, just staying on that topic, he was kind of a player that came out of nowhere for a lot of us. Did you keep tabs on him before he joined LGD?
Absolutely not. I mean, he spent some time in Blaze, spent some time in Vici Gaming, but other than that, he was definitely not on my radar. The guy just exploded out of nowhere. I guess what happened is, you need some kind of a leadership. You're top 50, top 100 player, and you get scouted, you taken out by some better team, and then with Xiao 8Y, they can polish that talent that you have into, a real diamond that he is right now.
For sure. And of course, their opponents, Tundra Esports, as we see there. We've been joking about it, TSM leaving NA Dota, swap the name to Undying as they rebrand themselves back to their prior name. And then Tundra are like, hey, hang on a second, let's have these boys. Let's take them. Yeah, not too bad. Immersion there, their position 4. Of course, Ari went on to join OG. And Immersion's one of those players that had kind of been touted to be the big position 4 player coming out of Eastern Europe. You think back to 3 or 4 years ago when he was playing this Earth Spirit bounty hunter kind of thing, and he was incredibly annoying to play against, but he never found that squad to develop himself on.
Yeah, I always felt like he was hopping on and off some of the teams, but definitely up there when it comes down to skill. You mentioned his Earth Spirit, some of the heroes that are very popular right now. Tusk, he's also been known to play Nyx Assassin as well. So the guy really shines on these melee position 4s mostly, but also if you check the games that they played recently, he was playing, the Phoenix, some of the ranged supports as well. So he can play a lot of things, and he's also the type of a guy that's going to take over the game. You mentioned his bounty hunter. That's his niche. If you talk about Immersion, you're like, this guy can be very annoying. He's going to be the one, because we witnessed one game yesterday when we were covering it with the bounty hunter in it. It was, just a full aggression from the start. Please remind me what game that was. At Boxy, there we go. That's why I have you here, Gary.
Saberlight Enigma, I think it was.
Yeah, so he's a similar type of a player, I would say, who can create a lot of space, a lot of chaos on the map, and he thrives in that environment.
Yeah, he does. He's one of those guys that really drives the team forward. Getting courier snipes and stuff like that. Always fun to have one of those players. Thinking about the way New joined. Just going back to that topic again. every time I see him on camera, he's smiling.
See, smile.
You know,
Yeah,
having this like
absolutely.
infectious smiling character on your team who's like, I've gone 0-7, but everything's fine. I blink stun, win one team fight,
I
everything's
don't
good.
remember last time he had like a really bad game with 0-7.
That's true.
It doesn't happen with Neo. He's, I would say that he's the best player in LGD right now. Kind of not trying to take anything away from Wise Smile, because he's like, his hero pool is massive. When we talk about why he can play anything, he can dominate, he can be super aggressive, he's always been super stable. But the way that Neo's playing Dota right now, it's like these newer type of players, like newer generation of the players that have their very unique style, and it really shows in some of the games. His hero pool is massive. He can play anything from Broodmother, Omni Knight, these micro heroes. His Night Stalker is really, really good. So gotta be careful. Like, you can't ban him out. That's the problem with Neo.
Yeah, it's felt like one of these big changes to Dota, right? We've talked about it tons over the past couple of years with the patches we've had, that both side lanes now kind of feel like carry lanes.
Yes.
So we've had these players get a little bit greedier, or they're allowed to be a little greedier, not just in terms of gold attribution spread across the team, but the heroes that they can pick. And having someone like New who can just bang out some of these big ones, reminiscent of Amar over in the MENA region. You're just playing aggressively, getting up in the face of your opponents, feeling more comfortable, really attacking the enemy carry with some of your picks and your plays. And so it's good stuff. Now, just thinking back, we touched on it a little bit, opening up here for the second half of day 2, the fact that LG, they are, facing a brick wall right now. They are bottom of the group, not looking too hot. Whereas Tundra, they're 2-0. Was this expected from you?
I would say no. But seems like, sometimes you need something new to pick you up, whether that's a new position 4. Ari was also a beast of a player. Not sure what happened there. Did he, maybe he was not too satisfied. Rest of the team also looked good. The old TSM, now Thunder Squad, they had relatively good results. Problem is there's like 3 good teams in NA, and sometimes you got blocked by the other one. They have their own ideas. I remember a year ago during the DPC when we talked to Moon Meander, he said, these are young boys, and he doesn't want to put them in a position like this is a long-term project, and they want them to grow. So you can see this growth already, especially at Kuala Lumpur, because they've been showing some really good Dota. They managed to beat 9 Pandas in 24 minutes. They can play very aggressive Dota. Kasane, he's been known to play some of these zoo heroes when it was super popular. That's how he made the name for himself. Now he switched to some he's still farming a lot, don't get me wrong, but he can also play different heroes. He's very good at adjusting his playstyle to whatever Tundra needs.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we'll get ourselves ready for this one. A best of 2 between LGD and Tundra coming your way right around the corner.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고
Alrighty then, here we go. Tundra up against LGD. Looks like we're about ready to get into game one of this best of two. It's day two of the group stage for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. We're getting through these games pretty snappily, and they're lovely to see the smiles on the players. Xiao, he's ready to direct his team to hopeful victory as they are currently bottom of the group, Lacoste.
Yeah, now I can see why You Smile changed his nickname to Why You Smile, because the squad is pretty happy, you know, considering the results that they have right now, but they need some time to bond, you know. Also, the big one, I don't know what the question was, Gary, because I was just trying to think. What was the question again?
I don't know if I asked you a question.
You didn't.
You can make up the question.
Yeah, I can make up an answer for it. So 13. Yeah, that's the answer.
A brilliant answer. I love that one.
What I wanted to mention is Emo. Emo came out of nowhere in terms of LGD squad. He's not the type of the player, because I always associated him with IG. He's been there for 5 long years, and one thing about Emo is he's a different. When NTS joined the squad, he was known to be a cheesy player, having all these different heroes that he can play. He's the Tinkers, stuff like that. But Emo, he's more known to be this Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit type of a guy. He's also very stubborn when it comes down to his itemization. You will not see anything like that in any other region, pretty much. Every single time I mention this guy, it's gonna be Storm Spirit with the Blink Dagger, Ember Spirit with the Blink Dagger, third item Divine Rapier into another Divine Rapier. This is something that Emo does, and no one tries to copy. I don't know if he's gonna need to tone it down now that he's playing in LGD under Zhao 8, because I think he had a lot more freedom coming out from the previous squad.
Right, what tournament was that? Singapore Major or something, where he was Ember Spirit, Divine Rapiers, diving tier 4s,
Yeah, he's wild. Emo's just straight up wild.
It's role playing as Eternal Envy or something, or Host, just go tier 4s, boys.
There aren't many players like that are left in the scene. You mentioned Eternal Envy. He was definitely one of those guys that, high risk, high reward, unlike, some other players, myself included, high risk, no reward type of a player. It's I don't know. Emo always had this unique style, and I gotta give him respect for it. But sometimes it just doesn't work out. It's I would say sometimes too niche for current Dota, where everybody is on the same level, especially these tier 1 teams.
Maybe Xiao has had a few words. don't be too cheeky. You can drop your question marks.
Yeah, maybe.
Chat, but when it comes down to mechanics and gameplay, everything is down to the script. You can have a bit of solo flourishing with your other stuff. Looks like we're having a little issue getting into the lobby. It shouldn't be too long now before we get the draft underway. And just thinking about draft and hero picks, it is now day 2 of the tournament, halfway through it. So we've had a few games now, and we've started to see the development of the meta, the real priority of the heroes coming out. We're still seeing there's Grimstroke, Dazzle, heavily contested. Anyone out there that we should have our eyes on for these teams in particular?
Oh, Slardar, definitely. This has been the, I would say, standout hero to me. We've seen in our previous series on this B stream, XM played Slardar mid because the matchup against Kunkka. It's still insane to think about that Slardar was uncontested. He was not banned nor picked at previous TI, and nothing has changed about the hero. This hero has been same, had the same strengths. It's just that people rediscover. There's always this current meta. We had different metas also popping up at the previous TI, where teams like Gaming Gladiators, they tried to speed things up during the playoffs, and people try to copy it. Slardar doesn't fit into that profile, because if you're gonna have these bristlebacks, Chen's 1 extra aura, Primal Beast running at you 20 minutes into the game, Slardar's not gonna be able to do much. He needs to have a good lane for himself. It needs to be playing into melee. He can also be played into different roles. We've seen XM, as I mentioned, on the mid lane. Some people are playing it on the safe lane as well. I've noticed that Yatoro had 7-8 games in the last week playing carry Slardar. So if the matchup is not well, because most of the offlaners are melee, and then you can put Slardar in the safe lane. But if you pick it too early and you can only play it from the off lane, then there's variety of range heroes that you don't get the chance to play the Slardar, feel his strength in that laning stage.
you get razored or something. You just get done in the lane.
You get razored, you get trolled, you get any of these range heroes that he can't really play into.
I really do wonder what it is. Like, do you think there's a specific like item timing, or is it about late? Like you're saying, it's about late lane matchups? Because it used to be Slardar was primarily just picked against an anti-mage, right? You see AM pick, like, oh yeah, let's go for this Slardar. Whereas you always had options like Monkey King or Ursa or something to actually get up in people's faces. Is that like an item timing Slardar's really good with here?
Like once he gets his Echo Saber, like we've seen yesterday that Slardar, when Saberlight played him, he can stay on top of the net worth if he has a good lane. So this hero farms relatively fast, and also his like Echo Saber plus Blink Dagger. This is his timing pretty much, and then you can build into whatever it's necessary. You pick up the shard, you get upgraded Echo Saber, go for that harpoon. The hero scales, and also like you can 3-shot people at any time. You become super tanky, picking up that Aghanim Scepter, Octarine Core, lowering the cooldown. The hero is just insane. It also opens up the Roche. One downside that he doesn't have is tower damage. This hero can't really do anything to towers.
The one thing he can do everything, literally anything in the world except kill towers easily. Looks like we are in the lobby. We'll have a draft coming your way in just a matter of seconds. LGD up against Tundra here. Game 1 should be available for our viewing pleasure shortly. This Slardar guy, probably on our radar. We'll keep tabs on him if he comes out in this early ban and pick phase. Moon Meander, drafter, captain, leader of Tundra, readying and rallying his squad. Let's see what we've got in store for us here.
They played, like yesterday, they were very active against 9 Pandas, especially the first game, picking up that Chen, having Wraith King that they can also flex between 1 and 3. We've seen a lot of Wraith Kings being picked. This is something that Eastern Europe started, I believe, 9 Pandas during TI. They were playing Wraith King offlane and just going for like Radiance with Alchemist in the team, going for double Radiance, and then you disassemble one of those, get Nullifier, because it's all about the farm, like how much farm. And this is the hard hero to pressure. Even if you manage to kill him like once, there's always going to be some kind of rotation from the enemy team, so it's a very risky move to try to kill Wraith King. One of the reasons why he tends to get so much farm and have so little deaths early on.
Number 1 most banned hero, the Chen. And you can see there his win-loss rate. 2 wins, 1 loss. He's had 3 games played because he's just permanently banned so far here in the group stage. He's been very popular. It gives you a lot of tempo. His laning stage always felt really weak the first couple of levels, but it feels like Chen has found himself a decent spot nowadays.
Yeah, Chen feels really good because he, as you mentioned, sets the tempo for the game. He can build into these aura items, provide you with a lot of heal. They played it yesterday against 9 Pandas. Solar Crest, Mech into Guardian Greaves, just so that you can tank up as much as possible. You have like another hero paired up with Chen that's super tanky. These heroes are not dying. LGD is going to respond immediately with Fever, which can be played as a position 1. Like, this was also a hero that has been undiscovered pre-TI because no one was picking it, and then people are like, you know what, this shard is really good. If I build Deso, I have AoE Deso that can be applied to everything, and I farm super quickly. So it can also be position 4. You need to be able to play it because it's super strong on the offlane, paired up with another stunner or something that has a minus armor. Heroes are dying instantly. And also LGD Gaming, as we mentioned, removing that Slardar that has been a pain in the ass for a lot of teams, and also removing Wraith King from Kasane.
Yeah. And then on the other side, the Dazzle, the Grimstroke, they're all gone as well. So all the big dogs have been removed, it looks like. All those ones that need to be banned outside of the Chen, of course. The other ones that would maybe be in contention, there's Primal Beast, Kunkka, as some of those big bans going into the latter stages of the draft when you're trying to fill the slots for what you need. But yeah, even position 4 Weaver, right? We had Crit buying this like medallion Deso build from the support role. Doesn't matter who you are, what you're doing, just get minus armor on Weaver and go and shred people.
Yeah, the hero scales insanely well, even from position 4. LGD picking up Earth Spirit. So that's gonna be, could be Emo's hero, could be hero for position 4. Having Chen play against Weaver, you know that you're not going to have enough lockdown. If they're planning to play this Weaver as carry, I'm down for some Faceless Void. I love time dilation against both of these heroes.
That was banned. LGD prepped for it.
Oh, it's banned. Never
Yeah?
mind. I'm just looking at the other screen, thinking.
I mean, it would have been a good pick, and that's why LGD banned it, right?
It's
What
not
do you
about those
spot on?
situations where I say it after I see it just to sound smart, but So to me, this says this Weaver is gonna be position 1 most likely.
And then you got the flex of the Earth Spirit, depending where he wants to be going. Pretty nice to have both of these heroes to react to Chen's moves as well. We've seen these Chens kind of pivot from the safe lane, go through the twin gate, pressure enemy safe lane tower, maybe swing into mid with a creep as well. So having heroes that can either TP react or have mobility abilities to get into position quickly to react to what Chen's doing can be very handy. But you do have to worry about wave clear, death ball, some way to kill off Chen creeps and the inevitable push coming, especially since you've already said Kasane, he's a specialist when it comes to zoo heroes. Could easily see a Beastmaster, a Lycan, something along those lines for him.
Yep, I want to see some kind of a control from the mid lane, some Weaver type of a hero. Not necessarily right now. There's also another one that I like that Brian likes to play. That's Ricky, just to have something to force this Weaver to use an early BKB, because if Weaver's having a free reign in fights, that's gonna be quite a lot. And then there's another hero that we did not mention when we were talking about immersion. His Rubik was always really good, and there's some good spells to steal, mostly Shikuchi in this one, where you can set things up from invis, you can be very annoying, kill the couriers, go behind enemy lines, stop the pushes from going pretty much one shot the creep wave with Shikuchi maxed out, and Fade Bolt 1 hit on every single creep, so that's easy to do.
Oh.
And
I mean,
also prepping, Earthshaker, like that instant stun against Weaver. We said that they need some extra lockdown, and most likely prepping that this Earth Spirit is gonna go to the mid lane. So having something to lane against Earth Spirit, I like what Tundra did already.
Yeah, put the tanky boy in there. Just slap around some creeps in the mid lane. Yeah, I do love that Rubik for all the reasons you mentioned. Having instant disable against the Weaver, very handy. Could cause some problems here for the Phoenix and the Spirit Breaker as well. But now the Rubik's looking at all these targets, thinking, "Hey, I've got to try and stun all of them." Spirit Breaker and a Phoenix coming in, magnetize with Fire Spirits. There's a lot of spill damage, a lot of irritating bits of stun and damage over time here. They've got to play into.
One thing that LGD was always good at was using Spirit Breaker and picking up Phoenix when it's a good game for Phoenix. These heroes, they cannot hit the egg, so they're gonna need to have something, and they have relatively good heroes to protect the egg with. Anything from the Earth Spirit, like one charge or Nether Strike. So in terms of protection, it's pretty good, and Y has been known to be one of the best Phoenix players out there.
Yeah, you add into the fact that Earth Spirit and Spirit Breaker are both very tanky as well. Sunray healing them up, keeping them in the fight for longer and longer as well, 3 heroes, including Weaver, who aren't super reliant on long cooldowns. The longer you can keep them in the fight, another cycle of abilities comes out, makes things more challenging for Tundra to keep on battling. So now you get into this position where it's like, well, our Death Ball can be pretty strong if we add another Zoo hero here. We could look to kind of trade out towers, and that there is the Lycan for Kasane. So it's going to be more about Tundra figuring their own plan, where they want to be, what objectives they're taking, and LG are the ones responding to it. Because LGD don't have tower push, do they?
They do not. But looking at Tundra's draft, it's Chen plus Lycan. It's going to be a lot of early tempo coming out from them. This means that they don't necessarily need to hit the egg with the heroes that they have. They can send Lycan onto Phoenix and force him to cast a really bad egg further away from a fight, or just dive away and they don't get what they want from Phoenix.
That's a good point, yeah, forcing these spells out early on. And Lycan can do you a lot of damage very quickly as well. All you need is a telekinesis or a Fissure or something, can unload his damage onto them. TB and Morphling taken out, so a bit of either late game security in the Morphling, or that TB push with a Metamorphosis being taken out as Tomato's hero pool gets a little more limited.
I know it's not the best carry-to-carry matchup, but I could see Tundra picking up one extra hero that deals damage to towers like Luna and just to speed things up.
Yeah, good call. There it is. 9th most picked of the tournament. Oh, Darkseer. Oh. Where are these heroes going then? PYW, Emo. Okay, there we go. So Emo will be that mid-earth spirit then. And while you smile on that support Phoenix. Offlane Darkseer. Darkseer Spirit Breaker Lacoste. What year are we in?
This is 2016. It's another Star Letter event. Yeah, it's been like a part of Dota for such a long time. Remember when there was no cap on Surge, and then you could have like people were abusing Surge plus Lasso, like 1000 move speed. You drag him from tier 2 tower to Fountain. Seems like LGD, they're very happy about the draft that they have here, but I do like what Tundra drafted for themselves. They have a lot of different problems that they're going to throw at LGD at different timings. There's going to be like one huge timing that they're going to hit, with Chen having one aura item, Kasane on his signature Lycan, Helm of the Overlord, and Luna with like 1.5, 2 items ready to go for the high ground.
Yeah, well, one of those really cool games where we have two very disparate drafts, right? We've got this kind of zoo, big pressure, lots of push, tempo from Tundra. Can they pose those questions? Can they get to us? Can they take Roshan, get off the ground as quickly as possible? And then you've also got LGD who pack their own punch, but in a different way. They've got a lot of catch, a lot of reach, and tons of chase with Earth Spirit and Spirit Breaker. So if you ever do manage to kind of break the ranks of Tundra, get in behind them, have some nice smokes or play into your vision, you could actually just get that numbers advantage. Take down a couple of heroes, start swinging yourself. And this is going to be a really tight, close-fought battle between them. As we do have a quick little pause before we get into the game proper. Tundra against LGD, and the Chinese squad desperately looking for victories here, day 2 of the group stage. While Tundra kind of riding a bit of momentum. The wave is behind them.
Tundra doing extremely good, 4-0 at the moment, and also drafted themselves a classic draft, I would say, something that they played for a while with this like heavy early on push, Lycan being played by Kasane. That's going to be like so many auras early on, and also I'm not too afraid for how the lanes are going to go, because mid lane you have Earth Spirit against Earthshaker, double ES against ES action, favoring the other ES, and that's the Earthshaker. And also the bottom lane, they should have relatively okay time. You know, they don't have too many stuns early on, but the stuns are going to come out later once Earthshaker starts to get his items, get to his Blink Dagger timing, then you can blow up people easily.
Do we have any more ESs? Are there any more? Because we've got the BMs, right? The Broodmother, Beastmaster, Brewmaster. Problem. There's only Earthshaker and Earth Spirit. Exactly, sir. Off
Ember Spirit.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Ember Spirit. You're on the ball today, hey?
Yeah, I woke up a couple of hours ago, Gary. That's what's important. Shower, have a good breakfast, get ready for some top-tier Dota. And look at the smoke coming out from LGD. Full wrap around.
What is this about? Are they going to go through the Twin Gate? Are they going to stand up on high ground? Is this a ward movement? I mean, they are against the Chen, so I guess it would make sense
they might
to go
block. Yeah, they're going to block the small camp.
And Tundra trying to scout them out and see if they can find someone. PYW will walk into Bryle. Earthshaker realizing there's not just a Spirit Breaker around here. Just backs up by his tier 1. Sit safe and sound. And there's LGD. So they sweep in. They come back out. But this has allowed Whitemon now to understand that there was a sentry ward there. He kills it off. And one more obs ward in that camp to try and block things up. Give a little bit of vision here for LGD as they guard this top bounty rune. Just the Weaver down south. Might get closed in on by the Rubik. We'll see how this gets spread out, because LGD protecting this top one and charging onto Tomato. Luna stepped a little too far forward, and PYW with the body blocks. Right in front of that Luna, the Ion Shell and Fiery Spirit get new. The first blood.
Good start for them in this top lane. This is going to be the killer lane. Like, it's very difficult to stop the charge from going off. Like, you need Lucent Beam. which is like if they try to use it level 3, this is going to be like massive power spike in the lane for LGD with 2 points in Ion Shell, 2 points in Bash. They also have another Blood Grenade ready to go on the YW. So Chen needs to be careful in this lane. Like, this is not the lane that I think Tundra should win, especially if they decide to block some of the camps as well, body block them, maybe bring one extra sentry.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker makes up for the kind of weaknesses of Darkseer early on. It very often feels like Darkseer levels 1 through 3 are just passively farming, getting your levels, getting a bit of gold. Spirit Breaker just allows him to have that bit of freedom as he can play forward as PYW. Now even start dragging creeps into the camp. And just quickly, just touch on what we saw bottom. There was some blocking by Immersion to hold the wave back. Very nicely done, though, by Shiro to hold the opposing wave, so it didn't actually go under tower. But it looks like Kasane and Immersion they've irritated LGD enough and started hitting them to drag that wave back.
Yeah, Lycan at like early levels, not the strongest heroes, can be annoying against certain heroes who can't really kill wolves. Beaver with 1 point, Ingeminate attack should be able to try to get some extra gold.
Kill off little puppers. A massive juicy wave for Kasane, though. As long as Immersion can keep tabs of the pull camps. It looks like LGD have already dewarded the small camp, so should have that available to them later on down the line. This is a lot of free farm time to Kasane, and yeah, similar story to the Darkseer, just getting to that first item. I expect it to be the Helm, right, on this Lycan?
Most definitely. That's just the build. It's the item that got a slight buff in the previous patch. Also, he was farming underneath the tower, didn't get too many CS. Just 3 at the moment, has a lot of denies. Those fire spirits did mess up with his last hittings.
Well, Immersion, not quite getting that courier snipe. While in the mid lane, Bryle against Emo, the two tanky boys, Earth Spirit versus Earth Shaker. Looks like both of them getting those bottles and the runes very early on. Pretty even between the two of them, but a few more denies coming in for Bryle. Of course, that Enchant Totem helps out tremendously.
It's Earthshaker favorite matchup. You get close, it's extremely difficult to CS against him. I want to see how aggressive Emo's gonna be. Like, the biggest nerf to Earth Spirit has been like a rolling boulder. Cooldown now begins when the current roll is completed, so that's massive. It doesn't sound as big, but this is something that the hero relied on, picking up Octarine Core later on and being almost like in perma roll.
Yeah. This is like an extra second and a half, all these little things, they add up, they matter. Immersion doing a lot of damage to this Phoenix. And why you smile, just having to sit behind the Weaver right now. Not an ideal situation, because this Weaver's reasonably squishy himself, getting bullied and pressured quite a lot. You don't have someone to sit in front of you and, tank through like an Undying would. This Phoenix just trying to pull and drag the lane back to the safety of the tier 1 as much as possible. This gives Kasane a lot of freedom. 10 and 6 for him. And equally, Shiro, it's trading. Trading resources. Why you smile's trading his life for Shiro's last hits. One going to grab himself a little satyr with a Vool Assassin as well.
Oh, love me some Vool Assassin. That region reduction, 75. That's pretty big.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's an ugly-looking fella, but gets the job done.
Is he a vampire?
No, he's not a vampire. There's only one vampire. In the neutral camps, that's Ogre Frost Mage vampire.
Okay, in the neutral camps. Because I know you like to call Lesh a vampire.
Oh, Lesh. Okay, yeah, Lesh is also a vampire.
Sparkling in the moonlight.
I mean, you can consider with all these lion memes, you can also consider Lion to be a vampire.
Yeah?
Yeah, because of his third ability. It's just the
why?
Blue, it's the blue blood that he sucks.
Oh, okay. The royal blood.
Yeah.
That's the one. Dire's structures are
Looks like that difference in the mid lane starting to become very apparent. Earthshaker favorite matchup you're talking about, definitely there for Bryle. So is this going to come down to Emo making rotations? How does he start to recover?
He's gonna need to, I've seen Earth Spirits when they can't play the lane, top lane, back and backs.
Yeah.
Smile made a rotation.
Right onto Whitemon. Immersion's here with a Blood Grenade to try and turn it back. They pop their heals, Lotus is up, Telekinesis back onto New, does get them the kill on the Phoenix at least. Tomato looking worse for wear though, he's got to be wary of his positioning. If they do go back in with PYW, well, he's got no mana for charge until now, which Tomato was, of course, banking on. Yeah, good move from Why You Smile coming into that top lane. Now this has broken the laning stage quite a bit because you got a TP from Whitemon mid. Chen has evacuated top. There's twin gate action from Immersion. A bottle refill for Emo. Everyone's swinging out as the 6-minute rune mark is about to hit.
This is a good move from LGD. Like, you can leave Beaver alone bottom because he is playing against Lycan. There's no real kill threat, even with Rubik's level 1 lift. Like, you can't die unless you make some massive mistakes. So, kind of natural move for Why You Smile to go through the gates and try to gank enemy carry. Emo will pick up a rune level 5 still. What I wanted to say for Earth Spirit when they're not having a good lane, I've seen them just rotate, especially when Thompson was playing it. If he was playing into a bad matchup, he would just rotate, and that's exactly what they're doing. Emo's in.
Yeah, just go gank. We're mid. Hey, 6 minutes in, but the Echo Slam from Broil. Oh, the rotation from this Earthshaker just better.
Oof, the big
Emo
salami.
wanted to come and recover, and Broil says no, absolutely not. I've been slamming you in lane. I'm going to slam you in the top rotation as well. And now, Why You Smile with no dive, struggling to get away from Whitemon and Tomato. They've got the bit of vision they need now to catch up with some Lucent Beams to slow him down. And Whitemon with the body blocks, really well played to set things up. Even gonna BM Lotus Pool grab right in front of his eyes.
Body blocking him. That was a good move from Whitemon. Also, Bryle used Echo Slam with Arcane Rune, so he's gonna have another one available. Like, Echo Slam usually isn't that big of an impact early on, but if you use it like that and maybe one more time in another 40 seconds, this could be pretty massive. So Power Tread's already available. Magic Stick, Bottle on Bryle, an extra 300 gold.
Yeah, and it feels super important as well with the tempo that Tundra need to bring as well. We talked about their game plan, but it's also driven by the fact they've drafted themselves into this position. They need to be getting these objectives. They need to be setting the pace of the match. And so far looking pretty good for them. As we will have Immersion dipping back for the Wisdom Rune. PYW just going to come in, snipe out a courier kill. Whitemon kind of forced back into the jungle, as is Tomato. So it looks like... Man, my brain, I see Tomato and Bryle. I'm TSM.
Yes,
No, Tundra. Oh, no, Tundra. There we go. Tundra will look to evacuate top lane, but Chen's actually going to bodyguard the tier 1 and likely die for his efforts. He's trying to delay this death of the objective. They're looking for a rotation from Bryle again. Oh, this charging from PYW with the bashes. Tomato taking a beating, but Tundra have the reaction and the numbers now. Emo trying to fight with Immersion with a shield rune up. Bryle walks up, telekinesis, but the kick back kills Tomato. That's a decent amount of damage onto Emo, but no finishing blow there. Bryle didn't have the backup he required. Immersion trailing, trying to get back to safety himself, and Chen looking to rotate in as well. Now, this isn't where Tundra wanted to be. They don't want to be the ones reacting.
They need, like, Kasane is free farming in this bottom lane, but so is Shiro. Lycan hitting level 6, a bit low on mana. Can Bryle make something out of this one? PYW with another charge.
Yeah, and in comes the Phoenix and Darkseer. Just keep on rolling. Emo starting to recover.
He's just ganking at this point. Like, he's not trying to get any kind of farm. Level 6 made all of his rotations and gonna TP bottom immediately.
Did Whitemon not see Shiro? They're stood next to each other going through the twin gate.
And now Emo's going through the gates. Like, look at his gameplay. He's not stopping. He's like, you know what? Screw the farm. I'll be the ganker. Someone else take the farm. Why You Smile is collecting some of the XP in the mid lane, so is PYW at the moment, who's already level 6. So that's pretty good. Nether Strike is available.
Yeah, some really good understandings from LGD though, right? Knowing that Tundra are at their strongest when they're all together, not allowing this group up to happen and kind of picking at them. You know, a little bit here, a little bit there, nipping at the ankles of Tundra, making sure they can't gather up. Now killing off that tier 1 tower top, giving New complete freedom to farm out lane and back up into jungle. Also gives them that direct sweep through to mid lane as well. It's very nice to have this Emo Earth Spirit have such an open space and field to play into.
He's not the most farm hero in the game. He's actually the lowest score, but he's kind of sacrificing his farm for the greater good. Shiro is farming a lot in the bottom, so he's new in this top lane, who's level 7 on Darkshire. Vanguard already completed, Iron Shell maxed out. That's going to be a lot of damage over time. Iron Shell, Magnetize, like anything from Phoenix, random Spirit Breaker charges, Swarm, Shikuchi. They're in a good spot right now in LGD.
Kasane trying to get the push going. Will get dived on. Oh, that move from PYW. The bash and the bash and the bash again. Kasane. Oh, are we going to get away? Shiro's giving chase with the Shikuchi. Not going to have enough damage to finish the Wolf off. Did force a shapeshift defensively, though. While the rest of the summons were trying to deal with that tower.
Oof. If that Nether Strike comes in like 0.1 second earlier, he doesn't get the shapeshift off, that's a guaranteed kill.
It definitely looked like it.
Radiant's middle
Bryle
tower is under attack.
moving the mid lane up into this top jungle where Emo has a DD rune and a Magnetize. The 1v1 not going to be an honest fight as he brings in reinforcements. PYW and New going to join the brawl. Kill off Bryle. Can't deny himself to neutrals. And a takedown there for Emo, a big one.
You see Earthshaker running towards a camp, you have a question mark. You're like, do I go in or do I get the big echo slam towards me? But there was no real follow-up. No one was there to back him up.
Yeah, this moment, look. Like, am I going? Am I coming? Am I going? We'll go together. And then Whitemon dies. He did buy his medallion right before his death, though, I believe. Or right after. Either way.
I mean, he chose where he wants to die. You know, he wanted to die on Radiant's side.
Back to live. A kill streak taken out. Whitemon getting a kill claim there. And Bryle using another Echo Slam. Getting closer to that Blink Dagger. It feels like LGD the more calm the way this game has been going. Tundra need to start picking things up. This Luna got her Mask of Madness. Start to farm through these jungle camps. Top of the net worth though, the big boy. Darkseer, 6.2k, having a really great game.
This is why we hyped up New as a player. Like, he can play pretty much anything. He can play super aggressive. He's involved in 6 out of 7 kills. And they want to get more. They want to secure this bottom tower, maybe get a kill on Kasane. Rest of Tundra is close by.
This is pretty cool. Like, no matter what, they've smoked by a twin gate, so they could be anywhere on the map. Okay, Dire has an obs ward, but Bryle feels kind of safe up here. He was expecting the smoke move to continue bottom, but instead, all 3 of them swing top to find the Earthshaker kill.
At least he bought a Blink Dagger before he died, so maybe they can try to surprise LGD, smoke up. You see Earthshaker farming with no Blink Dagger, you're like, okay, he's very close. He wants to get that Echo. You know, wants to get that big Echo with the Blink Daggers. Solar Crest also finished on Chen. Luna going into Manta style next. Tomato still thinking, you know, maybe wants to buy something else, but most likely gonna be that. And again, forcing a shapeshift. That's a defensive one, second one.
And loses his Wild Wing as well. Nice bit of bonus cash for Shiro there. Immersion has Shikuchi stolen. Comes down bottom. So the next big question for me is, what does Tundra do with their heroes that are ready, and how do they protect the Luna? Or is it just 5-man time?
I don't know if they're like ready immediately. There's going to be that smoke that we just mentioned. They want to surprise, like get one big kill with the Blink Dagger going towards bottom. They know exactly where Shiro is farming. If Shiro shows in the lane, I think he's 100% dead. Bryle.
Oh. Sentry down.
Oh, immersion.
Oh. Can they? Can they? They can. Yep, Blink Echo straight in onto the Weaver. Good pick. Debut of the Blink for Bryle, showing it off.
Dire's middle tower is
And they're trying to set up to defend mid-tier 1 at the same time. Immersion, he's been sprinting around everywhere, but getting dived and charged upon. The gap closed from LGD with a supernova down.
They're going for the egg.
Trying to right-click the egg and finish it off, and they get the job done. But look at Tomato. So low with the Spirit Vessel on him and the Iron Shell ticking him down. They've killed him off, and Emo healed back up. New with the mech, keeps them topped up. Fighting shape for LGD. A massive amount of damage from PYW. Charges straight onto Whitemon. And they might even go deeper here after the Chen kill. Oh, hang on.
Dodge.
They dodge the stomp, but they don't get the finish. Now Kasane's arrived on the scene of the crime. Emo has a roll in a second. He gets over the cliff. TP's away. couldn't get blocked, but the Fisher stops him in his tracks, trying to hide in the trees, but another roll away. They can't keep chasing him. In the end, he escapes.
That level 10 talent, the rolling boulder distance, keeping him safe. This Shukuchi on Rubik caused them a lot of issues. They also managed to kill the egg. They had nothing left to protect it with. But overall, a big win for LGD. Shiro didn't join in that fight, still farming up his Deso in this top lane. Like, you can see the power of Tandra's lineup as well. Solar Crest is completed, but we still yet to see Kasane using Shapeshift aggressively, trying to, just go on Weaver, go on these like supports, mostly Phoenix, to try to force a bad dive or just a bad egg.
Yeah, he's like a bowling ball, just straight down the lane, try and force them all to scatter. I also see the potential problem if you're trying to get this Luna involved too early on. Now, defending her and her triangle, she comes across, trying to get involved, but LGD with some serious focus. As soon as Tomato is on their radar, see the little blip, straight on, charge with iron shells. Get towards Tomato. Up at top, we do have a jump on Emo. Immediately dispatched with. Well, it's Bryle Earthshaker, who's been on the money, catching this Earth Spirit out.
Yeah, they really want Bryle. They understand that if he's having a good time, he's going to be controlling the tempo of the game whenever Echo Slam is up, going towards his Aghanim Scepter BKB next, so they want to kill him as much as possible. Next big timing for LGD is going to be this Deso and Shiro, which is going to open up Roche. Tandra's lineup, they rely on Roche. They want to have Aegis on Luna so they can push, because Luna is relatively squishy as a hero. So I want to see LGD take Roche before Tundra does.
Steal it away from them. This is the timing now. Manta Star done for Luna. Greaves done for Darkseer on the opposing side. And tier 2 neutral items going into the hands of both squads. Veil even done by the Phoenix, but we'll keep eyes on the mid lane. The Blink Echo just looking to blow up this Darkseer. Emo's in. The Mac in the hand. The
Vacuum on 5.
Supernova down. Oh my god, it's huge. Brawl falls. Down they go. Immersion gone. And Whitemon follows. Kasane now being charged as well. Another roll forward. Going to connect. The chain stun's gorgeous. This is spectacular from LGD.
Oh, what an execution. I said 5. I meant 4. There was no Tomato whatsoever. And seems like he's the one, drawing on a minimap what needed to be done, because he did not want to join yet. He probably wanted to, get Roshan, get that Aegis, farm a BKB. They went on a Darkseer, who's the tankiest target, gets the Guardian Greaves off, and good read from Emo. He's the one who's going in, stunning people with Rolling Boulder, and then gives them an opportunity to cast that 4-man vacuum wall.
Man, he's just so tanky, withstanding through a little bit more. Beautifully done by LGD.
That fight is over. When he doesn't die immediately, Sunray, which was, I believe, maxed out in that one as well.
Yeah, you can see from the damage he was doing there to finish him off. Tons of it. But that was the big question for me, was what do you do with your Luna, right? That's why I was asking what the plan is for Tomato. Do you want to 5-man? Because the other 4 did. The other 4 wanted to 5-man, but the Luna wasn't there. She's still sitting back and farming. Maybe if they followed the plans, pushed out side lanes, got ready for Roche, a little more steady and systematic, could have been nicer for them.
And now they're going to take that Roche that we mentioned away from Tundra, try to kill this momentum that they have with Helm of the Overlord, 1 item on Chen, 1.5 item on Luna. This is going to be pretty big. Shiro is going to take Aegis so that he can't be dunked on. Emo can stay away from the trouble outside the Roche pit just in case if they decide to go.
Just in case.
And you're also getting close to level 20 mark, which means that Shard will be available from Tormentor. Weaver is one of those heroes that can solo it. 3 points in the Swarm. You let the bugs start eating Tormentor and then use time lapse after you get the damage done. We did mention yesterday 4 or 5 heroes. Oh, big charge from PYW.
Oh, yeah. He gets it done. Whitemon, do we have another charge in a couple of seconds? We probably do. And the Shukuchi forward, Shiro giving the vision to allow PYW to connect on the Chen. Man, that first charge, the 2-man hit. Whoa, hang on. Oh, yeah, look at that. Emo also killed Kasane down in the bottom river.
has been killed.
They're all over the place. LGD is speeding things up. You're like, oh, Tundra does have a push lineup. You know what? We're not going to allow them to go together and push. We're just going to keep picking them off on the different sides of the map.
I mean, that's the big difference between the two lineups, right? Tundra have the 5-man, they can go bowling down lanes. But if LGD spot that straggler, that weak target, limping at the back of the herd, look for the bison that's wounded. Go and catch them.
It's always some animal reference, some documentary. Like you don't need to be the fastest in the pack, just don't be the slowest. That's the
just outrun,
survival.
outrun the old and the injured.
Dude, I know it's not related to Dota because there are no bisons in Dota, but I saw a clip of a bison running, like there's some like lions chasing them, and he trips over like the smaller bison so that he can survive. I've never seen that before.
Oh no! Was that a clip going through like a river of alligators? Oh, you said it was lions, huh?
No, it was the swimming lions. Yeah, Gary.
The nautical lions.
Yeah, the sea lions.
Oh man, animals do some real effed up stuff just to survive. It's all thanks to Darwin. It's his fault.
Yeah, if there was no Darwin, these things would not happen.
Well, no, we wouldn't have survival of the fittest. It just wouldn't exist, Without Newton, gravity wouldn't. He discovered gravity, We just wouldn't have
flying. Thanks, Newton.
So what's the recovery plan from Tundra? Because they were meant to have momentum, they were meant to push, they were meant to get up and running. Is it still a possibility for them?
They're farming. I mean, they're not losing too much on the network. Kasane about to finish off his AC. Shaker, BKB's done. Luna also getting very close. So I think when they get like double BKB, they're going to be fight ready. They don't necessarily need to go unless LGD is going to threaten the high ground, but they feel strong. With these pickoffs that someone shows on the lane, every single time LGD just brings the numbers out of nowhere. You have really good heroes to gank. You have heroes who can move at max move speed. Spirit Breaker, Darkseer with the Surge, and Shukuchi Fever. So kind of hard to outnumber LGD at the moment.
And when they see you, you're immediately stun-locked. Like, how many times have we seen PYW charge, and then he stands and waits for the perfect roll from Emo, then Nether Strike, then another charge? You're stunned for like 8 seconds. You just cannot move.
Yeah, I've also seen PYW hitting a bash 3 times in a row, so that's
that helps.
That's like good 5 seconds of stun.
Tundra going to try and break out of the mold a little bit with a smoke here. Kasane bringing up the rear. As Bryle leads the charge with a Blink Echo, they catch the Phoenix. Courier down as well. Shiro just going to evacuate the vicinity. The trouble is, there's no objective really here for Tundra. There's no Roche to take, there's no clear place to be, so they'll go through the Twin Gate, it looks like, and maybe head down for a kill on bottom lane.
Bryle is getting charged. Does have a BKB available. No TP for 5 seconds. Already down to half HP. New, ready to go.
And there's the wall dropped. Keep tabs on Bryle, make sure he can't blink it away. Just need a bit more damage on him, but they've got the reinforcements coming back in, so Bryle can swing to kill off PYW.
Immersion coming in with the clutch Yule Scepter to set things up, and also Whitemon. Seems like Tundra, they're having a good read in the last few minutes how they need to play the game. Like, they're not stopping. They're bringing in heroes behind the heroes that show in the lane. They know the charge eventually is going to come. This is how LGD have been playing for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've definitely realized they've got to play a lot tighter, keep Tomato a little bit closer, allow him to farm, for sure, but make sure you can unlock his potential in team fights, especially with that BKB now. And holding this little high ground plateau, LGD got to be careful with the approach. Emo and New, 2,500 HP, with a Greaves behind him, probably doesn't feel too worried, so he will roll forward. Send Tundra packing. There's some huge items now arriving for both sides.
AC on Lycan just finished, and also SNY on Weaver. Not your traditional item, but when you're playing carry against heroes like Axe, these like long duration stuns, you want to have that status resistance.
Yeah, I don't want to get stun locked into oblivion.
Remember, I see SNY on Shiro plus Satanic. Remember when Satanic gave you status resistance? Fun times. Everybody was buying 2 of these items. 43% status resistance.
Plus Titan Sliver. And you had like 50-something%. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty nutty. Just don't get stunned by anything. That was honestly the worst. That was the worst patch for Invoker players. Because you just could not tornado combo anybody anymore. It was like one person landing after half a second, one person landing after 3 seconds. You can't cast your spells. Another move by Tundra. Going to come down to try and meet Emo. Radiant Vision does spot them coming, so Emo's got plenty of forewarning to roll and get away. And we're back into the Roshan cycle. Looking at the watch. What time is it? About a minute and a half to go till fast spawn. This is something that Tundra absolutely require. LGD will feel pretty comfortable to contest it at the same time. Wow, the Spirit Break is pretty farmed, hey? 4, 2, and 11. BKB on top of Shadowblade and close to 10k net worth.
So is Chen. Whitemon, the most farmed support in the game. He almost has the same amount of farm as his mid lane.
That's pretty wild, honestly.
They have so many auras. Drums, Solar Crest, now about to finish the pipe, needs 50 gold.
And buy up a smoke as well. Time to make a move. Tomato up top was alone, but with the twin gate. He's got a couple of people sat next to him now. It's been a couple of minutes of quiet here from LGD. They were non-stop charging and rolling. Is this down to Tundra playing the map really well? Because it feels like they've been on the very edges, and LGD's vision has been more central and like aimed towards the triangle.
Tundra's trying to stay away from Spirit Breaker charge, not to show on the map, playing underneath their own vision. There's going to be like sentry down to try to get rid of some vision from LGD. And as you said, farming in these outer rings. Look where Bryle is at the moment.
Yeah, all the way down at the bottom. We do have some nice kind of edge observers now coming out from LGD. As we see Shiro farming that right-hand side of the map. A little bit spread now. Let's see if Bryle can join up top. A push with the skeleton army. Look at them go. They need to clear them out quickly, but the tower falls too fast. Objective claimed. And Tundra, they evacuate after taking it. 50 seconds for Roche. 2 minutes until daytime. So we'll have that nighttime dire Roche for sure. Looks like Emo and maybe Why You Smile are going to go sit in the pit. Now, if you're Tundra, are your alarm bells ringing? Are you saying, hey, Roshan is something we desperately need right now? Are you still comfortable kind of farming your Luna up?
Well, Luna is a very mean carry. She's about to hit level 20. Lincoln Sphere about to be finished, so you can't be charged. They don't have any other abilities other than charge to set things up for Spirit Breaker. Literally none.
What are you going to do? Buy a Scythe of Ice? Buy a Yule Scepter? Something, please. Hello, Whitemon. They don't land the roll this time. Need the Magnetize from Emo as Immersion joins in. Tries to swing him back onto them, lifting him in as PYW charges back across. Whitemon about to die, but Emo's the big ticket target. Tundra have come in with numbers. And Spirit Breaker had to defensively BKB as Shiro comes back in with the help of the Sunray. Really nicely done as Immersion dies. Bryle trying to escape, but the physical damage and the bash there allow Shiro to unlock their kill. 3 for 1 in the end. That was really back and forth. Look, good for Tundra, good for LGD, good for Tundra again, but it's LGD who come out the victors.
Yeah, Luna was, again, not in that fight. Like, her team fight presence was just 1,000 damage dealt. Like, eventually, you're going to need to join. Lincoln Sphere is now available on him, has Enchanted Quiver, that level 20 that we did mention. Immersion's playing really well, stealing some big spells from Spirit Breaker, controlling him with the Yule Scepter. But the damage has already been done. Like, you can see the explosive damage coming out from Tundra. They're also fighting during the nighttime where Lycan has night vision, Luna has night vision. They do have global lunar blessing, so that's That's quite a lot of right-click damage coming out, even from heroes like if Chen is there and he's not dying with Penitence, Solar Crest, all these auras, Lad's Aura, Luna Aura, AC, he's gonna be packing a punch, that's for sure.
Bonk. Boy, Smile getting whacked. Oh no, New. Don't get stuck. Getting whacked around by Roshan. Tundra are coming down here, but it looks like he's going to fall
late.
too fast. Shiro and grab the Aegis and the cheese. And Tundra's still in position, potentially thinking about fighting. Echo Slam not ready just yet. Does Shiro show on this wave? He does. Sees the Lunar Illusions. And Tundra not entertaining this fight head on, at least. Looks like Bra's going to snipe some couriers and cut some waves.
Kasane scouted them out with Wolves. Emo, he's alone. Does have cheese available.
We won't have any contact. LGD picking the spot they want to be in. Head towards enemy Tormentor. Go grab a tier 2 tower. I feel very comfortable with Aegis in the hands of Shiro. Just a matter of seconds, though. You know, that could have been a good move from Tundra if they're just a little bit faster off the mark. And Tormentor still pretty handy here for LGD. Just line their pockets. PYW with the shard.
Shiro, they managed to kill him once. That's his only death. It's gonna be so difficult. Oh, Tomato popping ulti. They want to steal it. Immersion's gonna get it, so that's gonna be some extra saves coming out from Rubik.
I mean, Tomato wasn't messing around, was he? Just ulti the goddamn Tormentor. Got my AoE glaives going as well. So do we now enter another period of relaxation? Do we go back to Tundra kind of splitting out the map, playing the outskirts?
LG wants to pressure this tier 2 tower in the mid lane, finish it off. You can see PYW pinging it out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or he's pinging Weaver. Maybe that's what PYW means. Ping your Weaver.
Ping your...
There's a strike available. Version steals Shukuchi.
He's too slippery. Spamming out a couple more spells as well. So did you have that one in the barrel?
No, I'm not. No, it's just my brain, Gary. Sorry.
Just immediately clicks in there like, hang on a second, I've got something here. Oh, yeah, and so does Tundra. Finds Neo down in that bottom jungle. That's a pretty nice pickup. That's gonna shake LG a bit. They get the tier 2 mid, but they're gonna have to fall back now. Not having that Darkseer, who is their primary answer to this Luna right now.
Ooh. Bonked him there. One thing that they do have, like, they don't have any way to proc those Lincolns. They don't have a single, like, they don't even have a single item. Like, nobody has a Force Staff, Fuel Scepter, anything. So one thing that they can do, what PYW can do, is because they have Manta Illusions, Chen's Creeps, Lycan Creeps, he can try to find an angle and charge those creeps to get the charge off.
Oh, hello. Hey. Emo. Rolling on Tomato. He is completely isolated out here. LGD not going to go diving too deep. Afraid of the response that Tundra were going to bring as they do TP up to the outpost, gather a couple of resources back by their tier 2. That's a little spooky though. You know, Tomato on edge.
250 for PYW.
And a DD rune spawning down bottom as well. Yeah, Emo knowing there's Lycan Wolves. Very wisely just takes it. He doesn't want to wait for the Weaver to come across. Daedalus done now for Shiro as well. Yeah, it's nice to see Tundra still out on the map, split pushing. The Silver Edge for the Luna giving her a lot more breathing room to kind of get out there, cut waves, open up the map on the side lanes for Tundra. LGD just gunning it down mid.
He wants to go. Use this Aegis, 40 seconds left on it. Tundra will use a glyph, but they're already split.
And PYW trying to contend with the push coming in top. Bulldoze stolen by Emergent. Probably would have wanted the
Bottom lane.
charge.
Luna
Yeah.
going for the bit of a split push action.
They're doing some serious damage to these side lane towers. I mean, tier 3 mid's gone, but the charge onto Whitemon with the emo rolling in. Chen will be left stranded here by Tundra. Quite a lot of damage done, though. Both tier 3s are still standing, I believe, on these two side lanes for the Radiant side, but now they've got to maintain lanes. They've got to start pushing things out and get back towards the Dire base, and now we're looking at this Aegis expiring.
Tundra has 3 ancient black dragons, at least they did at one point. So, because Chen has Shard, he's level 15. He can control 2 of those units, plus Helm of the Overlord. Luna as well. I think we're going to see a lot more split push action going.
Yeah, just you're going to run out of smokes at some point, though. Need some ninja gears here just to keep people obscured on the map, hide them away. But it really has been that back and forth where Tundra, they're trying to make things uncomfortable for LGD. Oh, look at him.
Golem, get you gone.
A handsome fella. Those bright yellow eyes. You can see right into his soul. Oh, hello. Luna just bought a blink dagger. I guess it makes sense if you're swapping out treads going to swift blink.
He also might like position himself, stay out of trouble. Lincoln Sphere is already available, not the conventional build, but in this game against the Spirit Breaker, it's kind of a must-have.
Man, Shiro clears through all these creeps and summons so quickly. Smoking off the back of that mid wave, and charging in Immersion. Another Yule Scepter up, Bulldoze, and a Glimmer Cape, not getting dusted either. Just fast enough to get away from the grasps of PYW there. LGD not able to grab a target. Oh, and he TP's out as well, hidden by the fog. I mean, this last 6-7 minutes from Tundra has been a really nice showing of like playing the map wide, right? Tomatoes shadow blading, cutting waves, Chen and Lycan pushing side lanes with the ghost push, right? This army of summons not showing their heroes. So PYW, he had a spectacular 25 minutes. The first 25 minutes was like bang, 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 go in with PYW and Emo, and then they just don't see anyone. They're chasing ghosts. There's no one. Then they blink away. Bryle's still going to get charged on now. Finally, LGD see a target.
Oh, gets bashed immediately.
Whack him out of the TP, punch him down, and Shiro with a dominating streak. That's unlucky for Bryle.
Immediately, rest of Tundra drawing on the minimap, push bottom, push mid lane. Without Earthshaker, we want to wait a bit, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're just dragging this game. So it's like the playstyle is not connected to the players. This Tundra playstyle that has been happening, it is connected to the organization.
The white map Tundra style. Piss off your opponents with all these
exactly.
small chaotic moves.
They're choking them out. Even if with one hero dead, they're still making a lot of plays on the map. Also, against the Spirit Breaker, like we did mention that these heroes are moving at the max movement speed. Like they can initiate from very far away. You can have this like Phoenix diving in, Earth Spirit rolling in, Charge, Darkseer with the Surge, Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter, all these stuff together. And now Shiro said enough. Like we had enough of your shenanigans. I'm gonna go in and try to finish off a set of barracks.
Some serious business.
That's the last glyph.
Let's see if Tundra can do something on these side lanes again, because they do have people pushing out, but immediate TP's back from LGD, and PYW dealing with some of the golems down bottom as well. Timado, Invis, shifting quickly, trying to get out of the range of the gem. And we've had some questions and maybe issues with Timado farming when maybe he could have been fighting, not joining battles for long enough, but something he's done very well at is dodging away from fights where he's going to get walled. Like, we haven't had a big Lunar Illusion come out from this Darkseer because Timado hasn't allowed it to happen. I'm just wondering if it does happen, how much of a problem is that going to be? It feels like Darkseer is going to be a good answer to this Luna the longer the game goes, as they do get a grab on the Chen down bottom, and another fight up top happening at the same time. Supernova and the Sunray down, Bryle trying to run away, shape-shifted Wolfie Shaker gets out with about 100 HP remaining. New and Why You Smile lose their couriers, and look at that flying wolf! Look at him go! PYW getting some bashes on Whitemon, Hand of God comes, And reinforcements on the way as well. Look at that minimap being swarmed by Tundra. The squad is on the way. Hey, LGD bringing a couple as well. Emo arrives on the roll and the kick. Going to catch up to Whitemon at this time. Glimmer Cape not going to save it. Tundra just leaving the Chen for dead.
We were joking about, sea lions. Now you have a flying wolf. It's quite a lot of damage, but they did manage to kill the tower in this mid lane. Dino and a couple of wolves. Still no shard on Kasane. I know that he loves... Just bought it. I know that he loves to buy this early shard just to be able to pressure lanes more. This also means that tier 3 tower is gone. Tier 3 tower in the top lane has 600 HP. But LGD, they are going for third Roche. This one's going to have Aghanim Scepter upgrade. Let's see who's going to pick it up. Whether that's going to be... I think you give it to Emo. Because Beaver, you don't get anything from it. Before, it did reduce the cooldown. Now it's just, that's it. That's the only thing. You can cast it on your allies.
That's it. All it does. Oh, hello, immersion. Charged across, allowing Tomato to get involved. Comes straight in with that beautiful initiation. Eclipse for the Spirit Breaker, and he's dead for 90 seconds.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
The other option is to give it to a Spirit Breaker, because he does have Octarine Core, he does have Quickening Charm. Let's see who's going to pick it up. If it's going to be Earth Spirit to have a little bit of a save. Neo, yeah, seems like it's going to be for PYW.
Why you smile, Fisher? Can I catch up to him with the Luna? He's Supernovas and Sun Rays. Now, he's got Refresher Orb on this Phoenix, so he will have another egg, as Temado has been kind of forced to BKB there, afraid of what was coming around the corner. Emo, the monster over the hill, can't really close the gap fast enough. Won't catch up to Tundra, who are very quickly out on the opposite side of the map. Farming through Radiant Ancients. What a wild ride this is. It's felt like LGD have been in the driving seat, but they don't have a steering wheel anymore. Tundra are the ones just shaking the car, rocking the boat, making things very uncomfortable for them.
Yeah, Tundra's been playing really well for the last 15-20 minutes, dodging the fights, going for this split push action, not allowing LGD to go on straight 5-on-5 engagements. You said that Luna is afraid of getting hit by Darkshire Wall and Normal Punch. I also want to start a petition that we rename this Normal Punch to something cooler. Normal is 3 out of 5. It can be Super Punch, Ultra Punch.
Straight up Blink Echo. Kill the Phoenix, dead for 60. Buybacks available, so LGD, they're going to charge in. Looking at Immersion, the vacuum bag trying to wall him up. Tomato, Silver Edge to dodge away. They do lose the Rubik now as Smile buys back and looks for the reinitiation. With Emo and Shiro giving chase, Whitemon TPing home, gets away safely. Tomato, Kasane evacuating quickly. The LZ was hot, but they're out of there.
Losing only Rubik and trading it for a buyback.
What surge is this?
Not too bad. I mean, Tundra's been really, really good at dodging these fights, especially while LGD is holding on to Aegis for 2.5 minutes.
Bryle is still lurking down there as well. Well, just go back to farming these outer circles of camps. Luna with an army of Chen creeps near her. Going to push out that top lane now.
Chen, by the way, has 65% magic resistance, holding on to Martyr's Plate, Pipe of Insight. Literally not receiving damage from magic. Huh? He's he's in anti-mage territory right now.
Oh yeah, he's got Lincoln's Lotus. All the magic resistance in the world. Tundra going to go for that Tormentor, but they are right next to LGD here. Everyone in parallel lining up on that right side of the map. Bryle shape-shifted, half HP, punched around, burnt by the sun ray, but leaps over the cliffs and way to safety for now as the Luna comes in, looking at the egg.
Tomato's going for it.
Can they kill it off? Tomato gets the job done. Emo tried with a roll in to save it, but now the Eclipse comes, and a double kill for the Luna. Shiro, he gets Yulesed. Immersion's got the catch on this Weaver now. The disables are needed. The Glimmer Cape gives him safety. Shiro has no mana remaining. The Blink Echo there. Going to catch up the dogs on the left side, and a triple kill for the Luna.
Oh, he doesn't see him,
Immersion. He's still invisible. Can't be touched. Finally, Shiro gets a kill on the Earthshaker, but he's dragged back in. Killed off with that Aegis life. Can they find him a second time? Immersion needs to be quick with this one. Glimmer and Shikuchi dodging away from Shiro now. Leaving the Weaver, Mr. Hot Dog, on the sprint and the runaway. Under the Watcher, dusted up now. Lucent Beam and Immersion chasing this Rubik. Oh, he's causing problems. Havoc and chaos for the Shiro Weaver. Turns to find him with the Glimmer Capes there. Healing back up. Tomato fighting. Shapeshift coming. Shiro battling, but he can't get it done.
Not
the Luna
enough.
too strong. Tomato 6 slotted and turned to a wolf.
PYW, he's not in that fight. One of the reasons why Whitemon pinged him and also tipped him is he was trying to chase him, and Chen is too tanky. Like, you can't kill him. He has so many items, so much region. He has 57 region per second. And now they're going to go for the high ground. There are so many Lincoln Spheres available. Shiro, immediate buyback coming out from him.
This is one of those weird games where the push team feels more comfortable the later the game goes. Tomato is cleared out the range racks mid, but Shiro's on his tail. Oh, but in comes New. Shiver's Guard, Vacuum, Iron Shell. They need reveal. Tomato still invis. The dust comes. BKB up. Can he blink away? The damage comes too quickly. Tomato dead to Shiro. And Geminate attack carves him in two.
It's Divine, Rapier territory. Shiro just bought it. He sold the other item, and now it's time to go. He bought back. He wants to pressure Luna to use her buyback. Roshan may respawn in 2.5 minutes. Let's see if they want to go in and maybe try to go for the finish, or if they want to wait it out. Because the split push that Thunder has been doing for the past 20-25 minutes have been working out tremendously for them.
Yeah, and then Immersion just outplaying the Weaver,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
This Immersion Rubik is so dank.
Look at the graph.
It's all over the place. It doesn't know where it's going. Up, down, left, right, backwards and forwards.
Yeah,
Shiro
there's a
knows where he's
Nickelback
going.
song, right? Look at this graph. Shiro's in.
Does it make you laugh?
Every time I see it.
There we go. Second lane of barracks. LGD, I mean, the choices go top, right? Go for the Mega Creeps. Can't really go for Throne. The Vacuum,
Buyback.
though, maybe they can. New straight in with a great play onto the chin. Whitemon gone, and the buyback's got to come out for Tundra here. Magnetize will force the disengage from Tundra for now. Bryle does have this Blink Echo, just looking for his opportunity to strike. Waiting on the right-hand side, trying to get out of that Magnetize as Kasane
eyes
has
on
to dip
Shiro.
back to Fountain. Shiro with his Rapier. He's the target that Bryle will want, most likely. The chase is on. He's under a tower.
Shapeshift.
Tier 3 giving that vision.
It's ending.
Oh, yeah. No more Shapeshift for the Earthshaker. Can't make the jump, and they've all split and separated away from the Weaver, so no good Echo opportunity. And this gives LGD freedom to take down the barracks. They do move forward onto
Megas.
Emo now with the Eclipse out as well, but the Megas are there. The Echo Slam on Shiro, but he's so tanky. This Sanjin Yasha doesn't allow him to get stunned. Status resistance galore for the Weaver, just allows him to stand his ground and
Shiro's
fight.
going for the buildings.
Emo, he's in, but he's dead. Buybacks available. PYW has spent his. Shiro went for tier 4s, but now has to bail.
They need to protect him.
Tomato, he played forward, very aggressive from him. Shiro just has these Shikuchis for days, though. Gets the distance, leave while you smile for dead. That's fine. Tundra, they spent buybacks. They've got to get something off the back of this now.
Immediate smoke. They're running into Roche, but Roche may respawn in 20 seconds. 60 seconds until Phoenix is alive. 70 seconds without Earth Spirit. He just hit that level 25. Spell Prism, Magnetize Undispellable, Octarine Core has buyback available. Let's see if PYW, who just used buyback, is going to be there and scouting things out. Roche, if it's going to be a long spawn.
The dust.
Let's see.
He got tagged.
1 minute and 40 seconds.
BKB TP. Nothing to stop it, right? Nothing
no,
to
they
stop
got
it.
nothing. No bashers, no abilities. Bryle, by the way,
Goodness.
has like 1,300 damage when he's bitten by a wolf.
It was pretty hefty. The big hits from his enchant totem
Yeah.
definitely hurt.
Maybe a Silver Ash. I do see a Refresher. That's also a big one for like double salami. But I also want to see maybe just a crit where he can delete heroes instantly. I guess what he wants to do is blank in, double Echo Slam, double Fisher, this Weaver. Kill him from 100 to 0.
Yeah, make sure you take him down. Shiro really is the big problem for Tundra right now. This Luna. She's more than 6 slotted, right? We're getting to 7 slot territory. Ag, Scepter, and Shard already done and eaten. 6 item slots filled up. Scythe of Ice queued up next. You can start swapping that Refresher Orb in and out.
Well, The only item that is missing, which is lore friendly, is Moonshard.
Yeah, that's true.
Roshan,
What about
gonna be on Radiant side. Let's see who they can catch. Demato is there. They do not have reveal other than Darkseer Gem, so they need to be playing around him.
Ooh.
Demato.
This is a bit messy. This is a bit messy. Brawl, BKB'd up, Supernova down, the Echo Slam's good,
They got him.
gone. They got the Weaver, taking him out. Emo with the magnetized back, the Supernova Sunray zones Tundra away, but they've got the reveal on PYW now. Charging across, but they've lost the big heroes. No Weaver for 2 minutes. Darkseer buys back, but Tundra have 5 alive. They're ready to kill off the Phoenix now and go potentially down mid into Throne.
That's game. I mean, you should just run it down mid lane. Let's see if PYW can make something happen, some like miraculous stop of the push. 90 seconds without your Weaver, without Divine Rapier. Tomato is the one holding it right now. 700 damage on your Luna. When this hero starts hitting your buildings, they're just gonna melt.
Some really like incredible numbers being put up. Like Weaver with 600 last hits, net worth through the roof. But the Luna with 46,000 net worth. Absolutely insane stuff coming out of Tomato.
Aghanim Scepter, level 25, 0.25 Eclipse, Lucent, Mini Stun. So it's pretty difficult to like use any of the abilities, getting constantly stun, Echo Slam, Fissure, Enchant Totems, keeping them in place. 50 seconds, really long 50 seconds for Shiro to respawn.
It is. It absolutely is. And Tomato, like you've been saying all game, look at the buffs on him, look at the bubbles on him. Lotus, Lincolns, and all of the lineup of buffs on that row. My goodness gracious me. And I think Tundra have realized, hey, we've unlocked the base, we can go tier 4s. A punch back on the Chen now as PYW and New
Another
take
Eclipse
forward.
is available.
Hand of God, the heals come in and Brawl's return. Shifted back up and aiming tier 4s. PYW trying to do his best to hold them back, but your buildings are falling at a drastic rate. Emo's deep, looks like he's gonna die with the BKB out. The Supernova Sunray healing him up, and Brawl's there with a big punch. Takes him down. PYW in trouble as well.
Dead.
Why you smile? In the back they've
Shiro's
got
back to
Tomato.
5.
He's gone for 2 minutes. Oh, hang on a second here. In comes Brawl with a triple kill. Slams him down out of the game. But Weaver has respawned. We've got Shiro back, and New is
getting a
picked up
double.
a double kill.
I think that's the game. That's the second game. Then there's Divine Rapier on Weaver, like it just bought back. They're playing against Megas. That was their pretty much only opportunity. Luna does not have buyback for 2.5 minutes.
How many games are there, Lacoste? They're going to run it down mid. That's game. They're going to finish it. Oh, no.
No.
LGD say that's not according to the script that Shao 8 gave me.
I mean, they could go for Roche. 80 seconds without Luna, and someone is pinging it out. Yeah, that's Emo saying, guys, kill Roche. There's going to be another Aghanim Scepter for me. What a wild one. This Supernova is not dying. The Vacuum Wall, these punches, they try to go for Supernova for a couple of hits, but it didn't work out. I also want to see like how much damage was that dealt by Darkseer, because he was owning that fight.
I want to. I wish there was a way to like specifically see how much damage the Luna illusion did. Because
like 6,000
immersion
damage.
Seriously though, like you could see immersion in that replay die to Glaives, like legitimately just Glaives bouncing on him. Got the kill.
Something that they were afraid throughout the whole game. One of the reasons why he was not joining early on is this Darkseer Vacuum Wall, afraid that he's gonna be killed by his own illusions. Aghanim Scepters on the ground. There's still a couple missing. Emo doesn't have one. Nader does. Why you smile?
That is Dota in a nutshell, though, right? You play perfectly the entire game. You dodge every wall. You don't get vacuum walled by this Darkseer for what, 51 minutes? And then you get walled once in the enemy base as you're ending, and that's what loses you the fight. That's what brings LGD back into the game. And there we go, the Bitcoin graph. We're going back up again. On disc now for Why You Smile, so we've got almost guaranteed Supernovas to come out, and like you said, we saw how vital they were and how strong this Supernova Sunray combo can be, not just to do damage onto some of these tanky Tundra heroes, but to heal up his own guys.
Another stolen Shukuchi. There isn't that like massive ability that he can steal, maybe a wall, like Vac could be good, Spirit Breaker with the charge, but he's been trying to go with Shukuchi, be very annoying, and try to catch people off guard throughout the game. BKB in the backpack. for Shiro, level 28 Beaver. Courier. Kasane wants to buy something.
What did Tomato sell? Because he sold his mom to buy Swift Blink, and now he's buying Satanic after selling something. Manta? Manta's gone.
Yeah, Manta's gone. Took me a second there.
Yeah. How do you kill this Lunar Illusion, though? Like...
Dagon.
Kind of... Dagon, Scythe of Ice. Just... Where is Lion? Lacoste?
Somehow Lion always is the answer for everything. Emo?
Hello? Bryle,
Can they
he's
burst
on to
him?
Emo. He's a pretty tanky Earth Spirit, though, with his BKB, and the Agnum Scepter slips away to safety.
Oof, used everything. That's one Echo Slam, second Echo Slam as well used. So
Wrap around.
they do not have a Tomato. Lincoln's procced.
Orchid used. Satanic dispels it.
Creeps are coming into the base. These are the creeps. Mega creeps. 2 siege creep units.
They are straight in towards your tier 4s. I think, yeah, one of them was on like 1 HP, so that's gone already. Bryle, he jumps in towards Shiro here. Nullifier and, well, Tomato forced the BKB in the back.
Shiro's going for buildings again.
Just aiming for the objectives. They know that they can play forward into this dire base. The throne's exposed. Another Nullifier, but Shiro just stands his ground. Penitence placed on him, and a bit of reveal comes. They've got the Eclipse with that Refresher as well. Tomato trying to fight into the Supernova Sunray, though, and that's difficult to do.
Shiro,
though, the Weaver
still
is
alive.
back up. No way. With the Aegis, he'll have a second life anyway. Whiteball in trouble now as Emo and PYW batter into the Chen. Shiro, he's actually stuck in there and killed off within the wall. Throne glyphed up, and Tundra fighting back. They've defended their base and sent LGD away.
Oh, he doesn't have enough for buyback. There are 2 bounty runes top. Someone needs to pick it up. He needs 200 gold for buyback on Weaver.
Quickly, someone's got to do it. But Brawl is back in onto this Phoenix now. Jumping in with that Fisher and catch. He's unstoppable. Emo's going to try and kick him back with PYW and New both here. Tomato jumps in. A very aggressive move from this Luna. Into them we go as Tomato will shred through them, but they've got the stone turning and a dive away from the Earth Spirit.
Oof, manages to blink out.
The wolf is chasing. I can't believe he's escaped from that. Meanwhile, the throne is being looked at by some big old juicy creeps. Oh, what's happening here? Darkseer is used into the air. Can we slip away from danger with the help of Emo? Maybe he can turn him into a statue. Can't get the job done. Now Emo's in danger as well. He's just buying time. He's causing chaos. Look at me, he says. Don't look at your base. Try and deal with the Earth Spirit. Another shapeshift out. The Rubik immersion sprinting away. There's no reveal. Shiro can't see the Rubik escape.
Shiro bought back. PYW picked up those bounty runes we were talking about. There is no glyph available for Tundra. Shiro does have BKB available now, so he might go for the throne. He might just pop a BKB and try to end it.
There's no buybacks. There's no nothing. Earth Spirit and Spirit Breaker, they can, but the Dire team, they're running out of gas now. 2 heroes dead, 40 and 20 seconds respectively on that Earthshaker and Chen. There's a gem on the floor, but who the hell cares?
You can see that the nerves are kicking in. Shiro was unable to get the BKB off in that fight, gets stun locked one more time by Earthshaker. He's been really pain in the ass for him throughout the whole game. Shiro bought back, but they couldn't finish it off. Glyph will reset in 3 minutes for Tundra. Also, another minute and 30 seconds until tier 5 items.
Incredible game, Lacoste.
As
We're closing on 60 minutes. And this is one of those matches where it's like push strat against gank strat, right? This is like team fight against push. You kind of expect this to end, 30, 40 minutes in with a big clash, but this has been back and forth. Both teams really finding a lot of really nice angles, avenues to drag themselves back into the game when they're behind. As Tomato here, we saw that last remnant of the fight jump in, nearly kill off 3 heroes, basically, with the glaives.
illusions
they spread
deal
wide.
a lot of damage, but if Luna's also alive, like, she's gonna shred those illusions. All it takes is a couple of bounces from the glaives. Next row, 2.5 minutes, maybe. Tier 5 items, 50 seconds away.
How many times has this game ended already?
It looked like it ended a couple of times. I mean, both teams, you can say the way they're playing.
Echo, yes, look at him go in. Beautiful blink Echo. But Shiro, can he survive this with Satanic? The time he's backing away. Oh, yeah, he's turned the stone and was still hitting. He's still alive. Tomato running with a silver edge up. What? Why are you smart trying to dive in? The refresher there,
Hero
keeping
got him.
Emo alive. Again, to a statue, he'll turn and dive away. New in trouble, though. The Sunray heals him, but not enough as Timado
illusion.
turns. Shreds through one. Dog's here gone with no buyback. The so's Brawl as Timado. Yeah, the illusion's gone, so he can actually stand and fight potentially. Just needs a target to stick on. They burn through Why You Smart with a stolen Sunray. LGD lose another 2 heroes, and Tundra have defended their base again.
A really good egg there coming out from Y. Plus the Sunray as well, keeping them nice and healthy, and then they're controlling Luna, but still, as you said, Tundra, they are, and look at him, Timado buying Hand of Midas immediately. He wants that tier 5 item right now.
Gimme.
Let's
What's
see
he
what
got?
he's gonna get. Some Apex.
Hex Machina for the Spirit Breaker over there.
Mirror Shield.
Mirror Shield.
That's big. That's pretty massive. The one thing I would like to be added to the game is the options, like to see which options, like which item he choose from.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty amazing. Arcanist armor on Earth Spirit. That's big. This is Mega Shield. You know, I love this. You know, when we talk about the punch, like normal punch, what about Mega Punch? Well, if the tier 5 item was called normal shield, it would be like, whatever.
A normal shield. But by the way, did you see in that fight, Weaver got turned to a statue by Earthshaker, and the statue was still hitting people? I don't know if it was like a visual thing, or if my eyes were deceiving me, but that looked real weird.
There's so much stuff on the ground with all those illusions. There's some, you know, visual features as well available.
Yeah.
But I also want to go through tier 5 items, Pirate Hat on Weavers, so they want to farm up some extra gold, extra attack speed as well. That's going to be massive. Arcanist armor, Blade Mail pretty much. Seer Stone for the, of course, yeah. Dark Seer Stone, because why not? Cast range for his vacuum, for his punch as well. And Spirit Breaker got Ex Machina. This is massive. Double BKB, double Hex.
Some more rapiers. Shiro's got a backup one. Timada's still holding one as well. And Roshan is alive in 15 seconds. LGD in position, bottom right corner of the map. 62 minutes in, all smoked up. Tundra still dealing and contending with the Mega Creeps arriving at their base. They've been held in this game by Brawl with some spectacular Echo Slams and initiations. Really playing off of Timado very nicely.
Bryle still thinking about what he wants to pick up from his tier 5 token. Gonna be Mirror Shield in the end. Lotus Orb plus Lincolns, pretty much. So having double Lincolns plus Lotus is pretty massive against those charges, against those hexes that they have. Another one. Who's gonna pick this one up? Gonna be Shiro again. He does not have buyback for 2.5 minutes. Rapier available.
You were talking about people role-playing as anti-mage. Why the hell not? Wait a sec. That's Radiant Vision, right? The Shiro was under? I think Brawl saw him Shikuchi over. And they're still prepping themselves for a move, but the pings are coming into that top lane. They can't allow Mega Creeps to get back towards the throne. LGD know that the time and this game is kind of on their side, the flow of the map heading and trending towards the dire side, so no rash decisions need to be made. Tundra, they're the ones that need some snappy action to happen to break them out of this.
What have we here?
Glyphs did reset. Both teams do have Naked Throne. Both glyphs available. One team playing with Mega Creeps. Tundra, they can't really like leave the base. They need to take one fight before that. Necrobook also picked up on Whitemon. He has 67 units that he needs to control, and all the items are pretty much clickable, so good luck with that.
Just do the classic StarCraft thing, you know? Just attack move, attack move down a lane. Control Shift A couple of times on the minimap. Bryle having a go at PYW here. Forces the BKB. Immediate refresh.
Ex Machina doesn't care too much about it. And they're trying to collect, they're trying to make a block of cheese, it seems. I see PYW having cheese in the backpack. Great healing Lotus, couple of healing Lotuses as well.
All the pools are empty. No more Lotuses for you.
When does the next Lotus spawn, Gary?
Oh dear Lord, please. Don't do it to me, Lacoste. No mathematics questions, please. A little poke into the base there is PYW. Pops his BKB. TP forward from Bryles. New went diving as well. A little scrappy initiation to this one.
Shiro's in.
Shiro with a DD rune.
Gets the
going for
BKB.
throne. Half HP. Shiro dying. Turned to stone, I think, there. Hey, he's popped out of the statue and aims on Tomato. Luna's gone. Rapier dropped. Throne exposed. Supernova down. Sunray
Left
coming.
out.
Healing it back up. Shiro lifted. DD still going, though. Kasane, he's a little piggy oinking away, trying to get the safety.
Sending all those
They've
illusions
got
on.
a Supernova and immersion.
Throne.
Blink Echo from
They're
Bryles,
dying.
but the throne is
dying.
dead.
It's dead.
LGD have done it. 65 minutes in. The game ended 5 times in that duration. But they are the ones to win in the end. Smiles there from New in a crazy chaotic match.
Seems like they wanted to do this so many times. Run down the mid lane, Shiro with his damage, but this time around, he has his BKB available for the first time, gets the ulti off, gets turned into stone, and they just ended. They didn't care about, your glyphs. They also managed to kill Luna in the end. What a crazy game. Couldn't catch all of the games that were happening so far, but this game, probably the best game of the tournament. It's going to be definitely hard to top it.
Yeah, and it wasn't just mindless chaos, right? Because we sometimes have those games where it's 70 minutes of wild shit going on, team fights galore. You could see, the cogs turning. You could see the mechanics and the thought process of Tundra split pushing, getting in behind, finding these openings, getting to their item timings, breaking LGD's aggression and initiation, which had been so fearsome and ferocious. That Spirit Breaker and Earth Spirit were non-stop rolling and catching people, and then Tundra, 20 minutes in, were like, wait a second, maybe if we just hide in the fog, they can't find us.
Yeah, this game had 3-4 different mini games inside where it was all about LGD running down, then Tundra hiding, as you said, then you had the show coming out from Immersion's Rubik, then PYW on a Spirit Breaker, then a couple of Divine Rapiers, Throne attempts. This game had everything. No buybacks, then one team picking up bounty runes just to be able to have buyback, going in one more time, dying. It was really back and forth. One of the better games I've seen. I mean, even though TI was just a month and a half away from now, it was a month and a half ago, some of the games were very one-sided, especially when Gaming Gladiators played 20-minute games. These type of the games that we've witnessed here, these are really, really good.
Incredible stuff.
Absolutely.
And then there was also the dance of Tomato, right, where he was farming, not joining some team fights, maybe a little questionable, but then you understood that he's just avoiding the Darkseer. If he sees Darkseer in a fight, he doesn't want to be there. Because that Luna illusion was disgusting. The amount of damage New was able to do back onto his opponents. And Tomato had did a very, very exceptionally good job at avoiding any initiations that the Darkseer was trying to bring. He had this really just a beautiful dance between two opponents, back and forth, looking for initiations. The warding game was great from Whitemon and Wahoo Smile, looking for these openings whenever they possibly could. And this, in the end, looks like a turbo game, right? Everyone is 8-slotted, 9-slotted with multiple refreshers and hexes.
Yeah,
and
this was
some
a
of it
big fight. For back wall, you can see Tomato is not in that fight. Massive egg. They go on the tankiest hero on side of LGD. He pops the Guardian Greaves. We've also seen so many nice sun rays from Wahoo Smile, egg into a sun ray to keep them away, this one especially, where they're trying to kill the egg. It doesn't happen, and then those Luna illusions, they just shred them apart. Not just those illusions, you also get AC from Lycan's illusion, so get a couple of these auras for free, and the heroes die. I thought the game might be over here. I thought the Tundra might have it, and then 65 minutes into the game, LGD manages to close it out.
Absolutely wild scenes. Bryle had some great echo slams, in the middle of all these heroes, the statue moves from Emo. It was honestly really difficult to figure out, in a 70-minute game, who your MVP is going to be. But when you look at, the stats and the numbers and you want to see this, massive hero damage and the huge net worth, Tomato definitely had more than 29k, right? He was 60k net worth or something at the end of that game.
Yeah, but looking at the hero damage, Hero was the one pumping out some insane amount of damage, and then you look at Tomato, more than double his damage. Because those bounces, you can't tell how much damage those bounces deal. But it was pretty nuts. Tibato, he understood the assignment that he needs to be, further away from a fight, and then joins like a. These type of games, like one team has to lose, but Tundra also played their hearts out. Like some of the comeback mechanics that they did, they're understanding how to fight and how to also dodge some of the fights when LGD was super strong. We gotta give them credit. I think the second game is also gonna be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely should. If both teams draft and play like they did here in game one, absolutely expect great things to come from game number two. I'm just thinking back to Tomato's inventory, right? He sold Mom, he sold Manta.
Sold everything.
He sold this, sold that, bought a new this, buys a Midas, like you pointed out, late on into the game to get the guaranteed tier 5 neutral item as quickly as possible. All these little details, all these little things really do add up, and it was a really good showing from Tundra. But in the end, Shiro, I don't know, he had a good laning stage, comes out of that with decent timings, and the backup he had was spectacular. We don't think of Darkseer and Spirit Breaker as like saving heroes, right? They're aggressive move heroes, team fight heroes. But if Shiro is there being the guy who's waving the flag saying, hey, look at me, jump, Broil, you want to Echo Slam a Weaver with a Rapier, don't you? Then you've got the statue from Earth Spirit, the vacuum return, the Spirit Breaker with a charge, using aggression as defense, as LGD really spanked him in the latter stages of that game.
Yeah, and I think we gotta give credit to Emo, because he didn't have like laning stage. This is like an hour ago, but because the game lasted for 65 minutes, he was just roaming around. Like, he wanted to set the tempo, was playing very sacrificial in terms of sacrificing his own farm for the greater good. So that meant that Shiro's getting the free farm in the bottom lane, and also allowing his supports to scale, because they were also needing some of the levels. They were both level 6 pre-10 minutes, which did allow them to keep this tempo going.
If you're just joining us, that was just game one. If you're wondering what the series score is, it is LG 1 to the good against Tundra. And we do have a quick break, returning with game number 2. Oof. Thank you.
LGD has for many years been one of the strongest teams in the entire world.
LGD are doing it, Cinderin! And with that victory, PSG LGD is in the grand finals of TI 10.
But they can never seem to make it the whole way at TI. Nonetheless, they're an incredible powerhouse of Chinese Dota and a team to look up to. With a very patient and calculated playstyle, you can never count them out. Let's take a look at what makes them so dangerous to go up against. LGD goes into many games with the plan, be the stronger team late in the game. Their drafting style often boils down to picking heroes that can get them to the late game, while Shiro plays heroes such as Luna, Naga Siren, or Spectre, and heavily focuses on outscaling the enemy team. They're not the strongest team in the world at laning. In fact, they frequently lose or draw lanes in games they later go on to win. Their real strength is in recovering from the laning stage, and with very calculated plays, slowly but surely squeezing a lead out of the enemy team. Because of this, they're not as aggressive as most other teams, even compared to other Chinese teams. And they often have games stretching past 45 minutes or even an hour. Games like this is where LGD really shines. One thing is for certain, when LGD is playing, the game isn't over until the Ancient explodes.
Großstadtbild komm ich nicht weg, Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab, morgen sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küss den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine...
Welcome back, folks. Here we are with Game 2 coming your way between Tundra and LGD. And if you're just joining us, we had an absolute banger of a Game 1 going on to like 70 minutes, tier 5 items, big Echo Slams, Refreshers, and Rapiers. Lacoste, LGD in the end did take the victory, but it looked like it could go either way several times in the last 30 minutes of that match.
Yeah, the game was that close. Also, Tundra had like 25, 30k gold lead at one point. They understood the way LGD is going to play. They countered it really well in the mid. What is even mid-game in a 65-minute game? We need a definition of that. I'm referring to like 25 to like 40 minutes. 45 maybe?
Yeah, something like that. It was just, we had laning stage in this game also broke down pretty quickly, right? Because Emo's Earth Spirit mid, like you were calling, didn't fare very well against Earthshaker. So even level 4, level 5, he was rotating. Laning stage broke down early. So we didn't have an early game. We just had mid game for like 40 minutes, and then late game comes swinging in.
Pretty much. Also love the rotations that Wyu Smile did. He also understood that he can leave Shiro alone. Weaver as a hero, when he's playing into Lycan that doesn't have any kind of stuns, any kind of a silence, doesn't possess a kill threat against Weaver, you can easily move around and leave him alone. So that's why the game became so chaotic for Tundra Esports in the first 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much tempo from both teams. A tempo of that Spirit Breaker and Earth Spirit rolling and charging and catching and killing. And the other team with the big Death Ball push, shoving into these objectives early on. But we do have game 2 coming your way here, so it's going to be different draft, different game, different heroes. As I hear in my ear, a couple have already been picked and banned, as I believe we can swing into the draft quite shortly.
Yeah, this one's going pretty quickly. One of the heroes that, LGD, that any team wants to pick up, but that it's been banned, that's like has 100% contest rate, at least it did yesterday, is Dazzle. This hero is just wild, what he brings to the table. And seeing Wraith King on side of Tundra, that also means that we're gonna have long team fights. Nobody's gonna die. Wraith King eventually with Aghanim Scepter, this is like AoE Grave pretty much, and then Dazzle with like these fights might go on for good minute and a half if it comes down to normal late game.
Yeah, so I've got to keep myself relaxed and warmed up and stuff. You can do the rest of the draft, and I'll hold myself for these 3-minute-long team fights later on. Oh, it's gonna be brilliant. Now we've got Snowball Snaves delay these fights even longer.
It's also insane amount of damage that you can, like, these two heroes can kill Roche if this is like Wraith King, but depends on the item build. If it's gonna be like Radiance, you still have the sustain. You have a lot of pressure on the map with these two. Another thing that you said is the snowball save, prolong the team fights even longer. BKB piercing ability. Tusk, I think overall is one of the most well-rounded heroes in Dota, because he does have one thing that he doesn't have is tower damage. But if we're talking about the save, Roche, BKB piercing abilities, ganks, roaming around, good laning stage, he has all of that.
And he's so good at like playing forward, right? And what if we're Radiant side? He'll be in that top dire jungle, scouting things out, taking Watcher, hunting people who are trying to farm in the jungle, setting up for the rest of his team quite nicely. I'm wondering what LGD's answer is going to be here. For now, Tiny. 1-5 records so far. Potential there to blow people up and displace people
it's mostly
away
about
from this Wraith King.
Displacement, so there's not going to be snowball save, put them out of position. Even Wraith King, like if you toss him further into your team, you could kill him faster, so there's not going to be his team reacting to what you're doing. The big one in terms of bans is Anti-Mage to me, because Anti-Mage hasn't really been popular during TI. It became popular after, because of course something Yatoro starts to play, everybody's gonna be like, why is this guy playing it again? Against tanky offlaners, like you can't do anything. Like it's also good against Dazzle here, but mostly against tanky offlaners where you don't get to play the game. Like your mana pool is pretty limited, and of course scaling. We see that the games are slightly longer because everybody tends to get the farm. Ever since the introduction of the 40% bigger map, it means that anti-mage is much more difficult to catch. And also LGD picking up Jakiro, Tiny Dazzle. To me, this screams a lot of tempo, a lot of push, and also super strong laning stage.
Yeah, a lot of short cooldowns, right?
Yes.
You're calling out these extended team fights, so you don't want to be relying on Black Hole and Ravage every 2 minutes. You want people to be active in these team fights. Multiple avalanche tosses, multiple ice paths, just to keep the fights going.
And again, Snowball, this is how Zhao ate things. He's pretty old school. This has been the counter for a really long time against Shadow Demon, against the Snowball. One ice path is gonna counter you. You see where the Snowball's going, ice path, they get out of it, they get stunned immediately, especially if it's a two-man Snowball where you're saving someone else, and those heroes most likely are gonna die immediately afterwards.
Yeah, get caught up in it. Third pick for Tundra. And we're looking at this Wraith King as being flexible across positions 1 and 3. And Tusk, I've not seen too much. The old Tusk mid has primarily been the position 4 of late. Maybe has a bit of soft flex, but we're very likely just looking at that as one of the supports here. Probably Immersion, right? Immersion, his hero pool has always been...
that's his hero.
Yeah. Earth Spirit, Tusk, Bounty Hunter. Kind of roaming 4s. Good thing about your position 5 again. I mean, there's Chen still out there. Is that an option we could go down again for Tundra? Ooh, is that a Broil Wind Ranger?
I think that's mid Wind Ranger. Yeah, they want to have more control. They also want to be choosing where they want to take the fights with shards, with the Dark Willows, Bramble Maze, Terrorize, and also Wind Ranger doesn't care about Dazzle's right click, so that's going to be the matchup. Now, what LGD could do is put this Dazzle on the off lane with Tiny. It's still a strong lane, and pick a different mid laner. I think it's a good Puck game. They don't have an instant stun. He can dodge Tusk ganks easily. Wind Ranger dies in one coil. Also, in terms of scaling, Puck is an insane late game hero right now with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Shard, where you're building damage. Maelstrom, we've seen it yesterday. Okay, they're still gonna keep this Dazzle. They could switch things around a little bit more. There's some flex to it where you play Tiny mid, but since I'm seeing Enigma, Tiny's a really good pairing with Enigma. You need that stun. You have a lot of kill threat early on. This is something that one of the other Chinese teams started to do. I think it was Azure Ray during TI when they were playing Tiny. Tiny and Enigma. It was not popular coming into it, but I believe during the qualifiers and at TI, they ran it a couple of times. Because with the Blood Grenade, with the Tree Grab early on, Eidolons, it's very difficult to deal with all these heroes, all these summons, this superior damage early on.
Was it Chalice and FY? It was Chalice and FY, right?
Yes.
That was their former roster. Yes. Yeah, I remember that.
And you can
it was
see
us casting, and we were Tiny? Who he just demolished everybody, tossing people back into Eidolons. Hell yeah.
LGD protecting their offlane, removing Gyro, because it would be a really good Gyro game to start with against those Eidolons. This is something that has been done in the past. So if we're talking about other heroes that could fill the similar role,
It can be difficult to find it.
5 seconds remaining.
A few more seconds here for that last ban for Tundra. Monkey King out. He was always one of the historical answers to Wraith King. Does that now mean Wraith King position 3? And they're going to show a pos 1?
Yeah, Wraith King has been
guaranteed.
Mostly played on position 3 because you can just do it from the offlane. You don't necessarily need to play him as position 1. Okay.
Well, Bristleback doesn't care about Shadow Realm or Wind Run. He can just turn his back and do damage to people. That's pretty handy. Nice mix here. Physical, magical, pure damage. A bit of stuns. One long cooldown for LGD, but majority of it very short, able to brawl and fight non-stop.
5 seconds remaining.
And Tundra with their last pick.
I'm just trying to figure out if I remember. No, Shiro did not play at TI. He did not play Bristleback. It was exclusively played by Neo.
Mr. Kunkka. Is that then their offlaner?
No, they're swapping as well.
Carry Kunkka.
Carry Kunkka. They want to have something against Enigma in the lane, some kind of AoE. This is why Gyro was banned, so now they want to have something. And Shiro will be playing that Bristleback, PYW Tiny, everything as expected for LGD. And feels like Tundra, in terms of lanes, they got the upper hand. They have a good matchup in the mid lane, where you have a Wind Ranger with Windrun against Dazzle's Poison Touch, so he can't reapply it. Then you have Kunkka against this Enigma. Kunkka's super tanky as a hero. You don't possess, like at least early on, Tiny doesn't do much. Tiny also sitting at 0 armor, so harassment from Kunkka is going to be pretty big. I also want to see like how they're going to lane this, whether Tusk, because he is the 5 in the team, or if they want to pair up Dark Willow with Kunkka instead.
I mean, they've got the options to kind of swap things around with their supports if they want to do that. I do like LGD's Enigma Tiny lane, though. That has definitely shown a lot of strength. I'm a little worried about that mid lane for Emo, but I'm honestly not sure. Shiro and Why You Smile is Bristleback and Jakiro against Wraith King Tusk. Can the Wraith King Tusk just like dive tier 1 and get kills on this Jakiro? Skeletons and Snowball, drag them all in, pressure them back?
It's definitely a kill in return, at least, because you are playing into Bristleback. That's going to be a lot of slow early point in the goo. If we're talking about Jakiro being level 2, heroes are going to move at 100 move speed in that lane, so they need to be the one packing the punch. Also, Tusk, he's one of the best, if not like the best hero in the game to kill these, like from position 4, to kill these tanky heroes with. Max out tag team, you have multiple heroes. You also have Wind Ranger plus Tusk combo, which is old school as well. Going for with the Focus Fire tag team, you get on top of a hero, that hero just disappears.
That's a good shout. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, we do have this like attack speed slow and stuff from Jakiro that can be a little annoying in the lane for the Tusk. But yeah, once Whitemon starts pairing up with some other heroes, can definitely get the job done.
Attack speed slow could also be pretty bad for Jakiro, because tag team does have aura now.
Yeah, that's true. Like he's gonna try and hit people, and just like lifting his head, not spitting anything out.
And to go through some of the changes from the previous patch, Bristleback, he got hit pretty heavily by Ice Frog. Max damage on Quill Spray has been decreased by 50. Damage threshold from 225 on his Bristleback. That's now level 4, so you need to max it out. People were using only level 1, and then getting, stats and Hairball cast range. Talent has been nerfed. Cooldown has been increased on Hairball. So a lot of not even small nerfs. These are like 4 or 5 relatively big nerfs to Bristleback.
Some interesting moves here as Tundra come out into that dire triangle, double block the camps with sentries. Observer ward on opposing sides of the mid lane. Neither of them were spotted. And Dire with a bit of vision over in the Radiant Triangle, scouting to see if any stacks are being made and potential rotations from this Dark Willow or the Tusk. Emo in the mid lane. Just going to wander through. There's Whitemon in immersion. Grab the Watcher. Yeah, Wraith King Dark Willow. Whitemon's Tusk heading bottom with the Kunkka. As PYW returns to his lane. So and double melee, playing into Eidolons. Tomato's going to line up these Tidebringers very well.
It's going to be a lot of harassment onto those Eidolons, but he's starting with Malefice level 1. They know. New, very experienced when it comes down to laning. We've seen very good adjusting yesterday when there was off-lane Naga Siren yesterday against Gyro. They picked it last pick, 9 Pandas against Team Liquid, and then Gyro 5 decided to get Flak level 1 to deal with those Naga Siren illusions. One of the reasons why New is not getting the demonic summoning again.
Well, Shiro just comes straight out of the first blood. Level 1, Quill Spray, Dual Breath, chase him down, take the kill. As Immersion, he was wandering off to try and block up the small camp. Whitemon, in the meantime, getting battered by PYW and New, and he'll lose his life even using Fairy Fire to die afterwards.
It wasn't even Dual Breath, it was Liquid Fire. He started...
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I haven't seen that before. Maybe he did not want to give him like Magic Stick because it's a big difference in terms of cooldown and damage. Liquid Fire is a 16-second cooldown ability, Dual Breath 10 seconds. This is the first time I see it. Apart from pubs, there a lot of weird things happen.
Misclicks, yeah. Accidents happen. Well, New steps up to dodge the torrent. Tomato taking a significant amount of damage here. A harassment from this tree grab. Avalanche spam by PYW. An interesting spot for the lane to be in, because you got the drag back of Enigma, usually bringing things back. The Tidebringer trying to shove things forward, but the wave is still in front of this Radiant Tier 1, so a good place for Tundra to be.
Interesting. New is not skilling Eidolons. He's playing without it. Might be thinking about, I don't know, Midnight Pulse. And there it is. He actually got it.
Wow. Just don't even bother leveling it up, yeah. And usually want these Eidolons to like deny creeps, get rid of the farm from the enemy carry, but maybe he's got Tidebringer. Why bother? Just go the other direction.
You know what's the play now on Kunkka? You don't level Tidebringer. Just kidding. No, it's not doable. And you're staying one step ahead and you can't counter it now.
Uncounterable. Yeah, you need that Tidebringer to farm out some stacks. You have to build up some Ancients for him. Mid lane currently very even between the two. As PYW down bottom, getting chased out by Wybon and Tomato. Let's see if they can keep on going with the Blood Grenade. The chase on Tiny here should result in a kill.
So what you can do with Enigma is put the second point in Malefice and then get Demonic Summoning. Don't use it in the lane. Just wait for jungle time. PYW, he's going in one more time. Tomato, very low. Doesn't have much region left. Has something being brought on the courier. A couple of tangos.
And top lane, Immersion. Having cool sprays thrown at him relentlessly. Kasane having to back up at the same time. And it looks like Wayu Smile able to reclaim his small camp for the pulls. Should be able to drag that back. Always interesting to see this Dazzle mid. So often a lane matchup winner, but against the Wind Ranger you mentioned, Windrun doesn't care about this poison touch. Just pop it and run away, gather up the runes. You see here the support looking to guard the water runes and block Emo in with the shards. Tries to walk around the igloo, trapped against the staircase now, and Whitemon with the body blocks. And Wayu Smile is here to offer a little bit of safety, but a snowball forward stuns up the Dazzle under the tier 1 tower. Power shot and the final click as Immersion was required. That Bramble, vital to get the takedown on the Dazzle. Trading out for the Tusk, but Wayu Smile backs up.
Another water rune. Bryle will pick this one up. Tundra bringing in numbers. Kasane still farming really well in the top lane. Sitting at 23 and 5. Adjusting his item build, getting Chainmail as his first item against Bristleback to have some extra protection.
Yeah, nice little adaptation. You can see his quick buy there for the Wraith King as well, right? Just get the boots, get the wand, get the Radiance. That's what you need. We've seen plenty of offlaners do this. Ace comes to mind. Radiance into that Aghanim Scepter. Double Bracer for the Enigma down bottom with Hand of Midas queued. He's just looking to tank himself up in this laning stage against the Tusk and the Kunkka. And everyone getting a decent amount of farm. Dazzle the only one maybe straggling a little bit.
This is not your typical emo hero that comes to my mind when we talk about him. It's mostly the heroes that do go in, mostly the Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit. But needs to adjust the current meta.
Kasane
again
with his Skelly
Wayu
boys.
Smile making a move, going through the gates.
So he is. Down to bottom with the Midnight Pulse onto the Kunkka. Look at that damage from Tiny and Jakiro. Tomato with a Fairy Fire. Staying up and running. X-Mark, Torrent, Wayu Smile caught up, and Immersion's rotation gets them the kill. PYW trying to stick around, but goes under the tower and gets the aggro on him, while in the mid lane, Emo dies. Movement in from the Tusk, swapping the supports around from lane to lane, gets the kills for Tundra, and keeps Tomato alive.
Oh, Tomato, he
Avalanche.
went back. Blood Grenade, it's not going to be enough to take him down.
And now Whitemon's here, gets the vision for the snowball to go forward. Lotus trying to be grabbed up by PYW, he succeeds in that, eats it up, but trapped in the shards. And New in those brambles, can't get the finishing touch on the Dark Willow.
They're so
and
low.
Things start to become really scary now for LGD. Whitemon just keeps on hitting them over and over again, but a rotation from Emo now added into the mix. Gets a kill on the Tusk at long last.
Both Tomato and Immersion were so low, but they needed some extra damage. Emo coming to the bottom lane, slightly too late. He's still level 5. Windranger just hit level 7 in the mid lane.
Well, they're diving bottom. Tomato is trying to pull this small camp. Does get a big two-man torrent there, ticking lower to the poison touch and the liquid fire, so finished off in the end. As Why You Smile gets dragged back, ice paths up, fairy fire there, the heal from Emo. Oh, no way, is Why You Smile allowed to live here? New, not level 6 yet, but has
3
Malphite
seconds
and Midnight
until
Pulse.
Windrun.
Brile, Windrun in a second, but the magic damage overwhelms the Windranger.
Whew, that damage over time. Poison Touch, anything from Jakiro, Malefice, if you're sitting inside the Midnight Pulse. These are the 2 kills that they should not get. Whitemon gets the deny, toss back, 2 points in toss, should be enough.
Yeah, there's 4 LGD heroes down here now. Snowball and a Torrent used to try and buy a bit of space for Whitemon, but he's being surrounded by LGD. Why You Smile nearly dropping there to the Shadow Realm hits. It does stay up thanks to Dazzle.
The biggest winner of this one is Kasane. He's like, yeah, guys, keep doing this. I'm going to be the real carry of the game. Starts the creep skip, gets the skeletons, summons them immediately. Right now, about to take over the first on the network and going into Radiance. I feel like LGD are on the clock in this game because you do have Bristle as your carry. You're playing against Windranger plus Tusk, Focus Fire tag team combo that we talked about, and also Silver Edge carrier Bright King. So gonna be relatively difficult for Bristle. He does have extra survivability from Dazzle, from the tossbacks, any support items from Why You Smile, but yeah, I feel like if we were talking about a 65-minute game, that they're gonna have a hard time scaling.
All right, they've got to pick up the pace, get some stuff done. That's why we've got 3 heroes down bottom. And we're looking at that tier 1, maybe considering the Twin Gate play out towards top to keep tabs on Kasane as he does continue farming, like you're saying. But in the mid lane, that deep Radiant Observer Ward sees the Jakiro in behind the Dazzle. Start off on Emo with Whitemon Snowball. New has arrived though, and the Black Hole's ready, so Tundra not wanting to go diving too deep, just let the Tusk fall.
They want
and
Kasane
LGD trying to play very quickly here, yeah, bouncing from one lane to the other. Stuns will come. BYW gets the catch on Kasane. He does have 1 charges here for the reincarnation to come. Oh, he's aiming for Emo. A lot of damage to the way of the Dazzle. First life gone, and look at the Radiant heroes coming in. They want to guard this Wraith King. Windrangers arriving with the Dark Willow in tow. Emo in trouble. 1 crit, not enough. Another hit's going to arrive from Tomato in a second with the Wraithfire Blast. They've got the kill, and Immersion with a killing spree finds BYW. Now, with the X-Mark boat, they've found the Bristle back. Tons of stuns, but not enough damage for now. Just leave Shiro here and go back to farming.
Emo couldn't get close enough to use Poison Touch on Wraith King, and also had Regeneration Rune, but the skeletons are on top of him. This has to be like one of the most annoying things in Dota at the moment, because he summons those skeletons. If you're a support hero who can't deal with, you don't have any kind of AoE, they're gonna be resummoned even if you kill them, and then there's no, like, you can't kill them, and even if you do, you get like 10 gold total for killing skeletons.
It's not worth it.
It's really not worth your time.
Just keep a smoke on you. Everybody buy smoke. Run away from those bloody skellies. Midas for New. That's the first use out of it. So, double bracer, Midas, and the arcane boots. What is the actual item that New is aiming for this game?
Blink BKB, I think.
Yeah.
Like he wants to be able to scale in this game. Octarine Core. Someone needs to scale because Dazzle, he's straight up not having a good time. Emo, again, lowest net worth core 10 minutes into the game, but Dazzle is not that type of a hero that can move around the map and gank. Like, you want to farm that Aghanim Scepter. It's the big item. That's the big timing for you.
Yeah, and PYW wanting that blink as well. Slowly does it for LGD, looking to hit that critical mass. And Tundra, well, they've smoked up. There's Kunkka and Tusk, going through the Twin Gate up top. No one is there, though. Bristleback has tucked himself in a little deeper in that northern jungle. Might show himself now, though. Is this a good read from Tundra if they can get on top of Shiro here? Whitemon not going straight for the snowballs, just allowing Kasane to catch up. They forced a reaction. The boat and the X mark in towards the Bristleback as well. Catch the Tiny on the left-hand side. And that's Tundra making sure that LGD aren't comfortable, and they'll return back to that bottom lane to keep on farming.
Very difficult to gank with the heroes that they have. Tiny is going for phase boost, so that's going to be a little bit of a help. But Blink Dagger is not going to come anytime soon. PYW sitting at only 13. CS has 3 deaths to his name. Mew.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Blade Mail Kunkka. X mark and a snowball. New losing a lot of his HP inside the Midnight Pulse though, and better heals arriving. The Enigma stays up and running, and LGD this time the ones to respond with numbers.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
What LGD is looking for is double Aghanim Scepter timing. I see Why You Smile going for mech, so they want to tank up as much as possible. New going for the Blink Dagger, and then you'll have Tiny with whatever, potentially a Blink Dagger, but I don't think he's going to be able to match this timing that others are going to be getting in the next 3-4 minutes.
Was Brawl going for a solo kill here? He's a little sneaky devil in behind, but the shackle shot doesn't latch, nor does the power shot properly. Emo, no points in grave though. Backup from New has arrived with a black hole, a second too short, and the Terrorize is there. Brawl taking a few tower hits on the way out, but looks like he's fine with a haste rune to run away.
Haste rune and win run. I think at this point, how the game is developing, you need to put 1 point in Shallow Grave, just for the value of it. I know it's not the longest duration, 3.5 seconds, but could make the difference there. Maybe you reply the Poison Touch, gives you another Shadow Wave in those 3.5 seconds. Because right now, you don't feel like a core. You're sitting at 4.5k net worth, almost same amount as your position 5. Let's see
And
the
then
power of Tag Team plus Focus Fire, which is not available.
No, Shiro.
Team.
Too tanky. Throwing all the goo back at Tomato, but the objective is claimed to get the tier 1 tower. Kasane with even more cash influx. Closing in on that Radiance, just, what, 600 gold away now. This is going to be 15 minutes. Radiance up on this Wraith King. And that's, like you said, going to cause some problems for LGD. Not quite at their Aghanim Scepters yet. Bristleback, 200 gold off it. Dazzle still needs tons of time. And they're also waiting for Black Hole to come off cooldown as well.
We also mentioned some of the answers that Tandra's going to have against this Bristleback. I see Tibato itemizing against it. Going for Casual Crystallis, all these cheap items, Blade Mail, and then he will have Silver Edge, so potentially double break mechanic, Focus Fire, Tag Team. I don't think Bristol's going to have that good of a time in the mid-late game. If it comes down to that, LGD, kind of hard to get rid of that tag that they had for years.
Yeah.
LGD,
it's like IGG2 as well, right?
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get used to it. So
Radiant are scanning.
LGD will need to speed things up. Like, they want to be the ones fighting, compared to like previous game where you felt like, even though the game was 65 minutes long, that Tundra, they were on the clock, but eventually they managed to get the farm and drag the game for over an hour.
Well, up at top, Whitemon thinking about going through the Twin Gate, but look who was already on the other side of the door. 3 heroes come back through to follow Roshan as he goes down to his pit. Immersion and Brile coming down here with Tomato. Kasane has his Radiance, but he's sat up top. TP ready, Twin Gate available if he wants to join in. PYW is the first point of contact for now. Shackle shot on Jakiro to stop any camp initiation. They blow up the Tiny and aim for the Jakiro now. Kasane joins in, so a couple of swift, easy kills there for Tundra.
Ooh, an interesting build from Brile coming out. Wind Ranger needed to have different item build. It was Rod of Atos, Gleipnir before, but ever since we changed how Rod of Atos is being built, it's not a Wind Ranger item, so now people are buying Dragonlance for that extra attack range. Synergizes nicely with your ulti, gives you agility and strength, which does give you damage since you are a universal hero, and now going into Manta style. Again, an item that is very popular on these universal heroes, but you can also dispel so many things in this game. Malefice, Goo, Dazzle's Poison Touch, anything from Jakiro.
Yeah, a lot of great use cases for it. Kasane trying to convert all of that net worth he's farmed into a bit of damage. Shoves it onto PYW. And the rest of the squad are arriving here. Brile not landing that shackle shot perfectly, but he's going to have a poke here at the Tiny again. LGD not really comfortable in their own skin, sat behind that tier 2, hoping that Tundra would dive. A good patient play there from the Radiant just to have a bit of a poke, fall back. You've taken control of the jungle. Now you can come into the mid lane, continue farming, swing bottom and pressure Shiro. And it really is very nice movement across the map from them. There's no room on the map to feel comfortable as LGD.
They know that they definitely need to do something in the next few minutes. Emo needs another 800 gold to finish off his Aghanim Scepter. Shiro has his Ags ready, plus Shard. They want to get Roche and try to snowball out of control. But so far, Tundra, again, same as in the previous game. They're the one dodging the fights, getting the most farm out of the map. And also setting things up around Roche. Right now, Kasane is being scouted, but that's extremely difficult kill to get.
Yeah, I mean, you do have this threat of the black hole, right? New is getting closer to BKB. This Enigma, always going to be a threat. A scary guy. Blink Dagger for PYW, 500 or so gold away for him. Clearing out that mid wave, but Tundra. How many we got here? 4 heroes for the Tiny. Couple of spells chucked his way. Mega kill streak for Immersion. And Tiny's blink delayed.
Are scanning.
Indeed, we're in bottle up for Brawl now as well, so could be looking for that next target.
Tundra needs to keep doing what they're doing, getting the kill, delaying the game. Every single time they get any kind of a kill, good 30-40 seconds, that's a big dub for them.
I'm just sweeping across this map. They're the only place that LGD feel happy is where the Bristleback is. He can shove out a lane, he can farm the double ancients. And they will gather around that dire triangle. Let's see if Tundra have a go at this. I mean, there is still a tier 1 tower standing there. And break past that before they can really have a crack at stopping LGD's farming patterns. Look at that Spirit Vessel for Immersion. Another way to deal with the Bristleback.
Is under attack.
BKB up for Tomato. I did see, Kasane picked up a Blink Dagger, so a form of initiation there to go along with the Tusk Snowball.
Finally, a Blink Dagger on PYW. 19 minutes into the game, not too bad considering like how some of the ganks went. He was really poor. Difficult to farm with Tiny, because what you want to do with Hero, you want to gank, but if you're showing on the lane, that also means that you're not ganking, and you can't really farm neutrals. You need a lot of mana sustain.
It's been a long time coming. The Dazzle Aghanim Scepter. Bryle already has his Manta style. What a good 3,000 net worth ahead.
There it is, Dazzle with his companions.
Go on then, Emo. Kill off that Tormentor, just don't die, please. Graves himself. Last Shadow Wave is there. All 5 couriers to help him out. Beautifully done.
Jakiro got it. He's like, yeah, I've sent a courier there. It's better. Like, it's Tiny is the worst. If you're playing position 4 Tiny, you don't want to get it. Because, like, he doesn't have attack speed to farm. He has 1 point in tree grab anyway.
It just makes your buyback more expensive.
Yeah.
Tundra. Looks like they're itching for a team fight here. Bryle smoked up, leading the charge. New is about 1,000 away from his BKB. Doesn't really want to get bogged down in any kind of engagement right now. LGD still looking for this timing to coincide for all of their heroes. It's been a slow and steady march towards it, as New is going to get caught out, but the Grave maybe delaying things, allow the new Enigma to escape, but there's a nicely timed Shadow Realm hit from Immersion to kill him off.
4 points in Shadow Realm. I think if that's like 3 points in Shadow Realm and 1 point in Curse Crown, he doesn't die there.
Yeah, it's pretty close. And Kasane getting a free Wisdom Rune. Still one on the left side of the map as well. It's another one of these very deliberate games where you can feel the tension really rising. One team fight.
Didn't time that right. BYW manages to blink out.
Just about, yeah.
is under attack.
Is Why You Smile going to be allowed to get away with this one? A minute late to the Wisdom Rune, but he's going to snag it. Kasane is just an inevitable force. The Wraithkin getting bigger and bigger. Taking down a free Roshan, it looks like, with no contest from LGD. Should be an Aegis here for Broil.
Focus Fire tag team. We finally see it in action, maxed out. And Kasane, he's been pretty silent. You know, he's the true carry of this game. He does scale much better than Kunkka, especially when you talk about the right-click damage, which Timado opted to go for.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, true. Like, we're not going to see the Torrent Storm or anything just yet. Do you think, like, he's got to go back for it, right?
Eventually? Yeah. But I think he could have gotten like 1-2 items and then still swap for the Aghanim Scepter build, because Kuka still has that issue where he can't feel the right clicks. Shiro. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Tag team, focus fire, you don't feel as tanky.
My one weakness, the soft and squishy underbelly of the bristleback. Very nice placement there from the rest of Tundra, just standing in front of him. Well, Kunkka does get that X-Mark drag. I do have the looming threat of this black hole, but New still needs time, still needs items. Tundra can start running away with this if Timado's allowed to get these grabs. Looking at the solo kill here. The damage. Oh! Oh! Was that the Malefice tick on the Blade Mail?
Yeah. Blade Mail. Got him in the end. He's not too happy about that one.
I'd be pissed. Oh my dear lord. Toss back from PYW. Going to send White One back behind tier 2. Now the focus from Kasane, though, looking at that kill. The grave onto Jakiro, buys a bit of time for Why You Smile. As PYW slips away, barely surviving. Why You Smile's the one to die, as Tiny does escape with his life. LGD lose 2 heroes still, though. And Tundra, this map, it just gets bigger and bigger for them. They're shoving LGD all the way back into their base.
This one's looking really rough for LGD. I know that they managed to make a comeback in the previous one with almost 30k gold deficit, but in this one, it's going to be super difficult. They're just getting picked off left and right. LGD is missing their timing. This bristleback that was supposed to be like super tanky is not tanky at all. They might try to go in one more time. White One is there. So is Braille holding on to Aegis. They also managed to snatch the Aegis away from LGD. And going back to Aghanim Scepter now and Wind Ranger.
It really is very slow and steady, deliberate stuff from Tundra. They know they don't need to mess around. They can kind of wait for LGD to come to them. Just sit up on high ground, take positions on the map. You know you're stronger than your opponents in every conceivable way right now. Net worth, kill lead, Aegis being held. Kasane, level 16. Nasty, nasty looking Wraith King. Just sitting in front of 5 enemy heroes. Not a care in the world. Dire does have a bit of vision down here. So they see the 2. Launch toss onto the Wraith King, trying to focus in onto Kasane. Backup is arriving though, so with this Aghanim Scepter and his first life used up, should have Immersion arriving with a good Terrorize now to send them back. So Kasane survives, and Tundra can think about their reinitiation.
Hunting, he wants someone.
Timado's here with an X-Mark, though, and Why You Smile's caught up in the torrent. Shiro with PYW, the toss-up. Shiro is the one that get caught out by it. Tiny, not the perfect initiation from him. And Kasane's in the back. They've got an Ice Path down, the Grave onto New. Black Hole's ready, throws it in onto the Tusk and the Wind Ranger. The damage, it's substantial, but you've got the Wraiths up. The Ghosts are coming back to fight with a vengeance. Kasane moving forward aggressively onto Shiro. Curse Crown's there.
He needs another Grave.
Thrown out. They do need more heals and Graves with this Bristleback, but I don't think it can get done. Emo Graves himself to run away. The buyback of Why You Smile is going to turn into a dieback in a second. And Tundra just running rampant. PYW finally kills Timado. But Tundra looking like the victors in this one.
Wind Ranger's chasing Emo. Had to, as you said, self-grave there in that fight because Bristleback got pulled back by X-Mark and Emo was not in range, so he had to do something about it. And Yeah, you can feel that Dazzle is not really dealing the damage in those fights. It's sitting at like 4,000. Bristleback is like at 8,000. The rest of the team also not dealing too much damage. It was a good combo where he used the Grave onto Enigma, Midnight Pulse into Black Hole, but still, Wraith King with the Aghanim Scepter. This is kind of an Aghanim Scepter rush. This is Radiance into Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter, third item, which does allow them to survive long enough. So even if you get the Black Hole, you're still gonna die afterwards. Black Hole is only 4 seconds. This Wraith King lasts for way too long. 7 seconds death delay.
Well, terrorize into the mid lane now. Tiny graved up, surviving, power shot, the final touch, Emergent gets the kill, and Kasane, he's got reincarnation ready, so even though he dies, he will respawn, come back to life. Back in the live game, 10k lead for Tundra, and they're just keeping their foot down, making sure there is no breathing room here for LGD. With Black Hole down, there is no team fight capability. They are fully reliant on his Bristleback with Dazzle behind him to do anything in these battles. And Brawl knows he's got freedom now. Run around, dancing circles around this Bristleback. BKB Engrave is there for Shiro. Macropire trying to give him a little bit of cover as well. Snowball's going to go deep into tier 3s here. Oh, Shiro barely surviving through the power shot. And there's the Wraith up for the Tusk. He'll die in the end eventually. Tundra maybe going a little bit too far.
Still, you can feel the power of Tundra's lineup where people are so tanky. You got the Rum buff, you have Aghanim Scepter, Wraith King, Shadow Realm, Wind Ranger with Wind Run. There's no nullifier whatsoever. Snowball saves. It's just extremely difficult to lock onto one hero and kill it.
It must be such a weird feeling as well, going from like a 70-minute high-octane game, adrenaline pumping, into this very, very deliberate, methodical game from Tundra. Not giving LGD any room to maneuver. Like, it always feels like LGD, even before this 10k lead, right, when it was a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive, it still feels like LGD are an item behind. Dazzle needs another item. Bristleback needs his Assault Cuirass, more armor, more protection.
Now Immersion does have that Curse Crown upgraded, so even more Brambles, which is going to be more difficult to get away from the Shallow Grave. Like, you get Shallow Grave, you're still going to be in the spot, and they're going to get the kill afterwards. I think Neo needs to land, like, some perfect 3-4 man Black Holes.
I mean, even before that, though, it feels like they need to like toss back the Wraith King, kill him twice, so there's no Aghanim Scepter nonsense with the Wraiths popping up, and then a 4-man Black Hole. Otherwise, you've got this Tusk and Dark Willow just pumping out so much control. LGD gonna smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
4 members all together. Bristleback is out in the open, so dangling him in front of that bottom creep wave. Wraith King Skeleton's going to come across and say howdy. And they see Kasane there. They're pinging him out. Wraith King going to get jumped. Bounty rune for PYW and a toss back. Here is step 1. Kill the Wraith King
team
once.
is coming.
Where's step 2? Can you kill him twice before the saves arrive? The Wraith, he's moved away, drifting down to the low ground, so Kasane's dead. Now can they chase forward? Tiny avalanche toss sends him into the sky, but wipe on with Timado. Doing some good damage onto PYW, but there's the blink Black Hole from New. Wind Ranger Tusk both caught inside, Terrorize trying to push them away. Brawl pops himself out with illusions, but still dies. Shiro with a double kill, but can't stop the TP home.
Oof, maybe the play there, it's a high QI play. Maybe not. Maybe the Eidolons were not close enough. Is to move Eidolons close to that Centaur so that there's 3 or more units, and then you get stunned, because they had none left. But overall, a good fight for LGD. This is the best fight that they showed so far. Having that Wraith King kill, as like killing him first allows Neo to land the Black Hole, which does give them more kills afterwards. Because if he lands a Black Hole onto like one hero and there's Wraith King around, that hero's not even gonna die.
He wasn't far off there, New. He nearly had a 4-man Black Hole. Tomato and Emergent just out of range.
Yeah, the Eidolons were too far away.
Yeah.
Again, Emo.
One more time.
Emo. Gonna grave himself immediately, and PYW gets it. There was a chance between him and Neo, because everybody else has Shard upgraded already.
Okie dokie. Oh, hang on, LGD coming down bottom again. PYW, Ogre Seal Totem, not going to give him the distance he needed to get away from Kunkka. Immersion is beyond godlike on this Dark Willow. Racking up the kills and not falling, always protected by the Shadow Realm. Oh, Timado, is he fast enough with phase boots? No, he's not. But this does give them now the opportunity to go Roche.
And very interesting build from Tomato. 1 point in Torrent. He's like, okay, the stun duration is the same, lower cooldown. I don't care. I'll have some extra damage, extra stats instead. And speaking of interesting builds, not just the skill build, also item build. He does have Diffusal Blade going for Disperser next, so that's gonna be some mana burn against Bristleback, but mostly damage and way of dispelling things and speeding things up.
Very cool, yeah. Forget Aghanim Scepter. Forget the Torrent Storms. Let's go raw damage. Get the big punches. Emo looking at the Manta style for himself. Should coincide decently here with the Assault Cuirass of the Bristleback. Black Hole is ready for new now.
Double AC, same time. Nullified enemy AC.
Countered. Kasane. Does he get jumped? And he is the guy they want to try and catch and kill twice. PYW starting it off with a toss back onto his own skeletons. Realizing this is a pretty awkward fight, Niu jumps forward, forcing a stun out of Kasane. Wraith King still alive, finally, first death. And now Niu just gonna go straight into Black Hole the Wraith King, why the hell not? Look to kill him off, they didn't get the snowball save, Whitemon now trapped inside, Shiro just whacking away at them, but look at these Wraiths and the damage from Bryle, backstabbing in to kill off Niu, and why you smile? Yule's in the air, the Bristleback sent Skyward's gonna land down and meet his demise, it looks like, as he's 1v3, PYW trying to fight back and defend him, Bryle dropping low, the Quill Sprays, they're stacking up! Oh, hang on a second, Bryle, the Shackle
Shackle
shot.
didn't
Oh,
connect.
he doesn't connect it on the Tiny? How did that happen? He's gonna die now with the Aegis gone and a blink across the torrent. Gets PYW away. Timado. Don't know if he can chase this one all the way to the Dire base. PYW in the trees, TPs, and he's home.
Not a bad fight for LGD, but you can see some of the damage, like some of the control lacking. This time around, Black Hole onto one hero only. Again, Wraith King, he's dying. Like, they understand that he needs to die first, so these Wraiths can't be there for another, like, 7 seconds, causing issues. He would definitely love. Good attempt, though from Whitemon to get him through the Black Hole, but not enough. That's very, very difficult to execute. Like, it needs to be frame perfect, pretty much. And then Bristleback almost dying. This is also Bristleback without a Bloodstone, so it doesn't have that survivability.
Yeah. So why is that? Is it because of the Spirit Vessel? He didn't feel like Bloodstone would be as effective, or? Probably.
Maybe he wants to scale, go more like right-click oriented damage. Does have Paladin Sword, which is okay-ish, gives him some, but you know, it's not a Bloodstone by any means.
Gotcha.
You can see the itemization that he's going for, having Satanic in his quick buy. LGD will smoke. They got him one more time.
Yeah. I mean, this is how you got to do it. Kill Kasane, kill him twice, make sure he's
Niu has Black
deader
Hole.
than dead. Niu looking for it, just Black Hole straight in onto the Wraith King. Hey, Bryle in towards the back, but the Invis Niu gonna get punched up into the air, and Kasane's still alive there. Shiro with PYW looking to blow him up, and the Wraith King's dead. Finally falls. Immersion with a Terrorize, sending the Bristleback away as Emo's getting whacked by this Wraith King illusion. Nearly dies, but Bryle's the target of choice now. Good Torrent. Holds back the Bristleback, but PYW finds another angle. Gets the jump, the kill is there, and LGD striking back with 2 core kills.
Okay, Tundra needs to back up Wraith King immediately. Show him on lane one more time and be behind. PYW, he's not done. This is a big kill, massive. 1,300 gold for PYW.
Holy shit, look at that.
Sitting on 4,000 gold, so that's gonna be an extra save coming out. He has Yule Scepter on position for Tiny. You want to buy Wind Waker because you can get out of trouble. Someone gets focus fired, X marked, so eventually he will get it. And now they're pushing the high ground again, having the lower cooldown on that Black Hole, thanks to Quickening Charm and Doctrine Core. I guess guess they got surprised a little bit.
I mean,
Whitemon. Yule Scepter getting delivered? No mana for it.
Is he up high ground? Was he in? Is he in fog? You couldn't see him
Healing
either.
Lotus. If he popped the Healing Lotus, 125 would have enough. But
Maybe, yeah.
Oof.
I mean, PYW's been my MVP the last 10 minutes. You know, he had a pretty hard early game, right? 20-minute Blink Dagger. Difficult to find openings, but he has been the recovery method for LGD through this game. He's the guy tossing back Kasane. He's looking for the openings, finding the openings.
Seems like they're gonna go for block of cheese. I see 11 Lotuses on Jakiro, locked in his inventory.
Another one.
And 2 on PYW.
Get those Lotuses up and running. Well, tier 4 items. Oh, here we go. Ninja Gears. They're the big ones. Keep yourself obscured on the map. So Tomato and
Speaking of
New.
big ones, Emo just found Spell Prism and finished off his Octarine core.
Ooh.
In the previous fight, there was a slightly early grave on New. I guess he got a little too scared that he's going to get punched by Tusk, Focus Fire from Windranger. That deals a lot of damage, sitting at almost 300 at the moment with the Focus Fire, Enchanted Quiver, so he could die relatively easily. New trying to find that farm. Go for Black Hole, double Black Hole with the Refresher.
Oh, a super tense game. Both squads really grouping up and holding hands together.
LGD
don't want to...
has been playing extremely well last 5-10 minutes, going for Raid King every single time. Kasane, like his item progression, did really stop in the last few minutes. Those 3 deaths that he had really slowed him down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
LGD, a concerted effort up towards top. Rainbow TPs from Tundra. Coming across to match the move. Watcher taken, Observer Wards placed, and Shiro on the front lines, just facing off against this tier 2. Tundra wrapping around in behind, though. Oh, who are they going to find?
Dazzle,
Oh, the
he baited him.
illusion.
Emo.
Oh, Emo, the Dazzle illusion. Oh, you cheeky bastard. What have you done? And now Tundra, they're just going to run. You can't find an opening now. Just go split, cut waves, get the hell out of here. And LG, they're going to use this opportunity to go high ground. They're pushing tier 3.
LGD wants it. That's a lot of damage. Bristleback sitting at almost 500.
Are they going to stop this? They're going to come back and deal with the Bristleback in a second. Where's the
Another
opening?
backstab from Tundra.
Oh, but look at the sentry wards down. They see the Jakiro, the Black Hole straight on the Windranger. They know the Broil is all alone. Just Black Hole him up. He's turned into a Wraith, but he's dead. Why are you smart turning and fighting Kasane now with the Bristleback frontlining for the rest of LGD? He's dropping low on this Bristle, though. Hey, Shiro,
As buyback
Grave
is
up.
necessary. Gonna use
They've
it.
got the heals, the saves. Shiro staying alive. Needs a little bit more to keep him up and running, but he's died. They've got buybacks out of Tundra. Windranger did come back in here, but LGD, 4 heroes down. A tragic fight for them after what started so well.
They also lost the gem. As long as they lock this Dazzle, if they can just stun lock him, he's gonna die. There's no real other save other than like Black Hole. Maybe Tiny could come in handy, but if they focus him, he's gonna die.
Oh,
that's a good bait.
Even
using Terrorize, using both, pretty much used everything, but then again, took them long enough, and seems like Raid King with the Aghanim Scepter, he's a better version of Dazzle, because it's guaranteed.
Yeah, everybody gets saved. Everybody's up and running. Yeah, very important that Kasane did step up there, right, to make the Wraith of the Windranger, so she could do a little bit more damage, and then you're fighting forward with your Kunkka as well. And back into the live game, we've got the racks being taken by Tundra in the top lane. Very quickly out on the map, moving into mid, and bottom lane pushed as well. 3 lanes trending in towards LGD's side of the map, into their base.
Well, these are 40-minute waves, all had catapults, double catapults available. They just lost 2 set of barracks. They're gonna go for the 3rd.
Yeah, I'll be Mega Creeps. Tundra, Discipline. Yule Scepter from Tiny, PYW. And that was his Yule Scepter. The first one wasn't his. Still has a 4 staff if he needed to get over the shards, but Tundra will use this opportunity just to disengage. Shadowblade now for the Wind Ranger. We're going to have multiple silver edges to contend with the Bristleback.
That's going to be a huge problem, having multiple Invis heroes. LGD lost a gem, and you have limited amount of sentries. So, playing against Wind Ranger with Aghanim Scepter Shadowblade.
Are scanning.
Now Wind Waker also available on Immersion.
Ooh, the Radiant scan. Oh, they found the Enigma. That's a huge one. They're straight on top of New. The BKB's up. The Ice Path, Macro Pyre, Black Hole in as well. But New's taking too much physical damage. Dies through his BKB. Shiro with his own one, shiny and golden, but he's just got to turn and run. PUIW left stranded. LGD down a hero. And Tundra with a free run at this dire base now. Gonna take down a few of them.
This might be the game. Like, they just used the Black Hole. He doesn't have buyback, needs 60 gold. Everybody's buying back. Even if he comes back, there's not gonna be Black Hole available. Roshan next on the menu for Tundra. They don't need to rush anything. This is third Rosh, Aghanim Scepter, Cheese, and Aegis. So go in, take it. Heroes are gonna have a hard time dying. Also, Wind Waker that we mentioned on Immersion, that's gonna be their save during the Black Hole.
This just really has been a very, very good, clear indicator of how good Tundra are. Great draft, great itemization. There's been a lot of things that LGD have done right through this game. Lots of great initiations, team fights, picking their moments. But it's felt like Tundra have had answers every step of the way. And this adaptation of the Bristleback, right? Knowing he's against these Silver Edge carriers, going for this more right-click, not focused on the Cool Spray build. Does have a Satanic now, so it can potentially stand and fight. But it is heavily reliant, LGD's game plan, heavily reliant on black holes from New. If not entirely reliant on a big black hole from New.
Pretty much. They need some magic. New trying to farm up his refresher. I think he's in a territory where he... Okay, they're hunting his career. Dead. Refresher. Recipe gone. Oof.
Oh,
that's expensive. I think in this situation, you sell your Bracer, maybe even sell Hand of Midas and buy double Cornucopia. Because you might have one more chance.
One more shot. One more opportunity. Tundra. Whitemon blinks onto Why You Smile and kicks him out of the base. Straight into the waiting arms of Kasane. A little Riptide there. Going to bring Shiro down. Tidal wave even as he forced the BKB. The black hole's in from New. Wraith King Wind Ranger caught up inside, but you were called it. There's the Wind Waker to save up Brawl. Nullifier comes too late, and New's Enigma dropping lower, even through the grave, dying and drifting, forced after away. He is alive, but not much longer. Spirit Vessel's on him, and a snowball comes in.
PYW saved him.
5 at a time. They've saved up New's Enigma. He's still alive. Smokes up with the ninja gear. Jakiro, the only one to die somehow.
Ooh, big plays coming out from Nemo. He had 11 bad Juju stacks on him. Used all of his HP to lower the cooldown and save New.
I can't believe he survived that, but now there's no black hole. One lane of barracks remaining. Tusk is dead for a minute. There's a 4v4 outside his dire base, but Tundra don't want to go rushing into things just yet.
They will have one more chance. New needs his courier. Does have enough gold to buy double Cornucopia. So refresher, double BKB.
It's so tense, man.
Can't they do it one more time, Gary? They managed to make a comeback. 30k gold deficit in this first game. Second one, the chances are much slimmer.
Yeah, can they do what? Can they take it to 70 minutes? Can they make me go crazy? What are they doing one more time? Some wild stuff.
Let's see.
Tomato, DD, Bryle, bounties. Kunka has gobbled up some Aghanim's goodies. Shard and Scepter there, so we've got a Tidal Wave and the Torrent Storm. And really right now, the only indicator, the only marker that really matters, for me anyway, is Black Hole, 10 seconds cooldown, green light about to come back up here for LGD, and you've been calling that Refresher Orb nearly available for New as well.
Yeah, the thing is, his career is dead for 20. He also needs to send his career somewhere. They already killed it. Might need to send it to enemy secret shop.
Oh, that's nice. X-Mark, Whitemon jumps and kicks back. Shiro, BKB's up. Has to be defensive. Run back into his base, but now he is susceptible to being caught. Another little tidal wave there, but it's just Dazzle illusions for now. As Tundra tentatively poking at this bottom lane. And Tiny's out on the map trying to cut waves, it looks like, but they know they need him to return and play. Defend the base, defend the Ancient, finish off your Wind Waker and come back. Does anybody have any smokes left? Is it just down to Ninja Gears at this point?
Ninja Gear on Enigma, he's smoked. Just sold his bracer. Courier is going
back
to the enemy shop.
That's an illusion. Fake hype. Sorry, my apologies. I thought it was real. Wraithkin going refresher himself. Just imagine Kasane with double reincarnation.
Regeneration.
Kunkka with refresher as well. They want to go in. X-Mark, tag team, punch.
Force staff.
Pull him back.
Save with Grave. PYW, Avalanche and Wind Waker. The boat lands on Shiro. BKBs are spent. New popped here's and refreshers delivered. This is really, like, really tense. I'm curling my toes. I'm on the edge of my seat because it's like Tusk is blinking and kicking people back. Tiny can blink and toss people back. There's refresher black hole ready. Where both teams are just standing on the opposite edges of this deep, dark chasm of despair. Just waiting for someone to make the first jump, make the first move.
Thunder has so many ways of displacing people. Shard and Kunkka, now with the punch, kick available, and also terrorize, so they can choose how they want to take a fight. They try to pull off this X-Mark into kick combo, and then pull him back. BKB on Neo, 24 seconds.
Lincoln's up for the Wind Ranger. Putting it over onto Whitemon. 2 lanes pushing in very hard as those super creeps come into play. And that's where Tundra are trying to sit. Right up on that top lane. LGD shove out bottom.
If they're looking at the creeps, they should know. And someone's pinging it out because you can see the AC aura.
Another kickback. Another force staff. Why you smile? They can't save him with the Wind Waker this time. Brambles on the Tiny. PYW can't get the toss back he would want, so Okisil totem in the grave. Back to safety, but you're right. He's X back into the Torrent Storm. Another grave
Wind
from
Waker's
Emo.
available.
I don't think you save him, and look at that tidal wave. Pulls Emo down to the low ground. Dazzle's stuck here and surrounded. He's killed and forced to buy back, but no Tiny, no Jakiro is down to Dazzle, Bristle, but more importantly, Enigma. Can we have some big black holes here from New? He's no longer smoked. He's spotted out by Tundra, and they are being very patient, positioning themselves away from LGD.
Really expensive buybacks, but New couldn't find an opportunity. They know. Tundra does know that it's all about the black hole. If they don't get caught by black hole, 4 of them, I feel like this one's in the bag. They could just keep doing what they're doing. Some poke damage onto tier 3 towers.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Kasane, just be a little careful with all these quill spray stacking up on you. And Bryle on that left side, he's under a sentry, right? Under a couple of dire sentries. He comes in to finish off the tier 3 tower. And Whitemon looking at Shiro here with a break from the Silver Edge. Half HP, but a black hole from New comes in hard. Shiro turns to fight. Kasane dropping low. They're trying to get Tomato into the back lines of the team fight as New. Can he refresh? Can he be graved up and saved up? He doesn't have a refresh anymore. There's no black hole. There's nothing for New to do here. He's just stuck, graved, but he's still alive. The Dazzle keeping him up and running. Finally, Kasane
Save him
falls.
one more time, another grave.
Save him 3 more times, 4 more
Emo
times.
has no HP.
They've got that kick away. Finally, Whitemon removes Enigma from the fight. Kasane trying to deal with Shiro here as they back up as LGD get up the staircase and away from Tundra. Another kickback. Oh, don't mind if I do. Let's kill this Bristle with ease. Immediate buyback from Shiro as Emo, he's hexed up Whitemon here with a poison touch, and a little bit of tickle damage will take him down.
Again, super expensive buybacks. While all this was happening, they lost both tier 4 towers. Again, catapults in their base. Now the throne is exposed. Emo doing his best. Like, he's you have to be, the Tinker spammer to be able to play Dazzle at this level. I see, again, 12, 13 bad Juju stacks down to 0 HP pretty much. If he gets hit by one power shot, he's dead. Because he's using all of his HP to reduce the cooldown and try to save Neo.
Oh, it's insane. That was like 16,000 damage or something from the Dazzle. Nutty numbers being put up by
you also
Emo.
deal damage while just doing all of that, so...
Whew. And now it's Roche time. Let's move across the map, shall we? 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Radiant are scanning.
Which is this third Roche now? Second Roche?
No, it's
fourth Roche?
Fifth Roche, I think.
Seventh Roche? Oh, PYW and New just black goal. They've caught the Wind Ranger. Bryle, he turned into a little piggy. Can they finish him off in time inside the Midnight Pulse? They absolutely can. Burnt to a crisp. Wind Ranger into Wraith mode. Dead. And buyback is available. Tusk has already spent his and a refresh from New, looking for the second foot initiation. Kasane, the one to be caught. Wymon's jumped in aggressively. Torrent Storm's annoying here for the Bristleback to stick around. First life down, the Wraith King falls. PYW on the run from the north.
Ready to jump.
Back. Another tidal wave in. New is still looking for his opportunity.
Wanted Wind Ranger, didn't get it.
There's not black hole there. Just a Midnight Pulse and a Malefice, giving them now the opportunity to Roche.
Someone needs to defend the base. Your throne is exposed. Eventually, you'll need to TP. Roshan down to half HP. Someone will need to defend this. It's going to be Jakiro.
You've got to come back and do it. Why You Smile will come back to base. Wind Waker from the Dark Willow. Timado in. Tidal wave across. He just grabbed. He takes it up. Kills it off.
Everything.
And LGD get nothing from this. Bristleback is broken. Refresh from Timado. Aegis used up. First life gone, but look at New on the right-hand side. Taken out by Bryle. Beautifully done as Emo and Shiro. It's all down to them, but they're stuck in this Roche pit, surrounded by Tundra. Bryle with a double kill, and Timado clears up.
And they're going to call it. GG's are dropped, they know. They have no business left in this game. Unfortunately for LGD, they did not have, maybe they needed this Jakiro to land an Ice Path, so Timado can steal all of that. He stole Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim Scepter, made the slots for everything, and he was so quick. The Blink Dagger, Tidal Wave, pushed him away, X marks the spot, and gets out of trouble.
Some sweaty games though, Lacoste.
Absolutely.
If I'm sweating, I can't imagine the players. Hope the air conditioning is turned up. Get it to 18 degrees in those player booths, because my god, the back and forth decision making, the button clicking, the Dazzle using 20 Graves to team fight, Tomato spamming torrents left and right. Oh, this series was spectacular. Kind of glad it ended in a draw, because both teams deserved some victories out of this.
Absolutely. I mean, LGD, they needed, a couple of dubs. They needed at least some dub to be able to stay in this tournament, and they got one, only one, so it's a draw. But Tundra Esports, they're looking really hot, sitting at 5-1 at the moment. Big plays coming out. Like, their understanding of the game is just like on another level at Kuala Lumpur, because they've been playing some top-tier Dota, understanding what needs to be done in like multiple situations, completely different situations. They seem to be like super calm, and immersion has been popping off. Like, we talked about this guy that he didn't have the career that he's supposed to have, I would say, because this guy has been a beast. Every single time I watch him play, he's owning every single time.
Yeah, really looks spectacular. Like, really, really beautiful stuff. And Dark Willow with that Wind Waker, just finding openings, making sure that he's saving people inside that black hole. And in the end, New he refreshed, right? But that last black hole never came. Just didn't have the opportunity because Bryle was right on his tail. But that's something, it's always felt like, TSM, Undying, Tundra, whatever name they're going by today, they've always had that individual skill, sure, but that team focus, understanding draft-wise, sure, was nice, but itemization and target acquisition in this game was spot on. They knew exactly who they needed to kill and when. And I guess the same could be said from LGD. PYW and New had a very good mid to late game because they just killed the Wraith King over and over again, forcing Kasane to adapt and kind of sit back a little bit.
Yeah, Kasane needed to adjust his gameplay. Most of the time, first like 25-30 minutes of the game, he was, you know what, I'm Raid King unkillable on the front line, you guys will back me up. But they did one hell of a job forcing him, repositioning with Tiny. PYW, you mentioned him and Neo playing out of his mind. Emo had a slow early game, but he kind of, you know, redeemed himself with those sick graves, perma graves on multiple targets, dealing the most damage in the team in most of the fights, because Bristleback was also, you know, locked down, stunned for ages pretty much. But Tundra, really, really well played, not just today, but also yesterday. They're just feeling themselves with this new roster.
Yeah, looking incredible. And the driving force is Kasane and Immersion off lane. As we do watch a couple of these highlights back, you know, towards the tail end of the game. A couple of 60-minute matches here between LGD and Tundra. You can see Shira just trying to deal with the onslaught. And on the right-hand side, that Brile sneak around, finding Enigma, vitally important to really shut LGD out of this second game.
It's really difficult to play Enigma in a game like this, where it's going to be so much damage on the ground. You know that everybody's looking onto you. Evo's positioning was top tier in that fight, hiding behind Roshan. They still managed to land one black hole, kill Wind Ranger. He tried to go for the second one, needed like half an extra seconds. Very entertaining game, big series, and maybe produced like the best games of the tournament so far.
Absolutely, some spectacular, you know, showmanship and gameplay. And we do have Tomato joining us for an interview as Tundra take game 2. So I'm still stumbling over your name change, Tomato. Congratulations on that game 2 victory, a very close fought battle against LGD. I mean, first of all, I want to ask, how do you temper the adrenaline and the emotions going from a very long game 1 where it's back and forth, kind of throne racing, almost ending, and then game 2 is a little bit slower? Did you have to kind of calm yourself down, or is Moon Meander the one kind of chilling things out?
Well, for game 1, we recognized that we got out drafted and we had a very narrow win condition, so we were just kind of playing, see what happens, and we almost pulled off the win where we really shouldn't have won. So we were kind of happy with how things went. And then just reset from there, going to game 2. I think game 2 we had a better draft, so it felt like we were always in control. So we never get desperate, because back in your head, you're always like thinking, oh, we're gonna win this game by default, so I just gotta do my standard stuff.
Yeah, I want to go back to that game 1, because it was a really entertaining game. I saw you being very vocal after the game ended. Like, if you can share what you said to your team, like what you guys needed to do to win that game.
Yeah, well, it's like Dota, when you get to like minus 60, a lot of stuff happens, right? What happened is like when I was going for the throne, I sent my chicken to pick up my Manta. I was gonna sell my Manta and buy Satanic, because I didn't have Refresher, I didn't have BKB. But then something happened with like my chicken didn't take the Manta and he got to Secret Shop, so I couldn't buy Satanic. So then I died without buyback, and then we couldn't end the game. So I was kind of telling my team like all these things happen. I discovered that if you sell your Refresher on cooldown and then you buy it like minutes later, when you buy it again, you pick it up when it's on cooldown, like where you left it off. So I rebought Refresher towards the end fight, and I didn't have it. It was like 140-second cooldown. I was like, no way that they're gonna go for end push. And then also, when I buy back, I try to pick up my Rapier, but Shaker Fish will block it off, so I couldn't kill the Weaver in time. So I was just telling my team, you know, kind of like, all these funny things happen, because it was such a close game, so just having a laugh.
Yeah, like stuff out of your control as well. Like that's kind of amazing. Like today I learned as well. So if you have a Refresher that has 140-second cooldown and you sell it, if it's not in your backpack or inventory, it doesn't tick down. It doesn't cool down.
Yeah, it doesn't. So
that's pretty wild. Just stays 140 seconds forever.
Yeah, I know. Some game knows it.
That's wild, honestly. I've never even thought about that situation. Then the game 2 comes around. You know, this Wraith King pick looked very good. Kasane and Immersion. Immersion, we've watched for a long time now. We've known he's a spectacular player. How is he fitting in? Your communication with Kasane, that all going good for you guys?
It's going good. Today was a bit rough because they're feeling a bit sick. They had a bit of a fever yesterday. They feel better now, but it's just they're not on the optimal. So comms have been a little low. Great King was getting caught a lot in like the late game because we're not really talking much, so we weren't ready when he's getting gone on. But besides that, he meshes pretty well with us, Immersion. He's a really good team player and he understands his role and he plays for his cores, which is really nice. So as a carry player, it's nice when my Willow TPs and saves me and I'm getting tangles. And for him, he had a fun game because we had like one of those like everyone has a stun and Kunkka goes in, Great goes in, so Willow was just like pressing spells. I think he was like dominating the game, like he was like 10-0. So he's a good player. It's fun to play with him.
Yeah, he was beyond godlike like 30 minutes in as a Willow.
How's the communication like? Do they, considering that both Kasane and Immersion are from Russia, do they speak English or do they speak Russian when they're laning together?
They speak a bit of both. Like if they're if it's just like a laning thing, they speak some Russian and like, I think they coordinate like what's gonna happen on the lane. I mean, I don't speak Russian, but I can tell what they're saying based on the Dota knowledge, you know. And yeah, they talk a bit of like how they want to play the lane and stuff like that. But besides that, it's all English. But it definitely helps because they were kind of friends before this team, so I can tell that there are chemistry between them. You know, like the good teammate chemistry.
Yeah, it's always super important, right? Like you think of like Team Secret with like Resolution and Zayats and stuff like that, right? Having that communication and chemistry always helps out. And I like the point you make. You know, Dota transcends language. You just have that contextual understanding of what's going on. Lacoste, you got one more question?
Yeah, I wanted to pick your brains a little bit more about the item build, not in the second game, not the item build that we usually see on Kunkka, because, you know, why Disperser? Is it just like to be able to run away, dispel some of the damage over time that they had, and also Satanic? Like, why this build over, you know, the standard build, I would say?
Well, I just played some Kunkka carry, like, before TI, and... because I thought Enigma was coming back for TI, but then he didn't. So I kind of was like, oh, when I saw the Enigma, I was like, oh, I can play Kunkka for this. And I had done a similar build. You know, I'm not gonna play the Axe Kunkka if I'm playing Kunkka carry, because I know you can play damage Kunkka. I had done it before. And I guess for the Disperser, I just like the item, and they had a lot of like slows and stuff like that. So in my head, I was like, I was gonna buy a second Daedalus, but then I thought, this person's such a cool item, you know? I mean, just go for it, like, you feel nice.
Exceptional. Yeah, congrats on that little victory at the end and a very close-fought battle. You brought exciting Dota to all the viewers. We really enjoyed watching you all play. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for taking the time for a nice interview there. Pleasure as always, Tomato. And of course, you know, we'll see you progressing on the rest of today and tomorrow for the group stage. Hopefully, more good things to come.
Thank you. Have a good night. See ya.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That's why I ask, because you don't get to see everything. These like late game, post 60-minute games tend to be super chaotic. Like you can't catch everything on camera. And the thing that he said about Refresher is, you know, you learn something new every day whenever you play Dota, watch Dota. It's an ever-evolving game, and that's why we love it so much.
Well, that's the thing, right? We often joke about, you know, we were joking about these prime number moments, right? 2 hours into the game where everything's happening, always talking about Dota being a game of inches, every little moment and every little move counting. And there, you know, Tomato really making it very clear that, you know, one thing happens where, you know, maybe Courier doesn't pick up an item or Refresher doesn't tick over when you sell it and rebuy it. You know, it really does make that big difference, literally, between winning and losing a 70-minute game. And it gets insane as the matches drag out. But yeah, there we go. 1-1. LGD finally getting themselves a win in the group stage. So they're not, you know, down and out just yet. They're going to need some more victories, as we do have an LGD doubleheader here on the Ember stream. 9 Pandas going to be their opponents as we take a quick break and return with that next best of 2.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold, and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold, and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold, and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold, and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy.
In my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you slave. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk.
Welcome back, folks. Here we go, rounding out day 2 of the group stage with our final series of the day. LGD yet again got the double header as they now take on 9 Pandas, Lacoste.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy task. Seems like 9 Pandas have woken up from hibernation. They managed to beat Falcons. So both teams right now sitting at the 1 and 5, not ideal. Also, their fate is not in their hands completely, considering how other teams are going to go, because right now G2IG is sitting at 4 and 2, Team Liquid 2 and 4. So Team Liquid will be playing Tundra. If Liquid manages to win both games, that means that both 9 Pandas and LGD Gaming are out. So they need to either win 2, either draw, or pray that Liquid is going to lose both of those games.
Yeah, I mean, we want tiebreakers, right? give us some big old 4-way ties down at the bottom of the Group B. Things getting very close there. Oh yeah, is this LGD underperforming? Or are we seeing Tundra overperforming? Falcons where they're meant to be? What's your read on Group B?
It's hard to say. Tundra definitely pleasantly surprised the way they played. I watched the boys play for a really long time. Even though Ari was fitting in nicely with the team, so it's immersion. Maybe sometimes you need it, not necessarily like a better player or anything. You just need, a bit of a fresh blood, some like new hero pools, and the team feels resurrected. Also, you need like 2 new organizations in 2-3 days, and then you're like, okay, this is it. This is exactly what the team needed. I feel like they have good leadership behind Moon Meander. The boys seem like pretty chill when they play Dota as well. Always pleasant and nice to talk to Tomato, as we've seen, as we just had an interview with him to pick his brains, because he's super smart about Dota.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, very eloquent as well. Very good at putting his words together. Of course, now looking forward to our next series. 9 Pandas, you said, they've come out of hibernation a little bit. We saw them day 1 look very sloppy. Not the team we expected to be coming in here. And of course, they have had a few little swaps in and out of their roster. Ramsey's moving to 3. They've got Vtune in as position 1, and of course, Solo kind of rejoining the team. And little swap outs of their position 4 as well. So it's kind of rebuilding, even though they've played together a few times before as individual players on different squads back through time. This is absolutely rebuilding a new squad, and we said it yesterday, feels like they are building around Kiyotaka, that star mid player.
Yeah, and Kiyotaka, the first match that they played, first series that they played, didn't really shine. He usually shines. He had a good matchup for him. This was 24 pick Dazzle against Team Liquid, against Nisha's Kunka. Still managed to get outmaneuvered. This game was like done 15 minutes, but lasted for 27 minutes. Also with the addition of Vtune, he also didn't have like game 1 against Team Liquid. They got completely stomped. They also got beaten pretty heavily by Tundra, 24-minute game. So I want to see some like more aggression, exactly what they picked against Team Falcons. I think that's a pleasant surprise as well. They managed to, pick the heroes that are very active early on, have a little bit more global presence with Spectre, Zeus, have rating from the off lane. That Ramses, he still has that carry mentality, so you got to give them a hero that can farm. But sometimes that could be slightly problematic, as we've seen in the first opening game where he was playing Naga Siren, and then 2 supports needed to do so much in order to try to keep them in game, and they failed. I think that was also a big outdraft coming out from Team Liquid, so they need to be careful about it. Can't just allow yourself to, go full greed. Like have 2 carries, have a static mid lane, and we can see LGD gaming roster that pushed the distance in the previous series. They looked really good, some decision making. I also want to see Emo maybe on a hero that has slightly more playmaking potential.
Yeah, because he was kind of stuck in the mud in that game 2, trying to farm on his Dazzle to pick up the pieces after that laning stage. And a lot of the weight of that game landed firmly on New's shoulders. But overall, a couple of 60, 70-minute games, and now getting straight into your next series. Are you thinking LG are warmed up? Are you thinking they're tired? What do you reckon? They got adrenaline pumping?
I mean, these are Dota E-gamers. They're not tired after playing 2 games. What are you talking about? They're ready to go for 6, 7 more games.
Give me another 70-minute game.
Pretty much.
Give me some more. Yeah, definitely with a victory under their belt, going to feel a little bit better about themselves heading into this next series. And maybe learning a couple of things as well. Maybe we see this rating become a bit more of a high priority for them. So far, I don't believe they've picked it through this tournament yet. Much more focused on these Spectres and Weavers and stuff like that. As 9 Pandas against LGD coming away in a few minutes, but we do have a quick break before we actually get on with the Dota, so we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line.
All right, folks, I hope you're all strapped in. We've had LGD already have a couple of super long games here in the middle of day 2 for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur in the group stage. Now, facing up against 9 Pandas, we'll see if they can maybe shorten things or extend things into the late hours of the Malaysian evening. I'm joined again by Lacoste as we get ourselves ready for the draft for game 1 in this best of 2. And both teams, like you've been saying, desperately scrambling for victories and not necessarily having their own fate in their own hands.
Yeah, they do rely on their own performance, but also relying on how Team Liquid is going to be matching up against Tundra. And looking the way Tundra is playing, shouldn't be an easy task by any means for Team Liquid. And also we can see on the camera when Dad is talking, the kids are listening, grouped around his PC. He's showing them what to do. Man, just something about Xiao 8. I mean, he's a figure in the Dota scene that is just like so charismatic and always fun to see him play. One thing I like the most about him is some of the drafts that he does, you might not understand them straight away, but like, 10 minutes into the game, you're like, okay, now this makes sense. They have this big combo. Sometimes, the games don't play out as you tend them to be played out, but he's just a mastermind. He's like one of the biggest brains in Dota we've ever had.
Yeah, you've got so many things to try and figure out in a draft. Hero matchups, lane partnerships, item timings, synchronizing timings together, making sure that all these, adaptations can be made, giving yourself flexibility.
The one thing I don't like about Xiao 8 is that he eliminated me from one of the TIs. So.
5 seconds.
Which one was that? TI2?
I think it was TI2, yeah.
Dear
but
me.
everything else, all
was
good.
Was he LGD back then as well?
Not sure if there were LGD back then. I think LGD started TI3, TI4.
Okay.
But back into the game, let's see how they're going to approach it. 9 Pandas will remove Grimstroke, will remove Phoenix. Y plays really mean Phoenix. They're also not afraid to first phase it. Removing Slaughter. We've seen the power of Slaughter as well. I think the big one is the one that you mentioned. LGD, it seems like they didn't have a real solution to this offlane Wraith King who puts a lot of pressure on the map, gets his items early on, and then becomes unkillable. Like, he becomes the sole focus of the team, as we've seen in the previous game, where LGD needed to play around his Aghanim Scepter, try to kill him twice. If this was any other hero, New has much more clearer entry to the fight, and they're going to remove it.
Yeah, get rid of it. He's one of those heroes that, we've been talking about, heroes with multiple facets, multiple activities they can do. Wraith King seems difficult to deal with in lane because he's got Skellies. He's kind of a soft Zoo hero because of Skellies. He has a stun. He can jump. He can blink initiate. He's got utility. He's tankiness. There's just very little he can't do. He can help with Roshan. And then you think about the damage output he brings. Just you ban him. Get him out of here. No messing around. No Wraith King here. And start off with the Dazzle for LGD once more. Expecting this to be in the mid lane again, are we?
Most likely. But to be honest, Gary, I feel this 7-second duration on Wraith King Aghanim Scepter, cooldown reduction, attack speed is just slightly too OP.
A little bit silly.
Yeah.
Well, 9 Pandas coming out with what started off their victories against Team Falcons. This Treant first pick. They paired it with Spectre. They paired it with TA and Zeus in particular for Kiyotaka in the mid lane. So we'd be looking out for those heroes.
9 Pandas making some kind of adjustments to be able to not lose the game. sorry, in 20 minutes, 25 minutes, so Twin Protector could potentially delay that, and also it does give them strong laning stage. They had first pick available, but wanted to get rid of Spectre. They did not want to pick it. I want to see what the trade is going to be. Why Spectre? Because Twin Protector plus Spectre was a really popular combo at TI. Twin Protector picks up the shard 15 minutes into the game, runs around, provides vision for Spectre to get the jump, gets the root, gets the damage, overgrowth if they have, any kind of the spell mechanics, any like defensive abilities, so he's going to be there ready to lock them in place.
Potential spoilers there. We can see what V-Tune's got lined up. Is it Muerta coming out for him? He had a pretty sad time on Muerta day one, but they're still going to go for it now with a little bit more protection with that Treant behind her.
It's a good overall body that needs to go in, gives Muerta survivability. They have such good turnaround potential in the laning stage. You pick Muerta with Twin Protector. Muerta's down to 20% HP, pop the magic wand, Twin Protector with the heal, you're inside the silence, and you might die. This is a very tricky lane to play into. And now, again, this Spectre makes a lot of sense because it's the hero that can jump Muerta, builds into a Blade Mail, builds into Radiance, something that Muerta doesn't like to play into.
I had to go back and look it up, by the way. Shao 8, TI1, IG.
IG? Okay.
And then from there on out, it was just LGD all the way. Ever since 2011. For 12 years. 12 years he's been part of a little bit in and out, joined newbie for a little bit here, and, there was LFY and eHome, but 12 years pretty much of LGD.
That's a long time.
Long time, yeah. Spirit Breaker for LGD now. A little bit of gap close there. Try and find that Muerta. Hunt down the Treant when he's out in the forest. And an Ancient Apparition to stop some of the heals arriving. That's a good pick against these ranged carries like Muerta as well.
I like Shadow Demon a lot here. You can disrupt someone who's graved to buy a little bit more time so they can't run away. Great against Spirit Breaker with the ulti. Buy a little bit more time with Disruption on a target that is hit by Ancient Apparition ulti. The only downside to it is having Twin Protector plus Shadow Demon as your duo, but if you pick, something strong in the off lane, some kind of a beefy boy, I think you can get away with it.
Tidehunter. I wonder if this is 9 Pandas solo saying, hey, Ramsey, just play like Pure does. pick Tide, buy Meteor Hammer. That's one of Pure's greatest successes, switching into the offlane, right? Was playing this Tidehunter, pushing towers, getting up in the face of his opponents, and really dictating where stuff's happening. It might not be dictating where a fight's happening, but it's where the push is, where the enemy's going to be. Oh yeah, back into this as well.
Don't mind it. This has been a really popular offlane duo for China for a really long time, because Shaman is a very squishy hero. You jump him, he's gonna die. So he needs some kind of a protection, and Tidehunter gives them that protection because you have an overwhelming team fight right now with Treant, Tide, Shaman, Muerta, Silences, Hexes, all of this stuff. So 9 Pandas beefing up. These heroes are extremely difficult to kill.
And what's next up for LGD? We've got 2 supports, got a mid laner. New needs his hero. So we know both of the side lanes. Is that what you're saying, right? Muerta, Treant, safe lane, Radiant side bottom, Tide, Shadow Shaman top. So now you can show your Spirit Breaker partner.
I mean, if Faceless Void's still in the pool, they don't have any real saves. I'm just thinking about, Muerta, something that can lock down Tidehunter. Great setup for Ancient Apparition. You could also, I don't know if you want to go that route, but yeah, I do like Faceless Void a lot here.
Luna.
That's the other option, which is not oriented about the team fight against Tide. It's more about laning phase, because if you pick a melee hero, sometimes Tidehunter can be slightly overwhelming for certain melee heroes, and then you have some magic damage to actually kill the Tide. I've seen what I like about Shiro's Luna is that he puts multiple points in his Lucent Beam. I think in this matchup, he's going to put 2, maybe even 3 points. I remember one game at TI, gets ulti at level 6, goes through the gates, and kills enemy carry hero. So I want to see if he does something similar in this game.
Yeah, it could be pretty cool. And carry-to-carry matchup against this Muerta as well. You know, having this Eclipse and magic damage.
Yes.
Having the split damage, super, super handy. I think, you know, Luna, we looked at the win rate there, it was like 2-9 this tournament so far. She's not had a great time, but everyone's playing her. You know, she's a very flexible hero. You're picking her up in spots where you want that flex in terms of, you know, item and skill build, what you need from your carry. Because she can play fast, she can play quickly with the auras, farm some ancient stacks, ready at 20 minutes. You can play late, like we saw from Tomato in that 70-minute game against LGD. Or you can get magic damage if you really want to. Because now we get into these last picks. We need New, his hero for LGD, and we need Kiyotaka for 9 Pandas. Tinker gone. Zeus already removed as well, so some of his hero pool being banned out.
Removing Tinker, that's Kiyotaka's specialty. Could cause them like some problems, even though they do have Spirit Breaker. Other teams, like Ancient Apparition ulti, it's just more about stopping the push. Because again, LGD, they want to run something slightly earlier. Luna with Dazzle, that's going to be quite a lot of heroes that are like super sustainable in a fight.
About 40 seconds to think this one through. Get a bit of input from New in terms of what he wants to get up to. Do you want a bit more tower push? Beast Mastery, like any hero to get up in the faces of the opponents? Does Broodmother come to mind and fit in here as well?
I was thinking, but then there is Tidehunter, Muerta, maybe something... Okay. So they're keeping things open. They want to see which mid hero is going to be, whether it's going to be something ranged or melee, because they can swap Dazzle. And he also plays offlane Pango, so they want to have flex opened until the end.
That's a pretty cool flex, yeah. Pango Dazzle to the bitter end. Invoker going to be Kiyotaka's hero. 3-3 so far this tournament. We've seen this hero pop off. Pretty nice to have that alacrity onto V-Tune. Disengage with Tornado and Cold Snap against Spirit Breaker and his charge. Right now, LGD's primary and almost only form of stun and initiation is going to be the Spirit Breaker. So having multiple forms of tornadoes and ravages, overgrowth to stop him in his tracks could slow down LGD enough. Give time for 9 Pandas to react.
Invoker to round up the draft for 9 Pandas. I like it a lot. This draft looks really, really solid. Invoker, Sunstrike later on with the Shadow Shaman, Tidehunter. Ramses this time will be playing something less greedy. I mean, you can still go greedy with the Tidehunter, but you know, it's not your Naga Siren, it's not your Dragonite that wants to go like super late game. Again, seeing LGD on camera, they do seem pretty happy, even though the score is 1-5. They seem like they're having fun together.
Yeah, down to those building blocks. Get things step by step built up. And there we go. Solo leading his squad once more into the breach. Game 1 of this best of 2. 9 Pandas taking on LGD. You like the Invoker at the end? The Pango, the flex was pretty nice for LGD. Are you leaning particularly one way or the other in terms of draft only? Not thinking about the inherent bias you have towards LGD.
Okay, I'll go with 9 Pandas for this one. Big fan of just like side lanes that they have, and also Invoker. I like how they simplified their draft for this first game of the series. They didn't, go for any Naga Sirens off lane, nothing too fancy. It's just the heroes that can play Dota. You have like very easy team fight execution as well. You have your timings right. So I feel like coming out of the laning state, want to see how the top lane is going to go. I did mention Shiro. All eyes on his Lucent Beam, whether they want to kill the Tidehunter. And again, 9 Pandas having this global presence with Invoker Sunstrike. Kiyotaka is going to be having that Sunstrike early on even.
I mean, it's no joke having Cold Feet, Lucent Beam, Ice Vortex, ton of magic damage, and then you add in this very kind of long-range Ancient Apparition harassing with a Lunar Blessing. It can all add up in the laning stage, you know, cause your opponents to buy that little bit more regen they didn't want to, delay a Meteor Hammer from the Tide to slow his push coming in. We'll see what 9 Pandas get up to. As Kiyotaka does go with an Exort level 1. Gets the Sunstrikes ready. And bottom bounty runes. What 9 Pandas are looking for right now.
The battle
PYW wanders forward. And looks at Solo. 2 for 2. No, oh, hello. News. He's swept in behind. 3 for 1. And Ramsey's also showing off a little bit of his Chinese there. Ni hao. Says hello.
Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna be looking at this top lane mostly, and like just the side lanes are gonna be very active. Bottom lane, I don't think LGD wins it by any means. You're playing 2 melee heroes into Muerta, into Treant. One of like your offlaner is Pango. This hero is extremely weak. I have seen Mew make like the most out of the hero, but still, you know, you're very limited. The hero has been nerfed multiple times in a row. Still playable, but on the offlane, I lost the faith in the offlane Pango.
Yeah, it's very, very challenging. I mean, if you're in a lane that bullies you as well, this super long cooldown on Swashbuckle can definitely hurt you.
They know that they cannot play the lane. One of the reasons why PYW is manipulating the creep wave.
Solo trying to meet and match it. He's going to double up the wave though now, PYW. Tons of creeps going to be coming the way of New. It's been a while since I've seen this level of wave stacking and equilibrium shenanigans going on. So yeah, no hero on hero action really, just creeps on creeps wandering around through the forest. Does mean that V-Tune gets some farm under his tower. 7-1 for the Muerta. And Pango currently set at 1 last hit, but he should gather up some more in the coming seconds. Or Kiyotaka in the mid lane. Poison touch on him. Quas level 1 keeps him topped up under the tower with the Tango regen kicking in. Emo did take a fair amount of damage from the tower as top lane Alpha Ninja burst down by Shiro and Why You Smile. They've got Gush and Anchor Smash here though from Ramses. Cold Feet's gonna snap him, hold him in place.
Ooh, Emo getting
Shiro
a solo
away.
kill.
You're
If there's one player that's gonna play super aggressively, that's Emo. And this will allow him to pick up both water runes. Invoker's gone for 8 seconds, so good start for LGD.
Yeah, incredible stuff. First blood, keep your Luna alive. Solo kill in the mid lane, so Dazzle cracks level 4. Now you've got this 2-0-2 build. And Kiyotaka having no opportunities to use the Sunstrikes or anything, just kind of securing range creeps with them so far.
There's no lane bottom. They were not laning. Dragging the creep waves, they understand that this lane in the bottom is super weak, so they need to somehow play around it. Sure, B-Tune is getting all the free farm, but Pango is getting some. I think he should be pretty happy about what he's getting right now.
I mean, look at that Invoker, 5-2. Even with a point in Exort, really struggling to get last hits.
You also have Spirit Breaker charge, so I assume that PYW is going to make rotation soon. Emo's going to be calling it out, because he feels that he's dominated the matchup already.
Man, it's not like Invoker's not one of these heroes where he can drag creeps behind his tower and be safe against the Spirit Breaker. It's going to be difficult times for him. And definitely watch out for that Spirit Breaker to move. Alpha Ninja up at top, level 2. Shadow Shaman and Tide trying to reclaim their large camp. As the waves, being pinged out there saying, hey, there's meeting under our own tier 1. We're pretty safe there. But on the minimap, what do we see? PYW on his way in towards that mid lane. Ice Wall dropped. Emo comes in. Slow him down with the Blood Grenade and the damage over time to clear out Kiyotaka for a second time. This is already disastrous, but Shiro top lane is found by Ramses and Solo's move through the Twin Gate, getting them a double kill for Alpha Ninja in that top lane, so recovered.
The mid one was kind of expected for him to move, but as soon as he moved, so did Solo. Solo, one of the guys that loves to use the Twin Gates the most. Same goes for the Blood Grenades, ganks the enemy carry. But mid lane is not fun. 9-2 against 27. Emo level 5, Kiyotaka just hit level 4. doubling his net worth almost.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not great for Kiyotaka. 1,400 net worth for him. That top lane so far going decently. 2 grand for the Tide. Murata having a decent time bottom. But PYW has made his way up here. Looking at Ramses with Ice Vortex and Lucent Beams. 9 Pandas just backing up as they have seen the Spirit Breaker now. They know he's lurking in the shadows.
Trying to find the angle.
He's not going to find it. Probably going to have to head back in towards mid.
Oh no, I have to kill mid again.
Sunstrike gives the
What
vision
a
for the
play
cold
from
snap.
Kiyotaka.
That was fucking sick. Like, let's be real. That is so good.
It's a lot of mana. This is 265 mana, Sunstrike for vision, and then using the cold snap because he's playing Quas Exort. Usually, you do have Tornado available to stop that from happening.
Is he still gonna die? Emo and PYW go again for round 5 on the mid lane. Oh, Kiyotaka, no matter how much you try and outplay, you still fall in the mid lane. Under tower, though, Spirit Breaker might be trading his life. Nope, Emo's there with plenty of Shadow Wave heals. Alpha Ninja couldn't get anything done there. And this does mean top lane is now Treant and Tide against AA and Luna. Shiro being dived again, down to half health, but surviving with some tangos handed over.
They're breaking the game. Like, LGD is all over the place. Now, charging Muerta, V2 and Sunstrike. Ooh.
Shared across. Oh, split between New and PYW, so with a Shadow Wave heal, they stay alive.
Dire's middle tower is under
And Kiyotaka, some slick plays, trying to rush into the hand of Midas now, but 5-2, LGD with almost a 1,000 net worth lead, starting to get ahead of 9 Pandas now. Solos come in behind Shiro. Quite a lot of damage with the Nature's Grasp and the hefty punches. Alpha Ninja the rotation. The PYW charges, defending his Luna, battling back, and the Shadow Shaman in trouble. They've killed the Treant off. PYW and Why You Smile, they can keep chasing down Alpha here. Look for the kill with a lucky bash under tower. Lucent Beam, not quite close enough. A gush to slow them down. PYW just keeps on going. Bulldozing through his opponents. A charge is ready, but he's not had to use it. Finally dies in the end to Ramses.
Ramses is gonna get level 6 from this creep wave, but LGD, they're breaking the game. Oh, neutral creep killing Shiro. I guess that was a Sunstrike, and the little fellas, the ugly looking ones, the wool assassins, managed to get the kill there.
Oh man, when Kiyotaka is pulling out all the stops. That move where he had no vision of the Spirit Breaker to stop his charge. Sunstrike's coming out now as well with no setup. A little bit of vision, of course, helping out the one behind that top tier 1. Gave him that little bit of information. Shiro was nearby. Another Sunstrike?
He's bombing them with the Sunstrikes. Doesn't have much mana to work with.
Tier 1 neutral items already coming up. It's down to bottom. New and PYW pairing up. Looking at this Muerta, half HP. Solar still level 3. Not too much in the way of protection here. But Ramses does have the potential to ravage into New, but a good crash and swash away gets New out of danger.
LGD is forcing a lot of rotations just by having this global presence from the Spirit Breaker, and also they want to relieve some pressure from Shiro. Right now, Shiro's in the farm mode, level 5, but 9 Pandas, they're like, Kiyotaka, I need, guys, you need to do something. You guys gotta set me up for some Sunstrikes.
Yeah! No, Ramses, you stole it. Oh my god. That was a guaranteed kill for Kiyotaka.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Carry mentality.
Radiant's bottom
It really is.
tower under attack.
Even on his Tide Hunter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh! Oh!
Dire's
Okay.
top tower
Well, we'll take that back.
Selfish and then selfless. He's running the gamut of emotions there, Ramses. He giveth and he taketh. Well, Emo down bottom. Bit of pressure on that tier 1 with the rest of LGD here. Ramses does have Ravage, holding it for now and just trying to channel that Meteor Hammer, but now into the Ravage, 3 caught up in it. Solos arrive through the Twin Gate as well. The focus is PYW Spirit Breaker, burst down by 9 Pandas, and New losing his Courier at the same time, so no Orb of Corrosion to come for the Pango.
That's a very difficult kill to get. Some extra protection from living armor because he was standing right in front of the tower, extra regeneration, meteor hammer, and also he had the 3 gauntlets available, which he turned into Soul Ring now.
Tanky boy. Emo. He's got vision over Solo here, allowing for the charge to come in. Man, that's significant damage from new Swashbuckle. A bit of room here for Shiro to farm through jungle, but he's been closed in on. A collapse from
he has
V2,
no
but
mana.
He's got no mana. Finally gets it with a raindrop mana regen. Now
Nice
the
play.
fear into Sunstrike. Well done in the end. Pretty tight one though there. Shiro nearly slipped away.
That was a close one.
Kiyotaka stuck down in the river. Wanted the regen room so bad because his mana pool was depleted. Emo and PYW closing on him and get another kill on him.
Emo having a much better game compared to the last game when he played Dazzle. He's the one who's owning, he's the one controlling, moving from not playing that, position 4/5 Dazzle that he was supposed to do. In this one, he's gonna pop off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
And right now, you can probably transition Shiro away from this top lane. It's got a bit dangerous. There's Radiant Vision up here. Maybe clear out one more wave, but in the next minute or so, definitely going to shuffle into that northern outer ring of farm, and then, of course, over towards the ancient camps on that right-hand side of the map. Get your Luna accelerated and farmed up, because right now she's not looking too hot down at the bottom of the cores in terms of net worth. Ahead of the Invoker, of course, but stacks are waiting for it.
He's recovering nicely. Has almost the same amount of farm as Luna. Hand of Midas available. And look at the item that he picked up. Trusty Shovel. So wants to have some extra mana. Maybe pick up some bounty runes. Know that he's not going to be, playing... This is a very underrated item on cores because you can still, get those mangoes, healing cells, Kobold, extra gold coming out from that. Very good recovery item.
That prospecting aura. I love pinging the prospecting aura.
Oh yeah, everybody does.
I'm affected by prospecting aura. 20 GPM flowing into my pockets. Passive income. My side hustle. Just keep a little pet next to me.
Or if you're a support, you send it to your mid/carry.
No.
Listen. I'm talking about good Dota.
I refuse to... No.
All right,
He's
I'll stop.
my pet. He's my little kobold. Ramses kind of wanted that shield rune. Not gonna have it. Emo pops it in the bottle. Dead even in net worth right now, as both teams looking at these ancient camps. Stacked up for V-Tune on that left side. Mask of Madness, Maelstrom. And then Lincoln Sphere queued up afterwards against a Spirit Breaker. Makes absolute perfect sense. Solo doing some Treant stuff, standing in front of tier 2 to try and defend the objective, but he's been wrapped around on by an AA and a Spirit Breaker. Snapping into action quickly. PYW might get bogged down here, though, with the Hex and the Shackles arriving. Ravage coming in as well to catch out Emo's Dazzle. Now with New rolling in, though, cancelling
Shield
Meteor
on Emo.
Hammer, aiming in towards Afro Ninja. New, he's tanky as well. Emo backing up at half HP. They've killed off Alpha. LGD, the 2-for-1 trade. 2 supports for 1. No core heroes falling. And they do force quite a bit of movement, though, from 9 Pandas.
Emo had extra, almost 700 HP from that shield rune. Shield crash on Niu. Everybody's super tanky. Shiro really shows up. Wants to take down this tier 1 tower. They need that damage from Lunar Blessing. Living armor can be very annoying to deal with early on, so they bring numbers.
And why you smile is like, hey, Shiro, there's some stacks over there. Go grab them on the right side. Well, the rest of the team, they can charge forward. They know the Ramses has no Ravage. Ice Blast him, try and get as much damage as you can, but didn't quite land their spells perfectly. Now, onto New, Sunstrike misses, Shackles on Emo. Alpha and V-Tune opening up on the Dazzle. This is dangerous, though. Alpha is a squishy Shadow Shaman. He's been blown up and killed. V-Tune in trouble as well, trying to TP out. The physical damage not coming fast enough. They had Solo there to slow them down and stop them in their tracks.
He bought
Killing
the
off
Fairy
the
Fire.
Pango. Now Ramses, he's been chased out. PYW charge coming back up. They just need a little bit of vision to get up onto the high ground. They've got a Watcher and a Vortex, and PYW will get the jump in onto Tide. A mega kill streak for Emo.
I was
Solo.
looking at V2 in base. I'm like, he's gonna die to that poison touch. Had to buy Fairy Fire to keep himself
did he?
alive. Yeah, he did.
Oh, he was ticking.
He was ticking. LGD using Emo, because he had a really good start to just play super aggressively, and PYW.
Sunstrike.
Radiant's middle
Arfo gets the
is under
kill.
attack.
Really protecting VTune as best they can. I think that's a conversation they had to have, right? Day one, VTune was kind of left on an island. A lot of focus was put into Ramses and Kiyotaka. Now it feels much more solid defending your position 1 carry when this Muerta is farming.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to give some space to VTune, because we were casting that game and he couldn't get into this area. It was an area where Ramses was farming on Naga Siren. So now Ramses is soaking up some of those ganks, soaking up some of the damage, being much more active, involved in 7 out of 9 kills. Going into pipe next, so playing more for the team rather than for himself.
Yeah, much better. Dazzle 504, Spirit Breaker also involved in 9 kills. PYW getting closer to that Shadow Blade. As new is finished off is the Fusel Blade.
When you're playing offlane Pango, you're pretty much buying the same items from the mid lane, just slightly slower. And you're not going to be as leveled as the mid Pango.
Yeah.
Dazzle, Aghanim Scepter done. Big timing for LGD.
This is it. And then we come back to that conversation we were having about the Luna in that game earlier on against Tundra. Does Shiro come to get involved? Or is LGD going to kind of plant themselves in front of the Luna so she can if she wants to? But it's more of a 4-man movement forward. And maybe we'll have
him for a second. Alpha Ninja, he's in.
He's hexing up this Luna in the back. A charge forward onto Kiyotaka, though, is the focus here for LGD. Getting straight onto this Invoker with a charge and another strike. Meanwhile, Shiro staying alive with a Grave and the TP home. Shiro dies in Fountain.
Didn't
They
TP
get
out
3
immediately.
kills.
You should have enough time. 3 seconds CP, 3.5 seconds on level 1 Grave, but you need to use it immediately. Still big win for LGD. They managed to get another kill on Kiyotaka, who's in recovery mode, going for Aghanim Scepter. So wants to have that Cataclysm. I guess that's going to be their damage. They're going to be sitting inside the Overgrowth, Ravage, Shackles, Hexes, and let's see it one more time. PYW gets
Such
dust.
a nice. An easy combo, right? Ice Blast on the charge. Yeah, Shiro, he went for, yeah, you're right. He went for a couple of hits there, didn't he? He was like, I can kill these guys. Under the Serpent was, though. Oh my god, that Shadow Storm disappears.
Yeah, he just dies immediately.
Oh, Ramsey's still feeling pretty safe. Solo's in behind him. And clear out these top waves. And like you mentioned, he's soaking up some of these more dangerous areas to farm. Dangling himself in front of LGD. A twin gate being pinged out there. And it looks like 9 Pandas want to come down to bottom. Or they wanted Vision up on the high ground so they can go Roshan already. Into the pit they go. And PYW, he's nearby, but I don't know if he's got any inkling that this is happening.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Kiyotaka, in the meantime, slowly, level 1 Wex, ghost walking away.
300 move speed.
Someone give him a walking stick. Old man trying to run. But this is great for 9 Pandas. Sniping out a cheeky little Roshan there. Well, and catch LGD with their pants down a bit.
It's more about stealing away Roshan from LGD so they cannot group up with Dazzle with Luna. I've seen a lot of teams understanding that, like in the recent years, because they got so good. They're like, okay, we can't make plays. If they get Rosh, we're going to be in a really bad spot for 5 minutes. So they risk it and they take Roshan themselves.
Is this the guy you want to go on? Oh my god. Yeah, okay. I thought Ramses was tanky, hey?
Aghanim Scepter Dazzle, not as tanky as you would think.
But he's got pipe, doesn't he?
He does, but this is physical damage.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's straight through it. Don't care pipe.
900 damage from Dazzle.
Monster. Absolute monster. Living Armor and Glyph. Slowing down the push a little bit. Shiro decides to get involved though. Mask Commander's Manta, shredding through these objectives quickly. Next fight though is going to be a big one for Nine Pandas. Ravage, Cataclysm, and Muerta with the Aegis.
Shura also bought Shard early on Luna, just to have some extra protection.
The Orbiters.
Radiant are scanning.
Solo. Trying a T-Ward. Does have his team in behind him. Is this going to turn into a proper fight with the Overgrowth Cataclysm? They blow up New. Ice Blast a good one. The Fear with a shot pushes PYW back. Now LGD, the ones on the run. Ramses cracks that whip onto IU Smile to slow him down. Into the calling now and caught inside. A double kill for him. Muerta getting really heavily involved, and Nine Pandas, this Cataclysm, already paying off. They're diving into enemy Ancients looking for Shiro now.
This has to be one of the earliest ones, especially in this patch, because that's not an item you usually buy, since Invoker's a universal hero, so like we've seen a lot of Spirit Vessels. Nemo, one more time, going for that Tormentor. Why Smile will get upgraded Ice Blast, which is a pretty big one. You know, you can initiate with it, stunning people. Pretty good shard.
Pretty good. Seeing this back, like so many disables, Overgrowth, Shackles, another root there, a Fear, and a lot of damage coming out of Nine Pandas pretty quickly. And no Luna close enough to get involved. A good amount of chase from Nine Pandas there. They're slowing people down on their retreat. V-Tune. Lincoln Sphere already done, looking for BKB, so double defensive items to protect himself against all this magical damage and initiation from the Spirit Breaker. Might be able to catch out New here. Ooh, good blink away. Had already spent both of his spells. Could have been a little bit dangerous.
They need to get out of that Overgrowth, find a way. I see Neo building into Manta style. Shiro already has one. Dazzle's also going to be going. Emo went for the same build as in the previous game, because this Cataclysm is going to hurt. Like we've seen it in the previous one. Spirit Breaker has Bulldoze of his own, so it doesn't last long enough.
It's no joke. I mean, that fight was an important one for Nine Pandas, but this next one, probably even more important. This next move, just single Overgrowth target, blow up New completely, and why you smile? Oh, just clipped. The Fear of the Dead shot, caught out, and Nine Pandas swiftly move in for 2 executions.
That's just beautiful. Having Cataclysm so early on. What is he building next? Blink Dagger after finishing bots. Kiyotaka managed to recover. Third on the net worth at the moment. Keeps farming those stacks.
Hey, just sit back, watch your team run forward. Press Cataclysm and job's a good one. No need to put yourself in danger at all. And Blink Dagger nearly ready for him too. Chucked a tornado. I don't know if that was aimed at PYW or just the creep wave in the mid lane. It definitely zoomed across towards him. And Midas back in the stash.
Wants to scale. PYW. He was a monster in the previous series when he was playing Spirit Breaker. Now going into BKB. Slightly like different itemization from mid Spirit Breaker. You can't really get away with just picking up Hand of Midas immediately into Octarine Core. You will get it eventually, but what he wants to do is be super annoying, be in the middle of the fight to draw most of the attention, maybe try to kill Shaman before he can get anything off.
With Tormentor, a little bit spooky, Solo and Kiyotaka. They knew their limits. They knew their limits. But do they know that LGD are coming for them?
Solo dropped so low, but the old Scepter.
Stun. Blink away. Immediate smoke as well. Well, the Anchor catching out the Dazzle Illusion. Ramsey's getting jumped upon by New, who goes straight into the backline. So look at V-Tune with his BKB up, shredding through Emo. He's got the kill on the Dazzle. V-Tune opens up. PYW in trouble. One more hit should do the trick, but he can't find the gap close. Now Shiro back in. No BKB,
Oh,
no
didn't
Lincoln.
BKB.
With the Hex, the Cataclysm, and the Ravage as well. They've got a catch and the kill. Why are you smart? Just trying to TP the hell out of here, and he will succeed, but LGD gets slapped by 9 Pandas.
Their team fight presence is super strong. Having Muerta, just like the calling, having her dish out insane amount of damage. How much was that? 5,000 damage. That's double the damage that the whole LGD squad did.
You can see the confidence, right? The change in stature of V-Tune from day 1 to day 2. Day 1, he was cowering, hiding back in his fountain, not really wanting to get involved here. Look at him. He just walks in alone. He has Solo as a little bit of backup, walks forward into the middle of 4 heroes and destroys them all.
They do have very good defensive mechanisms to save him. You have Tidehunter Ravage, Shackle, Hexes, Tornado, whatever is necessary. Overgrowth is the big one. Solo is like the lowest net worth in the game, but for Treant Protector, he has decent amount of farm, and he's going for the gem next. Once he picks up that Blink Dagger, he's going to be in the middle of the fight.
Well, that's the great thing about both of these supports, right? They're both pretty low net worth compared to the enemy supports in that AA and Spirit Breaker, but the impact doesn't change that much with massive amounts of gold. Your Hex is still going to Hex someone. You're still going to take Luna out of the fight for 3-4 seconds.
All right,
your Overgrowth
this. Your Hex is going to Hex someone.
It's a vitally important analysis right now, Lacan.
No, it is. I do agree. I agree with your point.
I mean, how much is Scythe of Ice? Like a 6K item? He's got it for free.
It's even better because it does damage amp now. 25% damage amplification on Hex.
Oh, so good. Put a Cataclysm on that. Pierce the Veil into the Hex. Oh, Ramsey's dropping some watermelons. Just hold on to that top tier 1. A decently long spawn on Roche. 1:40 remaining. As both teams vie for control. I mean, LGD not vying. They have control of this top left corner. Triple Observer wards. 5 heroes nearby. Roshan might pop onto the Radiant side, though, if he doesn't spawn soon. Are they going to make a jump? Dire Vision there sees Ramses and Solo. Tidehunter waddles forward, spots Shiro, Eclipse immediately. Tanky Tide pops his Ravage. Getting crashed on by that new Pango. Back in for round 2. The Overgrowth on 3. Kiyotaka with the meatball drop down. And a Cataclysm to follow. Blowing up New. They're going to chase forward onto Emo now. But V-Tune is struggling to stick on his target. Shiro dodging, getting back into the tree line. The Shackles. Ooh, a Tornado needed. The great charge back in, though. And LGD, they turn it. Emo stays alive. The buyback out of this Pango wanting to keep on fighting.
I want to see that fight again. Like, how much did they connect? Because Tidehunter, he has that one weakness against Pango where you're forced to use the Ravage immediately because he can, like, relatively stun lock. He can put you in a position where, like, okay, I don't want to use it right now, but if I don't use it, I'm going to get stunned again. So it does connect onto a lot of heroes. The rest of the team not ready to back him up. Solo's Overgrowth comes in slightly too late. Neo dies, but they do have an outpost at TP2, so he's going to use buyback immediately. And V-Tune, he needs someone to control this Dazzle. He needs someone to control the fight for him so he can deal the damage.
Where was V-Tune at the start of the fight? Because they used Ravage and Overgrowth immediately, and V-Tune wasn't there to unload damage. A little too far away. Invoker has died also.
Ooh. That's a big kill, 600, and they're also gonna secure themselves a Roche. Another back and forth game with LGD. Their decision make, like even if they're losing, the plays that they make a lot of sense. And Shiro will pick up the Aegis going into Silver Edge next, so they will have break mechanic against Tidehunter. That's going to be pretty massive. They can burst him down from 100 to 0 easily then.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
PYW. Oh, he's another core. Closing in on the net worth of the Pango even. Some big tier 3 items dropping. Titan Sliver for the Luna. That's a pretty huge one. Yeah, even thinking back to that previous fight, these Manta styles, you called them out like 10, 15 minutes ago, right? And they are causing problems for Nine
They're
Pandas.
here. They run away.
Yeah, they pop them out, get out of the overgrowth. All of a sudden, a lot of that AoE control is completely neutered.
And I love that they're all lined up in the same slot.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, my OCD very happy about it.
Beautiful. And the boots, it's boots, Manta, and then this bracelet, red items. No, put the bracelet back in the last slot, Emo. He's got a blink dagger coming. Swap things around a little bit. PYW, and the strength of the Spirit Breaker to freely clear waves no matter where he is. Kiyotaka always got to be afraid. Trying to clear out mid and then backing up into that triangle. Oh, this Aegis timer is being worn down. LGD, 3.5 minutes remaining on it. Want to smoke up and make something of this right now. I've got triple wards still up in that top left corner of the map, but I don't think that's where they ideally want to be. And tier 2 still standing in the mid and the top lane would be good targets for them to collapse on right now.
Maybe they will find something there. Gem also available. Why you Smile bought it, so want to see Overgrowth, want to see Invoker, Silver Edge available on Huerta. A lot of Invis heroes.
A lot of hexes now as well.
Yeah, one thing has, this is Manta style against hexes.
Yeah. Triple hex against triple Manta. What are you going to do? If you get hexed, you can't use anything. And LGD, their top area of the map getting encroached on here by Nine Pandas. No more smoke for the Radiant. Now it's LGD's turn to re-smoke twice in a row. They've got a pretty good idea of where Nine Pandas are. The Swift TP is out of this top jungle. Get the hell out of dodge. Ramses has been left a little bit alone over here in the mid lane, but it shouldn't be caught. Stays in the fog, hides away. Yeah, nicely done by Nine Pandas to kind of get out on the map, get some vision down. Toying with LGD a little bit and wasting this Aegis timer. Oh, is it Dazzle bait time again?
Emo did one hell of a job in the previous games. Baited them 2 times with his Manta style, because you see Dazzle, you're not gonna think twice. There's gonna be like an immediate response, even to an illusion. They do have extra hexes, so maybe they can, try to test it if it's a real one with 1 hex.
Oh, hello. BKB required. PYW going for the TP now. Kiyotaka very quick with his fingers on that scythe of ice, understanding where the Spirit Breaker was heading. 8k lead for LGD, starting to drop a little bit as Nine Pandas do take bits of the map over. This Aegis has got them a good advantage, but they would love to push it that little inch further. Two Goliaths. Luna and Muerta, top of the net worth.
I thought
They're waiting for their moment to shine.
2 Goliaths, Gary and Lacoste. Just kidding. Yeah, the game slowed down. We don't see many fights going on. There was this like 1 Roche fight, and now 9 Pandas deciding not to take the fight while LGD is holding the Aegis.
Yeah, just keep on scaling. Get your Lincolns up on this Dazzle. Get some bigger items there over on the Luna. And PYW got that shard. Another Tormentor falls into Dazzle and his Courier Bros.
Spirit Breaker shard is really good this game. What they want to do is pop like Hex from Shadow Shaman. Oh, Solo's gonna disappear.
V-Tune. If he sticks around here, we could have LGD joining in as PYW nearly drops. Good grave. Sunstrike coming, dodged again. Well done by LG just to get in with a kill and then get the hell out of there. No casualties.
Because if you can redirect Shadow Shaman's Hex, and he's also building into Linked Sphere on PYW, you could still commit like to a charge. And I like the Linked Sphere build a lot. You find Shaman, he uses Hex, proc the Lincolns. Even if he's trying to like hex someone else, you're still gonna soak it up, and Shaman's gonna be relatively useless in those fights because of this Lincolns and Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he's basically just a walking hex, isn't he?
Because if you're trying to like protect yourself against Spirit Breaker, you need to cast 2 abilities on it. And what are you then?
Nothing.
That's the right answer.
He's a mummy. Kiyotaka out in no man's land, gets the blink away. A lot of pings. LGD. They nearly scrambled enough heroes to catch him, as we see Alpha just going straight up for the kill on the Ancient Apparition there. No fear to spend the Serpent Wards. This Observer Ward up on the high ground, though, that was placed earlier on by Solo, getting some good use. Scouting PYW, giving the vision with a Sunstrike, trying to Ogre Seal Totem and catch him with a Hex.
Oh,
do we have the additional hero, Alpha? Gets charged through, can't get the connection he wanted.
Shiro's in this bottom part of the map, getting tons of farm, keeping up with Mitune's Huerta.
Nice, it's like 30 to 36 minute lull, little tea break for everybody. Chill out, hang out, get some farm going. 7k lead again, just coming back a little bit from that 10k advantage LGD had. 9 Pandas doing well to react and reclaim portions of the map. We're waiting for this next Roshan to come up, who potentially in 30 seconds could respawn with that fast spawn.
Seems like there's an unwritten rule in Dota still, because I see Lincoln Sphere on Luna, Lincoln Sphere being built on Dazzle, 1 on Spirit Breaker, but they can only have 3. Remember back in the days where you could have like 2 Yule Scepters, 1 Hex, 1 Necro Book, 1 mech per team.
Smoke breaks. Kiyotaka. Oh, who saw who? Can I find him? Kiyotaka back into the trees. LGD. They were advancing there.
What is this oval casting? Who saw who?
Who? What kind of owl am I? Am I a barn owl? A tawny owl?
I don't know any
Don't
of
know
them.
any
Like,
owls?
I don't know any species.
The lesser spotted grey-headed owl is looking for his target. The prey in front of them, the ancient apparition. Jumped, Shiro just BKBs and stands his ground, breaks the tide. Half HP, Ramsey's getting stunned. Oh, look at that new move! Pangolier destroys the hopes and dreams of Ramses. Dead with buyback. And LGD got a 2-minute wait for Roshan as they blink in with Solo. Overgrowth only catching the Spirit Breaker. Cataclysm coming. Half HP. PYW turns on Alpha Ninja, gets the kill on the grave on New. Oh, the timing on that from Emo. Gorgeous.
He's still alive.
The Pango still alive. Is he going to die? Kiyotaka moves forward. Needs the kill. Needs the kill.
Eats
They
the kill
cannot
of
have
Lotus.
it.
He's alive.
Denied by LGD and their outplays. But now Emo's put himself in danger. The move in from V-Tune and Ramses. Buyback galore from 9 Pandas. Gets them a kill or 2. And Kiyotaka moves in. Sees the Luna. Eclipse is out. Lincoln's popped and they can't give chase.
He just wanted to pop that Lincoln, so he's not going to be chased. Knows that there is nothing else left in the tank. Has a lot of defensive items, to be honest, because you can consider Silver Edge as a defensive. Then you have Manta, BKB, even a Lincoln's here. A lot of buybacks. Roshan's going to respawn in minute and 20 seconds, so that's going to give LGD enough time for Emo to respawn.
Yeah, unfortunate for 9 Pandas, right? The double buyback. Really wanting to secure this Roshan, but not able to. Great plays out of Emo. Superb stuff from New. We can still see the strength of 9 Pandas when they're able to unload the damage from this Invoker and Muerta. They'll come back in again. PYW, all he needs is a little glimpse. Little bit of vision.
There it is.
And they're going to go towards V2. No. Hold back and wait for it. Wrap around instead.
Can't go through the Lincolns. I was thinking about maybe charging like one of those summons from Invoker. They did place double Observer Board. Double Sentry, double Obs. so they see everything.
I think we've had like 80% of all wards in this top left corner. We've had like 7 Dire Ops wards, 5 Radiant ones, sentries all over the place. The ground is littered with wards of all kinds.
And these are
Dead
all
shot.
lane wards. These high ground wards kind of underrated. They give you more vision, but they get to deward it much easier.
They do. Yeah, you can see that Vortex, sentry on low ground. They see the Radiant vision as Roshan respawns. Serpent wards in the pit. Lane being cut here. You can see those lunar illusions pushing out into the lane proper, and PYW finds the target. Solo's down. BKB up for the Spirit Breaker. V-Tune to stand his ground. Now Invis to try and run back. Ramses biding his time, waiting for a moment to strike. But Roshan swapping sides. He's turned coat and he's going down to the bottom lane as they miss the tornado, and they're all through the gate except for Shiro.
Well, Shiro will not need to find a way how to get there. I mean, they could kill it without him because he was already down to half HP. But the thing is, he's not going to be able to pick it up. So that means Emo will need to be taking care of the business using Grave on Luna. Cheese left in the pool.
Nobody wants it. Nobody's hungry. Who's charged? Alpha Ninja? How many bashes do we get? Charge, another strike, refresh up, kill him off, dead, and Ramses. Next target, Ice Blast clipped him. A bit more damage will finish him off.
This has to be one of the fastest usages of Refresher from Roche. Like, he didn't even hesitate. This is not to end the game, defend the base. It's just to get 2 kills. Ramses does not have a buyback, and he's going to be dead for a very long time because he used it in that fight before.
Is that enough time to go high ground? Tier 2
90 seconds, yeah. They do have 2 glyphs available, but they're gonna knock on those tier 3 towers for sure.
Just a little neutral item, chilling on the floor. I've got Catapult incoming, and of course Luna. Once you unlock that tier 3, the glaives start bouncing, and things end up nasty for your buildings. Target blinks back, Solo overgrowth to V-Tune tries to unload the damage. They've got the Grave out, and the move forward. Emo and New with PYW now joining in. Ice blasting over the top of them. Muerta getting the kill and the takedown on V-Tune. Dead with buyback available, but no Treant, no Tide, no Ravage, no Control. LGD just diving tier 4s and getting all the kills they need. No Invoker for now 80 seconds. We've gone from a potential Raxing into potential game over.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that they decided to take that fight immediately. Without Ravage, you can't do it. They do have like break mechanic available, and LGD, they want to close it out. 25 seconds. 60 seconds without Invoker. Let's see where Shiro's gonna go.
Let's see these glaives go to work. New steps forward. Help this Luna out to kill off these tier 4s, and then look for the throne. 10 seconds for Ramses, 10 for the Shadow Shaman.
These are long 10 seconds. He still has BKB available.
Yeah, it's painful. Shiro BKB's up. Ramses with a Ravage, doesn't click the Luna. Can't find the stuns. No control there to stop Shiro, and GG. Throne has fallen, and LGD with a victory.
LGD kind of outsmarted them with the moves. PYW, I don't think you can allow this guy to have Spirit Breaker. Same thing happened with LGD. They're probably going to remove Wraith King one more time. They do not want to face this hero because it causes them a lot of issues. I think that's something 9 Pandas, what they need to do for the second game. Get this Spirit Breaker out, because PYW, he's just like enjoying himself. You've just seen him on camera. He's like, okay, this is, it's pretty wild. You know, you have another core that is extremely good at mid and late game. And it also breaks the game. The way they move from lane to lane. First, they couldn't lane at all, so they dragged the creep waves, created a new lane for themselves, having off-lane Pango, which means that you're not going to be putting any pressure, and then charging mid, Emo also popping off completely in this game. Then PYW comes one more time, killing Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka, not really having a game, managed to recover, but had some nice moves. I think we had a lot of cool small plays. The one with the Sunstrike and the Cold Snap to stop, provide vision, and stop Spirit Breaker from charging in, and just overall these small details. Warding from LGD was top-notch in this game.
Yeah, superb stuff. So much warding going in that top left corner. Absolute noise and nonsense going on there. As LGD, a well-deserved victory. A little anticlimactic in the end, but very, very well executed with this, Ice Blast, the break on the tide, the catches that they got. And I think coming back to that Spirit Breaker, just adding on another layer there, it means that New has so much more freedom to be a little greedier, right? This Pango got his items because he doesn't have to go blink or anything like that. You have a Spirit Breaker, position 4, who is your initiation hero, and like you rightly said, scaling up and doing a lot of damage himself. Definitely looking towards 9 Pandas in that first phase to maybe let Phoenix through, maybe let Slardar through, and actually ban out that Spirit Breaker instead, because it was spot on stuff from PYW in every game we've seen from him so far.
Yeah, looked very comfortable on the hero. Just like the way he's positioning himself and going for the targets, playing around the Lincoln Spheres. Loved his Lincoln Sphere build also, by the way, because they had triple hexes. That's something to, protect yourself, and something that you mentioned. Like, these heroes, they don't rely on any kind of cooldowns, while on the other side you have Cataclysm, Shaman Wards, Muerta's cooldown dependent hero, the big ones like the Ravage and the Overgrowth. They can't fight if they use buybacks inside of LGD, something that New did in one of those fights where they heavily committed to get a kill on him. You'll see a lot of benefits from it, especially if Roshan is the prize after those buybacks.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, getting his Aegises and cheeses and that refresher for PYW just to get a double BKB, double Nether Strike.
That was game ending. I mean,
yeah, it was,
because Ramses used the buyback and they didn't have anything else in the tank. That's the cool play. That's the one that we mentioned. Kiyotaka, one of the reasons why everybody is hyping him up. Yeah, you mentioned the Muerta. I see B-Tune coming in from the side, but couldn't get the right clicks in, and focusing Dazzle, he needs someone to stop him. Any kind of stun, one hex, one shackle, a cold snap would do a trick.
Yeah, it's one of those difficult spots. Like, thinking back on that, I was asking, where was V-Tune, right? Where was he when the Ravage and the Overgrowth were used? But I guess his goal, the call for him is Muerta goes after Dazzle. Muerta has to kill Dazzle, and if you don't find him, you maybe lose the fight. But then you have the flip side of if Muerta goes in and gets 2 kills during the Overgrowth, potentially LGD can't buy back, can't turn around. As we see here, the bitter end of the game, LGD diving under tier 4s to get these last couple of kills and finish things off. Ramses, final Ravage as well. They're going to be proud of themselves, LGD, with that victory. 9 Pandas definitely have woken up, though.
Oh, absolutely. They did. They're playing much better. The problem is, spoilers alert, by the way, I see that Team Liquid managed to beat Tundra in the first game, so that's going to put Team Liquid on 3-5. So LGD needs to win the second game. If they lose, 9 Pandas and LGD are out.
Yeah, and here's our Ace of Predator player versus player head-to-head. PYW, that big difference in net worth over Alpha Ninja.
Absolutely massive.
Huge difference.
Hero damage, I don't think it speaks as much. It's just how much he was able to control. Sure, Shaman also has a lot of control, but PYW, he was all over the place. The big difference is the net worth, because he can't afford to buy Hand Midas as his second item and then continues to scale.
Yeah, no real way for him to do that. He's got to go for Aether Lens and all these little bits and bobs wherever he possibly can. So game 1 going the way of LGD. 9 Pandas looking better, game after game, day after day. This was a difficult one for Kiyotaka, right? We've talked and we've bigged him up this entire tournament for the past couple of years, even since he's been on 9 Pandas and become a shining star of Eastern Europe. It's him that a lot of enemies will focus on, right? You've got people diving him, Spirit Breaker, just the first 5 minutes of the game, charging in towards him. Is it literally as simple as, like you said, ban Spirit Breaker? Is there something else you can do to alleviate the problems that Kiyotaka had?
Maybe pick supports that are gonna be able, because they broke the laning stage with Spirit Breaker moving around, them going through the Twin Gates, pulling the creep waves. If they're just playing the laning stage, if LGD is not doing those things, it's a really good draft from 9 Pandas. It still is. It's just that they might need to help Kiyotaka, because Treant Protector keeping in as a 5 is not super effective. Shadow Shaman, is like super slow as a hero. So if you move around, very mana dependent, you cast 2 spells, then you're completely out of mana. You need to run back to the lane. Maybe something, lower cooldown, something that can get active early on, one of those, and then pick some, static position 5 for solo. And I want to see Kiyotaka pop off in some of these games, because the games that we were covering, he just got dominated.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can have Kiyotaka pop off, if we give him a Zeus or something to blow people up. Game 2 coming away after this quick break.
She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? So I can fuck a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I can never help myself, pretty baby. She like 2020, always driving me crazy. She like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, little mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and the stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't got a flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That girl done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause the life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. If I'm being honest with myself, I wouldn't change it. Every time I'm with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? So I can fuck a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I say what you have, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want. I say what you on, she just say a lie. She could have the whole world on a string in a pocket. Stage dive with it in a mosh pit. Everybody watching, she don't care with gossip. She stirred the pot cause she just a little toxic. She know she the plug in the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lips taste. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She know she my favorite escape. That's why she hit my line when it hit me in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? So I can fuck a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say it.
All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on this. Silence is loud, I get
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. It's time to return to our battle of the bottom of Group B. Lacoste, LGD taking on 9 Pandas. And game 1 of this best of 2, it felt pretty close until it didn't. LGD just came out swinging in the last couple of minutes. All right, we're ending this right now.
That's something I would say. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looked like that until they bought back on 2 heroes, and then PYW uses a refresher from Roshan. They get to kill on Ramses, and suddenly the game is over. They can't fight without Tide. He's the one who should be controlling the fight. Even if fight before that, Silver Edge managing to kill him 2 times because of it, the overwhelming damage, Dazzle with the physical damage from the Aghanim Scepter. Also, we talked about the heroes that they don't want to let through. We mentioned this Spirit Breaker. I think Dazzle also has to go because Emo, he just played Dazzle 2 times in a row. Second game was the one where he popped off completely compared to the previous series where he was on the receiving end. And also LGD Gaming, let me just do the math real quick, because 9 Pandas are 1-5 and Team Liquid won against Tundra, so that means that Team Liquid is currently 3-5, which means that 9 Pandas are out, I believe, no matter what.
Guaranteed down at the bottom.
Yeah, if my math is correct. So LGD, they want to win this game and hope that Liquid loses so they can force a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we do have one more round, right? Day 3 has a few more matches. LGD have to face Liquid, and then 9 Pandas have to go against G2 IG.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. Scratch that. I forgot about day 3. Garrett, why are you doing this? Like, I told you, don't let me do any kind of standings. That's why it's not read on Liquipedia yet. 9 Pandas are playing against G2 IG on December 13 on a B stream, and that is correct information. What I said earlier, scratch that completely.
I mean, they are close. They are close, right? They are close to elimination. It's getting pretty rough and ready down at the bottom. Yeah,
it's not okay to lie to people.
No, but usually we have this conversation before broadcast, right? We spend 30 minutes where we're just like, so what if this happens? And then one of us goes, huh? And then, huh?
It's the most difficult thing about being the broadcaster. And still, Raid King banned out by LGD Gaming. Still gonna pick up Dazzle. 9 Pandas managing to get the hands on Slaughter. So having that minus armor, having a hero to just to dominate the laning stage. I also want to see how they're going to approach this one, whether they're going to be putting some range hero in the lane against Slardar. We've also seen XM playing Slardar mid when it was a good lane for him. So, like, what Slardar wants to do is basically play against the melee hero from safe lane, mid lane, or off lane.
Yeah, he does not want to be playing against a Razor or something like that. It gets a little bit nasty. And even Dazzle, right? Dazzle can be pretty hard for Slardar to contend with. Getting bullied back and pushed out a lane. We'll see this next round of bans, though. Phoenix, Grimstroke, Enchantress, Spiritbreaker, Naga, and Chen, Wraith King, Treant, Pugna, +1. What do you think the +1 is going to be? Undying? I bet Undying.
They most likely want to remove something that Solo feels comfortable playing. Undying definitely up there on that list.
It must feel so good, like, even if you're losing games, knowing that as a... has Solo hit 30 yet? He's like a 30-year-old gamer and he's still being respect banned.
Yeah, they could remove Ancient Apparition, potentially. There's also a few of those heroes that he does play exceptionally well, like Warlock. Also want to see like what the plan is, where Slardar's going to go. So we don't know that yet, what they're planning to do with it.
Oh, I didn't realize Solo's 33 now. He's only a year younger than me. He's only 10 years younger than you.
He's not that old.
Solo, he's 33.
He's, yeah.
August 7th, 1990. Oh, an anti-mage ban. All right. Tusk immediately picked up. So Solo, he's got a couple of heroes to play with now.
LGD, something that they are banning out 3 times in a row whenever they got Dazzle is this anti-mage, because this is the hero that can easily find Dazzle. Dazzle has gigantic mana pool with Mantis Style, Basher, Abyssal Blade. You can easily blow him up. What are you giggling about? I can hear.
I don't want to say anything. just the way you said Dazzle has a gigantic. I thought something different was going to come at the end of that sentence, but it's okay. Oh, look at that new. He knows where the camera is. Steps into shot. Look at that. What a showman.
Always happy on camera. Something about his face. Always smiling, no matter what. You need that positivity in Dota.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure you do.
He's also a new player, so might fade away after a couple of years of professional Dota.
The smile. Just turn it upside down into a frown.
Solo has been playing Dota for a really long time. Look at that face, what it does to you.
No emotion, deadpan.
Absolutely.
Just pick me on dying, guys. I will win this game. I'm curious to see where this Slardar goes, like you've been saying, across multiple roles, but I feel like still you mentioned Ramses. I'm picking this one up.
They removed Naga Siren, which could mean like two things. One is super good combo with Dazzle, bouncing off those Naga illusions, dealing damage. The second one could be Slardar wants to play in the safe lane. Sorry, in the off lane, so that they match this Naga, which they don't want to match. Because Naga has all these illusions, very annoying for him. A lot of minus armor coming out from 9 Pandas. This could be the lane. This could be whatever they want to, pretty much. Not showing their hand yet. And same goes with the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, interesting one, that. So we've seen Gyro used against Enigma, used against Naga Siren. Is this a Gyrocopter? Oh, hang on a second. We also talked about this old school strategy, right? With the minus armor, the old VP Vega strats with the corrosive haze, or amplified damage as it was known back in the days, with flat cannon with a swarm, lots of vision, lots of physical damage with the minus armor can be pretty handy. Just need to put a disruptor in there, and it's the perfect old VP draft.
Yeah, I'm feeling Troll. I like Troll for LGD Gaming. So many saves, good matchup against Slardar, great against Gyro. You don't care about Weaver's right clicks as well. One blink to ruin them all. That also works. This is also a great response. Great against Gyro carry if they decide to go for it. Great against Slardar in the lane. So what's it gonna be? How they're gonna lane this? Razor's gonna cause a lot of issues for 9 Pandas in terms of laning.
I mean, you want to keep this Razor open, right? So you'll pick your second support.
Mid. Absolutely. Could be off lane.
Yeah. Or just like Razor's going to follow the Slardar around, right? You walk the dog. You put the fish on a leash. Take him out to the park.
Fish on a leash. Is this how you... Okay, this is great. This is how you walk your golden fish?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Oh, hang on, there's 4 carries there, 9 Pandas. You're only meant to have 2, maybe 3.
We said we didn't like the way they played day one with multiple carries. I guess Weaver is a support in this one. Spectre carry, Slardar mid/off lane, most likely on the off lane. Gyro 5, and they're gonna be looking for the mid. All in on heavy physical damage. This is why LGD picked up this Lich. Lich has frost armor, physical damage reduction, so many saves on their side.
Yeah, this is very much 9 Pandas playing off of vision into physical damage, right? Vision, physical damage, get a pick off, good Zeus ban, makes a lot of sense. And of course, 9 Pandas will be looking at early Roshans as well with this Slardar and Spectre. One more hero for LGD. So if we have Dazzle mid and Razor kind of flip-flopping between one or the other side lanes, like I guess you know now, right? You know it's Slardar off lane. Or do you? or do we?
I think it is. I think that's their offlane duo, Slardar plus Weaver, and then they're just like looking for the mid. On the side of LGD, they have a lot of things open, and they have last pick, so they're gonna see the whole draft of 9 Pandas and then decide.
And decide if they or what they want to give to New. 9 Pandas, what's it gonna be? A little conversation there. Alpha Ninja calling out what he wanted to be picked up. It's going to be the Kunkka. So that's Kiyotaka's hero, I'd assume. 3 melee cores. this Razor could have a pretty good time. And we could still see something like a, I don't know, Monkey King or something come out here as well.
What did I suggest? I still think it's a good troll. I think it's still a good game for it because they don't have enough lockdown. It's slightly on the greedier side. You will be playing like Razor Tusk on the offlane, which is a strong offlane duo, and then you have like Lich plus Troll against this Slaughter on the offlane, but it's going to be Neo Brewmaster. To buy a little bit more time, you'll have Dispel mechanic as well available. He's been a mean Brewmaster player. Shiro Razor safe lane will be following Ramses. So in terms of scaling, LGD is also really good when it comes down to super late game solo on Gyrocopter. I don't remember him playing Gyrocopter. Looking at the TI drafts, definitely didn't play it. So maybe a newer hero for solo, adjusting to current meta.
Yeah, I think he played it back in the day. It was like 2 or 3 years ago now when it first ever happened, the Gyro 5 happened. I think he was one of the first European players to start doing it. Because Solo was one of those guys that was on some wild kick, right? He was playing position 5 Brewmaster and position 5 Gyro and crazy stuff like that. It's definitely something he's tried before. Maybe not recently though. We don't look particularly happy or comfortable though, Nine Pandas. I've got a lot of thinking to do heading here into this last game of the day. Desperately requiring a win. And
it's all about
one of the tougher opponents.
For Nine Pandas, outnumbering. Spectre, Weaver, Slaughter, these are very speedy heroes that can join at any time.
I get the vision.
Neo Brewmaster. I'm getting some flashbacks from previous TI. He's been popping off. This guy knows how to play. Lane-wise, it's not... Like, Spectre doesn't provide you with much damage. Brewmaster also, with his Cinder Brew, Drunken Brawler, he does have a lot of magic resistance if necessary against this Gyrocopter. LGD Gaming's lineup looks very LGD. Like, we can go back to, Dota 1 days, like Chinese Dota in general. It just strikes me as that, Carry Razor. There was one time in history, it's a way back, when Chinese invented, like, triple Vanguard on all cores. Literally unkillable. No one can die.
Yeah. Weaver Vanguard, Necro Vanguard, Razor Vanguard.
Yeah, Razor Vanguard.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the build.
That's the good stuff. Oh, Alpha Ninja skittering around very, very quickly, shuffling from one side to the other. So, news Brewmaster. What kind of item build are we expecting to come out of him?
30 seconds.
Or does it depend on how the game's going?
I see that he wants to just battle it out for now. Double Bracer, wants to put as much pressure as possible early on against Spectre. Usually you would see, some Spirit Vessels, Radiant Midas or Radiance, and then go into Octarine Core.
Refresher or stuff
Refresher,
like
yeah, it really depends. AC, he's buying the auras. I think AC, a lot of value in this one, so might expect an earlier one. Alpha Ninja, using Shikuchi already. Long cooldown, 15 seconds, level 1.
Oh yeah, this is one of those games where we might see the return of the casual buckler. The old puppy style, just buy a buckler, someone buy a medallion, get some chainmails going, everyone buy phase boots. You'll need the armor against this Nine Panda side, that's for sure. We'll get ourselves into the lane.
I saw someone doing that. I was doing some research, and I think it was Whitemon on his Chen, where he bought Solar Crest and a casual buckler.
Oh, nice. It was a very puppy thing to do back in the day.
Yeah, he started with buckler.
Yeah. Doom buckler, level 1. Shadow Demon buckler. Yeah, pretty good.
Oof, good luck in this bottom lane. It's not gonna be an easy one by any means for Ramses and Opto.
Melee core against the Razor really hurts. And Solo up top's doing a good job, getting some nice damage from that rocket barrage onto New and PYW. And Dire Sentry there, Radiant Sentry. Gonna cancel it out and block the small camp. As Alpha Ninja does get a curious snipe down south. Nothing on it, but a nice bit of bonus gold for them. And Solo getting tagged up. PYW and New, a lot of damage with that clap and tag team, the blood grenade, the fairy fire. Solo stays alive.
Ramses bottom lane as well.
In trouble. Oh, he absolutely is. He's gone. Why you smile? I might be able to turn around here with a Frost Blast, and that drag back gets the kill for Shiro. A double for him.
Not bad. He's gonna bring items to Shiro. As you said, double kill. That's gonna be probably Boots of Speed. Yeah, there it is. It's already dropped in the fountain, so he can chase people down. We expected this bottom lane to be like really bad. What you want to do with Weaver is trade some kills. Like you want to be going in, trading your life, and then getting levels. So that's what he needs to do. Nice.
Just in time.
There's Solo harassing two melee heroes. We've seen that from Insania yesterday. He was playing against Naga Siren.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Middle lane exists, eh? Kiyotaka. What, does he die here under his tower? Ticking. Tower regen. Tango kicking in. It looks like he's okay.
Has
surviving.
Fairy Fire, but doesn't want to use it. That was a close one.
Step lively now.
That's a difficult time.
Did Solo kill him in the last game. Now also has an upper hand in this matchup.
Dazzle versus melee hero. Razor versus melee hero. Dazzle versus melee hero. LGD have been handed some pretty good laning matchups here. And 9 Pandas are going to have to hit their stride like 20 minutes in around some of these Blink Dagger timings once they've got a bit tankier. Got their levels up.
There are actually 10 Pandas in this game. They need to rename themselves. Brewmaster is in the game.
That shouldn't be allowed. I mean, there's going to be more, right? When he splits,
yeah,
there's 4.
What about Tundra? They renamed themselves 2 times in the last few days.
Yeah, but so TSM died, and then they became Undying, right? They're undead, and then they respawned with reincarnation, level 25 talent, to become Tundra.
Now it all makes sense. Thanks for explaining, Gary.
Yeah. Got to put all the pieces together. Shiro. 13 and 7. Fair few denies there for him. 17 last hits on the Spectre, though. So V-Tune's having a pretty good time. Oh, hello. Afo. Caught inside Shikuchi. Not going to have enough damage to burst through him.
Tusk making a rotation mid.
Oh, Kiyotaka in trouble. Yeah, he is. Sharded up. Fairy Fire TP.
Good
if
TP
this
out.
works, that is really nicely done. Neo in the top lane. We've got heroes rotating left and right. The dagger from the Spectre V-Tune. Ramses. Death after death everywhere you look.
Good luck to our ops with all this action happening.
Another one. Oh, there we go. Another double kill. This is a dominating Razor. 4 minutes in. He's got all your kills.
It took Kiyotaka like good few seconds to understand what's going on. That Tusk is only level 2. He showed both abilities, then he decided to TP out. V-Tune. Oh, ho, ho.
It's non-stop, isn't it? The rotations, the movements, everything's very swift and decisive from both teams, but LGD getting the upper hand in kills, and the lanes start to become even more challenging. Kiyotaka can't show himself. He's trying to hide behind the trees, trying to lurk and look for some last hits. I mean, at this point, can Ramses even show himself on bottom lane? Is it Quelling Blade jungle time? What do you do? Start pulling as a slaughter?
That's what he's doing, but the top
Solo?
lane, Solo,
You're right.
2 points in tag team. It's just too much damage.
Not allowed to look anywhere for more than 10 seconds because the opposite side of the map's got action happening.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah,
is under
to answer your question, he needs to be super careful because Weaver doesn't provide you with any kind of stun, any kind of slow. Shiro, when he decides to go, it's gonna be a ton of damage as we see. Also, Shiro brought Clarity, brought Sage Mask, so I assume, considering the start that he has, he just might get Falcon Blade on this carry Razor, because Razor is a hero that consumes like decent amount of mana.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Well, Why You Smile has moved up top. I'm trying to get in behind V-Tune. Let's see if we can get it done. Doesn't really want to dive tower. With the help of Emo, they'll have plenty of damage. Just need to keep tabs on where this gyrocopter is. Does 9 Pandas want to rotate to help out? Any TP's going to come in? I'll just leave Solo to die. Okay, best case scenario there for 9 Pandas. They were going to lose a hero. Better Solo than V-Tune, honestly.
All lanes are in a really bad spot for 9 Pandas. They need to fix them somehow. It needs to be Kiyotaka making a move.
He has cracked level 6, holding a haste rune. Phase Boot's still quite distant, though. He's not done too poorly. Second in last hits. Dazzle and Brewmaster putting a lot more focus on the pressure and the hits onto heroes rather than the creeps and the gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
LGD's sponsor tag is starting to make me hungry, you know?
Absolutely. The hot dogs, that was a funny bit during TI with Slacks, with Celery, Casey, and Slacks and some hot dogs.
I didn't catch that one.
Oh yeah, they were figuring it out.
Hot dogs?
Hot dogs,
Snowball?
yeah.
Saving up
like
emo?
200 hot dogs.
Oh my god, that's far too many. PYW, he saved Emo here with some nice snowball moves. Now Sinner's Decays on the Kunkka. Kiyotaka hasting and running back. Nearly dead to tower shots, honestly, but looks like he'll be okay. Who's lurking? That was Weaver, still Chikuchiing around, seeing if he can find an opening onto PYW again. I'm not going to have any of that. And Wisdom Runes have spawned. Everyone's so focused on killing heroes and battling in the mid lane. PYW is going to go and grab the left-hand side, while the right-hand side stays open.
Not just that, he's refilling Emo's bottle. Emo steeping top to take his bottle.
Oh, wow.
Emo gave him the bottle so you can keep the pressure on the map. He bottled the Wisdom Rune while Emo was going back, and now TP top. Level 5 on Brew.
Yeah, new, shifting into green mode. Oh, red mode, here we go. Chasing on the V-Tune with the snowball over the Igloo. Oh, the Spectre in so much danger, taking out, the killing spree's up for the Brewmaster. And I can shift this with a new creep wave arriving into a tier 1 push. And the thing is, like, you're leaving Slardar alone, but that's not good. That's not good at all.
They can't help him. I think Ramses, like at this point, has 600 gold saved up. This is probably Midas time. Try to farm up, but the thing is, LGD will be running at you. We've seen Emo Dazzle when he's the one controlling the tempo of the game, having a good start. He tends to join early on. Other lanes are also doing really well. New Double Bracer, Phase Boots going into Radiance, so going for the scaling Afo Ninja. And they're trying to kill Shiro in this bottom lane, but he's super farmed.
No, it's not happening. And they've got vision on Kiyotaka here. 4 heroes from LGD surrounding Kunkka. He's got a boat, the Coco's Rum. Might come into play to tank him up, but New and PYW are going to dance circles around that mid lane Kunkka, kill him off, and very systematically, very deliberately going tier 1 top, tier 1 mid, get a kill on a core here and there. 10-2, a 4k lead, 9 minutes in. This is feeling like one of those foregone conclusions already. And Solo down the bottom, they press forward like Solo is trying to keep Ramses alive, get him some creeps, drag this wave around for the Slardar. But look at this! The stampede! The wild animals are coming across, migrating from top lane to mid down to bottom lane.
All over the place. They cannot get any farm. Like Ramses is trying to farm up the Outer Ring Ancient Camp, hitting that level 6. Spectre is level 6, so I want to see V-Tune try to make a move. There it is. Just a casual one. Nothing too
There's a
fancy.
poke. Little poke on the Dazzle. And new level 6, so down at bottom. Underneath that tier 1, Ramses hands yet another life over to Shiro, who's collecting souls. Weaver trying to get in behind to snipe out a courier, but looks like he's going to die for it. Alpha Ninja runs out of Shikuchi time, still level 5, so no time lapse. And yeah, this Razor. 700, he's gone for the reverse James Bond, 6,000 net worth. I don't know, Lacoste. This is getting really ugly for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, it really is. Eating some hot dogs for breakfast, 6,000 net worth, 10 minutes in. This is like, you can't even dream about this net worth when being a carry. This is like illegal territory we're in right now.
Yeah. Yeah, like you talk about, the maths of, ideal net worth at X minute, 10 minutes in, you want to be sitting like 4.5, 5,000, whatever. Well, they'll go into mid for Kiyotaka now. Primal split. Trying to negate as much as they can with a boat over the top, but that's it. Lights out for Kiyotaka. And New. Not just the Razor, this Brewmaster's dominating, looking
and
for a
Ramses
second.
Is in the bottom lane. They're going in again.
Oh, I snowballed upon. They can't catch up to him, not quite anyway. So back into mid, we'll take a peek there towards Solo dying. The last moments of the Gyrocopter coming to an end. And Alpha Ninja getting caught up here with the Chain Frost bouncing. Not back onto the Weaver, so he does skitter away. But in the end, it's another core kill, another tier 1, and LGD
Dire's middle tower
8,000 now. It's getting to that point. I've not had a game like this in a while, where we're getting to that 1k per minute by like 15 minutes.
Yeah, you know what I say. Game is officially over when we hit that 1k per minute.
Your admiral is on board.
Throne dies?
It's a rough one. Also, 9 Pandas, they are the team that is not afraid to call GG when they see that the game is over. They're not having fun time. They will try a couple more times. Probably, if it goes that way, I could see them calling it.
All right, what's the situation with Ramses?
Dead.
Hand of Midas is...
Hand of Midas finished.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Comeback time. Got a couple of Wraith bands on our Weaver. And it's not a shutout, you know, they've got 2 kills to their name already. Silver
Not
linings.
ideal. LGD, they're hunting them down. They have a lot of vision around like mid-area enemy triangle on 9 Pandas, but they can't use those wards. Like Kiyotaka is making a move. He's half HP. He's still gonna die. Like even if they catch someone with 1 rotation, this is the big kill. Shiro 8-0. They brought the whole team.
Everybody onto the Razor. Get this kill. Get the money. Take him down. Nice. Bit of change there for Kiyotaka. And LGD just responding a little too slowly. Not feeling that one coming. Oh, I've gone from like a 9k lead down to 6k. That's a pretty big swing for 9 Pandas now.
They got a lot of gold from that one.
Can we get a bit more? Call down towards Why You Smile. We've got a few levels. We've got a bit of momentum now. Feeling themselves. 9 Pandas diving tier 1. V-Tune half health though. Sinistegage drags him back and New has joined the party as well. They've lost the Lich. The Torrent's good. Catching out PYW's Tusk. V-Tune stuck in the trees though now and New has surrounded him with all the little Brewlings. And the Storm Pandas chasing towards Alpha Ninja. Trying to save the Tusk but can't keep him alive. Kiyotaka TPing out. No stuns to come. As Emo has finally decided to show his pretty face at this party as well. But 9 Pandas, 3 kills. The Razor, Tusk, the Lich, they lose the Spectre, but that's a meaningful move from them in that bottom lane.
Not bad. Signs of life. They just got the 3k down. It was 8,000. Now it's 5,000. Overextending a little bit. Having multiple Blade Mills, which is really good against Lich, really good against Razor. We're going to see that again. V-Tune slightly too deep into enemy territory. PYW almost survives in the end. Chainfrost also didn't bounce off that last creep, but Brewmaster couldn't get close to V-Tune for a very long time.
Trees and shards and terrain, all sorts of stuff.
Thunderstoy had Snowball in 2 seconds. Maybe could have bought them a little bit more time.
Well, the game gets a little closer. It still feels like a massive challenge for 9 Pandas to come back into this. And a great snowball play there to dodge not just the boat, but that homing missile too. Solo and Alpha Ninja getting chased down by New. Sinistegage drags back the Kunkka. Blade mailed up as Solo runs back. Razor's in though, and Kiyotaka's going to get shredded. The Electric Man has arrived. The best the man can get. Comes in and takes down a couple with the rest of his squad.
Surprised that Razor is not picked more at ESL events, just so that we can play Electricity.
They should get the Gillette sponsorship as well, huh?
He was called Gillette back in Dota 1.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, the best a man can get.
Yeah. And Shiro buying Mask of Madness. Wants to reduce his armor for a short period of time. Wants to have some...
Ramses?
There
Nice.
it is. They got him.
Impact! And a kill!
Not bad.
That's another 1,000 gold. I mean, Shiro, he's going to stop dying now. He's given away a lot to 9 Pandas here. I mean, comeback is on the cards. This was a game that was like unlosable, which has suddenly become very much a contest between these two teams. Solo's still going to get dived up at top, though. Tusk and the Brewmaster putting that new Radiance to work. And Why You Smile just holding out in that mid lane for now.
Spectre still far away from her Radiance. Needs to farm up Relic first for now. Stacking for herself. New making a move in this bottom lane. Split. It's on time.
Yeah, you can't TP away from that. Split cones a little bit too fast. And a little tickle damage from the Radiance and the burn. Ramses does finish off the Echo Saber, though. So he's building up. He's actually ahead of the Conqueror net worth at this point. With no split anymore, though, New does become a target. Something that 9 Pandas can actually play towards. Got to be careful with this snowball save potential from PYW. Alpha Ninja kind of toying with them, trying to drag them back with a time lapse closer to the tower area. And Kiyotaka doesn't seem like he wants to be too involved, though. And the backstab from Shiro. Oh, yeah, they do find the kill in the end. New with that AoE damage spilling onto the Weaver. And
Killing
immediate
Brewmaster
smoke.
there is very difficult kill to get. When he gets brewed up, but we're talking about magic resistance, having a cold bracelet as well. Kiyotaka looks very dead here.
He sure does. Tries to get the Coco's Drum going. Another good snowball dodge of the boat, though. Shard thrown out, and New just keeps on going. Chain Frost bouncing in that Gyro and Spectre. V-Tune trying to chase New here, but look at, again, Shiro from the back end. Sweeps through that eastern side, right onto V-Tune Spectre now, as Ramses and Alpha Ninja trying to trade out for something. PYW and New both very low, but a snowball forwards towards the Weaver with no time lapse. Shikuchi is ready back up again, but the damage over time is there from New. A beyond godlike Brewmaster, looking very good. Close to top of the net worth as well.
Absolutely flawless performance from Neo. That's why we've been hyping up this player. I said that he's probably, besides Laurel, my favorite player from the previous TI. What he did, I'm just like, how's this guy so good? Where was he before? And we were speaking about also getting earlier AC. This is Radiance into AC straight away on Brewmaster.
Makes a lot of sense. You know,
how's that cracker, Gary?
Oh, it's good. It's so tasty. When I'm watching LGD munch on 9 Pandas, hero after hero, just falling flat in front of them. I forgot there was a Dazzle in this game. But it's not.
Emo,
he's not being
not
quiet.
as active.
Just everyone else has been doing exceptionally well. And now another snowball with a Shards onto Solo. Grave there from Emo to buy a bit of time as Wave Smarts focused down by the Weaver and the Spectre. They do get the kill on the Lich, and PYW falls as well, but you're right. New onto Ramses with a split, allowing Shiro to open up with the damage. And now a tier 2 presents itself to LGD.
As soon as they bring numbers, like, you lost Ramses again. He's currently sitting at 1-7. Spectre still far away from Radiance, needs to farm another 1,300 gold, and they're just running at them. Items are piling up, Razor, Manta style. For now, it's going to be Mask of Madness, which is going to be disassembled into Butterfly and Satanic, so wants to be as tanky as possible in these front lines. Butterfly against all these heroes, evasion, Radiance evasion, that's going to be massive. And also, of course, Lich with the Frost Shield, which is maxed out, going into Solar Crest, so AC, everybody's just buying the armor items.
Yeah. Need another buckler. More bucklers. Afo. A bit of vision off to the right-hand side. Not going to walk under it. And Gem is there for the Lich as well. And 9 Pandas not tapping out. This is their tournament livelihood basically on the line. They need a victory to keep themselves in. And Emo going to go for that cheeky Tormentor play once again. Shadow Wave stacking up on the couriers. Lich finally brings his across. Final touch of damage gets the job done. So Shard for the Lich now as well. The Ice Spire arrives.
That's a good one. That does allow you to cast one extra Frost Nova when it dies, and also it's a setup for your ulti. It's a good shard. Like, you want to buy that shard, but spending 1,400 gold as Lich on that shard, especially early on, feels like, where am I getting the money from?
Yeah.
I want to buy either like a Solar Crest, I want to buy some Force Staff, a Glimmer Cape. It really depends. Can't really just have a naked shard on the hero.
I want to finish my magic wand. I want to buy brown boots. So many things you need to buy. Roshan time. LGD into the pit. There's no way 9 Pandas come and contest this. They don't know it's happening, and it's happening too quickly. I'll just have to be content gathering up some wisdom runes and pushing out lanes, getting a little closer to their next tier of items. They've kept themselves in contention, you know, Spectre, Slardar closing in on 10k net worth. Just the fact that this Razor and Brewmaster are outstripping them every step of the way. Kiyotaka gonna hold back that mid wave, try and remedy the aggression that LGD will be bringing. Stomping down these lanes. Where's Spectre off to? I can hear her screaming. Tusk. It's tagged up by the Radiance, but that's it for now. A nice Manta for Shiro. So we've got Slardar Ags, we've got Radiant Spectre. A few little tools to get used up.
Kiyotaka about to finish his Aghanim Scepter, so 3 massive items. These are like super expensive items from the components, because if you have just like Sacred Relic, it does nothing in a fight rather than some like physical damage, but now it's a huge upgrade. Radiance, and also Kunkka was saving a lot of gold, so I feel like they should try to match, because they're just gonna get outfarmed. Alpha Ninja.
Oh, yeah. Not the place he wants to be. Walks straight into the den of the wolves. I do have this X boat onto Shiro's Razor, but they don't land a stun from Ramses. Trying to follow through onto Shiro and might be able to get the takedown with the minus armor and the damage they do as PYW aims V-Tune. Spectre about to fall, taken out by Tusk. Razor and Lich gone. Dazzle still holding that Aegis. And New gonna find a kill on Solo in the back end.
Not sure why Dazzle is holding the Aegis and not being in a fight. That was a good read from 9 Pandas. I said that I want to see them make a move. And what a move that was, because Razor also had his BKB delivered and didn't make a slot. So BKB was in the backpack, didn't get it off.
Yeah, that's real unfortunate. Well, more signs of life from 9 Pandas, though. Again, yeah, fighting back, getting these kills on Razor, super important. He's top of the net worth, and he's dropping reasonably quickly if they get the focus on him. Yeah, net worth lead plateauing out. It's been sat around this 10k mark for quite some time now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
LGD not really allowed to continue accelerating up, but it's still a 10k lead, right? There's pretty much 2 big items. LGD are ahead of 9 Pandas at this point. Shiro wants to come back and walk the fish again. Oh, but who's the walker and who's the walkie? They've got a swarm on him. A lot of minus armor.
Damage.
There's Weaver just hitting into the Razor and doing a significant amount of damage. Does have to time that's back across the snowball from PYW into the chain stuns now from the poison touch, and they get the kill.
Emo needs to be in those fights. Like, if Emo is there, especially with Aegis for the next 2 minutes, they're not losing the fight. He can be the one providing them with the sustain, heal up, Graves, whatever it's necessary. And if Niu has Split available, now with this AC that you mentioned, that's going to be a lot of extra armor. But the heroes are dying relatively quickly with all that minus armor. Swarm maxed out, Solar Crest, Slardar is level 15. Ramses, like, recovering nicely, considering what he was laning into.
Yeah. I mean, they've all come back really. I mean, Solo has been the sacrifice, right? Solo's item build right now is a fluffy hat. That's what he's got. Oh, an early grave there on you, just to make sure he doesn't get tipped back into Fountain somehow. Even gonna prop a primal split. Cyclone someone up. Weaver on the left-hand side with Ramses waiting in the wings. I probably want to jump onto the Shiro Razor, knowing that Dazzle has the Aegis. Meanwhile, the Bruling is going to work on the buildings with the bulldoze. A bit of extra damage. And New going to blow up Ramses. A lot of DPS onto the Slardar. Take him out. New continues his streak. Shiro with his BKB up. Spectre going to haunt forward as Ramses buys back. But they've got a snowball diving in deep with Why You Smart getting taken out now. In this dire base, a scary place to fight for LGD, but they're charging forward.
The bounces.
The bounces of this Chain Frost. 2 buybacks now required as 9 Pandas trying to bring everything they can, but Kunkka's gone. Spectre nearly falling. V2 trying to get at the Fountain, but does not succeed. PYW with that Razor behind him opens up and kills him off. Kunkka buys back now to try and defend the base, but they got 2 cores down. A 3 versus 3 with Aegis still in hand for this Dazzle. Even more of these tidal waves from Kunkka trying to drag people to the Fountain, but look at him, to destroy him. That's meant to be a tanky Kunkka. It's over, yeah. Not a chance anymore.
This game could have been over like 5-6 minutes ago if LGD just grouped up, but Emo, he was like, where do I go? You guys are super quick, you guys are killing them too fast, and then like a couple of big, not big, but a couple of big kills for 9 Pandas did look like the game's gonna be even, and then LGD's like, you know what, we're gonna finish this game. We have AC, we have Radiance, we have Split, and we're gonna bring Dazzle to the fight this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's past bedtime now. It's what, 10:30 in Malaysia? Let's put this one to bed. Let's get this over with. We had 2 70-minute games earlier on against Tundra. Let's not mess around. Put 9 Pandas out of their misery, and this was really, in my eyes, just hardcore outdraft.
Unfortunately, I do have to agree.
Unfortunately, you have to agree with me, or unfortunately, it's an outdraft?
It's an outdraft, and I do have to agree with you. Usually we have different opinions. That's why we work so well together. They tried something. They knew that there's like multiple heroes that could make this Slardars lane difficult, but I also love how LGD removed some of the heroes that they had problems dealing with. This Raid King 2 times in a row after getting demolished by it because they couldn't play around it in their previous series, and now they banned Raid King 2 times. They picked Dazzle 2 times immediately, and then you have like the free reign. You have one thing I like about how they're drafting is they're leaving some of the flexes open until the last pick, where they always have like the good matchup in at least 2 lanes.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the strengths of that Dazzle, right? Being able to play it mid and off lane. That Spirit Breaker, you called it, right? It had to be banned in this second game just to try and get it out of the hands of PYW, but then you give him a Tusk, and it's okay. What's the difference, really? He's still rolling on you. He's still just diving in behind your tier 2s and killing you off. I don't know. This game is like 3 very bad lane matchups for all of the 9 Pandas cores. The 2 supports from LGD did whatever they wanted to. And Frost Shield, this Lich was kind of a genius pick, but it doesn't feel like it was required to win the game.
No, I feel a couple of those picks could have been different heroes, but the picks that they went for really sealed the deal for 9 Pandas. This one Panda was the one to rule them all, these 9 Pandas, because he just completely popped off. Like from the laning stage, double bracer, magical and phase boots, have some extra armor, and he was hunting them down.
Yeah, I do like that. He tried it in that Enigma game as well, right? This double bracer, tank up, play the lane, don't get crushed, make sure that you're able to get in the face of your opponents and get stuff done. As we do see that 26-minute and 19-second victory here in Game 2 for LGD. What does that do for their group stage standing?
The group stage standing, let me just refresh that real quickly. So 9 Pandas are sitting at the bottom, 1 and 7, and then you have Team Liquid, who are currently 3 and 4. The game's still going on, and then you have LGD Gaming with 3 and 5. So
getting close down at the bottom.
Yeah, currently in the 4th place for LGD.
Pretty big difference there in hero damage as well. Just saw that out of the corner of my eye. Going to see a couple of these replays back. I think primarily these replays are going to be LGD killing 9 Pandas heroes or 9 Pandas 5v1ing Razor. Because that's all that happened in this game.
He had too good of a start on Razor. Shiro's like, okay, just come to me. He was sitting at 8-0 at one point, 10 minutes into the game. It was unplayable lane for them. Weaver doesn't provide you with anything. They start to go on you. Also, as you mentioned, PYW, very active, making a rotation to the mid lane. Kiyotaka manages to get out. It just shows how aggressive PYW is.
It's one of those disgusting things, like you have one lane that goes badly, then you have the lane bleed, which then filters into another lane. Like Kunkka wasn't having a good time already. And then bottom lane and top lane going so well already makes it even worse for you. Because not only can you not rotate into those lanes, because you don't have active heroes that are doing okay, the enemy are rotating into your lane to kill you.
Yeah, I was
really sad stuff for 9
not
Pandas
wrong,
in this
Gary.
one.
9 Pandas lost this one, and I see it red on Liquipedia. This is where I'm going to go 100%. They are guaranteed out.
Oh, okay.
Because LGD Gaming, they're now 3 and 5. Team Liquid just finished their series, and they're 4 and 4 right now. So even though they have one more series left to play tomorrow against the G2IG, that would still mean it doesn't matter. Yeah, it would still mean that LGD and them would be eliminated if LGD doesn't do anything. And they're playing against Liquid, so that's going to be a pretty hype series.
Yeah. Both of them fighting for that last relegation spot, or to just try and get out of the last relegation spot in Group B. And yeah, pretty condensed group stage here as well. You know, day 2 now all wrapped up. It's in the books. We've got a couple of eliminated teams already. Sadly, it's always going to happen, of course. A couple of teams gone, Nine Pandas and Wawitas. So one from Eastern Europe, one from South America. And then day 3 is a pretty quick one in terms of group stage games. There are 6 total best of 2s. And then I think we also jump into a playoff game or 2 as well. Get into that upper bracket very quick for day 3 as ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur storms forward, Dota after Dota. Get more matches under your belt, get yourselves all warmed up for this, EPT heading towards Riyadh next year. It should be pretty exciting. I mean, up tomorrow, we don't know our series, do we? We've got the hidden best of 3.
Yeah, we still don't know which one that's going to be, but a lot of hype matches tomorrow because I see also in Group A, Blacklist International battling it out. Same goes for Team Secret, who are playing against Avitas. So you don't know what's going to happen, but a couple of hype matches in this B group. We mentioned Nine Pandas against G2IG and also Falcons against Tundra. That's going to be the battle for the first place, most likely.
Yeah. There we go. Over on the right-hand side, you can see all the results coming out. Looking pretty on that right-hand side. How did your predictions go, Lacoste? Because I'm pretty sure mine were not good.
I think I went LGD all 4. What can you do? They did the draw against Tundra, so that's 3 out of 4, Gary, for me.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, not bad for today. Yes, yesterday you did pretty well, pretty good as well. I think you only dropped one of them. Mine were not too hot. And there's Group A, the standings, obscuring Lacoste a little bit. Zero right up at the top, and Wawitas down at the bottom. Of course, as we said, already eliminated. Yeah, some exciting matches to come out for sure, and nice to see Gaming Gladiators getting into their groove again after a little bit of a disappointing end to the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a difficult competition. Some of the teams will need to drop down. That's just the way Dota is, and your favorite team cannot win everything. But we've been blessed with some really, really good Dota. We can go back to LGD Tundra, like this first game, 65-minute game. There was like everything you wanted from that game. So if you haven't watched it, go ahead and rewatch that game because it's been, for me at least, the best game of the tournament so far.
Yeah, and a surprise that Tundra are doing so well. You see there, second place in Group B, 5 and 3. Well-deserved victories. They've been playing well, drafting well. Everything has been clicking into place. Immersion has been a stellar replacement for Ari, coming into that position 4, working very well with Kasane for sure. I mean, I think this tournament, we're definitely looking at, post-TI blues, roster shuffles, kind of older patch, still looking to develop things. You've been talking about some of these heroes that have kind of popped back up, like Slardar, who wasn't contesting. People figure out, hey, he's playable in multiple roles. This item build's pretty nice. I'm still figuring things out, even though we're on an E-patch.
Yeah, and then the other teams are like, what? If this hero becomes popular, we're going to put some of the good counters in the lane against Slardar, make his life miserable, something we've seen just now.
Yeah, bring the racer back. Get all this good stuff back into it. So tomorrow on the Ember stream, Bet Boom against Blacklist, first one up. Nine Pandas against G2IG, and then we do have that upper bracket round 1, number 2. Group B1 against Group A2, so top of B against second place in A for me and Lacoste, that best of 3. It just happens so quickly. Like we're done with the groups, me and you, after 2 days. That's how snappily we've just gone through a bunch of BO2s.
Yeah, it's a shorter tournament. It's not like back in the old days where group stages are played for like 7 days. This one's going to be pretty quick, and you can't afford to have a bad day in these kind of tournaments.
No, I mean, usually we talk about these like 4 or 5 day long tournaments where day 3 is like the hump. Day 1 doesn't matter. Okay, you lose all your games, whatever. Day 2, get a victory or 2. Day 3 is the hump day. You've got to bang out some big wins. Get yourself, towards the playoffs. As long as you're not eliminated, everything's fine. Here, there's no room to maneuver. There's no room to adapt. You don't even have time, like, between series to kind of figure things out, right? Yesterday we had doubleheader Liquid, 2 series back-to-back, 4 games in a row. Today, LGD, same story. You have to be in the right frame of mind with the right drafts prepared to play that day and get wins, or else you are out of the tournament, potentially.
Yeah, we've seen the Nine Pandas having a really bad day on the first day. They look slightly better today in the first series, and then when they played against Falcons, and you're out because you were 0-4 already on the first day. LGD, they did manage to recover, so that's a huge step for LGD.
Well, thanks all for tuning in. That does wrap up day 2 of the group stage here. Of course, make sure you check out some of the other streams and tune in tomorrow for more group stage action, as I believe we can leave you with some monster moments to end out day 2.
Possibly tanky yet. Wait a minute, they find one. XXS at the start. Do they have enough to blow him up in time? Not quite. He gets the split off. Oh, it hurts. The Lumiere is dead instantly. Yeah, that one is tanky. As they run these heroes down.
Oh, good dispel there.
Yeah. Take the toss. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. Oh god. I think that finish for Laguna Blade is not gonna be enough. Ring around the Rosie. Oh, the stun and the kill. Save gets something out of nothing. Much needed denied.
Supernova Sunray healing him up, and Brawl's there with a big punch. Takes him down. PYW in trouble as well.
Dead.
Why you smile? In the back, they've got Tomato. He's gone for 2 minutes. Oh, hang on a second here. In comes Brawl with a triple kill. Slams him down out of the game. But Weaver has respawned. We've got Shiro back. Hello. Trying a T-wall. Does have his team in behind him. Is this going to turn into a proper fight with the Overgrowth Cataclysm? They blow up New. Ice Blast a good one. The Fear with a shot pushes PYW back. Now LGD, the ones on the run. Ramses cracks that whip onto Why You Smile to slow him down. Into the calling now and caught inside. A double kill for him. Muerta nasty for your buildings. Now Tonka blinks back. Solo Overgrowth up. V-Tune tries to unload the damage. They've got the Grave out and the move forward. Emo and New with PYW now joining in. Ice blasting over the top of the Muerta, getting the kill and the takedown on V-Tune. Dead with buyback available, but no Treant, no Tide, no Ravage, no control. LGD just diving tier 4s and getting all the kills they need. No Invoker for now.
ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
There's no better time than now.
me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, that's suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king.